Chapter 161. The first and second list collided. Wang Hao. You are so awesome. You are actually ranked #1 in the country. You don't know how excited everyone was when they saw your performance today. As soon as Wang Hao returned to his residence, Su Guangyuan came up to him with an excited look on his face. That way, it was as if he was the first on the double list. It can be seen that Su Guangyuan is really happy for Wang Hao. It's just SOSO. Wang Hao deliberately said in a very plain tone. Just average? Su Guangyuan exclaimed excitedly. You call this just average? How do you let other people live? This is the top of both the national charts. Then yours is much more extraordinary. Outrageous? Uh-huh. Just kidding. Wang Hao said with a smile. To be honest, I didn't expect that I would be ranked first in the double list. Wang Hao was not pretending to be modest. Although there are auxiliary functions to help, he has entered the virtual battlefield for too short a time and lacks experience. This college entrance examination is for all senior high school students in China. With so many students, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon is very likely therefore. Before the exam, Wang Hao's goal was to be in the A-level university, not the national champion. Now he is ranked first on the double list, which is a bit of a surprise to him. I guess before the exam, no one thought that this would be the case. Su Guangyuan said, I heard that our Yinguang city has never had a top scorer in the college entrance examination. You may be the first. This time, you are for real famous. Su Guangyuan has been paying attention to the college entrance examination today, so he knows how many people are talking about Wang Hao now. It can be said that Wang Hao has truly become famous now. And this is just the first day of the college entrance examination. It's not necessarily good to be famous. Wang Hao shrugged. He still remembers the scenes in the 4 rows before him. Everyone avoided him, so he had to take the initiative to find talents. What's wrong with being famous? Su Guangyuan didn't know what happened to Wang Hao, and said, this will be helpful for you to enter school and join the army in the future. In short, you will have no problem at university. The university is not picking you now. It's up to you to choose a university. In the context of the end of the world, going to college is not an easy task. After all, this is an era of scarce resources, and people want to maximize the effectiveness of resources. Therefore, those who can go to college must either the son of a powerful person is either a talented and powerful academic master. People like Su Guangyuan and others who have no background and no high talent are destined to have no chance at university. Su Guangyuan was worried about Wang Hao before, but now it seems that his worries are completely unnecessary. By the way, what are you going to do for the rest of the afternoon? Su Guangyuan asked. There are 3 exams in the college entrance examination every day. These 3 exams can be completed in half a day in the morning. The half day in the afternoon is free time, and candidates can plan by themselves. It's nothing. Wang Hao said, I'm going to school to practice shooting after dinner. Although the school does not encourage students to practice at this time. If the students want to practice, the school will not stop them. Wang Hao still remembers the task given to him by Wu Haomu. After the college entrance examination is over, he will prepare to leave the city. Now that he practices more, he will be more protected. What's more, Wang Hao himself also wants to go out for a walk. Really look at this apocalyptic world. Okay. Su Guangyuan did not dissuade Wang Hao. He believed that Wang Hao had his own ideas and plans, and did not need to worry about him at all. After eating, Wang Hao returned to school. On the other side, Jia Yin didn't even have the slightest appetite. He originally thought that Wang Hao brought 2 fuel bottles, and he could seize this opportunity to narrow the gap with Wang Hao, or even achieve a lead. However, he did not expect that even with 2 more fuel bottles, Wang Hao he still played well and won the championship again. And he still had a lot of kills. More than him. As a result, his idea of seizing the opportunity to catch up with Wang Hao completely failed, which shocked Jia Yin. You know, before the college entrance examination, he was aiming for the top spot. For him, it was inevitable to win the top spot in the country. And he also had such strength and confidence. But Jia Yin didn't expect that during the actual college entrance examination, a ridiculously strong person like Wang Hao would appear. He was much stronger than him. The more he chased him, the greater the distance he was left behind. This made Jia Yin, he suffered an unprecedented blow. So much so that his confidence was shaken. The game virtual battlefield attaches great importance to state and feel. A person's emotional changes have a huge impact on his or her performance in the game. Even top players will be affected as long as their mood is wrong and their state is not good. performing abnormally in the virtual battlefield. Jia Yan's state is fatal. However, he didn't seem to realize this situation. After the third exam ended, he went home directly after learning about Wang Hao's results. Therefore, his class teacher did not have the chance to meet and chat with him. So naturally you can't enlighten him. Wang Hao, don't let me meet you in the game. Otherwise, I will let you know what a real master is. Obviously, Jia Yan is not convinced and thinks that his strength can still crush Wang Hao. You can't blame him. After all, he has been the number one in Jingguang City for a long time. And Jingguang City has the highest educational level in China. Therefore, he has always thought highly of himself. Although now his self-confidence is somewhat frustrated. But he still did not admit that he was worse than Wang Hao. He believed that he could beat Wang Hao in a head-on battle. Coincidentally, Jia Yan's words came true. In the first game on the second day of the college entrance examination, Jia Yan and Wang Hao crashed. This coincidence directly detonated everyone in China who was paying attention to the college entrance examination. Wang Hao is now number one on the double list. And the person ranked second on the list is Jia Yan. Now, the top two on the national list have accidentally entered the same examination room. This collision is bound to have a huge impact on the list rankings. If Wang Hao wins, he will consolidate his position as number one on both lists and widen the gap with Jia Yan, making the latter completely unable to catch up. If Jia Yan wins, then he can narrow the gap between himself and Wang Hao, and at the same time, greatly enhance his confidence, which will help him perform better in the next exam and catch up with or even surpass Wang Hao. How? It may not be impossible. Of course, there is another situation. That is, although the two are in the same game, they never meet until the finals. Before that, both of them have performed well. If this is the case, then, after this game, the gap between the two in a single game may not be too big. And this game will not be too big for the heroes on the entire list. Which situation will happen depends on the specific choices of the two people in the exam. Chapter 162 Auxiliary Function. Specified Tracking. Are you Wang Hao? Jia Yan stared at Wang Hao. His inner thoughts were complicated, including excitement, surprise, and eagerness to compete. He didn't expect that he would actually meet Wang Hao during the exam. What a coincidence! You must know that there are nearly 1 million candidates in China, which is quite a large number of people. Under such circumstances, the probability that the two of them can appear in the same examination room is really too low. However, this is also good. Jia Yan was originally unconvinced with Wang Hao. He couldn't compete head-on with Wang Hao because they were not in the same examination room. Now, the opportunity to compete head-on finally came. He wanted Wang Hao to let the outside world see who is the real number one. I am. Wang Hao nodded. Who are you? Jia Yan was startled for a moment, then became very angry. Wang Hao actually doesn't know him. In Jia Yan's view, he can be regarded as an academic master, a genius, and someone who has the ability to compete for the top spot in the country. Although Wang Hao is now at the top of the double list, the exam is not over. It is impossible for him not to pay attention to his ranking. The person after him, and he is the first person after him. He will definitely investigate himself, or even study himself. It is impossible for Wang Hao not to know him. But what's going on now? Did Wang Hao deliberately pretend not to know himself? Or did he really not know himself? No matter what the situation is, it is a great insult to him. I am Jia Yan. Jia Yan said gloomily. You are ranked first. And the one ranked second is me. Contrary to Jia Yan's expectation, Wang Hao did not show surprise after listening to his introduction. With a look of disbelief, he just replied calmly, Oh? What does it mean? What kind of answer is this? Does this mean you really don't take yourself seriously? Jia Yan was completely angry. He felt that he had been despised and insulted by Wang Hao. I heard that you like to jump to P City? The anger on Jia Yan's face became more and more obvious. Yeah. Wang Hao didn't hide it. Now many people know his jumping point. Why? You like it too? I don't like it, Jia Yan said, but in this round, I will also jump to P Chung. I want to say goodbye to you head-on. This is what Jia Yan has wanted to do from yesterday to today. Now, the opportunity is right in front of him. How could he be willing to miss it? Okay. Wang Hao didn't refuse. For him, anyone can jump to City P. Although Jia Yan is ranked second, there is no obvious difference from other candidates. Only one of us can leave P City alive, Jia Yan said. And that person must be me. Until now, Jia Yin is confident in himself. When Wang Hao heard this, he smiled faintly and said, "That's not necessarily the case." Although Jia Yin ranked second, and although he looked very confident, Wang Hao did not lie to him. In P City, it would be useless for anyone to come. At this time, other people in the island square also recognized Wang Hao and Jia Yin, and even heard their conversation. After all, Wang Hao and Jia Yin were not a pair. If they wanted to communicate, they could only open All My. In this way, other candidates not far from the two of them in the square can hear their conversation. Holy crap! What kind of luck do I have that I ended up in the same exam room as these two? These two great masters are in the same game. This game is interesting. However, I'd better stay away from them. Both of them jump to P City? This is interesting. In P City, if the dog comes, you have to take a detour. P City is a restricted area in this round. Everyone, please be careful. Don't go to P City. And don't pass through P City. Listen to this. Are these two going to have a fight in the early stage? It fell into a box. But I don't know who it will be. With their identities, no one will break their promise and run away. Now it's interesting. The other candidates around them were talking about it, knowing that both of them were there. When they were preparing to jump to P City, they all paid attention to avoid it. They didn't want to get involved in this competition among the masters. The college entrance examination was very important, and they didn't want to end up in a box early. Jia Yin was still staring at Wang Hao, as if he wanted to overwhelm Wang Hao in terms of momentum. Wang Hao, on the other hand, looked calm and indifferent, and his mentality did not change for the better because his opponent was Jia Yin this time. Although he was also surprised by the coincidence, it did not have much impact on him. He has the same attitude towards Jia Yin as he does towards other players. At this time, Wang Hao didn't even pay much attention to Jia Yin. He was listening to his own auxiliary function in this game. The auxiliary functions this time are sprinting, eavesdropping, and specified tracking. There is nothing much to say about the first two auxiliary functions. Wang Hao has randomly visited them before, so they are not good auxiliary functions. However, the last auxiliary function appeared first, which made Wang Hao quite interested. Specified tracking, level 1 before the game starts. You can specify a player or an item after entering the game. Once the player or item appears within 200 meters of you, it will be automatically marked and highlighted. Show. This auxiliary function seems to be very good. Its function is somewhat similar to that of perspective, but it is very different. Perspective can help Wang Hao discover other players hidden around him in advance, but it can only discover players, not certain items. But designated tracking is different. It can not only find players, but also items. For example, if Wang Hao specifies a third-level package, then all the third-level packages within 200 meters of him will be highlighted. If he specifies a certain players, such as Jia Yin, will also be marked and highlighted once Jia Yin appears within 200 meters of him. In terms of seeing players, perspective can see multiple players, but it cannot distinguish the identities of these players, while designated tracking can only see one, but it can distinguish the specific identity of this player. These two auxiliary functions have their own advantages and disadvantages. If they can be used together, the effect will obviously be very good. Therefore, Wang Hao chose this third auxiliary function as his assistant in this game without any hesitation. Select OK. Players are asked to designate a certain player or item in this game as soon as possible. The system prompts followed closely. Wang Hao looked at Jia Yin, but in the end, he did not choose the opponent as the designated target of this game. It was enough to have perspective. After all, his target was not just Jia Yin, but also other players. There was no need to specifically mark Jia Yin. Anyway, under the effect of perspective, every other player within the field of vision is his enemy, not just Jia Yin. I choose the third level package. Wang Hao quickly made his choice. For Wang Hao, who likes and is good at hand grenades, backpack space is very important. The larger the backpack space, the more grenades he can hold. Chapter 163 Too Impulsive. Soon, Wang Hao and others got on the plane, and the route of this game was determined. Coincidentally, P City happens to be near the route. Jia Yin looked at Wang Hao with provocative eyes, as if he was afraid that Wang Hao would run away. Soon, the plane flew near P City, and Wang Hao and Jia Yin jumped out of the plane almost at the same time. But only the two of them jumped off the plane at this time. As for the other candidates, they tacitly chose to avoid P City and not participate in this special battle. What's going on? These two people are jumping to P-City? Holy shit. This is interesting. Are you going to decide the winner right after landing? It seems that Jia Yin is not convinced. Now everyone knows that Wang Hao likes to dance. Jia Yin must also know about P-City. At this time, he jumped to P-City, obviously going for Wang Hao. He was planning to have a fight with Wang Hao at the beginning. It seems that in this game, one of these two masters must be able to compete. It's a pity. If they don't meet in the early stage, they can survive to the finals, and they can earn more points. You guys are optimistic. Who? I'm optimistic about Wang Hao. His performance yesterday was outstanding. He is definitely the biggest dark horse this year. I am optimistic about Jia Yin. Although Jia Yin is behind Wang Hao now, he has been famous for a long time and has a profound foundation and basic skills. Very solid. Not necessarily weaker than Wang Hao. In a head-to-head battle, the chance of winning is greater. As Wang Hao and Jia Yin jumped off the plane almost at the same time, the atmosphere among the outside world was completely detonated. It was obvious that these two people were planning to jump to a certain place. At the beginning of the game, they were ready to show off their heads to determine the winner. Someone must land in a box. It looks great now. For those who watch the excitement, who doesn't like to watch this kind of master showdown? Now that the first and second jumps on the list are in the same place, there will only be one winner. Only this kind of showdown is interesting and exciting. However, for those who have a relationship with Wang Hao and Jia Yin, they may not want to see such a scene. I didn't expect that the two of them could actually be matched in the same examination room, Su Biao said with emotion in the Lord's Mansion of Silver Light City. There are so many candidates, and there are only 100 people in one examination room, excluding the officially arranged personnel. There are not many seats left. With so many candidates, the probability that Wang Hao and Jia Yin will be in the same examination room is trivial. But it's really unbelievable that this extremely unlikely thing has happened. Yeah. It's really unbelievable that this small probability thing actually happened. Ningtai said, however. Many people are looking forward to the two of them playing a game directly. In this situation, I'm afraid many people are very disappointed. I'd love to see it. That's right, Su Biao said with a smile. Who among them will have the last laugh in this round? Yan Lai said without hesitation. It's him. I believe in him. I believe in Wang Hao. Too, Lu Yuan said. Jia Yin must have the strength to dominate Golden Light City for a long time. It's impossible to say he doesn't have the strength. He was too impulsive. He may have been inspired by Wang Hao to make the decision to dance. But he forgot that the place they danced was P-City. This is Wang Hao's home. I think so too, Zhuang Jin said. If it were in other places, it might not be easy to say. But P-City, Wang Hao is too familiar with it. In addition, Wang Hao, whether it is the use of throwing objects or his marksmanship, is no worse than Jia Yin's. There is no reason why he should lose to Jia Yin in a home match. Others also expressed their opinions one after another, and almost everyone was optimistic about Wang Hao. This is not because they are blindly optimistic. Who can achieve their position? Who is not rich in experience? Although they couldn't hear the conversation between Wang Hao and Jia Yin in the examination room, it was obvious that Jia Yin must have been stimulated by both of them jumping to P-City, because this is Wang Hao's fixed jumping point. And Jia Yin usually doesn't often jump here. These people in the Lord's Mansion of Silver Light City could tell at a glance that Jia Yin was stimulated by the list. And now his mentality was a little unbalanced. He was eager to prove himself and prove that he was better than Wang Hao. So he made his current choice. Mental imbalance is what Wang Hao is best at. It is natural for everyone to think that Wang Hao has a greater chance of winning. In fact, not only the people in the Lord's Palace of Silver Light City were optimistic about Wang Hao's victory in this powerful showdown, but Jia Yan's teachers and leaders of his school also expressed concerns about Jia Yan's fate. Jia Yan is too impulsive, Xiang said with a worried face, although I have been comforting him. The child probably didn't listen completely. This time he happened to meet Wang Hao again, and he made this impulsive decision after being stimulated. Ugh. You are still young after all. So impulsive. This kid has always been the number one in our entire junior year of high school in Jingguang City. He is bound to win the top spot in the National College Entrance Examination. I didn't expect that Wang Hao would show up. His mentality. Out of balance. This state will definitely affect his performance. But he still goes to P-City, where Wang Hao is good. Isn't he asking for trouble? If he falls into a box this time, the consequences will be very serious. Not only He will not get any points or elimination points in this round. And his self-confidence will also be greatly affected. Teachers, yeah. You have to be prepared. When the solo Q test is over, you have to enlighten him immediately. Don't let this exam affect the following exams. Obviously, the teachers at Jingwangcheng know. One middle school are not optimistic about Jia Yin. They have also seen many senior high school students. What is Jia Yin doing now? They can also see the status at a glance. Jia Yin's current state is very wrong. He was swayed by his emotions. In this state, it is almost impossible to perform well. Now, the teachers in Jingwang City just hope that Jia Yin can quickly adjust his state in the next exam. Otherwise, his college entrance examination will really fail. Many relevant people are not optimistic about Jia Yin. But Jia Yin himself is still confident in defeating Wang Hao. The two of them floated all the way to P City. And then each landed on a 2-story building. There were only 2 of them in the huge P City. After landing, the 2 quickly searched for supplies. They both knew that this special battle would inevitably break out soon. Because only Wang Hao and Jia Yin jumped into P City this time. Wang Hao didn't have to worry about too many directions. Therefore, when he parachuted, he did not choose to float too far away from Jia Yin to control the distance between the two. Within 200 meters. In this way, Jia Yin's every move is under Wang Hao's surveillance. Chapter 164. Losing Unfairly. Wang Hao. Prepare to die? After searching several houses, Jia Yin was ready to launch an attack. He knew Wang Hao. Wang Hao was good at taking the initiative to attack, and was good at grenades. Of course, he would occasionally hide in a house and do evil. Therefore, Jia Yin was ready to take the initiative. Moreover, when he attacked, he would also pay attention to the surrounding situation to avoid a sneak attack by Wang Hao. Anyway, there are only 2 of them in P City now, and he doesn't need to worry about being attacked by others. Wang Hao naturally saw Jia Yin's actions clearly. He did not sit still and also launched an attack on Jia Yin. The battle between the 2 sides is about to break out. The survivors who were watching the battle from the outside world were holding their breath and waiting for the battle to begin. It has to be said that Jia Yin's combat awareness is still very strong. He has obviously studied Wang Hao's tactics. But Wang Hao's grenades are very strong. There are even many players who are lying in the room without moving. Was eliminated by Wang Hao's grenade. Therefore, he did not choose to rush or hide in the room. Instead, he climbed onto the roof through the window railing on the 2nd floor, lay on the roof, and stared in Wang Hao's direction. He was sure that as long as Wang Hao dared to if he shows his head, he can kill Wang Hao in seconds. He is confident in his marksmanship. Jia Yin's actions were noticed by Wang Hao. Obviously, Jia Yin took the initiative in this situation. But this does not mean that Wang Hao will definitely lose. Wang Hao was hiding in the corner, also looking in the direction of Jia Yin. He first tried to lean out half of his body. Sure enough, the next second, the bullet flew towards him. However, Wang Hao moved faster. Before the bullet flew, he had already retracted his body. The bullet hit the wall next to him, making a crackling sound. Although he failed to knock down Wang Hao, Jia Yin showed a satisfied smile. He suppressed Wang Hao. He will definitely win this round. He was at a high place, and no matter where Wang Hao fled to, he could find it. It could be said that Wang Hao had been fixed to death behind the wall by him. Just when Jia Yin was secretly proud, a figure suddenly jumped out from behind the wall. No need to think. This person must be Wang Hao. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. When Wang Hao jumped out from behind the wall, gunfire sounded. This wave of gunfire rang out from 2 directions almost simultaneously. Wang Hao and Jia Yin fired almost simultaneously. The bullets shuttled through the air and went straight towards the 2 of them. You were eliminated by the player Wang Hao using the submachine gun UMP-45. Jia Yin was lying on the roof. Before he could finish the bullets, he had turned into a box and completely lost his vision of the game. I am dead? Jia Yin, who was in a state of nothingness, had a look of disbelief on his face. You must know that in this wave, he was at a high place. He used high to fight low and had an advantage. Wang Hao used low to fight high and was at a disadvantage. Moreover, he already knew in advance that Wang Hao was behind the wall, and the muzzle of the gun had been pointed there. There was no sneak attack. He had already pulled the trigger almost as soon as Wang Hao appeared, shot at the same time as Wang Hao. Under such circumstances, Jia Yin was fully confident that he could kill Wang Hao. However, what he didn't expect was that the person who was killed would be him. He can't accept it. However, this is the fact, and he has to accept this fact, although this fact is very cruel to him. At this time, Wang Hao was spraying medicine while heading towards the place where Jia Yin was just now. In this wave of battle, he actually has many options, such as using smoke bombs, using perspective and self-aiming to kill Jia Yin in the smoke bomb, or using smoke bombs to evacuate first, escape far back, and use perspective to monitor Jia Yin. If you dare to chase me, you can kill me and turn the enemy back. Wang Hao did not use those methods. He used the simplest and most straightforward head-on confrontation, using his own marksmanship to defeat Jia Yin in the duel. Only then could he defeat Jia Yin to the greatest extent and win more. Pretty. Of course, the help of auxiliary functions is also indispensable, especially self-aiming. When Wang Hao jumped out, the muzzle of his gun was already pointed at Jia Yin. With the help of self-aim, he only needed to shoot without precise aiming at all. In this way, his hit rate reached 100%, and Jia Yin was still lying down, with only his head facing him, and his body was blocked by his head. Therefore, most of the bullets flying from Wang Hao's side were concentrated on Jia Yin's head. This caused fatal harm to Jia Yin. Jia Yin did not lose unjustly. Of course, Wang Hao himself also lost some health. Jia Yin's shooting skills were still very good, although Wang Hao used jumping to avoid the opponent's bullets. A few of Jia Yin's bullets still hit him. The winner is indeed Wang Hao. The winner is decided too quickly, isn't it? I thought these two masters were going to have a fight, but I didn't expect the winner to be decided so quickly. What about you? I don't understand. Masters use their moves to make them more deadly. The simpler they are, the more efficient they are. Wang Hao's marksmanship is really accurate. He can actually win the first circle by fighting low. Jia Yin is already dead. This is a complete conclusion. After this game, Jia Yin completely lost the chance to compete with Wang Hao for the national champion. I announce that the national champion in this year's college entrance examination is Wang Hao from Silver Light City. Many survivors from the outside world have been paying attention to the exam between Wang Hao and Jia Yin. When the two decided the winner, there was also a commotion in the outside world. It can be said that Wang Hao won, which was expected by many people. After all, Wang Hao performed steadily in yesterday's test, which also included the fourth row with 2 soy sauces. In that case, Wang Hao he can still perform well. In this kind of solo examination, Wang Hao's performance will definitely not be worse than Jia Yin's. The result was not beyond most people's expectations. However, what everyone did not expect was that Wang Hao and Jia Yin fought so cleanly. There were not many pulls and fake movements during the period. Just a very simple exchange of guns. Wang Hao Jia Yin was killed. If it were anyone else, it would be very difficult to win under such a disadvantage of low against high. But Wang Hao won, and the victory was very simple. This also made the survivors from the outside world have doubts about Wang Hao's strength. More recognition. The victory of this duel almost determined the title of the national top pick in this year's college entrance examination. Jia Yin, who was ranked second, had completely lost the hope of catching up or even overtaking Wang Hao. Even if he didn't catch up in time, if he adjusts his condition, he won't even be able to keep his second place. This is a decisive victory. Chapter 165 Black Horse Village Shui. After killing Jia Yin, Wang Hao continued to search for supplies in P City. With the help of designated tracking, Wang Hao found a third-level bag in P City, which allowed him to pack more supplies. After searching for supplies, Wang Hao found a car on the roadside and started his hunting trip. In the single queue game, Wang Hao is not afraid of encountering fire engines, nor is he afraid of using less to defeat more. With the help of the perspective auxiliary function, he is like a murderous god descending to earth. In this exam, although there were not many players in P City, Wang Hao was very lucky and found people very efficiently, which resulted in his final number of eliminations being very high, 42 kills. Wang Hao set a new kill record. The survivors who saw Wang Hao's final results all took a deep breath. Is this person still a human? That's outrageous. This Wang Hao is only in his 3rd year of high school, and he has just entered the virtual battlefield not long ago. How terrifying will he be when he is fully familiar with the virtual battlefield? Too awesome. So awesome there's no doubt about who will be the top pick in the country. It's definitely Wang Hao. I always thought Jia Yin was very powerful, but compared with Wang Hao, he is really far behind. It's outrageous. This number of eliminations is enough for me to kill for a month. It's too outrageous. The outside world was shocked by Wang Hao's results. Such results, even among a group of masters who have graduated from college, are unbelievable. Top-notch existence. And Wang Hao is only a senior in high school. As we all know, senior high school students are basically around 18 years old. They have not been in the virtual battlefield for a long time, are not familiar enough with the virtual battlefield, and have not yet fully grown up. So, how terrifying will it be when Wang Hao truly grows up? It's unimaginable. However, most people are very happy for such a super academic to appear in the college entrance examination. After all, the living environment of human beings is still very harsh. With every additional master among human survivors, the hope of humankind's continuation will be reduced. 1 point bigger. Wang Hao is not only a student of Silver Light City No. 5 Middle School. He is also one of the human survivors. The emergence of such a master among the survivors is definitely a good thing for all survivors. Wang Hao, I'm curious, where is your limit? In reality, Zhuang Shuer looked at Wang Hao curiously. If you look confidently, you can still see the admiration deep in his eyes. Kill 42 in 1 round. You are too unbelievable. Even among the masters in the army, very few can achieve this result. You are too strong. This is not the first time that Zhuang Shuer and Wang Hao have played games together. She had seen Wang Hao kill a lot in one game before. But this is different after all. This is the college entrance examination. All the senior high school graduates from all over China are gathered here. And among them, there are masters arranged by the official in each game. In Zhuang Shuer, Wang Hao's performance is somewhat restricted. However, facts have proved that these cannot affect Wang Hao. Wang Hao's performance is still outstanding. And with the background of other senior high school graduates, he looks even better. If you praise me like that again, I'll be proud, Wang Hao said with a smile. You have the right to be proud, Zhuang Shuer said with a smile, but I know you won't. Oh, you know me so well? Of course. Although Zhuang Shuer and Wang Hao have not known each other for a long time, although they were students at the same school, the two of them had no interaction before forming the team. Therefore, the two of them had not known each other and got along for a long time. But Zhuang Shuer was very familiar with and understood Wang Hao. Soon, the double-scheduled exam on the second day of the college entrance examination began. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer now have a tacit understanding. In the double-row examination room, they once again transformed into black and white evil spirits, killing many other candidates and avoiding them. In the end, eating chicken went smoothly as well. In the subsequent 4-row match, Wang Hao and his two teammates met again. As soon as they entered the game, Miao Quan and Ge Lian congratulated Wang Hao. Before the college entrance examination, the two of them were confused and even desperate. But when they, after being randomly matched with Wang Hao, their mentality completely changed. They were originally hopeless in college, but now they also see hope. Therefore, in their hearts, they are very grateful to Wang Hao. Naturally, everyone in the examination room is still grateful to Wang Hao. Hao Yan obeyed. The entire exam process went smoothly. Although there was still no one in P City, there was clairvoyance after all. Even though the clairvoyance was only level 1, it still had a very good effect. Wang Hao and his team were still looking for people all over the map. They were either fighting or on the way to fight. Miao Quan and Ge Lian were still not used to this fast pace. However, they were very obedient. Wang Hao told them to leave as soon as they left and stop as soon as he asked them. Therefore, this team always keep the same rhythm. In the end, Wang Hao's team successfully won the chicken again. In addition to Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer, Ge Lian and Miao Quan also made gains, which made the two of them smile. Should I congratulate you in advance? After the game, Miao Quan and Ge Lian went to touch the airdrop box. Zhuang Shuer looked at Wang Hao with a smile and said, Congratulations on becoming the #1 pick in the country this year. What just ended in the exam? Wang Hao once again achieved a score of 28 kills. This score is not perfect for Wang Hao, but compared to other candidates, this is still an unattainable number. Wang Hao further consolidated, he secured his top position in the elimination list and the standings. Today, 2/3 of the college entrance examination has been completed. With only the last day left, Wang Hao is far ahead of the other candidates. No candidate can threaten his position or even add a little pressure to him. It can be said that Wang Hao is already the instinctive top scorer in the college entrance examination. Zhuang Shuer's congratulations are not unexpected. You're not bad either. Wang Hao smiled and said, No surprise. Your final score should be in the top 5. Wang Hao has been so popular recently that almost all those who pay attention to the college entrance examination are focusing on him. Few people have discovered that in addition to the dark horse Wang Hao, Silver City has another dark horse this year. This person is Zhuang Shuer. Zhuang Shuer's ranking is constantly improving. At present, she should have entered the top 10 in the national list. With the exam on the last day, Zhuang Shuer has a very high possibility of entering the top 5. This is all thanks to you. A great master. Without you, I wouldn't be able to achieve such results, Zhuang Shuer said with a smile. It can be seen that she is in a pretty good mood. And she is also very satisfied with her results. Before the college entrance examination, or to be precise, before forming a team with Wang Hao, it was very important for her to enter the top 100 in the country in the college entrance examination. It's quite difficult. But now, she has stabilized her ranking in the top 10 in the country. And this ranking may be improved again. How can she be unhappy? Chapter 166 Wormhole Device Maker. Zhuang Shuer knew his own strength very well. Her level is not low. But it is still a bit difficult to be firmly in the top 100 in the country. After all, her 5th middle school is not ranked high in Silver City, let alone in the whole of China. Now, she can achieve such results. And Wang Hao deserves a lot of credit. I didn't help you. You're not weak. Wang Hao shook his head and said, this is the result you got in the exam based on your own ability. I didn't deliberately give you any trouble in the exam. How can you achieve this result? It's all the result of your own efforts. Although the two were teammates in double row and 4th row, there was no deliberate leakage during the exam. Zhuang Shuer's current results were due to her strength. Although I know you are comforting me, I am still very happy. Zhuang Shuer smiled. Of course Zhuang Shuer knew that even if he had some strength, if he hadn't teamed up with Wang Hao, he would never have achieved such results. Having a strong teammate is very important. Didn't you see that after teaming up with Wang Hao, Miao Quan and Gu Lian, 2 bronze 5 rookies, were able to pick up and kill people? This is why there are strong teammates. If their teammates are bad, I am afraid that in these 2 exams, they will fall into boxes and it will be impossible to kill anyone. At this time, Miao Quan and Gu Lian came back happily. Before teaming up with Wang Hao, they had never touched the airdrop box. It was very difficult to even enter the finals. But after teaming up with Wang Hao, the 2 of them had touched the airdrop box twice. The good thing about the cake happened to them. How could they not be happy? Zhuang Shuer then touched the airdrop box. This time, her luck was average. Wang Hao walked towards the airdrop box with expectations in his heart. Since retaining the unconventional rewards, Wang Hao was full of expectations every time he touched the airdrop box. Of course, having the auxiliary function of unconventional rewards does not mean that everything Wang Hao touches from the airdrop box is something that others cannot touch. He just has the opportunity to touch the virtual battlefield that will not appear. If there are items in the airdrop box, he may still touch ordinary items, such as various foods, firearms, etc. Wang Hao put his hand into the airdrop box, and then quickly took it out. At this time, Wang Hao already had 2 more things in his hands. What is this? Zhuang Shuer looked at the thing in Wang Hao's hand curiously. These are 2 golden 6-pointed star-shaped objects. The objects themselves exude a faint golden light. Noble and mysterious. Nothing. Wang Hao put these 2 things away with a seemingly calm expression. Only he himself knows how excited he is at this moment. Wormhole Device Maker. This is the name of the 2 golden hexagram objects. Wormhole Device Maker, special item. The user places them in 2 different places, establishes entrances and exits, and forms a transmission link, allowing free transmission between 2 points. The maximum distance between the 2 manufacturers is 1 kilometer, and the cooling time is 1 hour. Baby! When Wang Hao saw the introduction of this wormhole device maker, he became excited. With this thing, he has one more way to save his life, and the safety is greatly improved. For Wang Hao, who plans to venture out of the city after the college entrance examination, this is definitely a treasure. You won't show me yet? It's so mysterious, Zhuang Shuer complained. Zhuang Shuer didn't pay too much attention to it, although she felt that Wang Hao's thing was a bit strange. There were already a wide variety of things that could be obtained in the virtual battlefield, and various items might appear, including things she didn't recognize. It's also normal. After all 4 people touched the airdrop box, they were teleported out of the virtual battlefield. Shortly after returning to reality, Wang Hao learned unexpected news from Ding Yuning, Jia Yin collapsed. Jia Yin and his teachers are paying attention to Wang Hao. And the leaders and teachers at No. 5 Middle School are also paying attention to Jia Yin. After all, Jia Yin is powerful, and has always followed Wang Hao on the list. If there is anyone who can threaten Wang Hao's position, that person must be Jia Yin. Therefore, they naturally pay great attention to Jia Yin. Collapsed? What do you mean? Wang Hao was a little confused when he heard this. The mentality has collapsed, and the operation has been deformed. Ding Yuning said with a smile, after the battle with you, his mentality had problems, and he was not able to adjust in time in the next exam. In the double row exam, he only killed 2, and died in the second lap. The 4-row competition was even worse, and he landed in a box again. It can be said that he performed very poorly in all 3 tests today. Now, his ranking has fallen outside the top 10. Jia Yan's mentality actually had problems on the first day. At that time, he was full of confidence in his position as the number 1 pick. But Wang Hao suddenly emerged and occupied the first place in the double rankings position, and also left him far away, which dealt a big blow to him, who had always been very proud. Although his teacher had been giving him psychological counseling, the effect was average. In today's single Q exam, he thought he could easily defeat Wang Hao. But in the end, he lost completely in a head-on battle with Wang Hao. This made him suffer another blow. And this time, the blow was even greater than before. Because, before the start of this battle, he had always believed that his strength was no worse than Wang Hao. But this encounter made him see the gap between himself and Wang Hao. And this gap was difficult for him to accept. There was only half an hour between the 2 exams. Although Xie Ying immediately comforted Jia Yin and helped him adjust his mentality after the first exam, it was obvious that the effect was not good, and the bad mentality caused Jia Yin to his condition was extremely poor. In the following 2-row and 4-row exams, he performed very poorly. His entire operation was deformed, and was completely unlike his usual level. If it weren't for Jia Yin's good performance on the first day, I'm afraid it would no longer be as simple as falling out of the top 10. However, if Jia Yan's condition cannot be adjusted, it is hard to say whether he can continue to appear on the national list after the last day of exams. It's actually like this. Wang Hao sighed with emotion. Jia Yin has some strength. Wang Hao recognizes this and everyone else understands it. But his mentality is too bad, and he can't stand a little setback. This is obviously not possible. In the virtual battlefield, technology is important. Mentality is also very important. Even in reality, mentality is also very important. After all, this is the end of the world, and people with a bad mentality will find it difficult to survive in this environment, even if they have the strength. Chapter 167, taking the top 2 spots. Wang Hao. No one can shake your current number 1 position. Ding Yuning said, now, you have only one opponent, and that is yourself. As long as your own mentality does not collapse, no one can take it away from you. No. One on both lists. Obviously, affected by the Jia Yin incident, Ding Yuning was afraid that Wang Hao's mentality would also change. This is not impossible. Although Wang Hao has always performed well, the college entrance examination is not over after all. The closer to the end, the more excited and nervous Wang Hao may be. Under such emotional and psychological effects, it is very likely that Wang Hao's condition will deteriorate, thus affect his operations. If Wang Hao is like Jia Yin and performs mediocrely in 3 consecutive games, then he may not be able to keep his first position. After all, Jia Yin is definitely not the only capable student in the entire Huaxia territory. Other candidates are also working hard. Catch up. I know. Wang Hao nodded and said with a smile, Teacher, don't worry. I am in a good state of mind and will not be affected. That's good, Ding Yuning said with a smile. She was relatively relieved about Wang Hao's mentality. Although Wang Hao was the youngest in their class, he was calm and mature, which was very rare. Wang Hao still spent half of the afternoon at school, and he was still practicing extra. Not for the college entrance examination, but for future survival. In this apocalyptic context, every additional point of strength means more security. In this environment, no one will dislike themselves for being too strong. On the 3rd day, the college entrance examination continues. Wang Hao was still the moment that everyone paid the most attention to, and he did not disappoint those who paid attention to him. He continued to perform stably and efficiently, firmly occupying the first place on the double list, and not giving any chance to others. For those candidates who have ideas, when they meet Wang Hao, They could only look at the results and sigh. Wang Hao's performance can be said to be what many people expected. After all, Wang Hao had already proven himself 2 days before the college entrance examination. But there is one person whose performance was beyond many people's expectations. This person is Zhuang Shui. In the past, everyone's focus was on Wang Hao, and not much attention was paid to other people. At most, there was another Jia Yin. Now, Wang Hao has stabilized the number 1 spot on the list, and there is almost no suspense about winning the top prize in the country. However, Jia Yan's mentality collapsed, and he gradually fell behind. Only then did everyone start to pay attention to others. At this time, Zhuang Shui's name came into public view. Before anyone noticed, Zhuang Shui had already squeezed into the top 10 in the national rankings. On the last day of the college entrance examination, Zhuang Shui was in excellent condition. In the solo exam, she successfully won the title with 18 kills, the champion of the government competition. And then in the subsequent double row and 4-row examinations, with the help of Wang Hao, Zhuang Shui performed even better. Finally, when the college entrance examination was all over, the survivors who were paying attention to the college entrance examination were shocked to find that the second person on the list was not those familiar faces, but Zhuang Shui, who also came from Yinguang City No. 5 Middle School. As for number 1 on the list, it is naturally Wang Hao. In other words, in this college entrance examination, the top 2 on the list were contracted by Yinguang City No. 5 Middle School. Such a result was something that no one expected before the college entrance examination began. Yinguang City, which had always performed mediocrely in the college entrance examination, actually produced 2 geniuses and academic masters this year. The 5th middle school in Yinguang City, which was not outstanding, actually could. It is simply incredible to teach 2 students like this. Old Zhuang, congratulations. In the Lord's Mansion of Silver Light City, everyone was congratulating Zhuang Jian. Thank you. Thank you. Zhuang Jian thanked him repeatedly, unable to suppress the smile on his face. At first, he asked Zhuang Shui to go to No. 5 middle school, but he was laughed at by many people. Of course, those people did not dare to joke in front of him. But behind his back, they talked about it a lot. Even his elders, my comrades, also thought that their decision was unwise. Today, he was finally proud. Of course, he was not optimistic about his daughter's choice back then. However, he doted on his daughter, and agreed to her seemingly ridiculous decision. Zhuang Jian did not expect that the decision he made out of desperation could still be successful. Receive such a miraculous effect today. This is really unpredictable. Wang Hao and Xiao Shui have earned a lot of face for our Silver City this time. Wu Haomu was also full of joy at this time. It was not only Zhuang Jian who felt proud today. Wu Haomu also felt the same way. Because of the college entrance examination, he had been looked down upon by other city lords for many years. This year, their Silver Light City finally made a beautiful turnaround and took the top 2 places. This made Wu Haomu. I'm so happy. Both of these 2 people must be heavily rewarded. Wu Haomu said with a smile, tell me, what reward should be given to them? Wu Haomu had promised Wang Hao before about giving rewards. Although Wang Hao was not, I care a lot. But Wu Haomu is the lord of a city, so it is naturally impossible for him to break his promise. Exchange points are a must. Su Biao said, you must also have guns and armor. Isn't Wang Hao planning to leave the city after the college entrance examination? Let's give him some good equipment, which can not only be used as a reward, but also increase his ability to complete tasks. The chance is to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Wu Haomu nodded in agreement when he heard this. One more thing. Ningtai added, Wang Hao has always lived in a civilian area, and he has been living in a slum before. I think that such a talent must move into a wealthy area. He is fully qualified. Qualified to become a member of the wealthy district. Not everyone can move into the wealthy district. But no one at the scene raised any objection to Ningtai's suggestion. Wang Hao is indeed fully qualified to move into a wealthy area. Okay. That's settled. I'll talk to him in person later, Wu Haomu said. Everyone nodded in agreement. As for the reward for Zhuang Shui, it cannot be less. Firstly, Zhuang Shui has brought glory to their Yinguang city. Secondly, Zhuang Shui is Zhuang Jian's daughter, so this honor must be given to Zhuang Jian. Therefore, the reward given to Zhuang Shui cannot be bad. On the other side, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shui returned to reality, and saw school leaders and teachers gathered around them. The entire class 12 was packed to the rafters. Bang bang bang. As soon as Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer appeared, warm applause broke out around them. Guanling took the lead in applauding. And Ding Yuning was so excited that tears filled her eyes. Happy! They are so happy! In the decades since No. 5 Middle School was founded, has it ever achieved such glorious results? Never had. Their school actually produced 2 geniuses, who could take the top 2 spots in the national rankings. This was something they never dared to think about before the college entrance examination. Guanling felt light and airy at this moment, and the smile on his face never disappeared. Chapter 168 Confession. Okay. Great. Guanling looked at Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer, the smile on his face getting brighter. Classmate Wang Hao and classmate Zhuang Shuer, you two are the pride of our school. Our No. 5 Middle School is proud to have you. Guanling said, at noon. The school organized a celebration banquet. By then, both of you will come. It is actually not uncommon to have a banquet after the college entrance examination. However, in the past, No. 5 Middle School would not do so because their scores in the college entrance examination were average in previous years, and they really had no shame in hosting a banquet. In Yingguang City, generally, only 1, 2 or 3 high schools will hold banquets after the college entrance examination. But this year is different. This year, their 5th middle school is the best high school in the entire Yingguang City, and even in the entire China. They are fully qualified to hold a banquet. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer readily accepted Guanling's invitation. After all, it was Guanling's kindness, and there was no need for them to refuse. Seeing Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer accepting the invitation, Guanling smiled even more happily. It wasn't until they arrived at the banquet that Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer realized how grand Guanling's banquet was. Attending the banquet were not only the leaders of No. 5 Middle School, but also the principals of other high schools in Silver Light City, including the principals of No. 1, 2, 3 and 3 high schools. In addition, Wu Haomu was also present. Guanling obviously regarded this banquet as an important social event. If it were before, he would not have dared and would not have invited so many distinguished guests. But it was different today. Today, even Wu Haomu and other leaders in the city also give him face. All this is naturally because of Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer. I thought about meeting you in the afternoon, but I didn't expect to meet you now. Wu Haomu said to Wang Hao with a smile. City Lord, are you going to give me a reward? Wang Hao said with a smile. Of course. Wu Haomu smiled and said. I prepared your reward. And of course, Xiao Shuer's. Xiao Shuer. Wang Hao glanced at Zhuang Shuer next to him suspiciously, secretly guessing the relationship between Wu Haomu and Zhuang Shuer. From Wu Haomu's address to Zhuang Shuer, it can be seen that these two people must know each other. To be able to know Wu Haomu, and to have Wu Haomu address him so affectionately, Zhuang Shuer's identity and background must be extraordinary. Xiao Shuer hasn't told you yet. Seeing Wang Hao's eyes, Wu Haomu seemed to understand something. Uncle Wu, Zhuang Shuer said coquettishly, there are many people waiting for you over there. Go quickly. Okay. Okay. Wu Haomu smiled and said, I was rude about this. You guys can talk. I'll go over first. Although today's banquet was organized by Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer, Wu Haomu is still the well-deserved protagonist. At least one of the protagonists. Therefore, he is the center of attention wherever he goes. The young man also wanted to take this opportunity to talk to him. Do you have anything to tell me? Wang Hao looked at Zhuang Shuer with a smile. Actually, I didn't mean to hide it from you, but I felt there was no need to tell it deliberately. Zhuang Shuer said, My father is Zhuang Jian, the commander of the 4th Army of Silver Light City. Wang Hao was shocked when he heard this. He had already guessed that Zhuang Shuer had an unusual background. Otherwise, he would not have been able to casually take out so many exchange points, let alone help him move into a wealthy area. But even if he was mentally prepared, he was still Zhuang Shuer's background shocked her. There are a total of 10 legions in Silver Light City. It can be said that each legion commander has a high position and is one of the most powerful people in the city. Zhuang Shuer's father is actually one of the legion commanders. Wang Hao is really surprised. Good guy. Do you want to scare people to death with your background? Wang Hao couldn't laugh or cry. Did it scare you? Zhuang Shuer said with a smile. I don't believe it. A little bit scared. Wang Hao said. But with such a background, why did you come to No. 5 Middle School? No. 5 Middle School in the ranking in Guangqing is not high. With Zhuang Shuer's background, it is absolutely no problem to go to the key class of No. 1 Middle School. I don't want to go to a place like No. 1, 2, and 3 middle school, Zhuang Shuer said. It's annoying. Although Zhuang Shuer didn't elaborate, Wang Hao could probably guess the reason. With Zhuang Shuer's background and appearance, there are bound to be many people around her. Zhuang Shuer must also know what kind of thoughts these people have. She hid because she was tired of dealing with those people. Come to know. 5 middle school. But even after he figured out the reason, Wang Hao was still surprised. When I first came to know 5 middle school, I hid my family information. Zhuang Shuer continued, so no one else in the school knew about my family background. With Zhuang Jian's strength, he forged information for Zhuang Shuer. It was easy to obtain family information without Zhuang Shuer taking the initiative to tell her. It was normal for people at the school not to know her family background. Wang Hao nodded and said with a smile, no wonder you were so confident that you could help me move into a wealthy area. You didn't agree? Zhuang Shuer rolled her eyes at Wang Hao and said, but even now, even if you can move into the rich area without my help. Although Zhuang Shuer didn't know Wu Haomiu's decision, she knew the importance of being the top scorer in the college entrance examination. As Wang Hao was the top scorer in the college entrance examination, she became a rich man. Obtaining the district residence qualification is very easy. Wang Hao did not refute. He and Zhuang Shuer had similar thoughts on this matter. Wang Hao. At this moment, Jiang Ji and Hong Lishan came over. Wang Hao. Congratulations. Jiang Ji and Hong Lishan congratulated Wang Hao with complicated expressions. They looked down on Wang Hao before, but now they realize that they are not even qualified to be Wang Hao's opponents. In this college entrance examination, Wang Hao made a blockbuster success and won the top prize in the country. Although they performed well, there is a gap between them and Wang Hao. It was really too big. It was not until this moment that they understood the gap between themselves and Wang Hao, and they were completely convinced by Wang Hao. Thank you. Wang Hao nodded in response. It is better to dissolve enemies than to make enemies. And there is no deep hatred between him and these two people. In this post-apocalyptic context, everyone's survival is a problem. And there is really no need to dwell on these trivial matters. Of course, if there is any grudge, Wang Hao will not pretend it does not exist. Seeing Wang Hao's positive response, Jiang Ji and Han Lishan were secretly relieved. With Wang Hao's current momentum, his future development is limitless. And he might become a big shot one day. If Wang Hao still remembers this grudge between him and them, they may have a difficult life in the future. This is also the reason why they took the initiative to congratulate Wang Hao and submit to him. Fortunately, Mr. Wang Hao is a large number and has no experience with him. Chapter 169 University Selection. Also seeing Wang Hao was Xiao Tianlei. Xiao Tianlei, Jiang Ji, Hong Lishing and others were also invited today. Needless to say, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer performed well in the college entrance examination. In addition to the two of them, Xiao Tianlei and others also performed well. Although they were not as dazzling as Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer, they still passed the exam and even passed the exam. It was an extraordinary performance. So they were also invited to today's celebration banquet. Of course, today's protagonists are definitely not them, but Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer. Xiao Tianlei had actually seen Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer a long time ago. But after hesitating for a while, he did not take the initiative to talk to them, and even gave in. He can't let go. Wang Hao naturally wouldn't care if Xiao Tianlei couldn't pass. To him, it didn't make any difference whether Xiao Tianlei couldn't pass. And the two of them might not have any intersection in the future. As the invited guests arrived one by one, today's celebration banquet officially began. The person who hosted the celebration banquet was a teacher from the school. And the first one to speak on stage was not Guanling, but Wu Haomiu. This is normal. Although it is Guanling who organized today's banquet, Wu Haomiu is the lord of Silver Light City. As long as he is around, others will have to move aside. Thank you, Principal Guan, for the invitation. I am very happy to be able to attend today's celebration banquet. Wu Haomiu stood on the stage and looked at everyone with a smile. Everyone should know the reason for today's celebration banquet. Having said this, Wu Haomiu looked at Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer and praised loudly. Amazing! We have two great talents in Yinguang City. They have taken the top 2 spots in the national rankings. This has never happened before. Honor! Classmates Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer. They are the pride of our Yinguang City, and the pride of our entire China. Of course, I have to praise Principal Guan for his academic ability. Under his management, the 5th middle school has become his grades have steadily improved, and he has become one of the most outstanding high schools in our Yinguang city. This year, 2 talented academic masters suddenly emerged, bringing glory to our Yinguang city and growing up. Wu Haomyo as the Lord of Silver Light City. He was naturally familiar with occasions like today, although he had not made any preparations in advance. After he got on the stage, he spoke non-stop without any pause. Not only did he praise Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer, he also praised No. 5 Middle School, Guanling, Ding Yuning and others. His speech was comprehensive. Judging from their expressions, the people present seemed to be fascinated by what they heard, and they would join in with applause from time to time. On the contrary, Wang Hao, who was one of the protagonists of today's banquet, was not thinking about this anymore. We're leaving town soon. This was decided before the college entrance examination. This time out of the city was different from last time. Last time, Wang Hao left in a hurry and came back in a hurry. He stayed outside the city for less than a day. But this time, if nothing else happens, he will stay outside the city for a while. The tasks assigned by Wu Haomyo cannot be completed in one day. At the same time, Wang Hao also wants to take a good look at the outside world, which will take time. Therefore, Wang Hao must be fully prepared when he leaves the city this time. There is no virtual exchange building outside the city, and there are no other survivors setting up stalls. Therefore, it is more difficult to replenish supplies outside the city. If he is not fully prepared, survival outside the city can be tough. It's a pity that the wormhole device maker has a distance limit. Otherwise, if you leave the exit at home and take the entrance with you, wouldn't it be easy to return to Silver Light City? Wang Hao thought to himself. The wormhole device maker is a good thing, but it has limitations on its use distance and cannot meet Wang Hao's needs. While Wang Hao was thinking about his own affairs, Wu Haomyo on the stage had already finished speaking, and then Guanling came on stage to speak. Wang Hao was not interested in the cliches in the first paragraph of Guanling, but he was interested in the second half of this paragraph. Rewarding students with outstanding performance attracted his attention. After discussion with the school leaders, it was unanimously decided to reward the students who performed well in the college entrance examination. Wang Hao immediately became energetic when he heard Guanling say this. Give Wang Hao a reward of 1,000 exchange points and 100,000 cash. Wang Hao didn't listen carefully to other people's rewards. He only focused on his own reward. 1,000 redemption points. 100,000 cash. This Guanling action is really generous. Wang Hao is very satisfied with the reward given by Guanling. Recently, he has retained several auxiliary functions, which has led to excessive consumption of redemption points. Now, with a reward of 1,000 redemption points, his account is full again. As for the 100,000 cash reward, it is also very important to Wang Hao. The little savings he and Su Guangyuan had before were almost used up after moving. Now life is a little tight. Wang Hao is in school and can only make money by working with Su Guangyuan. But Su Guangyuan only works part-time and doesn't earn much. Now that he has it, with this 100,000 yuan, he has a lot of money. And he also has money to buy supplies before leaving the city. The entire celebration banquet lasted for about 2 hours. After the celebration banquet, Wang Hao planned to take a good rest and then prepare to leave the city. But he was soon blocked by another group of people, directors of admissions offices of major universities in Silver Light City. There were even more people coming this time, including even deans of admissions offices from other urban universities. You must know that in the context of the apocalypse, communication between the two cities is very difficult, and the price paid is relatively high. People from universities and other cities can come to Silver City under such circumstances, and they are obviously very optimistic about Wang Hao. However, Wang Hao had already made his own decision about university. I choose University A. When Wang Hao officially made his decision, everyone present, except Zhu Sha, looked disappointed. Zhu Sha, on the other hand, had a happy face. While she was happy, she was also secretly relieved. If she was only competing with a few universities in Silver Light City, Zhu Sha would still be very confident. After all, University A was the best university in Silver Light City, and the conditions they offered Wang Hao were not bad. Wang Hao had no reason to give up on University A, large and choose other universities. However, when universities in other cities got involved, Zhu Sha was not so confident. After all, University A is only the largest university in Yinguang City, and it is by no means the best university in the entire China. There is more than one university in the entire China that is better than University A. Now, These universities also want to recruit Wang Hao. The attractiveness of it is greatly reduced. Fortunately, the final result was good. Wang Hao finally chose their university, which allowed Zhu Sha to successfully complete this most important task. Chapter 170 Generous Rewards. Welcome, classmate Wang Hao. When other admissions directors left in disappointment, Zhu Sha looked at Wang Hao with a bright face. If when she first met Wang Hao, Zhu Sha was just trying her best to fight for it. Then when the college entrance examination was over, she must recruit Wang Hao. This was given to her by the school leaders. A death order was given. Wang Hao is the first national champion in Silver City in more than 100 years, and he repeatedly broke records during the exam. If such a student cannot enter their university, it will definitely be a loss to their university. At the same time, it was also a huge blow. Thank you, Wang Hao said. The school will start in a month. Zhu Sha told Wang Hao, the school will provide all your daily necessities. Of course, if you are not used to them or don't like them, you can also buy them yourself. In addition, the school will give you a scholarship of 1,000 exchange points and 50,000 huaxia coins. In addition, all your college fees will be free. Student Wang Hao, do you have any other requirements? It can be said that in order to recruit Wang Hao, they showed a lot of sincerity this time. And even if Wang Hao had needs, they could satisfy them. Just to recruit the best college entrance examination student in Yingguang City for more than 100 years. Wang Hao shook his head and said, no, the school has made good arrangements. Zhu Sha nodded after hearing this. In fact, the school was also preparing to provide Wang Hao with a single dormitory. But thinking of the virtual battlefield after all, it's about cooperation. In the end of the world, teamwork is safer than fighting alone. They didn't take the initiative to propose this. But if Wang Hao brought it up, they could arrange it. Then I won't disturb Wang Hao. Zhu Sha smiled and said, I wish you a happy holiday. The college entrance examination is over. It is impossible for a university to recruit only Wang Hao this year. Therefore, Zhu Sha is recruiting the director of the office, has a lot of things to do next. And she even has to go to other cities to recruit students. So she is very busy now. After Zhu Sha left, Wang Hao went to the city lord's mansion. However, this time, he did not go alone, but was accompanied by someone. This person was Zhuang Shuer. Although Zhuang Shuer was not the #1 scholar, he actually did quite well in the exam. If Wang Hao hadn't existed, Zhuang Shuer would have been the one who broke the record in Yingguang City this year. After all, before this, no one in Yingguang City could, ranked among the top 10 in the country. Therefore, even if Zhuang Shuer didn't have Zhuang Jian's relationship, it was natural for him to be invited to the city lord's mansion. Look who's here. As soon as Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer entered the living room of the city lord's mansion, Wu Haomu smiled and said, here are our two great heroes of Silver Light City. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer were taking the college entrance examination. They have one glory and good looks for Yingguang City. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are the heroes of Yingguang City. Today, in addition to Wu Haomu, there are other prominent figures in Silver Light City. It can be said that the standards this time are quite high, which is enough to show how much Wu Haomu attaches great importance to Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer. Of course, it can also be seen that he is quite happy. Our Silver Light City is finally proud this time. Yang Lai said. Yes, these two children have given us a good face this time. Lu Yuan also said. Lao Shuang, you have given birth to a good daughter. Su Biao smiled. Everyone sighed and joked. And the smile on Zhuang Jian's face never disappeared. Afterwards, Wu Haomu and others encouraged Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer. And then came the reward section that Wang Hao valued most. 3,000 redemption points. 500,000 Chinese coins. Plus a house in a wealthy area. Hearing the reward given to him by Wu Haomu, Wang Hao couldn't help being shocked and surprised even though he was mentally prepared. He is truly worthy of being a city lord. So generous in his actions. 3,000 redemption points, which many people may not be able to earn even if they work in the virtual battlefield for a year. But now Wu Haomu easily used them to reward himself. With these 3,000 redemption points earned, Wang Hao earned 5,000 redemption points in various rewards during this college entrance examination, which is much faster than what he earned by fighting desperately in the virtual battlefield. With these 5,000 redemption points, Wang Hao is no longer short of redemption points. In addition, 500,000 Chinese coins is not a small amount. Although exchange points are more precious in the context of the apocalypse, this does not mean that huaxia coins are useless. In many places, they still have strong purchasing power. The exchange points are good, but many ordinary people may not be able to do so in a year, no matter how much they earn. For them, it is more practical to earn huaxia coins. As for the last reward, it surprised Wang Hao. A house in a wealthy area. The reward exchange points and huaxia coins were within Wang Hao's expectations. But Wu Haomu would reward him with real estate, which was beyond his expectation. Moreover, the real estate was not in slums or civilian areas, but in rich areas. This surprised Wang Hao even more. With this house, wouldn't you become a member of the rich area? You must know that no matter in which neighborhood, people without permanent residence qualifications cannot purchase real estate. In other words, if you own a property in this neighborhood, you are a resident of this neighborhood. Wu Haomian not only gave away a house, but also gave himself the status of a resident in a wealthy area. Wang Hao was naturally happy to be able to live in a wealthy area, but he would not abandon Su Guangyuan. So he immediately asked, "City Lord, can I bring other people to live in this house?" Wu Haomu, he was stunned for a moment and said, "You have a girlfriend?" When he asked this question, he glanced at Zhuang Shuer subconsciously. This little gesture happened to be seen by Zhuang Shuer, which immediately made her feel shy and embarrassed. However, I was also curious about Wang Hao's answer to this question. While curious, I was even more nervous. "No." Wang Hao shook his head simply. Hearing this, Zhuang Shuer felt relieved for some reason. In principle, there can only be one household in a property. Wu Haomu said, "I know your situation. Both parents are dead. You have no parents. You are not married. And you don't have a girlfriend. Who do you want to bring to live with you?" "Go in?" "A friend of mine," Wang Hao said. "A good friend since childhood." Wu Haomu frowned slightly, twitched, and said, "I really want to promise you. But rules are rules. If I do it for you, if you break this rule, others may follow suit in the future. And in that case, there may be trouble in the management of the wealthy area." Although he was mentally prepared, Wu Haomu's answer still disappointed Wang Hao. But, just when Wang Hao was disappointed, Wu Haomu spoke again. Chapter 171 I'm going to. However, if you can complete the task I gave you, I can reward you with another house. Wu Haomu said to Wang Hao with a smile. As for whether you will live in the house yourself or give it to someone, it is completely it's up to you. Wang Hao's eyes lit up when he heard this. Of course he knew that the mission mentioned by Wu Haomu was to go out of the city to investigate. This matter was already in his plan. Wu Haomu's current promise was an unexpected surprise for him. "Thank you, Lord City Lord." Wang Hao quickly thanked him. It is not easy to obtain the qualification to live in a wealthy area. Rental of houses is not even allowed here. Therefore, the only way to obtain the permanent residence qualification in a wealthy area is to buy real estate here. However, it is not just a matter of buying a property in a wealthy area. There are many restrictions. And it is not just a matter of having money. Don't thank me in a hurry. Whether you can get the prescription depends on your own ability. Wu Haomu said to Wang Haomiao. Wang Hao nodded. "Uncle Wu, what mission did you give Wang Hao?" Zhuang Shuer asked curiously. Everyone present knew her identity, so no one thought there was anything wrong with her question. Zhuang Shuer naturally knew how valuable the residence qualification in a wealthy area was, and Wu Haomiao actually used it as a reward. This shows that the task Wu Haomiao gave Wang Hao was by no means simple. "Didn't classmate Wang Hao mention it to you?" Wu Haomiao said with a smile. Zhuang Shuer shook his head. "Then I won't be that evil person. You can ask him yourself later," Wu Haomiao said. Zhuang Shuer pouted, obviously not satisfied with this answer. Afterwards, several legion commanders chatted with Wang Hao respectively, and their implicit meaning was that they wanted to recruit Wang Hao. However, Wang Hao obviously hadn't made up his mind about this matter yet, and wanted to wait. Although the commanders of the major armies were disappointed, they did not force it. "What mission did Uncle Wu give you?" Zhuang Shuer couldn't wait to ask Wang Hao after leaving the city lord's mansion. "Do you still remember the time when mutant beasts and zombies attacked the city?" Wang Hao said. "Of course I remember. It wasn't long ago," Zhuang Shuer said. She was stunned and said, "Could it be that your mission is related to this matter?" Wang Hao nodded and said, "City Lord Wu also feels this matter. There is something fishy. And you want me to go out of the city to investigate. You can't go." As soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, Zhuang Shuer immediately stopped him and said, "Do you know how dangerous it is for people who hang out outside the city all year round? People like you can't guarantee that you will live to see the sun the next day. You have just turned 18, and have just entered the virtual battlefield not long ago. Although you did well in the college entrance examination this time, compared to the variation outside the city beasts and zombies, you are still too weak to do this task. At this point, Zhuang Shuer turned around and was about to go back. No. I have to talk to Uncle Wu. You can't go about this. Wang Hao grabbed Zhuang Shuer and said with a smile, I have considered this matter. To tell you the truth, even without this task, I originally planned to take the college entrance examination. After that, I went out to do this mission. Don't you know the dangers outside the city? Zhuang Shuer frowned and said, Don't mention you. It's just those masters above the platinum level. I dare not say that I can escape unscathed. Of course I know, Wang Hao said, but I have my own plan. Trust me, nothing will happen. Zhuang Shuer looked at Wang Hao's confident expression and thought of his performance on the virtual battlefield. She had more confidence in Wang Hao. Based on her understanding of Wang Hao was indeed not a person who liked to mess around. Since he decided to leave the city, he must have made complete preparations. I'll go with you, Zhuang Shuer said. No. Wang Hao immediately stopped him. It's fine if I go alone. So don't join in the fun. Are you afraid that I will become a burden to you? Zhuang Shuer said dissatisfied. I am the one who took the college entrance examination this time. The second place is just a little bit worse than you. Don't look down on others. I'm not looking down on you, Wang Hao said quickly. It's just that it's too dangerous outside the city, and anything could happen. It's easier for me to deal with any dangers alone. Many of Wang Hao's life-saving methods are shady, and Zhuang Shuer following him will only make him shrink back, which will be detrimental to him. It's better to look down on people. Zhuang Shuer curled her lips. Wang Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, I went out of the city this time just to investigate and take a look at the outside world. I did not go to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. It is not good to have too many people. Let's go out of the city together when we have the opportunity in the future. After thinking about it, Zhuang Shuer nodded and said, Okay. Zhuang Shuer was indeed a little impulsive just now. After calming down, she also figured out that her strength was indeed far inferior to Wang Hao. So she followed Wang Hao out of the city. May not be able to provide any help to Wang Hao, but will drag Wang Hao down. But she obviously would not give up. She secretly decided in her heart that she would train hard and work hard to improve herself so that one day she would be qualified to be Wang Hao's real-life teammate, and Wang Hao would willingly take her out of the city with him. Seeing Zhuang Shuer compromise, Wang Hao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Zhuang Shuer insisted on going. In that case, not only would his performance be hindered, but if Zhuang Shuer had any shortcomings, Zhuang Jian would never let him go. Later, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer went to the market together to make purchases for Wang Hao. Wang Hao now has many exchange points and huaxia coins, so there is no pressure to purchase. This is not the time to worry about money. The more prepared you are before leaving the city, the safer you will be after leaving the city. Zhuang Shuer brought a surprise to Wang Hao. It's for you. When the two of them were about shopping, a man who looked like a soldier brought a backpack to Zhuang Shuer. After Zhuang Shuer took it, he gave it to Wang Hao. What? Level 3 bag. Zhuang Shuer said, the larger the backpack space, the more things you can take out of the city, and the more secure you are. Wang Hao nodded in agreement and smiled. Then I won't be polite to you. I'll pay you back when I come back. Wang Hao actually always wanted to buy a third-level package. It didn't matter before. He was always in the city, and the second-level package was completely enough. But now it's different. We are about to leave the city. Naturally, the third-level package is better. However, this thing is very precious and rare. Wang Hao has been shopping for a long time and has never seen it. There is one in the virtual mall building. However, Wang Hao's current rank, it was obviously not enough, and he had no chance to buy it. Unexpectedly, Zhuang Shuer gave him one as a gift. It's just a third-level bag. You can keep it for use. Zhuang Shuer waved his hand casually. For a Legion commander's daughter, the third-level bag is indeed not a unique treasure. Chapter 172, leaving the city again. Early the next morning, Wang Hao left the city carrying a fully loaded third-level bag. The level 3 bag contains bandages, medicine packs, painkillers, smoke bombs, grenades, bullets, wormhole device makers, compressed biscuits, mineral water, and other items. He is wearing a bulletproof vest, level 3 armor, and a ghillie suit, wearing a level 3 helmet on his head, power boots on his feet, an M416 on his shoulder, a Desert Eagle, and a dagger on his waist. Wang Hao was fully armed when he went out of the city this time. Not only did he bring all the treasures he had obtained on the virtual battlefield before, but he also purchased a lot of supplies. Of course, treasures such as level 3 armor and level 3 helmets were rare in the market, are all gifts from Zhuang Shuer. Wang Hao checked his personal information while walking. Compared with before, his personal information has changed dramatically. Name, Wang Hao. Age, 18 years old. Address, District 1, Huaxia, Yinguang City. Rank, Solo Row, Unyielding Silver 5, 1778. Duo Row, Unyielding Silver 5, 1745. Fourth Row, Unyielding Silver 5, 1721. Redemption points, 6635. Team affiliation, Non-Legion. No auxiliary function. Stealth, level 1. Perspective, level 1. Eagle Eye, level 1. Clone, level 1. Self-aiming, level 1. Unconventional reward, level 1. Designated tracking, level 1. After leaving the city lord's mansion yesterday, Wang Hao went to see the house that Wu Haomiao gave him. It had 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, about 140 square meters. Wang Hao was quite satisfied. What's even more rare is that this house is still in the first floor of Yinguang City District, only a 5-minute walk from the virtual mall building. The wealthy area of Yinguang City includes 3 blocks, 1, 2, and 3. The smaller the number, the closer the location is to the city center, and the more prosperous it is. Wang Hao originally thought that the house Wu Haomiao gave him was in District 3. But he never thought that the house Wu Haomiao gave him would be in District 3. It is actually in the most prosperous district, which shows that Wu Haomiao is indeed very generous this time. In addition to the change of address, Wang Hao has also officially reached the silver rank. You must know that he has just turned 18. And he has reached the silver rank so quickly. The point growth rate is quite astonishing. As for the redemption points, during the college entrance examination, he kept the auxiliary functions one after another, and almost consumed the redemption points he had accumulated before. However, after the college entrance examination, various rewards made his redemption points exceed 6,000 in one fell swoop, and he once again became the abundant. Finally, there are the auxiliary functions that Wang Hao is most concerned about. He now has as many as 7 permanent auxiliary functions. Although the level of these auxiliary functions is only 1 level, the 7 auxiliary functions can already make a qualitative change in Wang Hao's strength, which is why he dares to go out of the city alone. Except for the auxiliary function unconventional rewards, which has no real-life effect. Other auxiliary functions not only have effects on the virtual battlefield, but also suddenly become effective in reality. This is his biggest trump card. Wang Hao did not go out of the city on foot this time, but drove a trampoline. He did not intend to stay outside the city for only 1 day this time. He wanted to see further places. It was obviously not possible to rely on his legs alone. After leaving the city, Wang Hao stepped on the accelerator and saw many survivors leaving the city along the way. Since the mutated beasts and zombies retreated, major cities in China have reopened their city gates. And the same has naturally happened in Silver Light City. As a result, the survivors who like adventure and are forced by life have left the city again, leading to survivors in the wild. The number of them increased greatly. Of course, most of these survivors only move around the city. In this case, if they encounter danger, it is convenient to seek help and escape, and only a few will stay away from the city. And Wang Hao is obviously one of them. After leaving the city, Wang Hao's first stop was the valley where a large number of mutant beasts and zombies had been found. He had not forgotten the mission assigned by Wu Haomiao. Just yesterday, the city lord's palace officially announced this bounty mission. This may be one of the reasons why there were so many survivors leaving the city today. Everyone left? Wang Hao stopped the car and came to the valley, frowning slightly as he looked at the mess on the ground. This was actually expected. Wu Haomiao also knew the location of this valley. After the mutant beasts and zombies retreated on their own initiative, it was impossible for him not to send someone to check. If the mutant beasts and zombies were still here, then he would not. A new bounty needs to be released. Wang Hao simply calmed down and got in the car again and started off. As a result, until evening approached, Wang Hao didn't notice anything. Instead, he encountered a few lone mutant beasts on the road. Wang Hao drove around without any intention of getting entangled with them. Wang Hao took a look at the sun that was about to set, and decided to find a place to rest before continuing on his way tomorrow. This is Wang Hao's first time to spend the night in the wild. The wild at night is very dangerous. No one knows what is in the dark. Although it is Wang Hao's first time to spend the night in the wild, he has heard other people say it more than once before. Dangers of the wild. Wang Hao originally wanted to find a building to spend the night, but unfortunately, he couldn't find it. In the end, he parked his car under a big tree with 5 or 6 people hugging each other, and prepared to spend the night in the tree. The wild has been occupied by mutated beasts and zombies over the years, so the environment has not been damaged much. There are still quite a few big trees like this that can be hugged by several people. After parking the car, Wang Hao used his power boots to easily jump onto a tree branch. Then, he waited for the quiet time of the power boots to end and used them again. Repeatedly, he easily climbed up to a high place. These trees are all lush and leafy, and it is almost difficult for people below to see from the branches above. Wang Hao also used this method to avoid the pursuit of mutant beasts and zombies last time he went out of the city. Wang Hao found a suitable place to sit down, and then took out a few steamed buns and mineral water from his backpack. While eating, he observed the surrounding situation. Although the sky is getting dark and there are branches and leaves blocking the surroundings, this does not affect Wang Hao's observation of the surrounding environment at all. Under the see-through function, everything around him is invisible in front of his eyes. It's safe for now, Wang Hao muttered softly, chewing the steamed bun in his mouth. After simply eating something, Wang Hao entered the virtual battlefield. None of his 3 games today have been played yet. There are no time and location restrictions to enter the virtual battlefield. Even in the wild, Wang Hao has been on the road during the day and has no time to enter the virtual battlefield. Now that he has free time, he naturally wants to play games. It took Wang Hao more than an hour to play the 3 games, because his intimacy with Zhuang Xuer had not yet reached 50. He could not form a team in another place. Therefore, Wang Hao's double and 4-row teams today were randomly formed. In the 3 games, only the single row succeeded in winning the chicken, while the double row and the 4 rows failed to survive to the end. The gains in the virtual battlefield were less than before. Chapter 173: Encountering Robbers on the Road. Early the next morning, when the sun rose, Wang Hao woke up from his dream. After eating something simple, Wang Hao got down from the tree, got into the car, and continued to move forward. In this way, Wang Hao wandered aimlessly in the wild for 3 days. At this time, he was already far away from the boundaries of Silver Light City. The number of zombies and mutant beasts in the wild has obviously increased, but compared with the previous situation where tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands gathered together, there is a huge gap. Is it possible? The mutated beasts and zombies have really dispersed? Wang Hao muttered while driving. This is not impossible. After all, both he and Wu Haomu only suspected that there was something fishy in the last active evacuation of mutant beasts and zombies. But there was no evidence. Help! Just when Wang Hao was muttering to himself, he saw a woman suddenly running in front of him. The woman was in ragged clothes, unkempt, and in a miserable state. Behind her, there were several zombies following closely. This is not the first time Wang Hao has met a survivor in the wild, but in the past, he has always avoided them. This time, the other party happened to meet him head-on. He was just thinking about something, and did not pay attention to avoid it until he got closer. Just discovered. Wang Hao stopped the car subconsciously. When the woman saw Wang Hao, she ran towards Wang Hao as if she had seen a savior. Help! Help me! The woman shouted for help. At this time, Wang Hao had already gotten out of the car, took off his gun, and pointed the gun at the zombie behind the woman. However, just when Wang Hao was about to shoot, he suddenly saw several people hiding in the grass on both sides of the road. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed. Something's wrong. It was impossible for those people not to hear the woman's cry for help. Even if they refused to save her, they could not react at all. After all, there were zombies following the woman. Even if they did not want to save the woman, they could not be indifferent to the zombies. After all, zombies have a very keen sense of smell and may not be able to detect them. Help me! Help me! Just when Wang Hao was thinking about the strangeness of this, the woman screamed again, her dirty face full of fear. Because she was too panicked, she mixed garlic under her feet and fell to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing that the zombies were about to catch up with the woman, Wang Hao stopped thinking about anything else and pulled the trigger. The bullets flew towards the zombies at high speed. Phew! Phew! The bullets hit the zombies. Their bodies were staggered and their feet slowed down a lot. But they did not fall down. This is not the first time Wang Hao has encountered zombies, and he also knows something about zombies. Zombies are dead humans. Bullets or knives can hurt them. but it is difficult to kill them. They have no pain. Even if their arms or legs are broken, it will not cause them any pain, let alone it is possible to kill them. If you want to kill them, you can only blow their heads or blow up their bodies. Low-level zombies move slowly and have average lethality. The zombies in front of them are obviously not high-level. Otherwise, this woman would not be alive until now. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots continued to sound. And this time Wang Hao aimed at their heads. As their heads were blown off one by one, these zombies completely lost their threat. Wang Hao was just about to ask about the woman's situation, and then take her away immediately. But he saw the people hiding on both sides of the road had come out of their hiding places, with malicious looks on their faces. Wang Hao immediately looked at them warily. Brother, your shooting skills are good. The young man in the lead smiled and whistled at Wang Hao and said, keep everything on you. You can go. Sure enough, the person who came here is ill-intentioned. Wang Hao looked at the 6 or 7 guns. The black muzzles pointed at him, feeling somewhat nervous in his heart. This is reality, not a virtual battlefield. Death here is death in the true sense. Although he came to this world in confusion, after adapting to it, Wang Hao didn't want to just explain it like this. However, Wang Hao had a lot of good things in his backpack. So how could he be willing to give up like this? What are you still doing? Hurry up. Seeing that Wang Hao didn't move, the big man next to the young man urged impatiently. Little brother, don't be so kind in the future. That's not good. Giggle. The woman who was in a panic before was now smiling extremely brightly. The future? Where did he come from? Ha ha ha. Another young man laughed wildly. Mutated beasts and zombies are everywhere in this wilderness. Although they don't directly kill Wang Hao, taking away all Wang Hao's things is the same as killing him. Just when several people were waiting for Wang Hao to submit obediently, they saw a smile suddenly appear on Wang Hao's face. Several people suddenly realized that Wang Hao had been frightened, and he was still laughing at this moment. But soon, their eyes widened in shock. I saw 3 identical people suddenly appeared around Wang Hao. Wang Hao changed from 1 to 4. What's going on? This was not the first time that several people had blocked the road and robbed someone. But this was definitely the first time they had encountered this situation. They even thought they were hallucinating. Bang, bang, bang. While they were stunned, the 3 clones fired at the same time. As for Wang Hao himself, he immediately activated the stealth auxiliary function. Only then did the robbers react and immediately fought back, fighting with the 3 clones. The distance between the 2 parties was too close, and it was almost impossible to avoid them. Therefore, the 3 clones quickly fell to the ground. However, most of the robbers also fell, and only 3 of them were still standing. Hack! What's going on? Where did these people come from? One of the robbers, who was still standing, looked at the 3 identical corpses on the ground, with a look of shock and annoyance on his face. Them? Duh. Just as the other man was about to speak, gunfire rang out again. Before the 3 of them could even react, they were all knocked to the ground. It wasn't until everyone fell to the ground that Wang Hao walked out of the grass nearby and walked towards the robbers expressionlessly. Although the robbers all fell to the ground, not all of them died. Some of them were wailing. When they saw Wang Hao appear, they all showed expressions of horror and disbelief. Duh. Wang Hao fired again with a gloomy face, killing the robbers, who had not yet died one by one. Please let me go. The woman who had asked for help before was now seriously injured. When she saw Wang Hao walking towards her, she begged. However, what she received in response was a hail of bullets, which also ended her life completely. Call. After confirming that all the robbers had died, Wang Hao let out a heavy breath, and the expression on his face became slightly relaxed. Chapter 174 Clues. So close. Wang Hao looked at the corpses on the ground and felt scared. If I didn't have the auxiliary functions of clone and invisibility, I'm afraid I would have to explain it here today. In this wilderness, I had nothing to eat, drink, and no gun. I was basically sentenced to death. The robbers seemed kind enough to let me live, but in fact they just wanted to let me experience despair and then die. Judging from the skilled cooperation of these people, it is definitely not the first time they have done this kind of thing. While Wang Hao was cleaning the scene, he reflected secretly, I have long known that in the context of the apocalypse, the ugly side of human nature will be infinitely magnified, and I should always be vigilant. However, I still failed today. After all, I still lacked enough vigilance. Looking back, thinking about it, a man suddenly ran out in the wilderness. Women are not normal in the first place. It was just that I was thinking about other things at the time and didn't think about it carefully. So I was fooled. Of course, Wang Hao was not completely without gains from this battle. He had a clearer understanding of his auxiliary functions. What surprised Wang Hao was that the auxiliary function of clone could not only assist himself, but also copy the weapons and equipment on his body. Therefore, when the 3 clones appeared, they were all fully armed. Secondly, the stealth function is also very effective in actual combat. If he had not been stealth just now, he would have been shot to death at such a close distance. No matter how flexible he was, he would still be unable to avoid it. The last one is self-aiming. The effect of this auxiliary function is also significant. The fact that I was able to hit the target with my gun in the end has nothing to do with this auxiliary function. It seems that it is right and necessary to retain more auxiliary functions. Wang Hao muttered. These people were obviously habitual offenders. Wang Hao found a lot of equipment and food from their backpacks, some of which even had obvious blood stains. It seemed that many people had died directly or indirectly at their hands before. However, it is now easier for Wang Hao. Wang Hao has consumed a lot of food and water in the past few days, and now it is time to replenish it. To Wang Hao's surprise, he found a treasure among the clutter, an emergency call device. This thing is somewhat useless on the virtual battlefield. Many people won't pick it up even if they see it, because there are many ways to enter the circle. You don't have to use it, and this thing takes up a lot of space. So, many people don't pick it up even if they see it. But in reality, this is a treasure. Just imagine. You are surrounded by a group of mutant beasts and zombies. How do you escape? Is it safer to fight your way out of the siege, or to fly away with an emergency call device? Obviously the latter. At critical moments, this is definitely a life-saving weapon. I don't know which unlucky guy it belongs to, but now it's easier for me. Teacher Wang Hao put it into his backpack without politeness. After that, Wang Hao checked the scene again and determined that there was nothing good, then got in the car and left. This time, Wang Hao increased his vigilance and paid attention to the surrounding situation at all times. With a perspective auxiliary function, all surrounding creatures were invisible to him. Unfortunately, Wang Hao never made any big discoveries. However, he has a better understanding of the wild environment. The wild world is now completely dominated by mutant beasts and zombies. Although he has encountered human survivors more than once, there is a big gap between their numbers and mutant beasts and zombies. At the same time, due to the complete shutdown of industry, there are very few people in the wild. Therefore, the air and ecological environment in the wild are very good. Big trees with several people hugging them can be seen everywhere. And the river water is also extremely clean. Of course, Wang Hao didn't know whether the seemingly clean water was contaminated by mutant beasts and zombies, and he didn't dare to drink it. As we get further and further away from the city, there are more and more mutant beasts and zombies, and the density is getting higher and higher. But it is not like the kind of gathering that I saw in that valley before. However, on the 6th day after Wang Hao left the city, he finally made a discovery. On this day, Wang Hao, who was driving, saw many mutant beasts and zombies moving in the same direction. This is strange. Generally speaking, when no human survivors are found, mutant beasts and zombies basically remain stationary or move slowly. It is very rare to see groups of people moving in the same direction like this. Wang Hao suddenly became energetic, and he quickly drove to follow. However, the longer he followed, the more mutant beasts and zombies he saw. Although the bouncy car was good, it made too much noise when driving. This sound could easily attract the attention of mutant beasts and zombies. Therefore, Wang Hao was forced to abandon the tram and hike instead. With the help of external forces such as invisibility, clairvoyance, and power boots, Wang Hao followed the army of mutant beasts and zombies without any danger. About half a day later, Wang Hao saw the outline of a city from a distance. The land of China has a vast territory, and it has by no means only 9 cities. The 9 cities mentioned by the survivors are the largest cities in China, and have virtual mall buildings. In addition, on the land of China, there are some small and medium-sized cities, villages and towns, etc. Wang Hao has seen many villages and towns in the past few days. However, these villages and towns are either occupied by mutant beasts and zombies, or they are completely deserted. As for the city, Wang Hao saw it for the first time. So many mutant beasts and zombies? Wang Hao stood on the trunk of a big tree, observing the city not far away through the gaps between the branches and leaves. Could it be that the zombies and mutants evacuated from Silver Light City are all the beasts gathered here? The more Wang Hao thought about it, the more likely he felt that this was possible. At first, the mutant beasts and zombies on the outskirts of major cities were not defeated, but retreated on their own initiative. Although many of them were killed by the defenders of various cities during the siege, the main force was still there, and most of them where he was evacuated. But in the city in front of him, there was a steady stream of mutant beasts and zombies entering the city. Wang Hao even saw mutant beasts and zombies patrolling. This discovery almost shocked Wang Hao's eyes. Since time traveling, he has also heard a lot of information about mutant beasts and zombies. Although most of this information describes how ferocious mutant beasts and zombies are, it also mentions some of the weaknesses of these mutant beasts and zombies, such as no thinking ability. But the facts he saw with his own eyes told him time and time again, mutated beasts and zombies are not without intelligence and cannot think. At least, some of them are intelligent. The previous siege reflected this. Now, the scene of the city in front of us also proves this point. Chapter 175 Chance Encounter. Mutated beasts and zombies are already very powerful, but now they seem to have made a breakthrough in terms of IQ. This is definitely not good news for human survivors. However, not all mutant beasts and zombies should have made breakthroughs in this regard. Wang Hao encountered many mutant beasts and zombies along the way, and they were still as dull as other survivors described. Perhaps, only some high-level mutant beasts and zombies have opened their spiritual intelligence. However, this is still not good news. Wang Hao is going to take a look inside the city. There may be the answer he wants there. However, Wang Hao was not in a hurry to act. Although mutant beasts and zombies have stronger sense of smell than sight, it does not mean that they are all blind. They can also see Wang Hao when he appears in front of them openly. Operating at night is undoubtedly a safer decision. Wang Hao waited patiently. Although there were mutant beasts and zombies passing by from time to time, the tree he was in was extremely lush. And with the auspicious suit on him, Wang Hao was always safe. That's almost it. Wang Hao looked up at the not too bright moon in the sky and muttered to himself. Wang Hao jumped down from the tree and walked quietly towards the city. Although the surrounding light is dim, with the auxiliary function of see-through, Wang Hao's field of vision is hardly affected. To Wang Hao's surprise, the auspicious suit he was wearing had turned into a night suit, blending him with the darkness. The closer he got to the city wall, the more mutated beasts and zombies there were. With the help of clairvoyance and ghillie suits, Wang Hao entered the city without any danger. There are still mutant beasts and zombies patrolling the city, and there are more of them. The entire city seems to be occupied by mutant beasts and zombies. This is a city that truly belongs to mutant beasts and zombies. There are no traces of humans here, only endless mutant beasts and zombies. Wang Hao became more and more frightened as he walked. There were countless mutant beasts and zombies everywhere on the streets, in shops, and in houses. Perhaps because no humans were found, these mutated beasts and zombies were relatively quiet. Most of them stood still, looking no different from statues from a distance. Wang Hao walked and took pictures at the same time. The night gave him the best protection. Just when Wang Hao was glad that he had a safe journey, gunfire suddenly came from the front. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, and then his expression changed drastically. Sure enough, the mutated beasts and zombies that were originally like statues seemed to have been turned on when they heard the gunshots. They were resurrected from a static state one by one, with ferocious expressions, and moved quickly or slowly towards the direction of the gunshots. Go! At this time, Wang Hao had already used his power boots to jump to the roof, taking advantage of his height to look down. Soon, a group of people appeared in Wang Hao's field of vision. There were about 6 or 7 people in this group. All of them were strong, well-armed, and exuded a strong aura. However, they are now in a state of embarrassment. The gunfire has completely exposed them, surrounded by zombies and mutated beasts. They are like a small boat in the sea, which may capsize at any time. Wang Hao lay on the roof and watched quietly, with no intention of helping. He is not familiar with these people. What's more, there are too many zombies and mutated beasts down there. Even if he tries to save them, he may not be able to save them, and he may even get caught in them. However, the appearance of these people also made Wang Hao realize that he was not the only one who discovered this zombie city. There might be other human survivors in this city. As for their appearance here, it was purely taking risks, or accepting bounty missions like myself. That's not clear. Boom! At this time, Wang Hao suddenly heard the sound of slight footsteps. Wang Hao's face tightened and his whole body became tense. In such an environment, It is not a good thing whether you encounter mutant beasts and zombies, or encounter human survivors. Wang Hao slowly looked towards the direction where the sound came from, and saw a figure wearing light armor approaching quietly. With the help of the faint light and the eagle eye auxiliary function, Wang Hao could roughly see the appearance of the person coming. This is a woman. She has perfect body curves, neat short hair, and a cold and delicate face. However, this woman obviously did not notice Wang Hao, who was so close. Her attention was on the street downstairs. The concealment ability brought by the ghillie suit has made Wang Hao blend into the surroundings. It is indeed difficult to spot him without looking carefully. Seeing the woman slowly walking towards him, and soon stepping on him, Wang Hao had to take action. Wang Hao didn't have any ill intentions. He was afraid that the other party would suddenly find a person lying here later, and scream in fright to attract the attention of the mutant beasts and zombies downstairs. In that case, they would be in trouble. Therefore, he planned to control this person first. Woman, keep her quiet. Wang Hao stood up quickly and pounced on the woman like an eagle. The woman was obviously unprepared, but by the time she realized it, she was already tightly controlled by Wang Hao. However, just when Wang Hao was about to warn the other party not to make a sound, the woman suddenly exerted force, knocking Wang Hao over with huge force. And at the same time, her legs locked tightly around Wang Hao's neck. Wang Hao was shocked. He obviously didn't expect this woman to be so tough and powerful. However, after all, he had used genetic medicine, and his strength had been greatly enhanced. He had just underestimated the strength of this woman when she was overthrown. She was not completely defenseless, so he immediately resisted. Ho ho ho! The movement here attracted the attention of the mutant beasts and zombies downstairs. Some mutant beasts and zombies were already heading towards the two of them. Wang Hao and the woman changed color almost at the same time. Let go, or we will both die here, Wang Hao said lowly and urgently. The woman obviously knew their current situation and whispered, let go first. Let's go together. Okay. The two of them let go almost at the same time and stood up immediately. At this time, some mutant beasts and zombies were already coming upstairs. Wang Hao immediately started his power boots and jumped towards the roof next to him. Just as Wang Hao jumped, the woman also took off almost at the same time. She also has power boots. The two drew an arc in the air and landed steadily on the roof of the house next to them. After landing, the two of them did not dare to delay at all and immediately went downstairs to escape. Soon, the two escaped from the sight of the mutant beasts and zombies. The gunshots from the previous group of people were still ringing out, but they were much sparser than before. At this time, Wang Hao and the woman were in a house, about 3 meters apart, and each looked at the other cautiously. Chapter 176 Meeting Again. Who are you? Who are you? The two spoke almost at the same time. Wang Hao. Sun Yadong. The two spoke almost at the same time again. Although there is such a tacit understanding, the vigilance in the eyes of the two people has not diminished at all. However, both of them were very restrained and did not take any further action. Mutated beasts and zombies often pass by outside the house. Once they took action, they were likely to attract mutant beasts and zombies again. Just now, I didn't mean any harm. Although he didn't intend to have a close relationship with the other party. Wang Hao thought it would be better to explain, I was afraid that you would suddenly find me screaming, and I was going to control you first. But unexpectedly it ended up like what happened later. The hostility in Sun Yadong's eyes diminished slightly. Naturally, she would not believe someone just because of his one-sided words. However, under the circumstances, if Wang Hao really wanted to kill her, it would be very easy for him to just shoot or use a dagger instead of unarmed. Obviously, Wang Hao was not looking for excuses to deceive her. Sun Yadong was secretly annoyed as to why she was so careless at that time, and did not notice Wang Hao, who was so close at hand. Wang Hao also noticed the change in Sun Yadong's eyes, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Under the current circumstances, it is really inappropriate for the two of them to take action. Not to mention that Sun Yadong's strength is not weak. Are you alone? Wang Hao was about to say something to lighten the atmosphere. However, Sun Yadong seemed to have not heard his words, and turned a deaf ear to his words. Sun Yadong came to the window, and carefully observed the situation outside the house. Wang Hao felt bored and said no more. In the context of the apocalypse, unless they are acquaintances, strangers are basically wary of each other, especially in the wild. Human survivors encountered in the wild may not be kinder than mutant beasts and zombies. Since Sun Yadong didn't want to say anything, Wang Hao naturally wouldn't continue to pester her, as if she was sure that the outside of the house was safe. Sun Yadong opened the window and climbed out flexibly, without saying a word to Wang Hao from beginning to end. After Sun Yadong left, Wang Hao did not stay in the house for long. He also left the house. When he left the house, Sun Yadong was nowhere to be seen. Wang Hao didn't care. After observing the surrounding environment, he headed towards the city center. Wang Hao came here to investigate the news. This city is obviously abnormal. There are too many mutant beasts and zombies, and they are quite disciplined. There must be a reason for them to gather here. But what is the reason? Wang Hao didn't know whether the task assigned to him by Wu Haomiao had anything to do with it. Wang Hao was thinking as he walked. Suddenly, after passing a corner, he stopped, with a look of horror on his face, in the square in front of him. There were countless mutant beasts and zombies standing densely. They were standing there like soldiers in the army. This scene seemed familiar. The scene in the valley was like this before. However, the number of zombies and mutated beasts in front of us is greater than that in the valley. Coupled with the mutated beasts and zombies patrolling inside and outside the city, the number of zombies in this zombie city is simply staggering. Wang Hao had a vague guess in his mind. It was the zombies and mutant beasts that retreated on their own initiative. It was not that they could not defeat the city defenders, but that they were accumulating more power. They may be training troops. Although this sounds unbelievable, it seems to be the case. So next time, when faced with a larger number and stronger mutant beasts and zombies attacking the city, will the human survivors be able to hold on? Wang Hao felt a little heavy. He is now also one of the human survivors. The human survivors have been severely damaged. Even if he has auxiliary functions to help him, it is difficult to survive alone. Wang Hao quietly bypassed these dense mutant beasts and zombies and continued forward. He was curious about what he could find ahead. Just about 10 minutes after Wang Hao left, dull gunshots suddenly rang out, and Wang Hao's nerves instantly became tense. This city is really lively today, Wang Hao said to himself as he found a place to hide. Obviously, he is not the only survivor who appeared in the city tonight. Wang Hao still doesn't know why they came, and he doesn't want to get too involved with the survivors. The best? Soon, the sound of messy footsteps came, and Wang Hao suddenly saw a familiar figure, Sun Yadong. This girl was no longer as cold as before, but rather embarrassed. A group of mutant beasts and zombies were chasing behind her, and there were more mutant beasts and zombies chasing her around. This is actually normal. There are too many mutant beasts and zombies in this city. Wang Hao has invisibility and clairvoyance, as well as the help of auspicious suits, so that he can travel smoothly without any danger. But Sun Yadong does not have those things. She is just an ordinary survivor, maybe with some skills. But in this city full of mutant beasts and zombies, she is at risk of being exposed at any time. Now, the mutant beasts and zombies have undoubtedly discovered her whereabouts. Wang Hao didn't want to meddle in other people's business. The two had no friendship and even had some misunderstandings. But he saw Sun Yadong running towards the place where he was hiding. Wang Hao was speechless for a moment. Of course he knew that Sun Yadong didn't do it on purpose. After all, he had always hidden himself very well. It was obviously impossible for Sun Yadong to find him when he was running away. All of this was just a coincidence. However, this is too coincidental. Wang Hao smiled bitterly. But the movements of his hands were not slow. Wang Hao picked up his gun and shot wildly at the zombies and mutant beasts chasing Sun Yadong. The mutant beasts and zombies were beaten up and down one by Wang Hao. The sudden sound of gunshots startled Sun Yadong, and seeing Wang Hao's face made her even more surprised. However, she was obviously not thinking about those things now. She took advantage of this rare opportunity and quickly ran to Wang Hao. Wang Hao was smiling bitterly at this time. Next time I encounter the lock auxiliary function, I will keep it no matter what. Lock is a very strong auxiliary function in the game. In reality, its effect is greater, because most mutant beasts and zombies need to blow their heads to completely kill them. Only hitting the body, even if the body is disabled, will not affect their continued attack. Therefore, the auxiliary function of headlock is even more important. Let's go! Wang Hao pulled over Sun Yadong, and then pushed down the table and chair in front of him to delay the pursuit of the mutant beasts and zombies. The two quickly fled the scene, and after circling around, they temporarily escaped from the mutant beasts and zombies. Zombie Vision. Chapter 177 Shocking Discovery. Should you thank me? Wang Hao looked at Sun Yadong with a smile. Although there was a smile on his face, Wang Hao did not completely relax his vigilance. Sun Yadong looked at Wang Hao, and after a while she managed to squeeze out two words. Thank you. Wang Hao smiled, feeling less alert. Why are you here? Wang Hao asked curiously. Why are you? Sun Yadong asked. Wang Hao looked at Sun Yadong and said, because of the reward mission. Sun Yadong still looked confused. Wang Hao thought about it and asked, aren't you from Ningguang City? Sun Yadong shook his head and said, I'm from Ningguang City. Ningguang City is about the same distance from here as Ningguang City is from here. I see. No wonder you don't know about the bounty mission. Wang Hao said, our Silver Light City Lord's Palace has issued a bounty mission to explore the reasons why mutant beasts and zombies voluntarily evacuated not long ago. And their movements. I chased them all the way. Here. The bounty mission is for all survivors in Silver Light City. So Wang Hao doesn't have to hide it. It's your turn. Wang Hao said. It's almost the same as you. Sun Yadong said lightly. It's just that our Lord of Ningguang City did not issue a bounty mission. Wang Hao nodded. Apparently, Sun Yadong also felt that there was something fishy about the sudden retreat of mutant beasts and zombies. So he took the risk. He came out of the city to investigate. And his purpose coincided with that of Wang Hao. However, without the auxiliary function, Sun Yadong dared to go out of the city alone. Which was commendable. Although the two had the same purpose, neither of them proposed to act together. Wang Hao has an auxiliary function, so it is more convenient for him to move alone. Sun Yadong is used to moving alone and does not like to move with other people. What's more, it's hard to say whether the strange survivors encountered in the wild are trustworthy. The two no longer talked too much, but paid attention to the situation outside. There were intermittent gunshots in the city, but the mutant beasts and zombies around their house were moving further and further away. After ensuring safety, Wang Hao and Sun Yadong left their hiding place almost at the same time, and then acted separately. Wang Hao had auxiliary functions to help him, and there were no dangers along the way. After about half an hour, Wang Hao came to a place similar to the city lord's mansion. What surprised Wang Hao was that there were actually several zombies guarding the door of this building. Judging from the fierce aura on their bodies, these guards were at least level 3 zombies. When Wang Hao saw this, he was secretly speechless, becoming more and more sure that there was something fishy going on here. Wang Hao used the invisibility function to avoid the guards at the door and sneaked into the mansion. After entering, there is a large courtyard. There are also many zombie guards here, and there are even mutant beasts that look like dogs wandering around. The guards are quite strict. Wang Hao wouldn't be too surprised if such strict guards were in human society. But where is this? This is a city full of zombies and mutant beasts. You can imagine Wang Hao's shock at seeing such a scene in such a city, because invisibility only lasts for 30 seconds in reality. Wang Hao did not dare to delay at all, and his foot speed was very fast, because in the invisible state, the surrounding creatures could not feel him. Therefore, Wang Hao didn't need to deliberately avoid these mutant beasts and zombies. He even jogged all the way in order to go further in these 30 seconds. Finally, when the invisibility state was about to disappear, Wang Hao walked through the courtyard and came to a corner and squatted down. Wang Hao took a breath and observed the surrounding situation. Suddenly, Wang Hao looked stunned. There is a bright light in front. You know, mutant beasts and zombies don't use lighting equipment, and they don't have those gadgets. This city of zombies is very dark. Wang Hao is also using the moonlight to observe the surrounding situation. But now, there is a place in front of him. Bright. Wang Hao's heart moved, and his eyes locked on the light in front of him. There might be the answer he wanted there. Wang Hao observed the patrol patterns of mutant beasts and zombies around him, seized the opportunity, and lurked towards the light. After Wang Hao walked around for 5 minutes, he finally reached the light. Wang Hao quietly touched the outside of the house and observed the situation inside through the gap in the window. The scene he saw surprised Wang Hao. There was a survivor and a zombie inside. Generally speaking, survivors and zombies cannot coexist. As long as the two sides encounter each other, a battle will inevitably occur, and only one side can survive. But this was not the case with the survivor and zombies in front of him. Not only did the two not fight, they were actually having a friendly exchange. Wang Hao even wondered if he had made a mistake. Those two people were either survivors or zombies. After taking a look at it during the self-study, Wang Hao confirmed that he had read it correctly. This is indeed a survivor and a zombie. The survivor was about 40 years old, with an obvious scar on his face and a gloomy look in his eyes. The zombie had some ulcers on his face. One of his eyes was missing, and there was mucus dripping from the corner of his mouth. Falling down makes people feel extremely disgusted when they see it. But the survivor may be used to it, and there is no strange look on his face. Wang Hao has already taken out the crystal ball to record, regardless of whether the scene inside is related to his mission. This is valuable information. It's a pity that there is no eavesdropping auxiliary function. I don't know what they are talking about. Wang Hao muttered. He could see the person and the corpse communicating, but the content of the communication was not very clear due to the distance. He could only hear intermittently "Glory City," "Cooperation," "Siege the city," etc. Vocabulary. Could they be talking about the last siege? Wang Hao thought to himself. Immediately, he was horrified that zombie can actually talk. Before today, the information Wang Hao had known was that zombies, regardless of their level, could not speak. But this zombie in front of him broke his cognition. It could actually speak. Able to speak. Understand communication. And think? Is this still an ordinary zombie? Wang Hao felt a little heavy. The appearance of such a strange creature among the zombies was really not a good thing for humans. Watching this man and his corpse constantly communicating, Wang Hao became more and more curious about the content of their exchange, and couldn't help but find a better position to eavesdrop. Click. Wang Hao, who was looking for a suitable position, did not pay attention to his steps and accidentally stepped on a dead branch, making a slight cracking sound. Damn it! Wang Hao's expression changed drastically. Suddenly, a figure rushed out of the house, smashed through the window, and its momentum continued unabated, knocking Wang Hao out. It's the zombie in the house. Chapter 178 Thrilling Evacuation. Human? After the zombie knocked Wang Hao away, it did not pursue the victory. Instead, it stood there and looked at Wang Hao, with a chill in its one eye. Cough. 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 Wang Hao coughed violently, clutching his chest, his face pale, and his eyes full of wariness. What a speed! What a lot of strength! The zombie was so fast and powerful that it knocked him away without giving Wang Hao a chance to react. After being hit, Wang Hao's chest felt tight, and he almost couldn't breathe. You're actually quite capable to get here. At this time, the survivor who had just been communicating with the zombies in the house also came out and looked at Wang Hao with a little surprise in his eyes. Who are you? Wang Hao struggled to get up and looked at the survivor. You don't need to know. The survivor smiled. But there was a coldness in this smile. It's you. I'm very curious about how you got here. You don't need to know either. Wang Hao replied. Personal. The survivor was startled for a moment, and then smiled again. But you can't go out today. So stay. His voice was not loud, but he was full of confidence. After the initial shock, Wang Hao had completely calmed down, and there was not much fear on his face. Are you so sure you can keep me? Wang Hao looked at him and said lightly. At this time, the mutated beasts and zombies who heard the noise outside had already surrounded him, and the whole area was dark. Their eyes were full of aggression when they looked at Wang Hao, as if they were ready to tear Wang Hao to pieces at any time. Do you think you can get out alive? The man asked. Why not? Wang Hao said. He looked at the other party, and then at the zombie that knocked him away, and said slowly, Were you just talking about the zombie siege? The zombie obviously understood Wang Hao's words. The one I jumped a few times, as if it would fall down at any time. Did you hear it? The survivor smiled, not paying too much attention to it. Perhaps, in his eyes, Wang Hao was already dead, so he didn't care what Wang Hao heard. As a human being, you actually collude with zombies. Do you still have humanity? Wang Hao asked. Human nature? The man sneered. There are many people who are less human than me. I can't compare with them. Wang Hao could see that his eyes were full of resentment. Obviously, this was a man with a story. Why am I telling you this? The man suddenly smiled. Tonight, the city is very lively, and there are many guests coming. But none of you want to leave. After that, he waved with a wave of his hand. The zombies and mutated beasts around him started to kill Wang Hao. Among the mutant beasts and zombies that besieged Wang Hao, there were many high-level zombies and mutant beasts. The second they received the order, they rushed in front of Wang Hao in an instant, as fast as lightning. However, just when they were about to kill Wang Hao, they discovered that Wang Hao in front of them had disappeared. This time, the survivor who had always been full of confidence finally showed a look of surprise on his face. Even the zombie next to him had a look of surprise on his festering face. Wang Hao actually disappeared under their noses. What's happening here? One person and one corpse are full of doubts. Suddenly, the survivor saw something like a six-pointed star where Wang Hao left. The six-pointed star exuded a faint golden color. He was about to step forward to check, but suddenly saw that the six-pointed star disappeared out of thin air. This, the survivor's right foot, which he was about to take out, suddenly froze there, and the look of surprise on his face gradually turned into anger. Search! Search the whole city to find him! He roared angrily. However, this time, the surrounding zombies and mutated beasts did not move at all. They stood there like statues. The man was stunned and turned to look at the zombie next to him. The zombie waved his hand, and then the nearby mutated beasts and zombies scattered away as if they had received an order. When the survivor saw the scene, his eyes shrank, and a trace of dissatisfaction appeared on his face. But this dissatisfaction quickly disappeared. 1 kilometer away from here, Wang Hao's figure appeared out of thin air. Huh? Wang Hao exhaled a heavy breath and secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, after entering, the wormhole was released in advance. Otherwise, I might have been told there this time. The usable distance of the wormhole is 1 kilometer. Before entering there, Wang Hao placed a wormhole port in a hidden corner in advance. When he was talking to the survivor, he secretly placed another port. He escaped through the wormhole device. There. This time, if the wormhole device maker had not been placed in advance, Wang Hao would have been in real danger. After all, his stealth function was still cooling down at the time, and the use of the emergency call device required time and space. The situation at that time was obvious. He was not allowed to use the emergency rescue device. Fortunately, he also has a wormhole device maker. Wang Hao originally thought that the other port left there could not be retracted. The wormhole device maker was missing a port and would not be able to be used in the future. But he did not expect that when he retracted the port here, that the port on the edge actually came back on its own. This made Wang Hao instantly overjoyed. This thing is really a treasure. It would be a shame if it could only be used once. Soon, Wang Hao saw countless mutated beasts and zombies moving around. They were searching around without any purpose, obviously looking for him. Fortunately, his location here was relatively hidden, and he had a night suit transformed from a ghillie suit. There is no need to worry about being discovered for the time being. Wang Hao glanced at the light again, then turned around and left without any hesitation. In fact, Wang Hao wanted to shoot at that time, but he felt a huge threat from the zombie. He instinctively felt that even if he shot, it would have no effect and he could escape intact. He was already very satisfied. If they didn't know the magic of the wormhole device maker, it would be difficult for him to escape. After all, the zombies gave Wang Hao the feeling of being quite powerful. Wang Hao, who was evacuating, suddenly thought of Sun Yadong. I don't know if she can evacuate safely, Wang Hao muttered. Wang Hao's behavior just now seems to have angered the survivors and zombies. Now the whole city is boiling. Even the mutated beasts and zombies lined up in the square have been resurrected. Under such a rigorous search, can Sun Yadong? It's hard to say whether he's safe or sound. However, Wang Hao was not familiar with her after all, so his worried thoughts disappeared. He was not safe now. So how could he care about a stranger? Chapter 179. It's not just me. When Wang Hao used the stealth auxiliary function and power boots to escape from the zombie city, the sky was already bright, and the sun slowly rose, shining on the earth. Wang Hao glanced at the city of zombies behind him, then turned around and left without any hesitation. About 10 minutes later, Wang Hao suddenly stopped. Using his see-through function, he saw someone lying in the grass in front of him. With the experience of being blocked by robbers before, Wang Hao was undoubtedly more cautious. Although there was only one person on the other side, who knew if there were any traps set around him. Wang Hao pretended not to notice anything and continued to move forward at the same speed. When he saw that the distance was almost there, Wang Hao suddenly used his power boots and made a perfect jump, landing next to the man in an instant. While in midair, Wang Hao had already taken out his gun, and the moment he landed, his gun was pointed at the man in the grass. However, what surprised Wang Hao was that the other party didn't even move. What surprised him even more was that this person was actually an acquaintance, Sun Yadong. Wang Hao was slightly startled, then smiled bitterly. She and I were really destined to meet each other 3 times in a short period of time. No one would believe this coincidence. However, Sun Yadong's situation was obviously not good at this time. She was lying in the grass, her face turned sideways without any blood, and the grass under her body had been dyed red. Wang Hao gently turned it over, and saw the clothes on his abdomen were stained red. Sun Yadong is injured. Moreover, it is a very serious injury. In addition to her abdomen, there were blood stains on her arms, forehead, calves, etc. Obviously, She had many wounds on her body. Wang Hao hesitated for a moment, then started to help her. While observing the surrounding situation, blood can easily attract the attention of mutant beasts and zombies. Their sense of smell is very sharp, and they are very sensitive to blood. This place is not too far from the city of zombies, so Wang Hao is naturally afraid of them chasing after them. Wang Hao took out a medical bag, bandages, analgesics, water, and other items from his backpack. He first rinsed her wound with water, then applied medicine to the wound, and then wrapped a bandage. Finally, he picked up Sun Yadong's head and stuffed 2 painkillers into her mouth. After finishing all this, Wang Hao finally had the time to take a good look at this woman. Sun Yadong was undoubtedly very beautiful. Even though she was seriously injured, she still had a fragile beauty despite being cold. However, Wang Hao doesn't have much time to appreciate her beauty now. He is worried about how to deal with this woman. Stay here? Obviously not. This place is not far from the city of zombies, and zombies or mutant beasts will come at any time. Once the comatose Sun Yadong is discovered by mutant beasts and zombies, there will be no way to survive. If they were just strangers, Wang Hao wouldn't take it to heart. But after all, the two of them had bumped into each other 3 times in a short period of time, so it seemed a bit inappropriate to just ignore them. Since we can't stay here, we can only take him away, Wang Hao muttered. Wang Hao bent down, carried Sun Yadong on his back, and took her away from here. After using the gene potion, Wang Hao's strength was not weak. Even if he was carrying someone on his back, it would not have much impact on him. In this way, Wang Hao used the perspective assist function to avoid mutant beasts and zombies while carrying Sun Yadong on his back, and moved forward carefully. To Wang Hao's surprise, Sun Yadong actually fell into a coma for a day. It was not until night fell that Sun Yadong woke up. Sun Yadong opened her eyes in a daze, and before she could see her surroundings clearly, a voice sounded in her ears. Are you awake? Sun Yadong's nerves collapsed, and she subconsciously wanted to get up and draw her gun. But then she realized that he was actually tied to a tree, and the gun on his waist was missing. Don't move. Your injury is not healed yet. The voice sounded again. Sun Yadong turned her head to look in the direction of the sound. Her originally vigilant expression suddenly froze. Is it you? It's not me, Wang Hao said with a smile. At this time, the two of them were on a thick tree. These days, Wang Hao would basically spend the night on such a tree. There were many such big trees in the wild, with lush branches and leaves, so it was absolutely no problem to lie down alone. In order to prevent him from falling down while sleeping in the middle of the night, Wang Hao would tie himself to a tree when sleeping. The same was true at this time. The difference from the previous days was that today, in addition to himself, Sun Yadong was also fastened. For some reason, Sun Yadong was obviously relieved after confirming that the person next to him was Wang Hao. Then she was startled. Meeting other survivors in the wild is not necessarily a good thing, especially now that she is injured and tied by Wang Hao. If Wang Hao has any evil intentions, she would be in danger. But when she saw that the person next to her was Wang Hao, Sun Yadong was not worried at all, which surprised her. After calming down, Sun Yadong said to Wang Hao, "Thank you." There was no doubt that Wang Hao saved her. If it hadn't been for Wang Hao, she might never have woken up. It's just a matter of convenience. Wang Hao waved his hand and said, "But weren't you in the city before? When did you leave the city?" Wang Hao still remembered that Sun Yadong's purpose in entering the city was the same as his. Logically speaking, she should still be in the city. That's right. But I never thought that I would actually leave the city and be seriously injured and comatose. After I separated from you, I continued to look for clues in the city, but I never found anything. Perhaps because Wang Hao saved her twice in a row. Sun Yadong became more talkative. Later, suddenly the whole city was filled with mutant beasts, and the zombies were rioting. And I felt something was wrong. I didn't dare to continue and prepared to escape. I didn't expect to encounter a mutated beast on the road. Although I escaped by chance, I was seriously injured. Sun Yadong put her own. After briefly describing the encounter, Wang Hao was surprised and felt a little guilty. Sun Yadong's injury actually had something to do with him. The reason why the mutated beasts and zombies in the city suddenly rioted was because he was discovered and then escaped smoothly, which angered the zombies. They should have issued a hunt order for themselves, but they never thought that they had successfully escaped from the city. But Sun Yadong suffered an unreasonable disaster. Of course, Wang Hao would not tell Sun Yadong these things. It was normal that Sun Yadong could not find any clues. The city was not small. And she did not have auxiliary functions such as see-through and invisibility. Naturally, every step forward was difficult. She was lucky to be able to escape from the city. Now that you're awake, I'm going to play the game, Wang Hao said to Sun Yadong. Previously, Wang Hao did not go to the virtual battlefield because he was watching Sun Yadong to prevent mutant beasts from discovering him. Now that Sun Yadong is awake, Wang Hao is relieved and ready to play the game. Sun Yadong nodded and looked at the place where Wang Hao disappeared. A little lost in thought. She didn't know what she was thinking. Chapter 180 Accessibility, Copy. The game is about to start, and the auxiliary function is turned on. Please choose one of the following three options as an auxiliary for this game. 1. Firearms Mastery, Level 1. When you use a firearm, the power of the firearm is enhanced, increase damage by 50%. 2. Thor, Level 1. The damage of grenades, Molotov cocktails, and other thrown objects you use is increased by 50. And the range of influence is expanded by 50%. 3. Copy, Level 1. Every 5 minutes, you can copy an item on your body or in your backpack. Note, players can use redemption points to enhance auxiliary functions. Please choose this assistance. A familiar voice rang in his ears again. And Wang Hao's 3 random auxiliary functions for this game were also confirmed. The first and second auxiliary functions are already old friends. Wang Hao has seen them more than once. The effects of these 2 auxiliary functions are average. But it is the first time for Wang Hao to see the third auxiliary function. Looking at the function description, it doesn't seem to be very useful. Wang Hao muttered. Equipment such as Level 3 heads, Level 3 armor, and Level 3 bags are useless even if they are copied. After all, each player can only wear one piece at a time, and no matter how many they have, they cannot be equipped. On the other hand, firearms, grenades, medicine packs, drinks, etc., after being copied, can still be of some help in combat. But the improvement effect is actually not very great. What Wang Hao really looks forward to is its practical effect. According to Wang Hao's experience, if this auxiliary function is retained permanently, it is very likely that items can also be copied in reality. Which is more powerful? Ordinary items can only be used, such as power boots, genetic potions, and ghillie suits. If you copy it, wouldn't it be distributed? These items are some of the most popular items on the market. The more he thought about it, the more Wang Hao looked forward to it. Wang Hao raised his head and glanced at the other players in the square, his eyes gradually becoming firmer. In this game, he must win the chicken. Wang Hao is still very powerful when he is serious, especially since this is a single queue. Wang Hao is full of firepower, using various auxiliary functions in turn, and the number of eliminations continues to increase. In the end, Wang Hao successfully won the chicken with a record of 37 kills. Because he was focused on the selection of auxiliary functions, Wang Hao didn't have much expectations for touching the airdrop box. The result didn't bring him any surprise. He only touched some food. However, Wang Hao didn't care. The next thing was the focus. Players can use redemption points to choose one of the 3 randomly selected assistants to keep permanently. Here it comes. Firearms Mastery, Level 1 500 redemption points. Thor, Level 1 500 redemption points. Copy, Level 1 2000 redemption points. Wang Hao was surprised when he saw the prices of the 3 auxiliary functions. 2000 redemption points. This is the second time Wang Hao has seen an auxiliary function priced at 2000 redemption points. There is no doubt that this price is very high. But Wang Hao was not dissatisfied at this time, but was very happy. You get what you pay for. And the system does not set prices casually. The fact that it can set a price of 2000 redemption points shows that this auxiliary function is very effective. I choose to keep copy. Select OK. Wang Hao made the decision without hesitation. And a permanent auxiliary function was added to his personal information. Wang Hao couldn't wait to read the introduction. Copy Level 1. Upgrade requires 10,000 redemption points. Virtual battlefield effect. Every 5 minutes, you can copy an item on your body or in your backpack. Realistic effect. Every 3 days, you can copy a specified item. Sure enough, the effect of the copy auxiliary function is almost the same as Wang Hao predicted before. Although there are no surprises, Wang Hao is still very satisfied and happy. This is a pretty powerful auxiliary function. If Wang Hao only plans to be alone, this auxiliary function can at most help him make more money. But the effect on improving his strength is relatively limited. After all, even in reality, he cannot wear too many equipment on himself. For example, it is impossible for him to wear 10 pieces of level 3 armor by himself. In that case, not to mention fighting, movement would be a problem. Therefore, most of the equipment Wang Hao copied would be sold to make some money, unless exceptions can be made for things like genetic potions. But Wang Hao now has plans to form a team, so this copy auxiliary function is very useful. Wang Hao returned to reality with satisfaction. In reality, Sun Yadong was leaning on a tree trunk, closing her eyes and recuperating. She was still injured and needed a good rest. Wang Hao glanced at her and didn't say anything. Instead, he entered the virtual battlefield again and started today's 2-row game. In the past few days, Wang Hao's performance in the virtual battlefield has not been smooth. In addition to the high chicken-eating rate in single row, his results in double row and 4-row are average. This is mainly because of his double row and 4-row. His teammates are all random. Anyone can be matched with random teammates. And his current rank is not high. Therefore, the teammates he is matched with are all average in strength. It's okay if these teammates can't help. In many cases, they are still holding back. For example, in a certain double queue game, Wang Hao's temporary teammate was not with him at the beginning. As a result, he wandered around and was chased by other players. Instead, he fled towards Wang Hao. As a result, several teams of players were brought in. Wang Hao couldn't laugh or cry about this. He didn't know what kind of physique he was, but he was able to attract so many players to chase him. As a result, Wang Hao was implicated by him and died tragically on the spot. In addition, Wang Hao's luck has been average these days, and his luck in the circle is not very good either. In short, his game process has not been smooth these days. In terms of auxiliary functions, except for today's copy, the auxiliary functions that have been randomly released in the past few days are also average, and none of them are eye-catching. This is one of the reasons why his performance in the virtual battlefield has been average these days. Who are these people? Wang Hao complained with a wry smile when he was teleported out of the 4-row game. In the 4-row game just now, he thought about taking the initiative to cooperate with his teammates. Since he couldn't command them, he just followed other teammates and acted easily. As a result, those 3 were too much. In a 4-on-3 battle, the 4 of them, the enemy's entire army was defeated, and Wang Hao was killed by one of his own with a grenade. Faced with this result, Wang Hao really couldn't laugh or cry. Sure enough, passerby teammates are not so reliable, and sometimes they are more terrifying than the enemy. Wang Hao, who returned to reality, calmed down and glanced at Sun Yadong, who still had her eyes closed. Then, he closed his eyes and fell asleep quickly. Chapter 181 returned to life. The next morning, when Wang Hao woke up, Sun Yadong was eating. Her complexion was obviously much better than yesterday. What are your plans? Wang Hao asked casually while chewing the steamed buns. Obviously, Wang Hao did not intend to go with Sun Yadong. He rescued her yesterday, which was already the end of his kindness. What's more, the 2 of them were not from the same city. Go back, Sun Yadong said calmly. Although she was not able to see the zombies communicating with each other like Wang Hao, she discovered the city of zombies and saw many things in the city, which was considered to be a gain. In addition, she also needed to recuperate from her injuries. Some days, Wang Hao nodded and said nothing more. There was no unnecessary communication between the 2. After breakfast, they came down from the tree one after another, and then went in different directions. Wang Hao walked quickly, and didn't see Sun Yadong stop and look at his back for a long time after walking a few steps. Wang Hao ran all the way, but the time it took him to go back was still longer than when he came. Because his car is gone. Wang Hao has been to the place where he abandoned the car before, but the abandoned car has long disappeared. This made Wang Hao quite speechless, and made him even more interested in the kind of transportation that can be stored in a backpack. Hot. After a few days, Wang Hao finally returned to Silver Light City. Although he had been away for a while, there seemed to be no change in Silver Light City. Wang Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief when he returned to the familiar human society. Although Wang Hao has the auxiliary functions of invisibility and see-through, he can protect himself better than other survivors. But zombies and mutant beasts are rampant in the wild, and you never know when you will encounter a large number of zombies and mutant beasts, especially those flying mutant beast. Even if there are auxiliary functions nearby, it is still full of dangers. Returning to human society allowed him to finally relax for a while. After returning to the city, Wang Hao did not go back, but went directly to the city lord's mansion. After the briefing, Wang Hao met the city lord Wu Haomiu again. You're back? Wu Haomiu looked at Wang Hao with a smile on his face. Did you get anything out of the city this time? Wu Haomiao actually didn't have high expectations. In addition to Wang Hao, he also said many people went out of the city, but gained little. Although Wang Hao discovered the gathering place of mutant beasts and zombies last time, it was based on luck after all, and luck does not come all the time. However, to Wu Haomiao's surprise, Wang Hao took out the crystal ball and said, "I discovered something." "Oh!" Wu Haomiao's smile disappeared, replaced by a look of surprise. "What's going on?" "The city lord will know just by looking at it." Wu Haomiao nodded, took the crystal ball and looked at it. At first, Wu Haomiao's face was very relaxed, but soon the expression on his face became serious. "Where was this recorded?" "In a city northeast of our Silver Light City," Wang Hao said. Wu Haomiao nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he watched the video carefully. The more he watched, the more solemn his face became. When he saw that one person and a zombie were actually communicating and conspiring, the look on his face was surprising. "Why? Can't hide it. Come here. Go and notify the chief and deputy commanders of each major legion to come to the city lord's mansion." "Yes." Wu Haomiao put away the crystal ball, looked at Wang Hao, and said, "Your discovery is very important. Many people think that the zombies and mutant beasts dispersed after they retreated. But this is obviously not the case. This discovery of yours sounded the alarm. The threat of mutant beasts and zombies still exists." Wu Haomiao had only guessed before. But now, after seeing the video recorded by Wang Hao, he was completely sure of his previous guess: mutant beasts and zombies. The zombies are not really retreating. They are still gathering together, and may soon lead to a second siege. Judging from Wang Hao's video, the next siege will be larger in scale, and the battle will be more intense. Wang Hao nodded. As the city lord, Wu Haomiao could be aware of the potential threats of mutant beasts and zombies. That would be a good thing for the entire Silver Light City, and it would not be in vain for Wang Hao to take the risk of secret photography. Wu Haomiao asked Wang Hao for some details. The commanders and deputy commanders of the major legions in the city soon rushed over. Everyone was somewhat surprised to see Wang Hao there. "Classmate Wang Hao is here too?" Ning Tai asked, slightly surprised. Everyone knew that Wang Hao had taken over Wu Haomiao's bounty mission, but they didn't know that Wang Hao had already left the city. As the leaders of the major legions in Silver Light City, they had to worry about many things every day, so naturally they would not always pay attention to Wang Hao's movements. Among these people, Zhuang Jian also knew about Wang Hao's situation. He was very optimistic about Wang Hao, and his daughter was Wang Hao's good friend. Naturally, he knew more things than other legion commanders. Wang Hao nodded. "I called you here because Wang Hao brought back some information," Wu Haomiao said to everyone. "Bring back?" "So, Wang Hao has already left the city and made a discovery." Everyone was surprised, but their attention was quickly attracted by the video in the crystal ball. As the video played, everyone's expressions gradually became serious. This was recorded by Wang Hao when he went out of the city. After the video was played, Wu Haomiao said to everyone, "Tell me what you think." Those present were all the most senior military generals in Silver Light City. Ordinarily, Wang Hao was not qualified to stay. He was here, but Wu Haomiao did not let him leave, and the commanders of the major legions did not object. Perhaps, their attention was now attracted by the video that Wang Hao brought back. "This seems to be Xingye City." Su Biao looked at the video and said, "It used to be a medium-sized city with survivors living there. Unexpectedly, it is now completely occupied by mutant beasts and zombies. On the land of China, there are not only 9 cities, but these 9 cities are the largest and have virtual mall buildings. In fact, there are countless small and medium-sized cities and villages and towns in China. Survivors may also live in those cities and villages. Not all survivors live in these 9 large cities. Xingye City is one of them. This is a medium-sized city, and some survivors once lived in it, because it is not very far from Silver Light City. The intelligence system of Silver Light City has naturally collected their information. Of course, this information is very general. They only know that they live there. There are survivors, but they don't know the specific number, who they are, and where they live. Now, this city has obviously been completely occupied by mutant beasts and zombies. As for the survivors who lived there before, they may have been killed by mutant beasts and zombies, or they may have fled to other places. Where exactly did they go? Unknown. Chapter 182 Worry. Everyone's expressions were ugly. Although it was Xingye City that was occupied by mutant beasts and zombies, not their Yingguang City. After all, survivors lived there before. It was also a city that belonged to humans. But now it is mutated. Beasts and zombies have taken over. What's more, Shinya City is not too far away from Silver Light City. There are a large number of mutant beasts and zombies there, which is definitely a huge threat to Silver Light City. City Lord, I suggest sending out planes to bomb, Su Biao said. In fact, Shinya City is not far from Yingguang City. If planes were usually dispatched for reconnaissance, I am afraid that this information would have been known a long time ago. However, there are not many planes in the entire Yingguang City, and there are flying mutations in the sky from time to time. The beasts pass by. Therefore, the aircraft in Silver Light City will not be dispatched unless necessary. The same goes for planes in other cities. However, now that we know that there are a large number of mutant beasts and zombies gathered there, it is necessary to dispatch planes. However, after Wu Haomiao thought about it, he shook his head and said, the video just showed that there are a large number of flying mutant beasts in Shinya City. With their current vigilance, they will basically not be able to come back after the plane is gone. Airplanes are now extremely precious strategic materials. Of course, Wu Haomiao also wants to send planes for bombing. But the problem is that they have too few planes. Losing one means one is missing. It is difficult to replenish them in order to maximize their value. At the highest level, Wu Haomiao was reluctant to send planes to bomb. It is not difficult to see from the video that the mutated beasts and zombies in Shinya City are very vigilant. And there are also patrols. In this case, it is hard to say how much results the plane can achieve by going there. Su Biao looked at the video. Although he was reluctant, he could only nod in agreement. There are probably more than 500,000 zombies and mutated beasts in Shinya City. Right? Yang Lai looked at the video and rubbed his chin. The video recorded by Wang Hao was not taken from a high altitude, so the recorded information is not complete. However, Yang Lai has been fighting on the front line all year round and is very sensitive to the number of mutant beasts and zombies. Even if the video recorded by Wang Hao is not, it was so comprehensive that he could also get a general idea. Maybe more. Lu Yuan said, this video only recorded part of the city. As far as I know, Shinya City is not small. There may be mutant beasts and zombies in other parts of the city. Everyone nodded. But their expressions became more solemn. The mutant beasts and zombies that attacked the city not long ago, with only 300,000 to 400,000 people, have already put huge pressure on them. In fact, if the mutant beasts and zombies persist for a few more days, a mobilization order may be issued in the city. Now, more mutant beasts and zombies have gathered in Shinya City, which is really not a good thing. In fact, there are a lot of mutant beasts and zombies in this world. Everyone at the scene knew this. But they were not very worried before, because there had never been any mutant beasts or zombies that could mobilize before. Gathering such a large number of mutant beasts and zombies, resulting in the mutant beasts and zombies being relatively scattered. Even if they gather around the city, the number will not be too large. It is still very easy to defend the city. In fact, human survivors have even expanded outward many times. But now the situation is obviously different. Among the mutant beasts and zombies, there are aliens who can command and mobilize them. This is definitely a huge threat to mankind. Who is this person? At this time, the video has been frozen, and what is shown on the screen is the human survivor and the zombie. And the two are communicating. Everyone is obviously curious about this person, and even worried he can actually coexist peacefully with zombies, and even communicate with them. This is an incredible thing, and a very scary thing. Of course, the zombie is also worrying. It can understand human language, does not attack human survivors, and can even speak human language. Although zombies are transformed from normal humans, after becoming zombies, they lose the ability to speak human language. Maybe they have their own internal communication method, but it is definitely not human language. And now, this zombie can actually speak human language, which is obviously very special. Everyone shook their heads, obviously not recognizing the man in the picture. This should be the same human traitor as Ding Feng. Ningtai looked at the man and said, he has connections with zombies, and his words are full of resentment towards humans. Obviously, although he is a human survivor, he hates himself. It's a pity that the conversation between him and the zombies was not clear due to the distance. Gao Lianjun said, judging from the vocabulary, they seem to be talking about the last siege. They are indeed talking about the siege. But whether they are talking about the last siege or the next siege, that doesn't matter. That's easy to say. Wu Haomiao said. City Lord, do you mean that they are planning the next attack on the city? Lu Yuan asked. It's not impossible, Wu Haomu said, with so many mutant beasts and zombies gathering together. They can't be joking. They should be preparing for the next siege. Wang Hao listened. I was surprised. He had previously thought that the man was talking to the zombies about the last siege. But now that Wu Haomu said it, it seemed that he was more likely to plan the next siege. If that's the case, it's going to be troublesome. Zhuang Jian said with a worried look on his face. This person may just be a representative of a certain force. They can get in touch with the mutated beasts. By working together internally and externally, the threat will be greatly increased. Everyone said. He nodded. The incident in Rongguang City was still vivid in his mind. The city, guarded by hundreds of thousands of troops, was unexpectedly breached by mutant beasts and zombies so quickly. Among them, human traders like Ding Fong were the contributors to this. Each of the 9 major cities in China has a large number of survivors. No one knows which city the forces behind the survivors in this picture are lurking in. It is possible that they are hiding in their Silver Light City. Therefore, it is very difficult to take precautions. Once those people take action at the critical moment, when they are fighting mutant beasts and zombies, the scene in Glory City is very likely to occur. Such consequences are what no one wants to see. That's it. Wu Haomu thought for a while and said, You will conduct investigations in the military first. First of all, you must ensure the absolute control of the army. I will send people to investigate secretly among the people, hoping to find some clues. I will also contact other cities. Their city lord exchanges information with them. Chapter 183. Which legion to go to? Among the 9 major cities in China, the most powerful force is undoubtedly the army in these 9 cities. Compared with ordinary survivors, they are well trained, have higher ranks, and are stronger. Therefore, the absolute power of the army control must be in your hands. If there is a rebellion within the army, the city will be in danger. As for private investigations, Wu Haomu only dared to say the word hope, because there are too many ordinary survivors in Silver Light City, and the rich areas are not bad. The survivors in the civilian areas and slums are relatively mixed, and it is undoubtedly very difficult to investigate information from them. Even if Wu Haomu is the city lord of Silver Light City, he doesn't dare to say that he will definitely be able to investigate any useful information. Su Biao and other army commanders accepted the order. They also knew the seriousness of this matter, and that investigation was necessary. After Wu Haomu finished explaining the commanders of the armies, he looked at Wang Hao. Looking at Wang Hao, the worry on Wu Haomu's face lessened a bit. Wang Hao, you have done a good job in this mission. You have worked hard during this period. Go back and have a good rest. Okay. Wang Hao nodded. This time out of the city, Wang Hao's gains were not big, but he was quite tired, especially when he came back. He basically relied on his legs and had to avoid mutant beasts and zombies. In this way, he was not only physically but mentally exhausted. Very tired too. Before Wang Hao left, Wu Haomu also gave him a reward for this mission, 2,000 exchange points, a house in a wealthy area, and 100,000 Chinese coins. Wu Haomu was quite generous. The exchange point gave him a lot of money and a lot of Chinese coins. Of course, what satisfied Wang Hao the most was a house in a wealthy area. This is something that you may not be able to buy even if you have money. With this house, Su Guangyuan can move to a wealthy area. The only disadvantage is that this house is not in District 1, but in District 3. In other words, Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan will no longer be neighbors in the future. Classmate Wang Hao. Not long after Wang Hao walked out of the city lord's mansion, he was stopped by someone. The person who called him was Zhuang Jian. Commander Zhuang. Wang Hao greeted Zhuang Jian as he came. During this period of time, Wang Hao had met with the army commanders of Silver Light City more than once. But they basically had a few exchanges in the city lord's mansion, and there were no in-depth conversations. People like Zhuang Jian took the initiative to call them. This is the first time he has lived in his situation. Classmate Wang Hao. You and Shuai are classmates. You can call me uncle from now on, Zhuang Jian said to Wang Hao with a smile. Zhuang Jian was not arrogant towards Wang Hao because he was the commander of the army, and his tone was very kind. Okay, Uncle Zhuang. Zhuang Jian took the initiative to express his kindness. Of course, Wang Hao would not be ignorant of good and evil. Shuai has been worried about you these days when you are out of the city. Zhuang Jian said, you can go out for a walk with Shuai when you have time. School is about to start. You are both freshmen at University A, and you will still be classmates in the future. We can have more contact and communicate more. Okay. Although Wang Hao was a little surprised by Zhuang Jian's words, He felt like he was trying to bring himself and Zhuang Shuer together. But on the surface, Wang Hao didn't show anything strange. Zhuang Jian smiled with satisfaction, patted Wang Hao on the shoulder and left. Wang Hao looked at Zhuang Jian's back and thought to himself about the meaning of what he just said. Classmate Wang Hao. At this time, a familiar voice sounded, but it was Yang Lai, the commander of the 5th Legion of Silver Light City. Commander Yang. Wang Hao turned around and said Hello. Classmate Wang Hao. How do you think about what you said before? Yang Lai asked with a smile. What is Commander Yang referring to? Wang Hao couldn't remember what Yang Lai was talking about. Join our 5th Legion. Yang Lai said. I'm the first to invite you. You won't refuse. Right? To be honest, Wang Hao has also considered this matter during this time. However, he doesn't know much about the situation of the major legions in Silver Light City, so he hasn't made a decision yet. Lao Yang, you are unreasonable. You sneaked in to find classmate Wang Hao alone. That's right. We agreed to compete fairly. Student Wang Hao, our 8th Army also welcomes you to join us. Just when Wang Hao was in trouble, several other regiment commanders also arrived one after another, joking and teasing Yang Lai. And at the same time, they once again extended an olive branch to Wang Hao. Seeing that he was favored by so many legion commanders, Wang Hao was lying if he said he was unhappy. However, he did not think about it clearly. Moreover, so many legion commanders invited him, and he really didn't know how to choose. Thank you all legion commanders for your love. Wang Hao looked at the crowd and said with a wry smile. However, I haven't decided which legion I want to go to yet. Can you let me think about it again? Although everyone was a little disappointed that Wang Hao did not make a clear statement, but they did not force Wang Hao too much. They were already quite optimistic about Wang Hao. This time Wang Hao brought back some useful information. They were even more optimistic about Wang Hao. If they wanted to win over Wang Hao, naturally they would not do it. At this time, Wang Hao was forced and annoyed. Finally coming out of the crowd of enthusiastic army commanders, Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. It's too popular. It doesn't seem to be a good thing. Wang Hao muttered to himself as he walked away. Of course, he also knows that such treatment is probably what most survivors want. It is better to be popular than to be hated. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Wang Hao did not rush back, but contacted Sun Yanfeng. Brother Wang, do you have business to take care of me again? Sun Yanfeng happened to have time and rushed over not long after Wang Hao contacted him. As soon as they met, Sun Yanfeng showed considerable enthusiasm. He and Wang Hao had cooperated before. Both of them were satisfied with the results of the cooperation. Wang Hao got housing and supplies, while Sun Yanfeng took this opportunity to make a fortune. Therefore, after receiving Wang Hao's call, Sun Yanfeng rushed over quickly. You guessed it right. Wang Hao smiled at Sun Yanfeng and said, I have some things here. Please help me deal with them. As he said that, Wang Hao took out some materials from his backpack. Wang Hao's purpose of going out of the city this time was to investigate information. Therefore, he tried his best to avoid the mutant beasts and zombies on the road. But there are too many mutant beasts and zombies in the wild, and sometimes they are unavoidable. In this case, Wang Hao has no choice but to fight. Therefore, he still collected some mutant beast materials in his backpack. Sun Yanfeng's eyes lit up when he saw what Wang Hao took out. Hey, you're out of the city again? There are a lot of good things. Although there are no weapons and equipment in Wang Hao's things, there are a lot of relatively high-level mutant beast materials. These things are also quite popular in the market. Chapter 184 Giving a House. How about it? Can these things be sold for some money? Wang Hao did not discuss the matter of leaving the city with Sun Yanfeng in detail. There was no need. That must be possible. Sun Yanfeng smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed. Leave the things to me, and I will guarantee to sell them at a price you are satisfied with. Wang Hao nodded. He still believed in Sun Yanfeng because of their previous cooperation. He was very satisfied. After handing the things to Sun Yanfeng, Wang Hao contacted Su Guangyuan. Brother Su, where are you? Wang Hao asked. Getting ready to go home. Su Guangyuan said in surprise. Wang Hao, are you back? Su Guangyuan knew that Wang Hao was out of the city, and he was worried about Wang Hao these days. Yeah, Wang Hao said. Don't rush back yet. Come to know. 22. District 3. What's the matter? Su Guangyuan asked. Yeah. Okay. Wait for me. I'll be there soon. About 15 minutes later, Su Guangyuan hurried over. Wang Hao, are you not injured? Su Guangyuan asked. looking Wang Hao up and down. No, Wang Hao said with a smile. It's not that easy for those zombies and mutated beasts to hurt me. It's better to be careful. Su Guangyuan said, if you ask me, you are not short of money now. Don't leave the city if you can. It's too dangerous outside the city. If something unexpected happens, it's too late to regret it. Su Guangyuan didn't know the reason why Wang Hao left the city. Wang Hao just told him to go out of the city and didn't explain that he was leaving the city. The real reason is that Su Guangyuan is worried. Wang Hao nodded and then said with a smile, don't talk about it for now. Come on. I'll give you a gift. A gift? Su Guangyuan was confused. Without saying anything, Wang Hao led Su Guangyuan to the house, took out the key from his pocket, and opened the door to Su Guangyuan's surprised eyes. Wang Hao. This, Su Guangyuan said in surprise, isn't the house that the city lord rewarded you with in District 1? What's going on with this house? You sold the house in District 1 and bought it here again. A set? Let's take a look at this place first, Wang Hao said. At this time, the two of them had entered the house, and the decoration of the entire house had been completed. However, there was no furniture inside, and it looked empty. Very good, Su Guangyuan said. But why did you sell the house in District 1 to buy the house in District 3? District 1 is closer to the virtual mall building and is the real city center. Although District 3 is also rich and it is a populated area. But compared to the first area, the geographical location is definitely slightly worse. Su Guangyuan saw that Wang Hao did not refute. So he thought that Wang Hao had sold the house in District 1 and bought this house in District 3 instead. Who said I sold the house in District 1? Wang Hao said with a smile. Then this house. Su Guangyuan was even more confused. This house belongs to you, Wang Hao said, putting the key into Su Guangyuan's hand and said, seeing that you were satisfied, I feel relieved. Me mine? Su Guangyuan, his mouth opened wide in surprise, wondering if he heard it wrong. Yes, Wang Hao said, I have done something for the city lord. And this house is a reward for doing things. I already have one house, and it is useless to have another one. So I will give you this house. The real estate certificate, it's your name too. Although Wang Hao said it in an understatement, Su Guangyuan could think that what Wang Hao did for the city lord was definitely not a trivial matter. It must be very important, and even very dangerous. Otherwise, the city lord would not be able to take out the rich man. District real estate as a reward. The richer the reward, the more dangerous the task. Did you leave the city because of the city lord's affairs? Su Guangyuan suddenly thought of Wang Hao's previous departure from the city. Wang Hao nodded and said, yes and no. The city lord did explain the matter. But even without his explanation, I still plan to leave the city. So this can only be regarded as one of the reasons why I left the city. This I can't take the house. Su Guangyuan returned the key to Wang Hao and said, this is a reward, you took a huge risk. I can't take it. If it's a small item, just take it. Su Guangyuan won't go with Wang Hao. Hao was polite. But the real estate, especially in wealthy areas, was too valuable, and he couldn't take it. What huge risk? Wang Hao said with a smile, there is no risk. And you also know that I already have a house. And there is no use in having another house. Instead of wasting it, I might as well give it to you. Not to mention, this property certificate is all in your name. As he spoke, Wang Hao put the key into Su Guangyuan's hand again. Are you still polite to me? But, it's nothing. Wang Hao said, just keep this house. Do you need me to help you buy furniture or something? No. No. Su Guangyuan, who originally wanted to refuse, heard Wang Hao's words, and his attention was immediately diverted. It's okay if I buy it myself. Okay. Wang Hao didn't force it. He also knew that it would be good to let Su Guangyuan take over the house. He would not accept it under any circumstances if he bought furniture for him. Su Guangyuan held the key and looked at the house with an unreal feeling. Once, his dream was just to buy a house in a civilian area one day. Even if it was not very big, he was very satisfied. But now, he actually owns a house in a wealthy area, which he had never dared to think about before. Su Guangyuan knew that Wang Hao had brought this to him, and he was deeply grateful to Wang Hao. Wang Hao would not accept the return of the house. So what he could do was to help Wang Hao to the best of his ability in the future. Wang Hao did not stay in Su Guangyuan's house for a long time. After chatting with Su Guangyuan for a while, he returned to his residence. He was very tired in the wild during this period. Now that he is back, he naturally needs to take a rest first. As for the rest, Let's talk about things after waking up. Wang Hao slept until about 7 o'clock in the evening. When he woke up, he found that there were many missed calls. All of these missed calls were from Zhuang Shuer. Wang Hao quickly called Zhuang Shuer. The call was picked up just after it rang. As soon as the call was connected, Zhuang Shuer asked Wang Hao, Wang Hao, you didn't say a word when you came back? If my father hadn't told me that you were back, I wouldn't have you thought you were still outside the city. So you still thought I was your friend? Yes. Of course, Wang Hao said with a smile. I just came back and didn't have time to make a phone call. Hey, I forgot, Wang Hao said sheepishly. Do you have time? I'll treat you to dinner. During this time, Zhuang Shuer and Su Guangyuan had the most contact with Wang Hao. Su Guangyuan didn't know Wang Hao. Zhuang Shuer knew Hao's true purpose of leaving the city, so she was very worried about Wang Hao. Now that Wang Hao had returned to the city and forgot to tell her, Wang Hao himself felt embarrassed. Chapter 185. Is this still possible? How's it going? You're not hurt, are you? Although she questioned Wang Hao on the phone, Zhuang Shuer's first words after meeting were about Wang Hao. No, Wang Hao said. It's just to explore information. It's nothing too dangerous. After sleeping for such a long time, Wang Hao was very hungry now. Rather than inviting Zhuang Shuer to a meal, Wang Hao himself was hungry. Now that they both live in the same area, meeting each other is convenient and time-saving. Isn't it dangerous? Zhuang Shuer curled her lips and said, My dad told me that you went to a city full of zombies and mutant beasts and recorded videos. How dangerous is that kind of place? How can I not know? At this point, Zhuang Shuer's face changed to a look of admiration. However, it's really not something ordinary people can do that you can escape from there. Wang Hao laughed. Humble, Zhuang Shuer said. Can I know if you rely on luck? Although Zhuang Shuer did not go out of the city with Wang Hao, she and Wang Hao had played many games as a team. So, she is very clear about Wang Hao's strength. Wang Hao seemed to have a keen intuition of danger in the virtual battlefield. Zhuang Shuer had verified this situation many times, but she did not expect that Wang Hao actually had such a terrifying intuition in reality. No wonder Dad always praises him and thinks so highly of him. Zhuang Shuer thought to himself. Zhuang Jian seldom praises others. Zhuang Shuer knows this very well. But recently, Zhuang Jian has praised Wang Hao several times, especially this time after Wang Hao completed the task. Zhuang Jian praised him even more. This is the first time Zhuang Shuer has seen this situation. Thinking of her father, who asked her to walk around more with Wang Hao. The meaning in her words and the expression on her face made Zhuang Shuer feel shy inside. What are you thinking about? Did you hear what I just said? Wang Hao's voice interrupted Zhuang Shuer's reverie. Ah? What? Zhuang Shuer was even more panicked and ashamed, fearing that Wang Hao would see what she was thinking. Wang Hao looked at Zhuang Shuer suspiciously for a while, and then said, I said, you can help me come up with an idea. Which legion I should join? Wang Hao's rank is constantly improving. And in addition, the commander of the legion has also extended an invitation to him. Therefore, he should seriously consider joining the legion and make a decision as soon as possible. However, Wang Hao was not very familiar with the various legions in Silver Light City, so he wanted to hear Zhuang Shuer's opinion. As Zhuang Jian's daughter, Zhuang Shuer must be familiar with the various legions in the city. That must be the 4th Army, Zhuang Shuer said without hesitation. The 4th Legion was the legion commanded by her father Zhuang Jian. Because of your dad? Wang Hao smiled. Yes, but not entirely. Zhuang Shuer said, when I say this, there must be factors related to my father. However, the 4th Legion ranks high among the major legions in Silver Light City, and its overall strength is not weak. Although there are no planes, the firepower and equipment are not bad. And of course the other legions are not bad either. Then, Zhuang Shuer gave Wang Hao a general introduction to the situation of the major legions in Yingguang City. Among the 10 legions in Silver Light City, the one with the strongest overall strength is undoubtedly the 1st Legion. Not only do they have a large number of people and strong combat capabilities, they are also the only legion in Silver Light City equipped with aircraft. Although the number of aircraft is not very large, they can at critical moments achieve miraculous results. As for the most courageous legion, it should be the 5th Legion. Yang Lai, the commander of the 5th Legion, takes the lead in every battle. Therefore, all his soldiers are also extremely brave. The weaker ones should be the 9th and 10th Legions, especially the 10th Legion. They were established in the shortest time. Not only are they smaller in number, but their equipment is also slightly worse than other legions. Although Zhuang Xuer hoped that Wang Hao would join the 4th Legion, she was still impartial, and did not tell any lies to Wang Hao when introducing the situation of other legions. This is probably the situation. Zhuang Xuer said, how to choose. You decide for yourself. With your current situation, no matter which legion you go to, you will receive attention. There is not much difference in which legion you go to. Of course, there are many masters in the legion. Especially the teams in the legion are the best of the best. After you join the legion, you may not be as dazzling as you are now. Zhuang Xuer vaccinated Wang Hao in advance because she was afraid that Wang Hao would join the army. After graduating from high school, he found that he was not very outstanding, and there was a gap in his heart. As a result, his mentality collapsed and affected his development. As for the favor of the major legions for Wang Hao, Zhuang Xuer also knew this. Therefore, she knew that Wang Hao had many choices, and was not worried that no one would want him. Hearing Zhuang Xuer talk about the team, Wang Hao thought about it and said, actually, my idea is to form a team. As for the legion, I don't have any ideas. It would be great if I could form a team without joining the legion. If you want to join a legion, you must obtain the consent of the legion commander if you want to form a team. The teams in the legion are composed of selected military masters. It is difficult to join a team, and it is naturally even more difficult to form a team. Folks can also form teams, and team members can choose by themselves. However, if you want to form a team, there are requirements for the rank of the captain and the players. Wang Hao's current rank obviously does not allow him to form a team by himself. Generally speaking, civilian war teams are composed of soldiers who have retired from the army, and joining the army is not a lifelong requirement. According to regulations, all survivors have the responsibility and obligation to defend their homes and country. However, the method is not fixed. Those with high talents, high ranks, and strong strength will naturally join the regular army, while those with low strength and low rank will join the auxiliary army. And those with a lower level are those who join the militia. The auxiliary army and militia organizations have relatively little training and low pay. Wang Hao is now also a member of the survivors. Therefore, he must join one of these military organizations. If he wants to form a team that is not under official control, he needs to retire from these 3 military organizations. Of course, this is a normal sequence. And if the relationship is strong enough, it may not be impossible to change. Zhuang Xuer thought for a while and said, in this way, you can form a team by yourself. And then, I will talk to my dad about attaching your team under the name of the 4th Army. In this way, you can follow your own standards. It's time to choose someone. And there are no strict requirements for your rank. Wang Hao was startled and quickly asked, is this still possible? Zhuang Xuer said with a smile, although this is rare, it's okay. It's not impossible. Some people don't like the environment of the military camp, don't like to be restrained, and are very capable. Therefore, they thought of such a compromise. Of course, ordinary people will definitely not be able to do it. They must be recognized by the regiment commander. Strength is what matters. You should be fine with this. And the Legion will sometimes issue tasks to these affiliated teams. And these tasks cannot be refused. Chapter 186, the first member of the team. Zhuang Xuer's words made Wang Hao very excited. It would be best if we could form a team that could be affiliated with the Legion. The team you form yourself has a lot of autonomy. The team members can choose and arrange their own daily training. This is obviously not possible in the Legion. The teams in the Legion, from the captain to the team members, are all arranged by the commander. The captain, although they have a certain right to make suggestions, they basically have no decision-making power. Therefore, their autonomy in this regard is far less than that of private teams. Of course, the resources possessed by the teams in the Legion are not comparable to those of civilian teams. However, if it can be exchanged for greater autonomy, Wang Hao would rather give up these resources. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Wang Hao was not polite to Zhuang Xuer. Now is not the time to be polite. Leave this matter to me, Zhuang Xuer said. But you have to agree to a condition. What condition? You tell me, Wang Hao said. I want to join your team. Zhuang Xuer looked at Wang Hao and said, this? Wang Hao hesitated. In fact, Wang Hao had indeed included Zhuang Xuer in his team member list before, and was even the first to confirm it. After all, he and Zhuang Xuer cooperated tacitly, and recognized Zhuang Xuer's strength. Zhuang Xuer joined the team is totally fine. But after knowing Zhuang Xuer's true identity, Wang Hao's idea was shaken. You must know that team operations are also very risky. For example, when several teams in Silver Light City went out to investigate mutant beasts and zombies, those teams suffered heavy losses, with many casualties. If Zhuang Shuer made any mistake in his team, Zhuang Jian, in a rage, might not know how to target him. Don't agree? Zhuang Shuer saw Wang Hao's hesitation and was a little dissatisfied. I usually help you a lot. But you don't agree with just such a condition? Moreover, with me here, some people in the 4th Army, the resources are all available. I don't know how many people want me to join the team. But you still don't agree. Zhuang Shuer was indeed a little annoyed. In her opinion, this was not an excessive request. She had won the relationship with Hao is also good. But Wang Hao is actually hesitant. Of course, I also want you to join the team. Wang Hao said, however. You also know that your status is quite special. If something goes wrong, wouldn't Commander Zhuang take my skin off? So you are afraid of this. Wang Hao's explanation made Zhuang Shuer feel a lot more comfortable. And she said with a smile, don't worry. I will tell my dad that I strongly requested to join your team. And my strength is not that bad. Right. I can protect myself. And besides, I still have you. Zhuang Shuer has great trust in Wang Hao. Whether in the virtual battlefield or in reality, Wang Hao still hesitated. Even if Zhuang Jian knew that it was Zhuang Shuer who strongly requested to join the team, he would still get angry if something unexpected happened. This was inevitable. There was still a big risk in agreeing to Zhuang Shuer joining the team. If you don't agree to let me join, then I won't help you apply for this team. Seeing that Wang Hao was still hesitant, Zhuang Shuer deliberately threatened. Wang Hao looked at Zhuang Shuer for a while, then nodded and said, okay, but you can join the team. But you must obey my orders, and I can't play with your eldest lady's temper. Have I ever acted like a young lady before? Zhuang Shuer rolled her eyes at Wang Hao and said, since you have joined the team, and you are the captain, I will naturally listen to you. Wang Hao nodded with satisfaction. Zhuang Shuer had indeed done it in the past. He has never played the eldest lady's temper, which makes him feel more at ease. The worst thing is, I treat her as a mascot. If there is a dangerous mission, just don't let her follow me. Wang Hao thought secretly in his heart. Although Zhuang Shuer will have some risks in the team, he can also get many benefits, such as the establishment of the team, the resources of the 4th Army, and information that ordinary people cannot have access to, etc. Moreover, with Zhuang Shuer here, Zhuang Jian would not assign his team any tasks that were too dangerous. It was impossible for him to let his daughter take risks. Thinking about it this way, it seems that there are many benefits to having Zhuang Shuer join the team. Seeing that Wang Hao agreed, Zhuang Shuer seemed very happy. Wang Hao, what's the name of our team? The team doesn't even have a single character. Wang Hao said, as long as I'm here, there will be no problem. Zhuang Shuer assured him directly. As for the name, let me think about it. Wang Hao said. Wang Hao really hasn't thought about the name of the team yet. After all, he didn't know that he could be so flexible before. And he never thought that he could form a team so quickly. And he never thought that he could choose the name of the team by himself. Afterwards, the two played 2 more games. One in double row and one in 4 row. After the game was over, Zhuang Shuer was ready to go back. But Wang Hao stopped her. Don't leave in a hurry. Wang Hao said. I'll give you something as a gift for joining the team. Gift? What gift? Zhuang Shuer instantly became interested when he heard that Wang Hao was going to give him a gift. This. Wang Hao took out 2 things that looked like 6-pointed stars. What is this? Zhuang Shuer took it and asked curiously. Wormhole device maker. Wang Hao said with a smile. Have you never seen it before? Zhuang Shuer shook his head. As Zhuang Shuer, she has naturally seen many treasures. She is accustomed to things that are rare for ordinary people to see. But this is the first time she has seen this wormhole device maker. This is a good thing. Wang Hao said with a smile. It can be used for teleportation. Place these 2 items in different places, and you can teleport from one end to the other. However, it has a distance limit. The distance between the devices cannot exceed 1 kilometer. Otherwise they cannot be used. So magical? Zhuang Shuer opened her mouth in surprise. Although this thing has a usage distance limit, it can still be regarded as a treasure, and can save lives at critical moments. Wang Hao nodded. Wang Hao now has the auxiliary function of copy, so naturally he cannot waste it. At present, he does not have many good things in his hands, and the wormhole device maker is one of them. Therefore, in the past few days, He has used the auxiliary function to 2 sets of functions were copied. One was given to Su Guangyuan, and the other was given to Zhuang Shuer as a gift. Zhuang Shuer helped him a lot. Before leaving the city this time, she even helped him get a level 3 suit. Wang Hao deserved a gift in return. What's more, Zhuang Shuer was now considered a member of his team. Good things are naturally given to the members of your own team. Chapter 187 Persuasion. You're back? In the Zhuang family's mansion, Zhuang Shuer heard his father's voice as soon as he entered the house. Dad, you haven't gone to bed yet? Zhuang Shuer came to the sofa with a smile and sat down next to her father. No. I was thinking about something. Zhuang Jian put down the teacup, looked at his daughter and said, Where have you been? I went to see Wang Hao. Zhuang Shuer didn't hide it. Zhuang Jian knows that her double and fourth row teammates are Wang Hao. She is not close enough to Wang Hao now. If she wants to form a team to enter the game, they can only meet each other. Therefore, there is no need for her to hide her father. No wonder you are so happy. Zhuang Jian smiled. Is there any? Zhuang Shuer was a little embarrassed. It's so obvious. Anyone who's not blind can see it. Zhuang Jian said. Zhuang Shuer felt even more embarrassed when he heard this. However, she did not forget about business. Dad, there's something I want to tell you. Zhuang Shuer said. What's the matter? That's it. Zhuang Shuer looked at his father and said. Wang Hao doesn't want to join the Legion. He wants to form a team and then attach it to your 4th Legion. How about it? No, is that a problem? Affiliation? Zhuang Jian was slightly surprised. Most people probably don't know about affiliation. Did you tell him about it? Zhuang Shuer nodded sheepishly. You? Zhuang Jian smiled helplessly. You also know that not everyone can be affiliated. The affiliated team usually acts independently, and also enjoys some of the Legion's benefits. It is nominally affiliated to this Legion. If anything goes too far, the Legion will be blamed. So every affiliated team needs to go through strict scrutiny. I know this, Zhuang Shuer said. However, I think Wang Hao is completely fine. You all recognize his ability, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't fight for him. Dad, if you don't trust his character, I will join his team and personally supervise him to prevent him from doing anything inappropriate. Zhuang Jian stared at his daughter with a half-smile, which made Zhuang Shuer embarrassed. And then he said, What about personal supervision? You just want to join his team, right? Hee. After being seen through by her father, Zhuang Shuer smiled sheepishly. But she did not deny it. Dad, you also know that Wang Hao and I are teammates in double tier and quadruple tier. I have a tacit understanding with him and joined his team. It's the best. I don't agree. Zhuang Jian shook his head and said, Teams are all on missions, and any mission has risks. The more powerful the team, the greater the danger it will face. You should go to school honestly, and when you have to serve, I will arrange for you to join the 4th Army. Zhuang Jian naturally did not want his daughter to be put in danger. He had already made plans for Zhuang Shuer. Although everyone must serve, where they serve and what they do during service are not fixed. As the commander of the army, Zhuang Jian has no problem arranging a civilian position for his daughter without danger. I don't want you to arrange it, Zhuang Shuer said. I'm going to join Wang Hao's team. I've already promised him. Nonsense, Zhuang Jian said with a straight face. Without my consent, the team cannot be affiliated. Dad, the other uncles are eagerly waiting for Wang Hao's reply. Zhuang Shuer said. If you don't agree with him joining the 4th Army, there must be other uncles who agree with him. Zhuang Jian frowned when he heard this. Zhuang Shuer said it right. Even if he doesn't agree with Wang Hao's affiliation, there will definitely be others who agree with Wang Hao's affiliation. Zhuang Jian knows that the commanders of the other 9 legions are also eyeing Wang Hao. Although it's just that affiliation doesn't mean joining directly, but I think some people will definitely agree. After all, the affiliation is also under the name of the Legion. Dad, seeing that his father's attitude was wavering, Zhuang Shuer said quickly, I can protect myself, and Wang Hao will protect me. I won't be in any danger. Of course, Zhuang Jian would not believe what his daughter said. If you protect yourself well, no one can guarantee your safety in this apocalyptic world. Especially team members. You know, in the military, team members are treated much better than ordinary soldiers. In contrast, the tasks they usually perform are more dangerous than ordinary soldiers. Before today, Zhuang Jian never thought I want my daughter to join the team. Although the team Zhuang Shuer wants to join is not a military team, but just an affiliated team. There are also dangers. So Zhuang Jian is naturally worried. But his daughter's words also make sense. If Wang Hao is recruited by another legion, he can still form a team. When the time comes, his daughter will still choose to join Wang Hao's team. He understands his daughter's temperament, and it is difficult to change the decision. Even if she doesn't agree with it, she will join in secretly. The previous insistence on going to No. 5 middle school is an example. In this case, it is better to agree to her joining Wang Hao's team and let Wang Hao's team be affiliated with the 4th Army. In this case, at least he can decide what tasks to arrange for Wang Hao and protect his daughter. Thinking of this, Zhuang Jian nodded and said, "Okay, I agree. You will notify Wang Hao tomorrow to go through the formalities. Remember, after joining the team, you can't mess around like you are now. You must obey the command in everything. Do you understand?" Zhuang Jian took it. His daughter couldn't help it, but he could give orders to Wang Hao. He could indirectly make his daughter obedient by commanding Wang Hao. Understood? Zhuang Xuer was overjoyed. She thought she would have to spend more time explaining. But she didn't expect her father to compromise so quickly, which surprised her. "Okay. It's getting late. Let's go and rest early," Zhuang Jian said with a smile. "Well, Dad, you should go to bed early." Zhuang Xuer stood up and said, "The goal has been achieved, and there is no need for her to continue to struggle here." Zhuang Jian smiled and nodded. When Zhuang Xuer returned to the room, the smile on Zhuang Jian's face disappeared. And then he frowned again. Rest? How can he rest now? The news that Wang Hao brought back made them, the army commanders, restless, fearing that there would be traitors in their army. The incident in Rongwang City was still fresh in their minds. Once a traitor appeared in the army, the consequences would be disastrous. Therefore, after leaving the city lord's palace, the commanders of the major legions immediately began to investigate their own troops. And the 4th Legion was naturally no exception. The investigation was not over for a day, and Zhuang Jian was still uneasy. Thinking of the scenes in the video, Zhuang Jian felt even heavier. He had a premonition that a big change was likely to come. This big change was likely to change the world structure. No one could say whether they would be safe and sound. Chapter 188 Team Establishment. Listen to Xuer. Do you want to form a team? Early the next morning, Zhuang Jian met with Wang Hao, and the matter they discussed was naturally related to the team. Yes. Wang Hao nodded. He didn't expect that this matter would come to a head so quickly. Last night, when you were going to bed, you received a call from Zhuang Xuer, telling him to go to her father, the commander of the 4th Army, Zhuang Jian, to handle the matter this morning. Wang Hao was really pleasantly surprised by the procedures for forming a team. Xuer also wants to join your team? Zhuang Jian continued to ask. Yes, Wang Hao said. Originally, I didn't agree with Xuer joining the team, Zhuang Jian said. This is not against you. I don't want her to join any team. You should know the dangers of the team. I don't want her to be in danger. Wang Hao nodded. Zhuang Jian's words can be said to be frank and honest, without any intention of concealing his selfishness. However, Wang Hao can understand that as the commander of the regiment, Zhuang Jian does not want his daughter to be involved in danger. It is completely understandable. If it were Wang Hao who had the ability, under such circumstances, you definitely don't want your loved ones to be in danger. However, she insists on joining your team. Zhuang Jian continued, I have no choice but to agree. Just like 3 years ago, she insisted on going to the 5th middle school. That time, I also compromised. Wang Hao smiled. It was quite interesting to think that Zhuang Jian, as the commander of the army, had nothing to do with his own daughter. Wang Hao, I can agree with you to form a team, or I can agree with you to be affiliated with the 4th Army. But you must promise me one thing. Zhuang Jian looked at Wang Hao with a serious face and said, Commander of the Legion, please speak. Protect Xuer and don't let her get hurt at all. Zhuang Jian said seriously. Okay. Wang Hao also looked solemn. Although Zhuang Jian did not say any threatening words, Wang Hao believed that if Zhuang Xuer had any accidents in his team, Zhuang Jian would never let him go. Letting Zhuang Xuer join the team is definitely a double-edged sword. Zhuang Jian stared at Wang Hao for a while, then nodded. With a smile on his face again, I believe in you. Wang Hao, you are a person who is favored by the commanders of all the major legions. I can trust your abilities. Regiment Commander, Wang Hao said. Okay. Go through the formalities. I've already said Lo, Zhuang Jian said. In addition, it's impossible to establish a team without a foothold. I have a yard in the 3rd district, and will give it to you. Thank you, Commander. Wang Hao was overjoyed. Zhuang Jian was able to give him a yard, which was an unexpected blessing. Wang Hao was still worried before. With the establishment of the team, there will only be more and more team members. It is definitely inconvenient not to have a station. And there will be no way to discuss things in the future. He fixed the place. But unexpectedly, Zhuang Jian helped him solve this problem. Of course, Wang Hao also knew that Zhuang Jian did this mostly for the sake of his daughter. He didn't want his daughter to have no place to stay. Zhuang Jian waved his hand and said, "Just remember to protect Shu'er, Regiment Commander. Don't worry. I will protect Miss Zhuang," Wang Hao said. "Yes." With Zhuang Jian saying Lo. Wang Hao went through the formalities smoothly and completed the procedures in just a moment. "Are you sure about the team named Qingfeng?" The registration official asked Wang Hao again. "Okay," Wang Hao said. The name of the team was something Wang Hao had thought of last night. It was just a name, and he didn't waste too much energy on it. "Registered," the officer said. "From now on, your Qingfeng team will be one of the teams under the 4th Army. You can customize your own armbands and report them to the record." "Okay. You can go to the quartermaster to get them. The supplies are here." "Thank you." Wang Hao had never thought about the armband before. But it is not urgent. Anyway, the team is just him and Zhuang Shu'er. And maybe Su Guangyuan can be added. Wang Hao quickly found the quartermaster. He thought he would only receive a few supplies. But he did not expect that the supplies he received were quite large and of various types: kettles, daggers, helmets, armor, combat boots, goggles. There were many things such as ropes, and so on that Wang Hao had never thought of before. And he didn't know if there was any factor of Zhuang Shu'er in them. "Can't take it?" The quartermaster looked at the frowning Wang Hao and said with a smile, "I'm just one person, so it's really hard to get so many things," Wang Hao said with a smile. The quartermaster gave not one set of things, but 10 sets. Everything was the same and Wang Hao couldn't take it away by himself. "Well, just tell me a location and I'll arrange for someone to send it to you." The quartermaster was very considerate. "That's great. Thank you." Wang Hao quickly thanked him. I don't know if it was because of Zhuang Jian's greeting, but the quartermaster's attitude towards Wang Hao was very kind. Wang Hao reported to the quartermaster the address of the yard where Zhuang Jian sent him. Later, the quartermaster arranged for 2 soldiers and a military vehicle to load Wang Hao's supplies and transport them to the yard. As for Wang Hao, he took a ride and followed the military vehicle to the yard. The yard Zhuang Jian gave him was in the 3rd district. Although this was not the core area of the city, it was still a wealthy district. Every piece of land and every house in the wealthy district was valuable. Not to mention Zhuang. What Jian gave him as a gift was still a courtyard. When he arrived at the courtyard, Wang Hao realized how generous Zhuang Jian was. This is a courtyard with 3 entrances, covering an area of more than 1,000 square meters. If you want to own such a courtyard in a wealthy area where land is at a premium, you need more than just money. That is, a regiment commander like Zhuang Jian, and ordinary people, but it is difficult to own such a yard, let alone give it away. Sure enough, it would be wise to recruit Zhuang Shu'er into the team. Wang Hao muttered quietly as he looked around the yard. The 2 soldiers left after unloading their things, while Wang Hao looked at where his team would stay. "Why is it so dirty here?" The person who spoke was not Wang Hao, but Zhuang Shu'er, who had just arrived. "Why are you here?" Wang Hao asked. "I'm here to see where our team is stationed." Zhuang Shu'er looked at the surrounding environment and said, "My dad is really stingy. Just giving him a place like this, it's already pretty good." Wang Hao smiled and said, The place is very large, and it is in a wealthy area. The location is very good. Moreover, these houses are in good condition, but there is a lot of dust. They must have been unoccupied for a long time. As long as they are cleaned, it will definitely be a pretty good place." The residence. Although Zhuang Shu'er was complaining, Wang Hao was quite satisfied with this place. "Okay." Zhuang Shu'er nodded. "As long as you are satisfied, then I won't ask him to change places." Obviously, Zhuang Shu'er played a key role in having such a station. Chapter 189 Plan to build air raid shelters. It took Wang Hao 2 days to clean up the courtyard. Of course, Su Guangyuan's contribution was also indispensable. Su Guangyuan has been here to help clean up the past 2 days. The courtyard is not very far from his residence, and it is convenient for him to come and go. In addition, Su Guangyuan also officially joined the Qingfeng team and became the second official member of the team. This is the benefit of joining a team. There are no restrictions on ranks or personnel. Wang Hao has the final say on who he wants to recruit into the team. Captain, this courtyard is so beautiful. Such a courtyard is difficult to buy in wealthy areas even if you have money. The commander of the army is so kind to you. Su Guangyuan looked at the brand new courtyard with excitement on his face. Since he officially joined the team, Su Guangyuan's title for Wang Hao has also changed. This was not what Wang Hao asked for, but what he insisted on changing. In Su Guangyuan's words, he is the captain and has the majesty of the captain. It cannot be because of him and Wang Hao. Hao is a good friend. No matter how big or small. There are only a few people in the team now, and may not have much influence. If there are more people, he is still so ignorant that it will affect Wang Hao's authority. As for the origin of this courtyard, Wang Hao only said that it was given by Zhuang Jian. Su Guangyuan did not know the identity of Zhuang Shuer. He only thought that Zhuang Jian valued Wang Hao very much. So he gave such a courtyard to Wang Hao as the team's residence. Wang Hao did not explain much about this. Brother Su, what do you think about us digging an air raid shelter here? Wang Hao asked Su Guangyuan. Air raid shelter? Su Guangyuan was stunned for a moment and said, of course. In this apocalyptic context, air raid shelters are a necessity in almost every city. After all, the threat of flying mutant beasts is always there. And if zombies attack within the city, air raid shelters could also be used for Tibetans. Because of this, there are air raid shelters under or around buildings such as the City Lord's Palace, schools, shopping malls, etc. in major cities. Over the past 100 years, people of this era have made rapid progress in building air raid shelters. Su Guangyuan thought that Wang Hao wanted to dig a bomb shelter to guard against flying mutant beasts. However, Wang Hao had more than that. Now, Wang Hao's biggest reliance is on auxiliary functions. And among all his auxiliary functions, there is one that is quite special, copy. This auxiliary function allows Wang Hao to copy a large number of existing items. Naturally, Wang Hao will not waste this excellent auxiliary function. As long as the cooling time is over, he will make copies. At the moment, his main copy is the wormhole device maker. In addition to wormholes, in addition to device makers, Wang Hao will naturally also copy other things, such as vehicles, firearms, etc. If you copy too many things, you have to have a place to put them. Small items are fine. Big things like cars are not so easy to put. The yard on the ground is not small. But from now on this place will be used for combat teams. Naturally, the place used for members' gatherings cannot be filled with debris, ammunition and the like. Therefore, it is necessary to build a large air raid shelter. Of course, it is not possible to build an air raid shelter just because you want to. It requires application. Especially for a large air raid shelter. It requires the approval of the City Lord's Palace. I'm afraid the City Lord may not agree. Su Guangyuan expressed his worries. It's okay, Wang Hao said with a smile. I'll go find the City Lord to talk about this. I can also find the construction team. But I may have to ask you to help me keep an eye on it when the time comes. Both quality and speed must be taken seriously. Of course it's no problem, Su Guangyuan said. He usually only does odd jobs. But now that he has joined Wang Hao's team, he naturally has to focus on the team's affairs. Later, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer, who came over, went to the City Lord's mansion together. You want to build an air raid shelter? On the way, Zhuang Shuer was a little surprised by Wang Hao's decision. During this period of time, Zhuang Shuer would come to this yard no matter what happened. Obviously, this team is still very important in her heart. However, Zhuang Shuer didn't quite understand Wang Hao's decision, because there was a public air raid shelter not far from the yard. If a flying mutant beast really attacked, they could hide there. There was no need to hide there. Build a bomb shelter. Yes. Wang Hao nodded and said, actually, it is not just to guard against flying mutant beasts, but also to leave this air raid shelter to place some items. When Wang Hao said this, Zhuang Shuer could understand it. But she thought that Wang Hao was just building a small air raid shelter that could hide dozens of people. But she never thought that after arriving at the City Lord's mansion, Wang Hao actually said that he would build a large air raid shelter of tens of thousands of square meters. You know, Wang Hao's yard is only more than 1,000 square meters. The air raid shelter Wang Hao wants to build is so large. Not to mention Zhuang Shuer. Even the City Lord Wu Haomiu was shocked. Why did you build such a big air raid shelter? Wu Haomiu asked curiously. Wang Hao wanted to apply to build an air raid shelter. But Wu Haomu was not going to refuse. Air raid shelters were also part of the city's defense. Naturally, the more air raid shelters in the city, the better. Wang Hao was willing to pay for the construction of air raid shelters himself. So how could Wu Haomu stop him? Although the air raid shelter is definitely owned by Wang Hao in name. If a war really breaks out and the air raid shelter is needed, and he, as the city lord, requisitions Wang Hao's air raid shelter, can Wang Hao refuse? Therefore, Wu Haomu was definitely happy to see the success of building an air raid shelter. However, he did not expect that Wang Hao would actually build such a large area of air raid shelter. Put some debris. Wang Hao said with a smile, I'm afraid there will be more debris in the future. So I just built the air raid shelter larger to save the trouble of future expansion. How much debris can your team have? Wu Haomu said with a smile. The yard that Commander Zhuang gave you is not big enough for you to put it in. Be prepared. Wang Hao said. What's more, the mutant beasts and zombies outside the city are becoming increasingly rampant. It's also good to take some precautions. Last time mutant beasts and zombies attacked the city, the flying mutant beasts already knew how to throw rocks, wood and other things to attack the city. No one knows what new tricks they will use next time. Wu Haomu's face turned serious when he heard Wang Hao talking about the mutated beasts and zombies outside the city. Since Wang Hao brought back the information. During this period, Silver Light City has been busy building city defenses to prepare for the possible upcoming war. The mutant beasts and zombies outside the city are becoming more and more regular. This is definitely not a good thing for the survivors in the city. Maybe the next war will be more dangerous than the previous one. Perhaps, Wang Hao may have thought of this level before building an air raid shelter. As for the area, it doesn't matter if it is larger. There are air raid shelters larger than this in Yingguang City. It is said that he also has a larger area underground in the city lord's palace. The air raid shelter that Wang Hao wants to build is not too exaggerated. That's right. Chapter 190, I want to open my eyes. So many legions invited you. But you chose the 4th legion. Wu Haomu glanced at Zhuang Shuer, who was also coming, and said with a smile. However, it was expected. After the air raid shelter matter was settled, a few people we talked about Wang Hao's ownership. Although Wang Hao formed a team and was affiliated with the 4th Army. Even if he was only affiliated, he was nominally affiliated with the 4th Army. But he had more autonomy than ordinary soldiers. Therefore, Wu Haomu said that he chose. It's not wrong to say that he got the 4th Legion. However, Wu Haomu seemed to have a profound look at Zhuang Shuer. Perhaps he felt that Zhuang Shuer played a big role in this. After all, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer were teammates in double and 4th rows. Zhuang Shuer was Zhuang Jian's daughter. So it was not surprising that she would persuade Wang Hao to join the 4th Army. Zhuang Shuer smiled sheepishly, but did not refute. She had contribution to this matter. Wu Haomu smiled. It was indeed a good decision to form a team. Moreover, now that Zhuang Shuer has joined the team, Zhuang Jian will not arrange many dangerous tasks for Wang Hao. However, this would be a pity for Wang Hao's ability. Wang Hao was able to complete his bounty mission twice in a row. Zhuang Jian quite admired him. After all, Wu Haomu is the lord of a city, and he still has a lot to do. Especially recently. He is even busier when he is busy guarding against mutant beasts and zombies outside the city. This is why Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer came together. If it were anyone else, it might not be possible to see him. Therefore, after chatting for a few words, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer left. Do you know any construction teams? Wang Hao asked Zhuang Shuer after leaving the city lord's palace. No. Zhuang Shuer shook her head. She knew why Wang Hao asked. It must be about the air raid shelter. So she said, the military has occasionally cooperated with civilian construction teams. They should have the skills. I can help you. Asked. Naturally. There are engineers in the military. But occasionally some less important and less confidential projects are handed over to civilian construction teams. Then please help me ask. Wang Hao said. Being able to cooperate with the military means that the level of the construction team will naturally be acceptable. And Wang Hao will feel more at ease. Building air raid shelters is a job that almost all construction teams can do. The construction teams recruited through military connections will naturally have no problem with their capabilities. Why are you so polite? Wang Hao said. Don't forget. I'm also a member of the team. Building the air raid shelter is not just your business. It's the business of the entire team. And I should contribute. Zhuang Shuer was always ready. He never forgets his identity as a member of the team and always wants to contribute to the team. This air raid shelter was built under the team station and belongs to the team. It is not wrong to say that it is a matter of the entire team. Wang Hao smiled and stopped being polite to Zhuang Shui. Instead, he talked about another thing. Does the Fourth Army have more advanced equipment, such as firearms, vehicles, etc.? You asked this what? Zhuang Shui asked. Curious. Wang Hao asked, I haven't seen high-end equipment yet, so I just want to open my eyes. Your auspicious suit is high-end equipment. And as for the wormhole device maker, it is the best that no legion has. Honey, are you saying that you have never seen high-end equipment? Zhuang Shui rolled his eyes at Wang Hao, as if to tell him that he was lying. Zhuang Shui was more concerned about the wormhole device maker. She had never seen this equipment before. After returning home, she asked her father indirectly whether there was such equipment in the army. The answer she got was negative. That is to say, this wormhole device maker has never been seen before. It is the best equipment that even the army has never had. And its function is even more powerful. Zhuang Shui knew that a man was not guilty of carrying a jade. So she didn't even tell her father about it. Wang Hao smiled sheepishly. He didn't mean to tell lies with his eyes open. But he just forgot about it. The weapons and equipment of the 4th Legion are among the best among all the legions in Silver Light City. Zhuang Shui did not dwell on Wang Hao's poor excuse, but introduced him, however. This is only a difference in quantity. Except for aircraft, the equipment of other legions is basically available in the 4th Legion. If you want to open your eyes, there is no problem. However, high-level equipment is extremely rare even in the army. So if you want to, I'm afraid it won't be easy to equip the team. But if I talk to my dad, we might be able to get some. No, I just need to take a look, Wang Hao said quickly. Wang Hao also knows that the number of high-end equipment is very small. Even in the army, the quantity is limited, and priority is given to equipping the elite in the army. Although his Qifeng team is affiliated with the 4th Army. After all, it is only affiliated and belongs to the stepmother. Where can I get those equipment? Of course, if Zhuang Shui went to act coquettishly, it was possible to get some. But that would leave a bad impression on Zhuang Jian. Wang Hao didn't want to offend his boss. Not to mention, his original intention was not to ask for those gear, just to have a look. If you look at it, it's no problem, Zhuang Shui said. It was just a look, not a request. And she had this face without her father's consent. Then let's go now, Wang Hao said. So urgent? Isn't it time to come out? Wang Hao said. Okay. Then, the two went to the 4th Army station and found the quartermaster. I want to take Wang Hao in to see if there is any problem, Zhuang Shui asked the quartermaster. Of course it's no problem, the quartermaster said. However, if you take away the equipment, you need the permission of the Legion commander. Obviously, the quartermaster didn't think Zhuang Shui brought Wang Hao here just for a look. I know. I didn't plan to take anything away. I just took a look, Zhuang Shui said. Okay. That's definitely no problem, the quartermaster said. Afterwards, the quartermaster opened the warehouse and let Wang Hao and Zhuang Shui in. This is the first time Wang Hao has entered the munitions warehouse. Before he came to collect supplies for the team, the munitions officer only took the things out to him instead of letting him enter the warehouse. Naturally, it is impossible for people to enter such a warehouse where important supplies are stored, which is why Wang Hao also asked Zhuang Shui to help. Basically all the high-end materials of the 4th Army are here. Zhuang Shui pointed around and said to Wang Hao, take your time and take your time. Don't be in a hurry. Wang Hao nodded and said, the quantity is indeed not very large. This warehouse is specially used to store high-end materials. It is not small and contains a lot of things. But you must know that the 4th Army has tens of thousands of soldiers. These materials are too big in front of tens of thousands of soldiers. Too rare. Chapter 191 secretly copied. August. MG3. Dog Smash. Ghillie Suit. Level 3 Armor. Level 3 Helmet. Level 3 Bag. Etc. Wang Hao saw a lot of high-end equipment in this warehouse. These equipment were mainly firearms. Generally, the airdrop guns in the virtual battlefield can be called high-end equipment. After all, these guns can be obtained from airdrop boxes. The probability is very low, but their power is very great. It is not too much to call it high-end equipment. In addition to airdrop guns, Wang Hao also saw some special vehicles here, armored vehicles. However, this armored vehicle looks a bit crude and backward. Even so, it is a deadly weapon on the battlefield. At least, Wang Hao has not seen it among ordinary people. Of course, their number is also very small. estimated to be around 10. In addition to these, there are also rare equipment such as night vision goggles, periscopes, and diving suits. The more Wang Hao looked, the more frightened he became. He was not surprised by the advanced equipment here, but he was surprised that the human survivors could survive to this day. This is the high-end equipment warehouse of the 4th Army. But even so, he did not see large-scale high-end equipment. In the 4th Army, there were not only a small number of high-end equipment, but also a small number of types. Wang Hao did not look at heavy firepower weapons. To a few pieces, the 4th Legion is in this situation, and the situation in other legions will not be much better than here. And mankind, relying on these weapons and equipment, has survived for more than 100 years after entering the apocalypse. This can even be called a miracle. Part of the reason for this is the tenacious will of human beings in the face of desperate situations. Human beings are unwilling to be destroyed, so they can only rise up and resist. The second reason is that the previous mutant beasts and zombies lacked unified command. Although they were large in number, without unified command, they appeared scattered, giving human survivors opportunities to defeat them individually. But now, things are different. Among the mutant beasts and zombies outside the city, intelligent creatures have appeared. And among the human survivors, some have rebelled and colluded with the zombies. As a result, the previously scattered mutant beasts and zombies have gradually become unified and have a strong influence on humans. The threat has greatly increased. Looking at this advanced equipment in front of him, Wang Hao is worried about whether the human survivors can withstand the attacks of mutant beasts and zombies. It seems that we need to increase our strength as soon as possible, Wang Hao thought secretly. He had to think about his future. The firepower of the human survivors was really weak. No wonder the last time mutant beasts and zombies attacked the city. It only took a few days. Every city was under great pressure. Even Silver City mobilized. The plans of ordinary survivors. Once humans are defeated, and the city ceases to exist, without the ability to protect itself, I am afraid that it will soon become the food of mutant beasts and zombies. What's wrong? Why are you in a daze? Zhuang Shuer came over and said with a smile, "It's your first time to see so many high-end equipment. Are you dumbfounded?" Zhuang Shuer only thought that Wang Hao was shocked by the high-end equipment in front of him. After all, for ordinary survivors, high-end equipment is not easy to possess, and it is difficult to see it. Wang Hao would be shocked, which is normal. Yeah. Wang Hao didn't explain, and said, "Can I take another look?" Of course. Then, Wang Hao walked around the entire warehouse. After thinking about it for a while, he took advantage of Zhuang Shuer not paying attention, using the copy auxiliary function. The target of Wang Hao's copy this time is Groza, also known as Dog Smash. Groza is one of the many airdrop guns in the virtual battlefield. It uses 7.62mm bullets and has 2 modes, single shot and fully automatic. It has high single shot damage and fast shooting skills. It is the rifle with the strongest performance at medium and short range and fully automatic. It has shortcomings. It is difficult to control medium and long distances, and cannot be equipped with an 8x mirror, flash suppressor, or compensator. Wang Hao has used Groza more than once in the virtual battlefield. But in reality, this is the first time he has owned this gun. And this is also the first time Wang Hao has owned an airdrop gun. In reality, almost every survivor has a gun in his hand. But these guns are basically ordinary rifles, or even pistols and submachine guns. However, airdrop guns are very few, even rarer than level 3 suits. Wang Hao has touched many good things from airdrop boxes before, but he has never touched an airdrop gun, which shows that airdrop guns are rare. Groza is one of Wang Hao's favorite guns. Today, when he had the opportunity, he chose this gun first. Let's go! The goal has been achieved, and Wang Hao doesn't want to stay long. Don't watch it, Zhuang Shuer said. I won't watch anymore. Wang Hao said, I'll come back when I have the opportunity. Come again? Zhuang Shuer was a little surprised. Of course. Wang Hao said with a smile, I can't own these high-end equipment for the time being. It's always good to get rid of the addiction. How about I talk to my dad and ask him to give you one? Zhuang Shuer, seeing that Wang Hao liked these equipment so much, planned to become a lobbyist again. No need. Wang Hao said quickly, there is not much equipment here. There are tens of thousands of soldiers under the 4th Army, which is far from enough. I am just affiliated with the army, so I shouldn't occupy too many resources. One piece of equipment. That's all. Zhuang Shuer said. It's really not necessary. Wang Hao said. I'll be satisfied if I can see it a few more times. Moreover, I also believe that I will soon have a batch of high-end equipment. Okay. Seeing Wang Hao's insistence, Zhuang Shuer he said nothing more. I believe you. Wang Hao smiled. If you want to get high-end equipment, you don't just have to have strength. You also need luck. If you are unlucky, you won't be able to get any treasures even if you have a lot of chicken. The two walked out of the warehouse together. Zhuang Shuer pointed at Wang Hao and said to the quartermaster, if he wants to see these equipment in the future, just let him in. Understand? Okay. The quartermaster agreed quickly. It's just for a look. Not taken away. Zhuang Shuer definitely wants to give him this face. Thank you. Wang Hao said to the quartermaster. Captain Wang. You're welcome. The quartermaster replied. This warehouse stores all the high-end equipment of the 4th Army. It is naturally an important place in the military. There are many cameras inside to monitor the entire warehouse. Just after Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer entered, the quartermaster he was watching the surveillance. Therefore, he knew that Wang Hao was really just watching and did not bring any equipment. At this time, he naturally would not ask for a body search or ask questions. After leaving the munitions office, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer separated. Wang Hao planned to practice shooting while Zhuang Shuer was busy looking for a construction site to dig and build an air raid shelter. Both of them had matters to deal with. It has to be said that with Zhuang Shuer in the team, many things have become much more convenient. The construction team found it in the afternoon. Zhuang Shuer led the construction team leader to meet Wang Hao and discuss the specific layout of the air raid shelter. The entire construction team started working the next day to officially dig the air raid shelter. Chapter 192 School starts. This is University A? Wang Hao stood in front of University A. Looking at the new school he was about to enroll in. University A is located in a wealthy area. Although it is only in the 3rd district, it is still in a wealthy area after all. This is incomparable to many other universities. Wang Hao also lives in a wealthy area now. But he rarely hangs out. Apart from playing games, he is training. Therefore, before today, he had never been to a university. And today is the day for the new students of University A to register. Wang Hao carried his simple luggage and came to the freshman registration office. The universities in this time and space are obviously different from those on Earth. The universities here mainly teach game-related knowledge and skills. Therefore, there are no majors in the university. Everyone is in the same major, but they are not in the same class. Therefore, there is only one registration office, and there is no need to report to different places according to different majors. As for luggage, in principle, universities will provide dormitories for students, but it is not mandatory to live in dormitories. After all, most of the students enrolled in universities today are survivors of the city. Therefore, the school is not too far from home. Students do not necessarily have to live on campus. However, most students usually live in dormitories, especially those who originally lived in urban areas and slums. They basically live on campus because this is their only chance to live in a wealthy area. Wang Hao also brought some luggage. As for whether to live on campus, it depends on the situation. Even if he does not live on campus, it is convenient to put some daily necessities in the dormitory for occasional rest. Hello, classmate. What's your name? The person in charge of receiving Wang Hao was a senior. At this moment, she lowered her head and looked at the roster in her hand, as if she was waiting for Wang Hao to report his name. And then she went to check it. Wang Hao. Wang Hao said lightly. Wang Hao. Right. Let me look for it. Wang Hao. The senior looked up, with a pair of beautiful eyebrows filled with surprise. And her pretty face was full of surprise. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Wang Hao asked. Are you Wang Hao? The senior asked, while looking Wang Hao up and down, as if she wanted to see through Wang Hao. Is this Wang Hao? Finally, we meet the real person. He has the best score in the history of our university. Not only our university, but also the best student in the entire history of the college entrance examination. I heard that someone in the senior class wanted to scare him and tell him to keep a low profile in the future. After Wang Hao revealed his identity, many people around him started talking. Wang Hao's college entrance examination results caused a huge sensation at the time. It can be said that anyone who has paid attention to the college entrance examination knows Wang Hao. However, not everyone has seen him. Therefore, here not many people knew him before. Many people are curious about Wang Hao. After all, His scores have surpassed the previous top scorers in the college entrance examination. He is leading by a huge margin. Although there are many top academics in a university, there are no top academics like Wang Hao. Therefore, there are many people paying attention to him. There are so many people in the registration office today, but many of them are here for him. I am Wang Hao. Wang Hao ignored the comments of the people around him. He showed the information on his smart bracelet to the senior sister and then said, "Is it okay?" "Okay. Okay." The senior sister said something embarrassed. She handed over a form and said, "Just fill in the information on it." "Okay." Wang Hao nodded. When Wang Hao was filling out the form, he could feel that the senior sister's eyes were always looking at him. And other students around him were also talking about it. And he couldn't help but secretly complain, being famous may not always be a good thing. It can be imagined that there will be many such encounters in the next few days. Only when the students around him get used to his existence can he return to his previous life. Wang Hao quickly filled out the form, handed it to the senior student and said, "Okay. See if it's correct." The senior student took the form, looked at it, and said, "No problem. Your class is class 1. The dormitory is in building 5. 608. This is the key to your dormitory." "Thank you." Wang Hao took the key. Just when Wang Hao was about to leave, the senior sister stopped him. "Wait. Is there anything else?" Wang Hao looked at her doubtfully. There was a little shyness on the senior sister's beautiful face. And she whispered, "Senior brother, can you add a friend and play games together in the future?" Wang Hao was startled. And smiled, of course. The senior sister was obviously relieved, with a smile on his face, and said, "I'll skin you." The two of them successfully became friends, and left their contact information. Wang Hao also knew the name of this senior, Guiya. "Yeah? Why are you so proactive today? You usually don't give the boys your contact information when they chase you. Why are you taking the initiative today? Could it be that you have a crush on this junior?" Wang Hao had just walked a few steps. A joking voice came from behind. "Go. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just hugging my thigh." "It's not like you don't know how strong he is," Guiya said with a slight blush. "It will be easier for me to get higher points if there is a great god with me. I just don't know how good he is. You won't dislike me. When did you become so unsure?" The girl next to him said with a smile. "Besides, he did well in the college entrance examination. But it was just a college entrance examination. And there were only senior students in the examination room. The level of a student is not necessarily that high. After he enters the university, the environment is different, and the opponents are different. So he may not be able to perform so well. I am very optimistic about him anyway. I am not so optimistic about him. Are you attracted to him?" "Don't talk nonsense." The two were talking and laughing. Not loudly, but Wang Hao vaguely understood it. He didn't take it too seriously, and just shook his head with a smile. Entering college, although it does not mean that everything is overturned, is also a new beginning. Students with good grades in high school may not be able to perform well after entering college. Therefore, even if Wang Hao performed well in the college entrance examination, he is extremely outstanding. And there are still many people who are not optimistic about him. Holy crap. Who is this? So beautiful? Our university has had several beauties come this year. One named Zhuang Shuer just came here. And now there's another one who's not worse than her. Look at her. She has a lot of luggage. She may not be from our Yingguang city. No matter where she is from. She is from our university. I just don't know if she has a boyfriend. She is so beautiful. Boyfriend? Not necessarily. Just as Wang Hao was about to leave, he heard someone next to him exclaim. And almost all the male students around him looked towards the school gate. Wang Hao also subconsciously turned around and looked over. Chapter 193 Roommate. With a tall figure, burgundy hair, and a delicate face, the student who was walking with his suitcase was indeed a person who was as charming as Zhuang Shuer. At this time, enthusiastic seniors came forward to help with their luggage. And the girls did not refuse. Wang Hao just glanced at it without any special thoughts, turned around and prepared to leave. Wang Hao. Just when Wang Hao turned around, the girl walked straight towards him, and even called her by her name. Do we know each other? Wang Hao stopped and looked at each other in surprise. I know you. You don't know me. But after today, we know each other. The girl came to Wang Hao with a smile on her face. My name is Chi Charan. Wang Hao nodded. Leave your contact information and add a friend? Chi Charan looked at Wang Hao and said. Wang Hao hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. I'll go. What's going on? The goddess has someone in her heart? It's good to study well. Beautiful women take the initiative to add friends. I'm envious. Wang Hao. The hatred for seizing your wife is irreconcilable. Chi Charon's actions caused a group of wolves to howl around him. The senior students who were watching looked at Wang Hao with jealousy burning like a raging fire. No matter in which era, beauties are extremely popular and attract much attention. As soon as Chi Charon appeared, she attracted the attention of many senior students. And there were many who took the initiative to show their courtesy. However, just when they were still thinking about how to get Chi Charon's contact information, Chi Charon took the initiative to add Wang Hao as a friend. How could this not make them envious and jealous? Wang Hao felt the looks around him, and knew that it was not suitable to stay here for a long time. After adding Chi Charon as friends, he carried his simple luggage and headed to his dormitory. Building 5. 608. When Wang Hao arrived at his dormitory, someone had already arrived in the dormitory. The last one has arrived. Seeing Wang Hao coming in with his things, a fat young man among the 3 people who arrived first came up to him with a smile. You are from this dormitory too, right? Wang Hao nodded. My name is Feng Gaoyuan, the fat young man said, pointing to the 2 people next to him and saying, his name is Yu Jianzhong. His name is Luo Sun. You are the last one in our dormitory. Yu Jianzhong's figure is completely opposite to Feng Gaoyuan's. He is very thin and looks like he may only weigh a little over 100 pounds. He is a little over 1.7 meters tall. As for Rosen, he was wearing a pair of glasses and looked quite elegant. Wang Hao said lightly. Wang Hao. As soon as Wang Hao announced his name, Feng Gaoyuan and the other 2 people exclaimed in surprise. Feng Gaoyuan even said excitedly, Are you Wang Hao, the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination? Yes. Being stared at by his 3 roommates, Wang Hao touched his nose in embarrassment. It's really you. Feng Gaoyuan said excitedly, I didn't expect that I would live in the same dormitory as the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Wang Hao. How did you do it? You can kill so many people in one game. Yu Jianzhong asked curiously. You're lucky. You meet more people. Wang Hao said. Then you must be able to kill them all. Yu Jianzhong said. Wang Hao. I heard that Chi Charon took the initiative to add you as a friend. Is it true? Luo Sun asked Wang Hao with a gossipy look. Wang Hao didn't expect that Luo Sun, who looked so polite, would actually have such a gossipy mind. And he didn't expect that what happened just now would spread so quickly. Yes. Wang Hao nodded. How do you know? The group is all quarreling. Luo Sun said, You haven't joined the group yet. But you don't know that our university has 2 freshmen who are school belles this year. One is Zhuang Shuer, and the other is Chi Charon. School beauty? Wang Hao was slightly startled. That's right. Rosen seemed to be well informed about such gossip. This was chosen by everyone together. Wang Hao smiled, not knowing how Zhuang Shuer would react when he found out that she had been chosen as the school beauty. Wang Hao. Have you known Chi Charon before? Luo Sun asked. If we'd known each other before, why did we just add our contact information today? Wang Hao said. That's true. Rosen said. Then why did she take the initiative to find you and exchange contact information with you? I don't know about that. Wang Hao said. Hey, Luo Sun. Can you, a grown man, stop being such a gossip? Feng Gaoyuan said. Today is the first day we meet, and we will be roommates for the next few years. This is a rare fate. I suggest that we have a chat first. Bureau. I agree. Yu Jianzhong agreed. Of course I have no objection, Rosen said. The 3 of them looked at Wang Hao, who smiled and said, You can play games, but I have to make the bed first. We help you. Feng Gaoyuan and the other 3 said at the same time. In fact, there was nothing to pack. Wang Hao's daily necessities were all provided by the school. He only brought some changes of clothes and didn't carry much other things. Of course, there must be a backpack. In today's era, when survivors go out, a backpack is almost indispensable. The only difference is the level of bag they bring. Wang Hao still brought the 3rd level bag that Zhuang Shuer gave him, and Feng Gaoyuan and others also had 3rd level bags. There are only 2 types of people who can come to University A. One is academic masters like Wang Hao. They get in based on their ability. Being able to get into University A shows that they have good abilities, and will naturally show their ability in the virtual battlefield. Yes, it is not impossible to earn enough money to buy a 3rd level package. The second type is people with powerful backgrounds, such as Zhuang Shuer. Zhuang Shuer naturally got in based on her ability. But even if she couldn't get into a university, She could still get in. Her status and background are completely, she can choose a school at will. In University A, there are many people with powerful backgrounds. In short, those who can go to a university are not ordinary people. Carrying a third-level bag is no big deal. The four of them joined forces and quickly packed up Wang Hao's bed. Then the four of them sat together and formed a team to enter the game. Soon, the four people appeared on the island square of the virtual battlefield. This is the first game for the four gods of war in the 608 dormitory of Building 5 of our university. I didn't say anything, but I have to be first. Feng Gaoyuan waved his arms and shouted loudly. What nonsense are the four gods of war? They are not afraid of death, and they are jumping around. Feng Gaoyuan's high profile made the young man next to him dissatisfied, his face full of mocking disdain and provocation. If you jump, just jump. Can I be afraid of you? Feng Gaoyuan is not a shy person. When he saw the other party's provocation, he immediately accepted the challenge. If you have the talent and ability to jump to G-Port, whoever doesn't come will be your grandson. Just jump. I want to see how good you are. When the time comes, just don't cry for mercy. I want to say this to you too. Chapter 194 Auxiliary Function, Maintenance. Why do you pay attention to him? Luo Sun was a little dissatisfied when he saw Feng Gaoyuan having a fight with others. Port G is not an ordinary place. There will be other players there besides them. Even if we kill them, there is no guarantee that we can escape from there. What are you afraid of? You don't care about life and death. If you don't accept it, do it. Feng Gaoyuan said nonchalantly. Besides, don't we still have Wang Hao? I didn't say I'd jump into Hong Kong with you. Wang Hao said with a smile. Don't. Feng Gaoyuan licked his face and said with a smile. If you, a super academic, don't go, I don't know what to do. Didn't you just say, you don't care about life and death? And you will do it if you don't accept it? What are you afraid of? Wang Hao laughed. I didn't do that just to cheer up. Feng Gaoyuan said, if it were other places, I really wouldn't be afraid of them. But G-Port, you know, G-Port has always been the first choice for players who like steel guns. Ground, even P-City and the airport, are far less chaotic than G-Port. As long as the route allows, there will be many players jumping there in every round. Being able to break out from there requires not only strength, but also luck. There are fewer people to go there. Not really. I remember that Wang Hao's favorite place to go was P-City. Yu Jianzhong said, Old Feng, why didn't you just provoke him and let him jump to P-City? Feng Gaoyuan and Yu Jianzhong were high school classmates, and Feng Gaoyuan was older than Yu Jianzhong. Therefore, Yu Jianzhong often calls Feng Gaoyuan Old Feng. In dormitory 608, the oldest one is Feng Gaoyuan, followed by Yu Jianzhong, and Wang Hao is the youngest. I forgot about this. Feng Gaoyuan said embarrassedly. Wang Hao likes to jump to P-City. It is no secret to those who know him. During the college entrance examination, Wang Hao would choose to jump to P-City as long as the route allowed. He must be very familiar with it. How about you go talk to him again? Rosen said with a smile. How can that be done? Feng Gaoyuan waved his hand quickly. Doesn't that make me feel guilty? No. No. It's okay to jump to G-Port. Wang Hao smiled, although I prefer P-City. G-Port is not can't go. Wang Hao, do you agree to dance together? Feng Gaoyuan said excitedly. As you said, this is the first game in our 608 dormitory. As a member of 608, I can't help but fit in. Wang Hao said with a smile. That's interesting. Feng Gaoyuan excitedly hugged Wang Hao's shoulders. We will kill them all later. Wang Hao smiled and said nothing. In fact, Wang Hao also plans to use this game to take a good look at the level of his roommates. He also knows that not all those who can get into a university are academic masters and masters. But he just doesn't know what passes his roommates have passed. It's not a bad thing to get to know each other better. If we cooperate well, it's not impossible to play games together in the future. Soon, Wang Hao's attention was attracted by the system's prompt tone. The game is about to start, and the auxiliary function is turned on. Please choose one of the following three options as an auxiliary for this game. 1. Diving. Level 1 you can submerge underwater for a long time without falling off. Signal value, duration of 3 minutes. Cooling time of 3 minutes. And you can attack underwater. Actively return to the ground during the process. And directly enter the cooling time. 2. Large capacity. Level 1 your backpack can hold more. Something double. 3. Repair. Level 1 you can repair damaged items in the game. Note, Players can use redemption points to enhance auxiliary functions. Please choose this auxiliary function. The first and second auxiliary functions are reversed. There is nothing surprising. Wang Hao has used these two auxiliary functions randomly before, but it was the third auxiliary function that caught Wang Hao's attention. Can items in the game be repaired? Wang Hao muttered. What damaged items can be found in the game? Guns have no durability, so they naturally do not need to be repaired. However, helmets and armors are durable. After life, it no longer provides defense capabilities. In addition, there are vehicles. Vehicles can also be destroyed, but they can also be repaired. I choose 3. Repair. What are the effects of the first two auxiliary functions? Wang Hao knew very well that he was very curious about the third auxiliary function and wanted to see its specific effect. Select OK. After selecting the auxiliary function, Wang Hao waited for the official start of the game. Next to him, Feng Gaoyuan and the young man just now were fighting again. Both of them seemed to be afraid that the other would run away. Soon, the 4 people entered the plane, and the plane transporting them officially took off. The route of this game starts near Port G. Port G happens to be near the route, and it is also near the starting position of the route. You don't need to think about it to know that in this game, there are many ways to jump to Port G. Sure enough, when the 4 of them jumped out of the plane, there were people around them, and they were basically in full formation. Damn, there are so many people? Even though he was mentally prepared, Feng Gaoyuan was startled. How about we jump down to the city first and wait until the G-port is almost beaten before we come here to pick up the leaks? But the people around were frightened. I think it's feasible, Rosen said. Aren't you afraid that the person just laughed at you? Wang Hao said with a smile. He doesn't know my name, so just laugh. Feng Gaoyuan was in a good mood and didn't care about being laughed at. Let's jump to Port G, Wang Hao said. We land outside the container and attack from the side. It may not be impossible to capture Port G. Attacking from the outside is Wang Hao's usual approach. The advantage of this is that you don't have to worry about being attacked from the front and back, and can ensure the safety of the rear. Really? Luo Sun also hesitated. The cost of landing in a box is not small. It would be too embarrassing for us 608 to fall into a box in our first game together. Don't worry. It won't fall into a box. Wang Hao laughed. I believe in Wang Hao. Yu Jianzhong said. Old Feng, don't be scared. Who is scared? Feng Gaoyuan said. I'm just worried that you will blame me if you fall into a box. I don't care. Then jump to G. Hong Kong. Rosen seemed to have made up his mind. They are students from University A. They have their own pride. Although there are many people jumping to G-port in this round, they must not be timid before fighting. The 4 finally decided to jump to Port G. At the same time, they all adopted Wang Hao's suggestion and landed on the outside first, rather than the middle area. Soon, the 4 people landed on the container and each collected supplies. The person who picked up the gun first was already attacking other players around him. Wang Hao and the others were also within the range of the attack. When they landed, in addition to Wang Hao and the others, many people also landed on the container. The container is high up and has no cover, so it naturally becomes a target for other players to attack. Chapter 195 Initial Run-In. Holy shit. 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 Feng Gaoyuan jumped off the container in a hurry. At this time, his health volume was only about 1/3. Do you think I'm easy to bully? 2 or 3 people are attacking me. Feng Gaoyuan was a little angry and a little aggrieved. Because you are bigger, the target is obviously easier to hit. Yu Jianzhong joked. If you ask me, you should get on the container again and attract their firepower. It will be safer for us to pick up the things. I believe that with your coquettish position, you will definitely not die. Rosen said seriously. I won't go. Feng Gaoyuan shook his head. Why don't you go? I'm not as hateful as you. Hee. Luo Sun said with a smile. You are bullying people. Feng Gaoyuan said aggrievedly. Wang Hao is the best. Actually, I think what they said makes sense. Wang Hao said. Feng Gaoyuan looked at Wang Hao pitifully, while Yu Jianzhong and Luo Sun laughed. Apart from anything else, the atmosphere in Wang Hao's team is quite good. Although Feng Gaoyuan complained, there was no delay in his actual actions. After completing his recovery, he climbed onto the container again, his fat body jumping and running continuously. Not to mention, his positioning is really good. Although there are several players attacking him, his health drops very slowly. Feng Gaoyuan attracted firepower, but it did by Wang Hao and the others' time. the nearby containers, and the inside of the containers were all searched by Wang Hao and the others. Are you okay? They seem to be coming to mess with me, Feng Gaoyuan shouted worriedly. Perhaps because he was annoyed by Feng Gaoyuan's provocative behavior. Or perhaps because Feng Gaoyuan was dissatisfied with his health and easy to bully. There were indeed 3 players rushing towards him not far away. You can come down now, Wang Hao said. Feng Gaoyuan couldn't wait to jump off the container. Found an open container, hid in it, and started applying bandages. Look carefully at my markings, Wang Hao said in the team channel. 1 here, 2 here. I will guard this side. You Jianzhong and Luo Sun, you 2 guard that side. I will help you after I defeat this one. Is there any problem? No problem, Yu Jianzhong and Luo Sun replied. Although there was no discussion, several people seemed to subconsciously accept Wang Hao's command. This is also due to Wang Hao's status as the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Otherwise, Yu Jianzhong and Luo Sun might not be so obedient if they were others. What about me? Feng Gaoyuan asked unwillingly. You need to replenish your health first. Then support them later depending on the situation, Wang Hao said. Can you do it here? Feng Gaoyuan said. No problem, Wang Hao said. Wang Hao didn't play at home every day during this period. Apart from games, he practiced gunnery. Although his team was only affiliated to the 4th Army, it could also use the 4th Army's training ground. Naturally, the internal resources of the Legion are more than those of No. 5 Middle School. All kinds of firearms, bullets, and vehicles are all available. Coupled with Zhuang Xuer's relationship, Wang Hao can use unlimited bullets every day and can go to training at any time. Therefore, Wang Hao's marksmanship level has improved a lot during this period. In addition, he has auxiliary functions, and he knows in advance where the opponent will appear from. And it is still a one-on-one situation. In this case, if Wang Hao still can't win, then he can find a piece of tofu to kill him. Soon, the footsteps were approaching, and Wang Hao's gun had already been aimed. As soon as the player's figure appeared from the corner of another container, Wang Hao immediately pulled the trigger. Duh. Bullets flew out, and the player who rushed towards him was knocked down by Wang Hao's bullets before he even understood what was going on. While Wang Hao was shooting, the battle next to him started almost at the same time. There were 4 people fighting there, and the intensity was obviously more intense than here. Wang Hao didn't know the strength of Yu Jianzhong and Luo Sun, and was afraid that they would suffer a loss. Therefore, after knocking down the player, he didn't even go to replenish his gun and immediately moved towards Yu Jianzhong and Luo Sun to support them. However, by the time Wang Hao arrived, the battle was already over. Yu Jianzhong was unscathed, with no trace of blood lost, and Luo Sun was still alive, with only about a quarter of his blood lost. On the other hand, the 2 players on the other side were already kneeling on the ground, not crawling, and seemed to have resigned themselves to their fate. Okay, Wang Hao said while refilling his gun. 2 against 2. And I know the direction of their appearance in advance. If you don't win this, you will be ashamed of your status as a college student, Yu Jianzhong said with a smile. When Feng Gaoyuan came out of the container, the battle was over, and there were 3 more boxes on the scene. You guys move very quickly. Feng Gaoyuan was already licking his bag and said, I thought you were going to pull a lot. Port G has a large number of containers, so the terrain is very complicated. Fighting here, pulling is common. Some people who are familiar with the terrain, even just one person, can use the terrain here to avoid being pursued by a full formation. Feng Gaoyuan thought that Wang Hao and the others would also fight, but he didn't expect that by the time he came out, the battle was over. We're just dealing with a few little karami, so what's the need for pulling? Yu Jianzhong said. Save some for me. Not only did Feng Gaoyuan move flexibly and coquettishly, he also licked the bag extremely fast. When Yu Jianzhong passed by, the contents of the bag where most of the good things were picked up by Feng Gaoyuan, and he was so angry that he almost wanted to see Feng Gaoyuan offline. I have the greatest credit for this wave, so I should lick something good, Feng Gaoyuan said matter-of-factly. Shit! You didn't fire a single shot. Yu Jianzhong and Feng Gaoyuan have been friends for many years. They often joke and joke, what credit do you have? Without me attracting firepower, how can you be so comfortable picking up supplies? Without me seduction, can they come here to die? Feng Gaoyuan said plausibly. Okay. You have the greatest credit. Continue next time, Yu Jianzhong said. While the 2 were chatting with each other, Wang Hao calmly put on a pair of broken second-level armor. This second-level armor belonged to one of the 3 players just now. In the battle just now. He was Wang Hao, and the others have knocked out the durability here. And the durability of their equipment has turned red. And it basically has no defensive effect. After Wang Hao changed it, he used the repair auxiliary function on the second-level armor. Then, Wang Hao saw a light green progress bar. The progress bar was advancing very fast. After a while, the progress bar was full. When the progress bar was full, the second-level armor, which had just been smashed and had turned red in durability, instantly returned to its full durability state and turned into a second-level armor with complete defense. That's true. Wang Hao muttered in his heart. Chapter 196: The Intuition of a Master. After testing it himself, Wang Hao was very satisfied with the repair auxiliary function. Level 2 armor is naturally nothing. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is everywhere on the island. However, level 3 armor and level 3 helmets are very rare. With this auxiliary function, Wang Hao will pick up the smashed level 3 armor and helmets. Level 3 helmets are acceptable. Of course, the effect of this auxiliary function is still incomparable with see-through and invisibility. And its effect on improving combat effectiveness is not as strong as those auxiliary functions. If you ask me, Wang Hao's contribution is the greatest. At this time, several people brought the topic to Wang Hao. Luo Sun looked at Wang Hao and asked, Wang Hao, how did you know that they came from these 2 sides? Intuition. Wang Hao said with a smile. Intuition from a master. Although Wang Hao's words were a bit pretentious, the 3 of them had no doubts. Some masters indeed have intuitions that are different from ordinary people on the battlefield. They can discover hidden crises. This intuition cannot be explained or explained. But it is real and cannot be forced. Wang Hao was able to break records one after another in the college entrance examination and get a huge lead. They said he had battlefield intuition. And a few people didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Ordinary experts cannot achieve such results in the college entrance examination. Get ready to fight again. Wang Hao said with a smile. My intuition tells me that someone is coming again. Port G was already crowded. And Wang Hao and the others had just fought here. Because of the cover of the container. Other players, they don't know the specific situation of the battle just now. In their opinion, both sides have equal numbers. Even if which side wins, it will definitely be a tragic victory. The current state must be dissatisfied. And some people may even fall to the ground or have attrition. Come here at this time. It is the time when the fisherman gets a profit. Sure enough, not long after, another team rushed over. This time in full formation. Not only has Wang Hao's team not been reduced in number, all 4 of them are in full condition. And they have already prepared for battle in advance. Wang Hao secretly observed his teammates between battles. Judging from the marksmanship, movement, and the position of the muzzle preview point of the 3 of them, Feng Gaoyuan and the 3 of them have strength beyond ordinary people. It can be seen that they entered a university not by their status and background, but by their own strength. Even Feng Gaoyuan, who acted a bit funny before, his marksmanship level is not low. Of course, his movement is still coquettish. In addition, Feng Gaoyuan and Yu Jianzhong cooperate very well and can take care of each other's sides. It seems that this is not the first time that the 2 of them have entered the virtual battlefield together. It is very likely that they were teammates in double or 4 rows in the college entrance examination. Luo Sun's gun is not as strong as Yu Jianzhong's, but he is very smart and has good prediction ability. He can always predict the opponent's position in advance. It gives people the feeling that the enemy is just hitting the muzzle of his gun. This is not a master, but really can't do this. In short, the 3 of Feng Gaoyuan each have their own characteristics, but their overall strength is not weak. Wang Hao is very satisfied with the level of his 3 roommates. While Wang Hao was observing his 3 teammates, Feng Gaoyuan and the other 3 were also secretly observing him. Needless to say, Wang Hao's battlefield intuition. 2 consecutive early warnings have already explained the problem. More importantly, even in close combat, Wang Hao does not fall behind at all. The gun is very hard, and almost no bullets he shoots are wasted. Each one can take away part of the enemy's health. Feng Gaoyuan and the other 3 were secretly surprised by Wang Hao's shooting accuracy, secretly saying that Wang Hao was indeed the top scorer in the college entrance examination, and his strength was indeed impressive. Although Feng Gaoyuan and the other 3 didn't say anything, they were quite arrogant in their hearts. They were not the kind of students who got into a university through connections, but got in based on their own abilities. Being able to get into a university They are naturally strong. Not bad. They all have their own arrogance. They know that Wang Hao is the top scorer in the college entrance examination. But they may not be convinced by Wang Hao before that. Although the college entrance examination lasts for 3 days, there is still a big factor of luck. The route, the level of other candidates in the same examination room, and even the choice of placement, materials distribution, etc., may affect the final score. Some students who usually have good grades have unsatisfactory grades in the college entrance examination because of bad luck in the college entrance examination. Some students with average grades in normal times have good luck in the college entrance examination and achieve very good grades. These are all it's possible. And it happens every year. Therefore, the top scorer in the college entrance examination may not necessarily be the strongest student. It can only be said that this student performed well in the college entrance examination and had good luck. Of course, his own strength is not too bad. However, he wants to convince everyone. Especially it is still difficult for students who usually have good grades to be convinced. Even if Wang Hao broke the record. And now, Wang Hao has used his performance to initially conquer his roommates, at least making them feel that he, the top scorer in the college entrance examination, is not just a matter of luck. The battle ended quickly. Although it was the first time for Wang Hao and the 4 of them to form a team of 4. And they did not cooperate well with each other. The 4 of them were all masters of this level. Their personal strength alone was better than other players. Therefore, this time they won the battle. And the win was not a thrilling one. Except for Yu Jianzhong and Luo Sun, who lost some health. There was no loss. Wang Hao and Feng Gaoyuan didn't even lose any health. After killing 4 people, Wang Hao and the others immediately licked the bag to replenish supplies. This G-port is not a safe place. The battle here will not scare other players, but will attract other players to come and pick up the leaks. Therefore, the battle can happen at any time. It is possible for it to erupt again. These people are quite wealthy. Mr. Feng, I just traded my gun for a cannon. Feng Gaoyuan touched his level 3 armor and grinned. Wang Hao glanced at Feng Gaoyuan's armor and didn't say anything. With the auxiliary function of repair, he also had a hidden ability. That is, he could see whether the object was damaged. Therefore, Wang Hao could see at a glance that Feng Gaoyuan's body was damaged. Although level 3 armor is still durable, it is only about half, and its defense is naturally only half. Wang Hao could completely repair Feng Gaoyuan's level 3 armor, but he didn't say anything. Repairing equipment was too shocking, so it was better not to let others know about it. In addition to Feng Gaoyuan, the equipment of Wang Hao and the other 3 people also changed. They landed on the periphery, where supplies were relatively scarce. The 2 teams that came to attack them both landed near the middle. Therefore, their equipment obviously better than Wang Hao and the others. Of course, Wang Hao and the others are now much cheaper. Someone is here again. Wang Hao did not forget to observe the surrounding situation while changing his equipment. I came just in time. I just wanted to try out my new equipment. Feng Gaoyuan was eager to try it. Chapter 197. Can tanks also be repaired? About 3 minutes later, only Wang Hao and his team were left in the entire G-port. The other teams were swept out by them, including the young man who had just started shouting with Feng Gaoyuan in the island square. The entire battle was a near miss. Wang Hao was able to give early warning, and Feng Gaoyuan and the other 3 were also quite strong. Compared with Wang Hao's previous teammates, only Zhuang Shuer could compare with them. The other teammates were all too far behind them. With powerful teammates, the battle was obviously much easier. After being fully equipped, Wang Hao and the others did not even wait passively, but took the initiative to sweep the entire G-port. Players from other teams had almost no ability to fight back against Wang Hao and the other 4. In fact, it's not surprising when you think about it. Wang Hao and the 4 of them were admitted to University A based on their strength. University A is the best university in Silver City, in the whole of China. Even if it is not the top, it is not bad. Therefore, they can be admitted to University A. The students are basically the best in this rank. The rule of the virtual battlefield is that players with similar ranks are given priority in the same game. Therefore, the other players in this game have similar ranks to Wang Hao and others. At the same rank, Wang Hao and the 4 of them are different. It is not surprising that it can clean up the entire G-port without anyone else. Not to mention Wang Hao's see-through auxiliary function, which provides guidance to all team members. At the end of the battle, Wang Hao and the 4 of them each gained something. Wang Hao no longer accounted for most of the team's eliminations like before. Wang Hao didn't care about this. He was even happy that this happened. In the past, among the 3 modes of virtual battlefield, Wang Hao had the highest chicken eating rate in single row, followed by double row. As his cooperation with Zhuang Shuer became more and more tacit, Wang Hao's chicken eating rate in double row was also increasing. There are only 4 rows. Even with a strong teammate like Zhuang Shuer, Wang Hao's success rate in the 4th row has never been very high. The reason is naturally because the other 2 teammates are not strong enough. Now, the 3 of Feng Gaoyuan are all very strong. Although they cannot be said to be super masters, compared to others, they are definitely among the top batch in the same rank. With strong teammates, the probability of winning is high. Huge improvements. Wang Hao is very willing to eliminate a few eliminations in exchange for an increase in the probability of winning chickens. After all, winning chickens can reward 10 additional redemption points. Moreover, you can also touch the airdrop box and have the opportunity to retain auxiliary functions. It's so happy. So happy. Feng Gaoyuan laughed and said, "The 4 of us join forces. We are simply invincible. And we can easily win the G-port." Yu Jianzhong and Luo Sun were also smiling. Obviously, they were also happy with the result of the victory. Very satisfied. "What should we do next?" Yu Jianzhong asked. "Do you still need to talk about it?" "Car battle," Feng Gaoyuan said immediately. Wang Hao nodded and did not object. With such powerful teammates, it would be too wasteful to settle for points. You must take the initiative to find someone. Yu Jianzhong and Luo Sun did not object. They were all eager to give it a try. Everyone knew the importance of redemption points. Now that they have strong teammates, who doesn't want to earn more redemption points? So, Wang Hao and the other 4 found a car and started walking around looking for people to fight. Wherever there might be people, they would go for a walk. They would not let go of the airdrops they saw. Generally, they would surround the airdrops, and they could always hit them. One plane. Wang Hao and the others pursued them from the upper left corner to the upper right corner of the map. And then they fought all the way to City M. And then from City M to near the fishing village. They almost covered the entire map. The results are naturally not bad. And everyone's number of eliminations is increasing. "Hey, there seems to be a car jumping in front of you," Yu Jianzhong suddenly said. "I'll chase after him and have a look." "I'll go too." Feng Gaoyuan, who was not far away from Yu Jianzhong, took advantage of the situation and got into the car. As for Wang Hao and Luo Sun, they are relatively far away from them. Along the way, several people went smoothly, and no one was even knocked down. This greatly increased everyone's confidence. Therefore, Yu Jianzhong and Feng Gaoyuan, who were only 2 people, dared to chase after them. "Holy shit. You 2 are eating alone." Rosen was licking his bag in a house in the distance. As for Wang Hao, he was on the beach, where there were several boxes, and he was ready to replenish supplies. "Hey, you can't blame us. Who told you to stay too far away? If I pick you up, I won't be able to catch up," Yu Jianzhong said. "That's right," Feng Gaoyuan agreed. "Then I hope you capsize in the gutter," Rosen said. "Bah! Bah! Bah!" Crow's mouth. "It's just a trampoline. It can't flip over," Feng Gaoyuan said. Wang Hao smiled and didn't care. He and Luo Sun were indeed far away from Yu Jianzhong and the others. Yu Jianzhong drove to pick them up. It would be difficult to catch up with the tram after wasting time. There was nothing wrong with Yu Jianzhong's choice. And Wang Hao was not worried about their safety. There are only 2 people in a bouncing car at most. With the strength of Yu Jianzhong and Feng Gaoyuan and their tacit understanding between each other, even if it is 2 against 2, their probability of winning is very high. Wang Hao continued to lick the bag and did not pay attention to the movements of Yu Jianzhong and Feng Gaoyuan. "Huh?" Just as Wang Hao was licking his bag, he suddenly let out a soft breath of surprise. "What's wrong? Did you find other players there?" Rosen asked immediately. "No," Wang Hao said. "I just found an in the box." "That's it?" Luo Sun instantly lost interest. They mainly focus on car battles along the way. The is good, but it doesn't play much role. In mobile battles, the role of sniper rifles is very limited. Wang Hao ignored Luo Sun, but stared at the box in front of him. To be precise, the tank next to the box. There are scrap tanks parked on the beach next to the fishing village. And there are more than one. There is one parked here in front of Wang Hao. A player just used this scrap tank as a cover to fight Wang Hao and the others. Of course, the final result was that the player died under random gunfire from Wang Hao and the others. And the box fell next to the tank. Originally this was nothing. But when Wang Hao approached the tank and wanted to lick the bag, a green progress bar appeared. Wang Hao knows very well what the green progress bar means. The repair auxiliary function has been triggered. In other words, Wang Hao can repair the completely scrapped tank in front of him. This greatly surprised Wang Hao. He had previously only used the repair auxiliary function to repair helmets, armor, vehicles and other objects. But he did not expect that even such scrap tanks could be repaired. Wang Hao became interested, activated the repair auxiliary function, and the progress bar began to advance continuously. When the progress bar was full, Wang Hao discovered that the scrap tank did not change much on the surface. But it could be entered. Tank. Fixed. Chapter 198 Fire. Wang Hao looked around to make sure there was no one around, and then entered the tank. The inside of the tank is a different scene. There are several button-like things, as well as joysticks, steering wheels, pedals, etc. Wang Hao has never operated a tank before, but the internal control area is not too complicated. Wang Hao, after a little exploration, I got a rough idea. Of course, this is just a rough idea. At this time, Wang Hao saw a ship speeding towards this side of the sea through the observation mirror with its own thermal imaging. The people on the ship obviously didn't know that there were people on the shore, and they were driving recklessly. I don't know if this tank can still fire, Wang Hao muttered, but his hand accidentally touched a certain button. Then, a barrage of cannonballs were fired from the muzzle and headed towards the ships in the distance. Wang Hao was shocked when he saw this. He still didn't know what the functions of these buttons were. He accidentally touched one just now, but he never thought that it was the button for firing. You can't hit it. You can't hit it. You can't hit it. Wang Hao prayed secretly in his heart. Although this is a real battlefield, the elimination is announced. This is the same as in the game. If Wang Hao kills the people on the ship with one shot, how will the elimination announcement be displayed? Could it be that he killed him with a cannon? That's ridiculous. If that's really the case, there's no way to cover it up with technical or intuitive explanations. While Wang Hao was praying and worrying, the SHLS flew straight towards the cruise ship. At this time, a player on the boat seemed to be aware of it. He looked up and saw the cannonballs flying quickly. What is that? However, before his teammates could ask, the SHL hit their cruise ship directly. Boom! There was an explosion, and the durable cruise ship exploded. The 4 people on board were turned into boxes almost at the same time. Holy crap! What happened? Why did I die? How did I die? I don't know. Did any of you see it? I just saw a black dot heading towards Let's Fly Over. Black spot? Look at the elimination report. You were eliminated by the player Wang Hao who used the assault rifle Groza to detonate the vehicle. Except for the names of the eliminated players. The other contents are the same. The vehicle was detonated. The ship did explode. But how did it explode? Groza? That thing's long-distance damage is unstable. Besides, even if the Groza is powerful, it can't kill the ship instantly. Right? Just now it's very durable. Is there anyone around? Where did the bullet come from? Although there was an elimination report, the 4 people on the ship were still full of doubts. Unfortunately, they were now nothing. In this state, they couldn't see the live virtual battlefield at all, let alone where the player Wang Hao who killed him was. One of the 4 people saw the cannonball. The cannonball flew extremely fast. When the player saw it, the cannonball was already approaching, and he was not given a chance to take a closer look. Therefore, he did not know what he saw. What is it? But he was sure that it was definitely not a bullet. But if it wasn't bullets, what about the elimination broadcast? You can't go wrong with the elimination broadcast. Right? Perhaps the black spot was just something he saw when he had a hallucination. And it was not real. Their ship should have been blown up by Groza. However, even if he forced himself to accept this explanation, how did Groza blow it up instantly? They were on a cruise. He still couldn't figure it out. But even if they couldn't figure it out, the 4 of them didn't think that someone was cheating. After all, after so many years, no one had ever been able to cheat on the virtual battlefield. It hadn't been done before, and there wouldn't be anyone in the future. They couldn't figure it out. How he died could only be blamed on his inexperience and his failure to pay attention to any oversights. But he would never have thought that the tank that blew up the cruise ship was a tank from the shore. What the 4 people didn't know was that not only were they shocked, but Wang Hao himself was also shocked. He didn't expect that his casual shot would actually hit. You must know that the ship was traveling at a fast speed. Although no one was seen on the shore, the ship was traveling in a straight line. But even so, it was not easy to hit it with one shot. It seems that the self-aiming auxiliary function can also work when firing. Wang Hao muttered. Wang Hao didn't believe that a novice like himself could hit a moving ship with one shot. This must be due to self-aiming. Of course, this is not what Wang Hao cares about at this time. What he cares about most is the elimination broadcast. If it turns out that the 4 people were killed by cannons that blew up the ship, I can't explain it even with 10 mouths. My secret may be exposed. In the context of the apocalypse, people's minds are hard to guess. Once my secret is exposed, I will inevitably. It caused a lot of trouble, which is why he has been careful to hide his secret. Fortunately, although he used a cannon to blow up the ship and killed the 4 players, the elimination broadcast showed that the weapon he used was a groza, which made him relieved. There was indeed one of his 2 weapons. It was Groz, but he knew that it was definitely not Rosa who blew up the ship. Since the system can help me cover up, does that mean that I can use these tanks or even airplanes whenever I have the opportunity in the future? This is not the first time that the system has helped cover up. On Wang Hao's smart bracelet, the relevant records about the auxiliary functions were hidden in the past, and could not be seen by others. Now, when he used the cannon to blow up the vehicle, it was still covered up, which made Wang Hao relieved. You know, there are many tanks on the entire island map. There are about 10 tanks just near the beach of the fishing village. In addition to the fishing village, there are also scrap tanks in other parts of the island. In addition to tanks, there are also scrapped aircraft on the island map. Since scrap tanks can be repaired, scrapped aircraft can also be repaired. Wang Hao couldn't help but laugh when he thought about the scene where he drove tanks and planes to kill people wantonly on the island. However, it is just a thought. The elimination broadcast system can help cover up, but the system cannot cover up the driving of tanks and flying aircraft. Other players are not blind. If Wang Hao were to drive a tank or fly around openly, it would be easy. If other players see it, then it will be difficult to keep Wang Hao's secret. Therefore, as long as Wang Hao doesn't want his secret to be exposed, he can't open tanks or planes at will. It's okay to be careful and play occasionally. Chapter 199. Something seems to be missing. Wang Hao, you're awesome. You can kill 4 at once. Holy shit. Lao Feng and I fought for 1 head. Wang Hao, you killed 4 by yourself. The vehicle was bombed and the whole formation was killed. The family was neat and tidy, and they must have walked peacefully. Damn it. Where were you? I'm not far from you. Why didn't you see the situation here? Also attracted the attention of his teammates, especially Rosen. He was not too far away from Wang Hao, but he didn't even hear the sound of the vehicle or see its shadow. As a result, Wang Hao blew up the vehicle directly, which made him exclaim. However, he did not doubt Wang Hao. After all, whether the distance between the 2 was far or close, it was very possible that Wang Hao spotted the vehicle traveling in the other direction. A bunch of unlucky guys. Wang Hao had already got off the tank and said with a smile, "It's so unbeatable. I thought there was only 1 person on top. You got an advantage and acted like a good boy. If I had known better, I would have stayed with you there. Maybe I can get 2 eliminations." Feng Gaoyuan complained. This guy Yu Jianzhong's driving skills are terrible. He can catch up with a bouncing car, which made me waste time and miss the kill. In the previous 4-person car battle, Yu Jianzhong was basically the driver. Wang Hao probably knew Yu Jianzhong's driving skills. It was not particularly good, but it was not bad either. It was normal for some accidents to occur during the pursuit. Yu Jianzhong and Feng Gaoyuan, who pursued to no avail, quickly turned around and returned. Rosen also came out of the building. Yu Jianzhong parked the car next to the beach so that Wang Hao could get in. After Wang Hao got in the car, the 4 of them continued to fight with others. Do you feel anything is wrong? Feng Gaoyuan said suddenly. Wang Hao raised his eyebrows. But Luo Sun was the first to speak. Something's wrong? What's wrong? I can't tell. Feng Gaoyuan touched the back of his head and said, I always feel that something is wrong over there on the beach. But specifically what's wrong? I can't tell. What's wrong? Are you confused? Yu Jianzhong said while driving. Maybe? Feng Gaoyuan said uncertainly. Among the 4 people in the car, only Wang Hao knew what Feng Gaoyuan meant when he said something was wrong. There is a tank missing on the beach. The tank that Wang Hao had repaired was no longer on the beach at this time, but had been driven into the sea by Wang Hao. Wang Hao was afraid that Feng Gaoyuan and others or other players would discover the secret of the tank when they passed by. Therefore, before Feng Gaoyuan and others arrived, he drove the tank into the sea first. It was covered by the surface of the water. If you didn't look carefully, you really couldn't find it. The importance of virtual battlefield to survivors is self-evident now. Therefore, whether it is high school, university, or social institution, they are focusing on researching virtual battlefield. Although they have not been able to develop any plugins for virtual battlefield, but they have a very thorough understanding of battlefield, including which places are suitable for hiding, which places are easy to use for vehicles, and even the plain graphics inside each building, etc. Many people know it well. The tanks on the beach next to the fishing village must also be part of the research. Of course, because they cannot be driven. They can only be used as bunkers. Therefore, no matter which school or institution they're in, they will not study them in depth. Feng Gaoyuan is very interested in these tanks. There is definitely an impression. But without one car, it is difficult to remember it for a while. Feng Gaoyuan couldn't remember, so Wang Hao naturally didn't remind him aloud. And Feng Gaoyuan's attention was quickly attracted by other players he met halfway, and he no longer considered the problems on the beach of the fishing village. Wang Hao and Wang Hao all have good personal abilities. As the game progresses, the four people's cooperation becomes more and more tacit. In addition, there is no particularly powerful player in this game. Therefore, the four people finally win the chicken smoothly. If you eat chicken, you can keep the auxiliary functions. The first two auxiliary functions were not very attractive to Wang Hao for the time being. But the repair auxiliary function, Wang Hao thought about it for a while, and finally decided to retain it. In reality, helmets, body armor, vehicles, etc. are all easily broken, and even firearms are durable and subject to wear and tear. Therefore, the auxiliary function of repair is also useful in reality, and it may be more effective than in real life. More uses in the game. Retaining the auxiliary function of repair cost Wang Hao 800 redemption points. However, considering its functions, Wang Hao did not feel that the 800 redemption points were wasted. Repair, Level 1. Upgrade requires 4,000 redemption points. Virtual battlefield effect. You can repair damaged items in the game. Reality effect. You can repair damaged items in reality. Wang Hao took a look at the function introduction. There were only a few words in the descriptions of the real and virtual battlefield effects, but the actual effects were similar. However, one was for repairing items on the virtual battlefield, and the other was for repairing real-life objects. Wang Hao's focus lies on the word object. In other words, this auxiliary function can not only repair firearms, armor, vehicles, etc. It can even maintain tables, chairs, benches, TVs, etc. Almost anything can be repaired. When you think about it, it only costs 800 exchange points to keep it. Still quite cost-effective. At level 1, all items have been repaired. I don't know what improvements will be made after upgrading. Wang Hao muttered to himself. The upgrade of auxiliary functions will definitely bring about functional improvements. However, the auxiliary function of repair can already repair task items at level 1 without any restrictions. Wang Hao could not have imagined that level 2, level 3, or even higher. How can this auxiliary function of level be improved? Wang Hao really wanted to try it. But when he saw that upgrading required 4,000 redemption points, Wang Hao gave up the idea. Let's wait until we have enough exchange points later. Wang Hao now has a lot of auxiliary functions that he permanently retains. But these auxiliary functions are only one level. Wang Hao has not upgraded any of the auxiliary functions. It's not that he doesn't want to, but each auxiliary function upgrade requires a large amount of redemption points, even if he has accumulated a sufficient number of redemption points. He is reluctant to upgrade. He always wants to keep the redemption points in case there are no redemption points available when he encounters the new auxiliary function he likes. That would be terrible. Keep the good auxiliary functions first. And as for upgrading, you can take your time. Although the auxiliary function of repair was retained, Wang Hao didn't have high hopes for touching the airdrop box. Facts also prove that he was right not to have high hopes, because he only got a pair of poker cards from the airdrop box. As for the other three people, everything they touched was average. Chapter 200 Zhuangshu Air calls. To celebrate our first place as a team, and to celebrate our first day together, let's go out for a dinner together at noon. After the virtual battlefield, Feng Gaoyuan immediately proposed a dinner party. The reason is very good. There is no reason to refuse. And Wang Hao and the three of them have no objections. There's still time. Let's play double Q, Yu Jianzhong said. Okay. Feng Gaoyuan agreed. Luo Sun looked at Wang Hao and said, Are we two going to team up? Yu Jianzhong and Feng Gaoyuan were double-row teammates in high school. And now they are in the same dormitory. There is no reason to separate. So they must still form a double-row team. Rosen's double volleyball teammate in high school was his high school classmate. Now that they are not in the same school, he naturally wants to change teammates. Wang Hao is undoubtedly a more suitable partner. Not only because they are in the same dormitory now, but also because Wang Hao's strength is even stronger than his previous double-row teammate. However, Wang Hao shook his head and said, I have double-row teammates. Luo Sun was greatly disappointed when he heard this. He couldn't force it. Some people are used to their teammates and won't change them even if they are not together. Teammates. As long as they are close enough, they can form a team even if they don't meet. Thinking about it, Wang Hao must be very satisfied with his double-row teammates. Otherwise, he would not have changed them after entering college. Who is it? It can't be that Chi-Charan. Right? Yu Jianzhong said with a smile. When Yu Jianzhong said this, both Feng Gaoyuan and Luo Sun looked at Wang Hao. Especially Luo Sun. And the fire of gossip in their eyes burned brightly again. Why are you such a gossip? Wang Hao couldn't laugh or cry. She and I just met today. How could we be double-row teammates? Not necessarily. Rosen said immediately. What if Chi-Charan takes the initiative after you had friends? Do you want to play a sweet double Q with you? Many students will change their regular teammates after entering college. Especially those who do not go to the same school. The probability of changing is higher. Although they can team up and enter the game regardless of distance. They are not a school is destined to have less contact in the future and relationships will gradually become distant. Which is not conducive to cooperation in the virtual battlefield. Therefore, it is not surprising to find new teammates on the first day of school. Imagination is rich enough. Wang Hao smiled and said, It's a pity that it's not. At this moment, Wang Hao's smart bracelet rang. Standing next to Wang Hao, Luo Sun's sharp eyes suddenly saw the caller ID. Name on. Zhuang Xuer? Luo Sun exclaimed. Which Zhuang Xuer? Feng Gaoyuan asked quickly. That's Zhuang Xuer from our university, eh? Wang Hao said with a smile. She's also the school beauty Luo Sun just mentioned. Wang Hao didn't mind letting Feng Gaoyuan and others know about his relationship with Zhuang Xuer. After all, he will have more contact with Zhuang Xuer in the future. Feng Gaoyuan and the other three are his roommates. So there is no way he can keep it a secret. What's more, Wang Hao doesn't think there is anything shameful about his relationship with Zhuang Xuer. Holy crap! Is it true? The fire of gossip in Rosen's eyes burned brightly again. Wang Hao nodded. Wang Hao, you're awesome, Yu Jianzhong said with admiration. On the first day of school, I became friends with two of the freshman school beauties. The boys in the school are probably jealous to death. Maybe not only it's as simple as just being a good friend. Luo Sun said coquettishly. Go. Don't talk nonsense. Wang Hao said, Zhuang Xuer and I were high school classmates. During the college entrance examination, she and I were teammates in double row and quadruple row. I remembered that you were indeed teammates in the college entrance examination, Feng Gaoyuan said. People who follow Wang Hao's college entrance examination should also know Zhuang Xuer. However, Wang Hao performed so well in the college entrance examination that even Zhuang Xuer performed well, but was ignored by some people. Now Wang Hao performed well in the college entrance examination. When Hao said this, Feng Gaoyuan and others also wanted to come. Only then did Wang Hao answer the phone. Wang Hao, why did it take you so long to answer the phone? Are you busy? Zhuang Xuer's voice came from the other end of the phone. No. Wang Hao glanced at his three roommates and didn't elaborate. Is there something wrong? Can't you call if you have nothing to do? Zhuang Xuer replied. Wang Hao felt that there was a hint of coquettishness in Zhuang Xuer's answer. He subconsciously glanced at the three roommates next to him. Fortunately, it was not hands-free. Otherwise, he might not know what these three people would think. Ahem. Zhuang Xuer may have noticed something was wrong with her tone. So she quickly said, I'm looking for you to double row. And we want to have dinner together at noon? I made an appointment with my roommates at noon. Wang Hao Dao. Okay. Zhuang Xuer didn't force it. On the first day of school, many dormitories would go out to eat together. How about we play a game? Okay. Wang Hao said. Let's play double row. I just finished playing 4 rows. Okay. After saying that, Wang Hao hung up the phone. Now that the two of them have a tacit understanding of over 50, They don't have to meet to form a team to enter the virtual battlefield. This saves a lot of money. Few things. Wang Hao looked at Feng Gaoyuan and the others, and found that they were all looking at him. She asked me to play games. Wang Hao said. I asked you to have dinner with me, Rosen said with a smile. Wang Hao shrugged and did not deny it. Although Feng Gaoyuan and the others did not hear Zhuang Xuer's voice, they could hear something from Wang Hao's answer. Then she won't be angry if we call you out for a dinner party. Right? Feng Gaoyuan said. If she were angry, we would be guilty. Why are you angry? Wang Hao said speechlessly. I won't bullshit with you anymore. I'm in the game. After saying that, Wang Hao ignored Feng Gaoyuan and the others. If he didn't leave, he was afraid that the three of them would gossip about himself and Zhuang Xuer. After Wang Hao entered the virtual battlefield, he saw Zhuang Xuer. Did you just line up with your roommates? Zhuang Xuer asked. Yeah. Wang Hao nodded. How is it? Zhuang Xuer asked. They are all very good. Wang Hao said, although our tacit understanding is not very high, their own strength is also very good, and their overall combat power is not low. Zhuang Xuer nodded, feeling a little disappointed. If Wang Hao and his roommates cooperate well, the two of them will rarely have the opportunity to sit in a 4-row dormitory in the future. The school arranges 4 people in a dormitory for the sake of the 4 rows. Teammates in the 4th row usually give priority to their roommates. Fortunately, the two of them can still play in tandem in the future, and they are in the same team, so there will be no shortage of interactions between them. I heard that Qi Charan took the initiative to add you as a friend? Zhuang Xuer pretended not to care and said, she didn't invite you to play a duel? The news spread so fast? Wang Hao was speechless. She didn't contact me. What happened in the freshman registration office had just passed not long ago, and it seemed as if everyone knew about it. It really left Wang Hao speechless. Sure enough, gossip news spreads the fastest, especially when this gossip news involves beautiful women. Chapter 201 Capturing Technique. Do you know Qi Charan's identity? Zhuang Xuer asked. Identity? Wang Hao is a little surprised. So, her identity and background are unusual? She is the daughter of the Qi family in Mingguang City. Zhuang Xuer said calmly. The Qi family has great influence in Mingguang City. It is said that the Qi family has several elite teams. Therefore, although no one from the Qi family serves in the military, their military influence is not weak. Wang Hao said in surprise. Wang Hao originally thought that Qi Charan was just an ordinary person, but now it seems that this is not the case. As Zhuang Jian's daughter, Zhuang Xuer naturally knew a lot more information than the average person. But what does she mean by actively adding me as a friend? Wang Hao asked. I want to know too. Zhuang Xuer looked at Wang Hao and said, maybe he was impressed by you. The best college entrance examination champion in history. Wang Hao looked at Zhuang Xuer and thought what she said, why does it sound sour? Zhuang Xuer may also have noticed that her tone was wrong. She turned her face slightly and changed the topic. From now on, will you be with your roommates in the next 4 rows? It depends on the situation. Wang Hao has not yet made a decision. The 3 modes can only be entered once a day, so it is very important to choose teammates to maximize benefits. Wang Hao actually prefers to team up with Zhuang Xuer. First of all, he and Zhuang Xuer have been teaming up for a while, and they have a better understanding of each other. Secondly, Zhuang Xuer is a member of his team. Although Wang Hao has no intention of letting Zhuang Xuer take risks, nothing is absolute. What if Zhuang Xuer needs to go on missions together in the future? The stronger Zhuang Xuer's strength is, the stronger the team's strength will be. It is very important to improve Zhuang Xuer's strength. However, Feng Gaoyuan and the other 3 are his roommates, so it is very convenient to form a team with them. In the next few years, we will have a lot of contact with them. Teaming up with 4 platoons can also help increase the tacit understanding and affection between each other. Moreover, the 3 of them are not weak, and teaming up with them will not affect their performance. Zhuang Xuer nodded and didn't force it. Although she hoped to form a team with Wang Hao, she couldn't say anything if Wang Hao teamed up with others. The game started quickly, and the 2 people, who had a tacit understanding, performed better and better in the game, and it was expected that they would win the chicken smoothly in the end. Since you don't have time at noon, why don't we have dinner together in the evening? Zhuang Xuer touched the airdrop box and said, I have a friend who wants to get to know you. Your friend? Who is it? We'll know then. Okay. Zhuang Xuer invited him one after another, and Wang Hao was embarrassed to refuse again. What's more, he really had nothing to do at night. Hey, I'm lucky this time. Zhuang Shuer looked at the things in his hands with a smile. Level 3A. To be able to get level 3A at this level can indeed be said to be good luck. Or even very good. Hurry up and touch it, Zhuang Shuer urged. I'm not as lucky as you, Wang Hao said with a smile. That's not necessarily the case. I've always thought you were very lucky, Zhuang Shuer said. Then you feel, right? Wang Hao was about to say that Zhuang Shuer felt wrong. But when he saw the thing in his hand, he subconsciously changed his mind. What is it? Zhuang Shuer came over. A book? It was indeed a book, with the words grappling technique written on the cover. Can this kind of thing be released on the virtual battlefield? This is the first time I have seen it, Zhuang Shuer said. However, there are thousands of things in the airdrop boxes on the virtual battlefield, so it is not surprising to see anything released. Although there are many things in the virtual mall building, they are basically the things that have appeared on the virtual battlefield, except food, including various firearms, vehicles, etc. But the things released from the airdrop box there is no such restriction. Although the items released from the airdrop box are mainly food, other items can also be released. Even some items that have never appeared on the virtual battlefield. For example, the armored vehicles Wang Hao saw in the 4th Army before were also from airdrop boxes. What can be found in the airdrop boxes depends entirely on luck. Of course, for most survivors, the virtual mall building is still the place they value most, because anyone can go there. But it is very difficult to obtain equipment and materials through eating chicken. Many ordinary survivors you may not be able to eat a handful of chicken every year. Does the 4th Army practice military boxing and grappling techniques? Wang Hao asked Zhuang Shuer. Zhuang Shuer nodded and said, yes, but the usual training is still based on hot weapons. As for daggers and boxing, there is very little training, just to strengthen the body. Wang Hao's thoughts on Zhuang Shuer. The answer is not very surprising. Wang Hao has come into contact with those mutant beasts and zombies more than once. He knows that it is very difficult to kill mutant beasts and zombies. Most mutant beasts and zombies can only be killed by blowing their heads. They are completely killed. And if you want to blow their heads off, hot weapons will undoubtedly have greater advantages than cold weapons. As for ordinary boxing, kicking, etc., they are even more incomparable. Just like Zhuang Shuer. Speaking of which, soldiers in the army rarely practice those things, and they only practice them to strengthen their bodies, not to directly kill mutant beasts and zombies. The moves recorded in this book are somewhat different from those practiced in the army. Zhuang Shuer glanced at the book casually and said, however, it shouldn't be of much use. Zhuang Shuer, as Zhuang Jian, my daughter, was naturally exposed to those things in the army, and she also had an understanding of the grappling techniques practiced in the army. Therefore, she looked through Wang Hao's grappling technique and saw the two at a glance. Difference between? Of course. Even so, Zhuang Shuer didn't pay too much attention. In the apocalypse where mutant beasts and zombies are rampant, the importance of thermal weapons is self-evident. Things like this kind of boxing and kicking techniques have basically lost their market. Even if in peaceful times, these things are only auxiliary in the army. Not to mention that in this apocalyptic world, there is no time to practice these things. It is better to practice marksmanship to improve your strength. Wang Hao has never seen the grappling technique in the army, but I believe that this grappling technique from the airdrop box should not be too bad. Wang Hao also believes that thermal weapons are more useful than fists and kicks. But since such a book was opened from the airdrop box, Wang Hao naturally will not dislike it. Who would despise his ability to save his life? Although fists and feet are not as good as firearms, they are not completely useless and can save lives at critical moments. Chapter 202 News of the Recruitment. After returning to reality, Feng Gaoyuan and the other two were not there, and it was not known whether they had gone out or entered the virtual battlefield. Nothing happened for the time being, so Wang Hao simply took out the grappling technique he had just obtained. Wang Hao originally planned to study hard and practice if he had time. Of course, the focus of his training must still be on marksmanship, driving skills, etc. He would only occasionally practice boxing and kicking skills to enhance his physical fitness. However, what surprised Wang Hao was that when he took out the grappling technique, a system prompt appeared. Use it or not. Huh? Wang Hao was quite surprised by the sudden system prompt. Fortunately, this was not the first time Wang Hao encountered a system prompt, so he was relatively calm. Use. After hesitating for a while, Wang Hao made a decision. The moment Wang Hao made his decision, the grappling technique in his hand suddenly disappeared. Then, there was something more in Wang Hao's mind. Some information related to the grappling technique. Is this still possible? Wang Hao was surprised and happy about this situation. At this time, he also fully understood that this grabbing technique was not an ordinary book. It should have been affected by the unconventional reward and had mutated to some extent, making it different from other grappling books. The techniques are different, with different content and moves, and different ways of learning, based on the information obtained in his mind. Wang Hao knows that this grappling technique has been improved and is more suitable for combat rather than simply strengthening the body. At the same time, Wang Hao does not need to learn each move. The system directly pours the information into his mind, allowing him to master this skill. This saved Wang Hao a lot of trouble and allowed him to master this skill better. Wang Hao had not done much research on this type of boxing and kicking skills before. Therefore, even if he was given a book and asked to practice according to it, he might not be able to practice very well. But now, the system directly saves him this process. He was naturally very happy. Wang Hao is also sure that no matter whether anyone obtains this kind of fist and kick skills from the virtual battlefield, they will not be able to achieve the same effect as him. Even if others obtain similar things, they can only learn them one by one. Moreover, what they get can only be the ordinary version, not the improved version like him, because they don't have the auxiliary function of unconventional rewards. This unconventional reward auxiliary function looks inconspicuous, but the actual effect is explosive, Wang Hao said secretly. Although he only learned some boxing and kicking skills, which are not as good as skills such as firearms, it is better than nothing. Moreover, these things can also work at critical moments. Wang Hao is naturally very happy. Holy crap! It was just a close call. Who would have thought that there was a lousy lying in the grass? Just after Wang Hao was satisfied with his grappling skills, Feng Gaoyuan and Yu Jianzhong suddenly appeared in the dormitory. The two of them probably went to the virtual battlefield to play double Q. But from listening to their conversation, it seemed that they were not able to win the game smoothly. This is normal. On the virtual battlefield, one does not necessarily have the strength to win the chicken. Other factors are also needed. Where's Luo's son? Wang Hao asked. He has also entered the virtual battlefield. Feng Gaoyuan said, he has found a high school classmate and should be out soon. Wang Hao nodded. Luo Sun and the others were all admitted to University A based on their ability, and they were very capable. In high school, they must have been the top students in their respective schools. As top students, they naturally had no shortage of teammates. While talking, Rosen also returned to the dormitory. Are you all out? Luo Sun looked at the three of them and said, let's go out to eat. Wang Hao and the other two nodded. And it was almost time for dinner. The four of them found a restaurant near the school. There were many students similar to them in the restaurant, probably all from a major, which made the restaurant seem lively. Tomorrow the major legions will be recruiting people. Have you considered which legion to join? While eating, a few people started chatting. Recruiting? Wang Hao was a little surprised. The legions come to school to recruit people. Yes, every year. Not long after the first day of school. Rosen said, tomorrow, all major legions will come to recruit. However, after school students join the army. They generally do not need to report to the military. They only need to participate in training regularly. Of course, if a war breaks out, students will also need to return to the army. The army can summon school students to join the army at any time, and students cannot refuse. Wang Hao nodded. This was the first time he had heard of this information. University A is the best university in Silver Light City. Most of the students there are admitted based on their ability, and their strength is quite good. To join the regular army, you need to reach the golden rank. For college students in A, most of them will be in University A. When you are a freshman or sophomore, you reach the golden rank. Therefore, freshmen and sophomores are the main force in the annual recruitment. Wang Hao and the other four have not reached the gold rank yet. But this does not affect them from considering this issue first. I want to go to the First Legion. Feng Gaoyuan said first. The First Legion is the best equipped legion in the entire Silver Light City. Its overall strength ranks first or second. The conditions for joining are a little stricter. I probably won't be able to get in this year. I hope I can get in next year. I also want to go to the First Army. Yu Jianzhong said. Hey, you guys are having an affair. Hee. Luo Sun looked at the two of them and said with a mean smile. Hack you, Yu Jianzhong said. Which legion do you want to go to? Me? I want to go to the Third Legion, Rosen said. I have a relative in the family who is a middle-level officer. It is said that there are good people in the DPRK. Being an official and having people in the army will naturally be of great benefit. Wang Hao. Which legion are you going to join? Feng Gaoyuan asked Wang Hao. Wang Hao. You are the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. And you are still leading the way. I guess people from all the major legions will talk to you tomorrow. Rosen said. Obviously, Luo Sun and others did not know that the commanders of the major legions had already made special moves for Wang Hao. Wang Hao did not need to consider rank restrictions at all to join the legion. I have joined the legion, Wang Hao said to the three of them. The fourth legion. Already joined the legion? Yu Jianzhong asked doubtfully. You haven't reached the gold rank yet? The other two people also looked at it in confusion. Looking at him. To join the regular army, you need to reach the golden rank. To join the auxiliary army, the requirements are not that high. But with Wang Hao's potential and strength, he will definitely not join the auxiliary army. In other words, he should not be qualified to join the army now. I formed a team. Wang Hao did not hide anything from the three of them. There was nothing to hide. Then I affiliated this team to the fourth army. In this way, it can be regarded as enlistment. Chapter 203 Yulong. Holy shit. You formed a team? The three of them were even more surprised when they heard this. You know, the requirements for forming a team are higher than those for joining the regular army. Moreover, a team cannot be formed just by wanting to form it. If you want to form a team in the military, you need the consent of the legion commander. As for the formation of a team among civilians, they are basically veterans. And the rank is definitely not just a gold rank. And Wang Hao, who is not even in the gold rank yet, actually formed a team. How could Feng Gaoyuan and the others not be surprised? Yeah. Wang Hao smiled and nodded. Wang Hao, how did you do it? Feng Gaoyuan asked quickly. Do you know anyone in the military? Indeed, there are. Wang Hao did not elaborate. Zhuang Shuer did not want to reveal his identity. Wang Hao naturally. Her identity will not be revealed. Even if you know someone, it's difficult to form a team now. Right, Rosen said. If you want to form a team in the army, you must get the consent of the commander of the army. For someone with an affiliation like you, I am the first I heard about it once. But I think the requirements will only be higher. After all, the team with an affiliated nature is definitely not as convenient to command as the team within the legion. And it is more likely to cause trouble. The requirements and restrictions will only be higher. Although Luo Sun is. This was the first time he heard of such an affiliated team. But his analysis was still very reliable. The requirements for an affiliated team were indeed higher. If Wang Hao hadn't known Zhuang Shuer. Plus, he was the top scorer in the college entrance examination. And having completed 2 bounty missions in a row, even Wang Hao would not be qualified to form this affiliated team. Luo Sun is right, Wang Hao said with a smile. I think this is a coincidence. In short, the team has been established. Although there are not many people now, they can be regarded as enlisted. So, tomorrow's recruitment, and it doesn't matter. Feng Gaoyuan and the others also heard that Wang Hao didn't want to elaborate. Although the three of them were very curious, they couldn't ask further questions. Wang Hao. Awesome. Feng Gaoyuan gave Wang Hao a thumbs up and said, as expected, he is the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Feng Gaoyuan and the three of them knew that in the past, the top scorers in the college entrance examination did not receive such treatment every year. Wang Hao was definitely the only one. And the three of them became curious about Wang Hao's identity and background. Wang Hao's identity and background had been known to many people before. But now it seems that the information known to the outside world may not be comprehensive. If Wang Hao's identity and background are really as ordinary as the outside world reports, it is impossible to teams can be formed now. Although the three of them were curious, they couldn't ask more questions. After eating, the four of them dispersed. Today was the first day of registration. The school did not have any class schedule. They just had to attend classes on time tomorrow. Naturally, the four of them went about their own business. Wang Hao did not go back to school, but returned to his team station. It looks peaceful on the surface, but underground it's a busy place. The construction of the air raid shelter has started long ago. The construction team was recruited by Zhuang Shuer through his military connections. Not only is it large in number, but its construction level is also high. It also has rich experience in the construction of air raid shelters. In just a few days, the project has been completed. Most of it. Of course, this is also related to Wang Hao's request. Wang Hao did not require the interior of the air raid shelter to be complicated. His requirements for the air raid shelter were more like a large underground parking lot. However, The construction requirements of this parking lot were very high. It was built according to the requirements of an air raid shelter. It was strong, breathable, and well lit. Well, wait. These are all necessary. Generally, the entrances to air raid shelters are not too big, and they are all built in relatively hidden places. But Wang Hao's is different. His entrance is very wide. This is also related to Wang Hao's positioning of this air raid shelter. His air raid shelter is not only to hide people, but also to hide firearms and vehicles, especially the latter. If the entrance is too narrow, it will be impossible to get the vehicle inside. In addition to the relatively spacious entrance, Wang Hao also asked the construction team to reserve the possibility of further expansion. Although the space of tens of thousands square meters is already quite large, and is basically enough for any team, Wang Hao is not, so he believes that because of the existence of the copy auxiliary function, he will not have less supplies in the future. The tens of thousands of square meters of space may not be enough. The reason why he did not get it right in one step is because of his limited financial resources, and because of the 10,000 square meters. It's already very big. If it gets bigger, Wu Haomiao may not agree. It would be easier to apply in batches. With Su Guangyuan watching over the air raid shelter, Wang Hao felt more at ease. What's more, Zhuang Shuer found this construction team through his connections with the Fourth Army. He didn't dare to fool him even if he thought about it. Therefore, Wang Hao just wandered around. After a lap, he left. Are you Wang Hao? After returning to school, Wang Hao planned to take a stroll around the A school while he had time. But he never thought that he would be stopped on the way. Is something wrong? Wang Hao asked. I heard that you are the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. The young man who stopped Wang Hao said to Wang Hao with a proud look on his face. The most important thing our university lacks is the top scorer in the college entrance examination. I'm here to warn you. Give it to me in school. In the future, keep a low profile. This is not a place for you to show off. Wang Hao glanced at the other person, frowned, and said in a moderate voice, I'm sick. After that, Wang Hao was about to leave. What do you mean? The young man obviously heard Wang Hao's words. He moved a few steps and stopped in front of Wang Hao again, looking at him with a gloomy expression. The young man did not come alone. There were several companions beside him. At this time, these companions had surrounded Wang Hao, with obvious hostility in their eyes. Damn it. Isn't that Yulong? Is he bullying people again? Shh. Lower your voice so that he can hear you. You won't get a good harvest either. The one surrounded seems to be Wang Hao. This year's what about being the top scorer in the college entrance examination? There's nothing wrong with Yulong. Yulong always finds trouble with those who are the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Yulong is such a jerk. I hope he gets into trouble one day. What a big mistake. Can anyone in the university be able to cure Yulong? Hey. The conflict here attracted the attention of other students around, and many people pointed at it. What are you looking at? Get out of here. Yulong suddenly shouted at the students around him. The surrounding students, who were watching the excitement, immediately dispersed. Of course, many of them had angry expressions on their faces. But due to Yulong's power, they dared not speak out in anger. Yulong saw that the other students around him were overwhelmed by his momentum, and smiled proudly. However, when he looked at Wang Hao again, the smile on his face slowly faded. This kid seemed to have scolded him just now. Chapter 204 Conflict. Wang Hao. Right? Yulong looked at Wang Hao and said, I'm in a good mood today. Please apologize, make amends, and call Brother Long when we meet in the future. Today's matter will be considered over. With Yulong as past style, it was indeed generous for him to say this to Wang Hao. Of course, that's what he thinks. Others don't think so. Especially Wang Hao. What if I don't? Wang Hao looked at Yulong and said calmly. Yulong was slightly startled. He obviously didn't expect that Wang Hao would be ignorant of good and evil due to his magnanimity. After he realized what was happening, he immediately became very angry. You kid, don't toast me and eat the fine wine. Don't think that you are the top scorer in the college entrance examination. What a big deal. Let me tell you, I can count the top scorers in the district's college entrance examination, the city's top scorers, and the top scorers in the country on both hands. And they are not even short of you. Is that so impressive? Wang Hao was not intimidated. He laughed. Are you as majestic as you are now on the battlefield? The battlefield? Who lives so impatiently to go to that kind of place? Yulong was already in his 20s. However, he only had a name in the army, but he had never been on the battlefield. He had never fought with mutant beasts and zombies at close range. It's a matter for the untouchables. Why do people like him need to take risks on the battlefield? Boy, stop talking nonsense. Apologize quickly. Don't wait for me to change my mind. I won't be able to just apologize then. Yu Long said to Wang Hao with a cold face. There is no one this big that he can't subdue. And Wang Hao will definitely not be an exception. Wang Hao shook his head and turned sideways to pass by. No matter what era, there is no shortage of bastards like Yu Long. Even in this apocalyptic setting, where humanity is precarious, it does not affect the appearance of such people. It is really hard to understand. Want to leave? Come on! When Yu Long saw that Wang Hao was ignoring him, he became very angry and without hesitation asked his thugs to attack Wang Hao. Before, he had met people like Wang Hao in this school who had high self-esteem and no knowledge of good and evil. But after some repairs, when he saw him, he still nodded and bowed and flattered him to the fullest. Today, he came to Wang Hao specifically. Naturally, he didn't come to make friends with Wang Hao. He came to establish his authority. In previous years, if any influential figure appeared among the freshmen of the school, Yu Long would go there to meet him, show off his authority, let the other person keep a low profile, and also let the other person know who is the boss in this group. This morning, when Wang Hao reported in, there was a stir in the freshman registration office. The news reached Yu Long's ears. Yu Long, who considered himself a local snake, naturally wanted to come over to meet Wang Hao and suppress Wang Hao's spirit. Wang Hao was impressed by his power, and this was how he met. Unexpectedly, Wang Hao had quite a stubborn temper. However, this was not the first time that Yu Long met someone like Wang Hao, so he didn't take it to heart. He would give in after one beating. If he didn't succeed, he would beat him twice. There is always a time to defeat the opponent. Yu Long knew very well that a self-esteemed academic like Wang Hao was very strong on the virtual battlefield and could not be compared to him. But he was not afraid because in reality, guns were not allowed in this city, especially in this wealthy area. When guns are not allowed, no matter how strong people like Wang Hao are on the virtual battlefield, in reality, they will not be able to exert much ability, and it is easy to teach them a lesson. However, something unexpected happened today. Click! Wang Hao reached out and grabbed the wrist of a student who came forward, and gently folded it. The sound of broken bones was heard, and the student let out a scream and fainted from the pain. Yu Long's brows twitched and his expression changed drastically. But he did not speak. He didn't believe that Wang Hao could beat so many people. However, the development of things was far beyond his expectation. Wang Hao's techniques were very flexible. Wang Hao could accurately control the students who were attacking him with one click or grab, and he could use this student as a cover to attack other students. In less than a minute, all the students who besieged Wang Hao were killed by Wang Hao. They were all lying on the ground and wailing in pain. The miserable scream stimulated Yu Long's nerves. What are you going to do? Yu Long looked at Wang Hao and looked at him. He subconsciously took 2 steps back with a look of horror on his face. I tell you, my dad is Yu Guang. If you dare to touch me, my dad will never I will let you go. Isn't it too late for you to say this? Wang Hao looked at Yu Long and said. Although Wang Hao doesn't know Yu Guang, Yu Long can use it to scare people. Yu Guang is not a mediocre person. This is Yu Long's reliance on making troubles in a university. However, Wang Hao does not intend to accept it. Hands. Wang Hao had seen people like Yu Long when he was on Earth. Today, he didn't give him face, and even punished his younger brother in public. Even if he let him go now, he would never let him go. He will only think that he is afraid of his father. And then he will only get worse, and unscrupulously retaliate against himself. In this case, why should I let him go? Yu Long was about to say anything. But Wang Hao suddenly took a step forward, clasped Yu Long's arm with his right hand, and then twisted it hard. What Yu Long wanted to say was blocked back. And his mouth, there was only one shrill scream. Wang Hao let go of the pale Yu Long, looked at him, shook his head gently, and then left. Yu Long gasped and looked at Wang Hao's back with vicious eyes, as if he wanted to eat Wang Hao alive. Damn it. Yu Long has been dealt with. That new top scorer in the college entrance examination is so awesome. Why is he so cool? It's just a show of prestige for a while. So what if he is the top pick in the college entrance examination? If he offends Yu Long, he will be banned in this university. I can't go on anymore. Yu Long is finally punished. He deserves it. The conflict here also attracted the attention of many passing students. Yu Long is a famous figure in a university. There are almost no old students who don't know him. Most students are afraid of him. Now that they see him being dealt with, many people secretly cheer in their hearts. Of course, they were just applauding in their hearts. They didn't dare to cheer in person. If Yu Long held a grudge, they wouldn't have Wang Hao's ability. Get the heck out of here. Yu Long shouted loudly when he saw bad people gathered in the distance to watch the fun. With a ferocious look on his face, everyone was shocked and did not dare to stay any longer. But what happened here quickly spread throughout the entire A university through their mouths. Yu Long's expression became even more gloomy and ferocious. He knew that he would soon become a joke in the eyes of all college students. And all of this was caused by Wang Hao. Yu Long would not look for reasons in himself. He would only attribute everything to Wang Hao. And in his heart, he wanted to kill Wang Hao quickly. Chapter 205 Gathering. Wang Hao. Did you have a conflict with Yu Long? As soon as Wang Hao returned to the dormitory, Luo Sun couldn't wait to ask. Luo Sun was the only one in the dormitory. Feng Gaoyuan and Yu Jianzhong had gone somewhere unknown, and had not returned yet. Yeah. Wang Hao nodded and said. The news spread so fast? He had just had a conflict with Yu Long. And after fighting, he went back to the dormitory. He didn't expect that this matter would spread in such a short time. It opened. And Rosen also heard about it. That Yu Long is not an ordinary person. Luo Sun said with some worry. I heard from the senior students that he has a very good background, and often causes trouble in the school. The leaders of the school can't do anything about him. Today, I definitely won't let it go. I know. Wang Hao nodded. Aren't you worried? Rosen asked. What's the use of worrying? Wang Hao said. I can't just stand there and let him bully me. Right. That's true. Luo Sun wanted to persuade Wang Hao to bow his head and endure it. They were just freshmen. Like Yu Long. A conflict between local snakes is obviously not a good thing. But Luo Sun could also see that although Wang Hao was easygoing on the surface, he was also arrogant in his heart. Naturally, he would not bow to someone like Yu Long. What's more, Wang Hao was right in this matter. Where are the two of them? Wang Hao changed the subject. It seemed like they were going to a high school reunion. Rosen said. Wang Hao nodded. He was about to take the college entrance examination after traveling through time. He basically had no feelings for his high school classmates. But it was different for others. They had basically gotten along with their high school classmates day and night for 3 years. And some even became teammates. It's normal to have certain feelings. And it's not hard to understand why we have dinner together. With nothing to do, Wang Hao also played today's solo queue. As more and more auxiliary functions are retained, Wang Hao becomes more and more comfortable on the virtual battlefield. Especially when playing in solo queue. There is no need to worry about exposing secrets. Wang Hao plays more smoothly. After a game, the number of eliminations is high. It rarely falls below 20. And eating chicken is even more common. In today's solo queue game, Wang Hao also did something special, repairing an airplane. In the island map, in addition to scrap tanks, there are also scrapped aircraft. And there are more than one. When he was 4 rows ago, Wang Hao tried to use the repair auxiliary function to repair the tank. This time, he was single row. It was an attempt to repair the aircraft. Of course, in order to avoid being exposed, Wang Hao waited for the poisonous circle to refresh. When the scrapped aircraft was in the poisonous circle, Wang Hao rushed over to repair it. In this way, there was no need to worry about other players passing by and discovering the abnormality here. What Wang Hao was repairing was the aircraft near the shooting range. The damage to this aircraft was greater than that of the previous tank. It was broken into several sections, and part of it was even buried in the soil. However, this was not a problem for Wang Hao. Or rather, it's hard to beat the auxiliary function of repair. When the progress bar ran out, an intact plane appeared in front of Wang Hao's eyes. Wang Hao entered the aircraft through the door. This was a small passenger aircraft with only 20 or 30 seats inside. And the cab was not very large. Wang Hao did not have the ability to fly an aircraft. Therefore, this aircraft was not suitable for as far as he is concerned. He can only take a look at it for now. It seems like there's nothing special about it. Wang Hao muttered. There are no weapons or supplies inside the plane, so it cannot provide much help to Wang Hao. There is not even a parachute inside. It is not impossible for Wang Hao to fly this plane into the circle. But he cannot jump out of the plane directly, and can only choose to land. Of course, then it will attract the attention of other players. And if done improperly, the secret may be exposed. Wang Hao didn't plan to fly the plane for the time being. He repaired the plane purely out of curiosity to see if it could be repaired. As for the rest, he didn't think about it. After confirming that the aircraft could be repaired, Wang Hao was even more satisfied with the auxiliary function of repair. In the evening, Wang Hao arrived at the hotel he had agreed with Zhuang Shuer. To his surprise, besides Zhuang Shuer, there was another person in the private room. A beautiful girl about the same age as Zhuang Shuer. This should be the friend Zhuang Shuer mentioned before. Are you Wang Hao? My name is Yu Qianing, and I am Zhuang Shuer's best friend. Without waiting for Zhuang Shuer's introduction, the girl stood up and said hello. Wang Hao nodded to the other party. I've wanted to see you for a long time, but Shuer has been hiding it and not introducing you. I finally met you today. Yu Qianing looked at Wang Hao with a smile and said, What nonsense are you talking about? When did I hide it? Zhuang Shuer retorted with a blush. Wang Hao felt slightly embarrassed. No hiding. No hiding, Yu Qianing said with a smile. These words made Zhuang Shuer feel even more shy, and secretly regretted that he shouldn't have brought Yu Qianing over. Yu Qianing has indeed wanted to meet Wang Hao for a long time, but Zhuang Shuer has never introduced him. But now both Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer have come to a university to register. Yu Qianing is also an A university student, so she asked Zhuang Shuer again. Zhuang Shuer couldn't refuse anymore if he brought her to meet Wang Hao. I heard that you and Yu Long had a conflict. In order to prevent Yu Qianing from embarrassing her again, Zhuang Shuer immediately changed the subject. Yeah, Wang Hao said with a smile. I didn't expect you to have heard about it too. The news spreads really fast in a university. Not only did we hear about it, but now basically all the students in a university know about it. Zhuang Shuer said. So exaggerated? Wang Hao said in surprise. Big or small? The conflict between himself and Yu Long was not a big deal in Wang Hao's opinion. There was no reason why it would spread so quickly. It's not an exaggeration at all. Yu Qianing said, that guy Yu Long is a big influencer. He usually behaves in a very high-profile manner, and can even be said to be domineering. Things related to him naturally spread quickly. What is the origin of Yu Long? Wang Hao asked. Are you scared? Yu Qianing looked at Wang Hao with a half-smile and asked. Zhuang Shuer rolled her eyes at Yu Qianing and said to Wang Hao, Yu Long's father, Yu Guang, is the deputy commander of the 9th Legion. In addition, I heard that the Yu family also has some underworld in their hands. Underworld? This was the first time Wang Hao heard this word. They are some survivors who were wanted for committing crimes. They were deprived of the right to live in the city, and should have left the city. Yu Qianing explained. Wang Hao nodded to express his understanding. In the context of the apocalypse, not everyone is good. It can even be said that in the current context, the evil in many people's hearts has been aroused, and there are many people who commit crimes. Wang Hao's previous living in a slum is even more difficult for this kind of thing. I understand that these people, if their crimes are serious, will naturally be arrested or even killed. But they will not just surrender, and there are many who abscond. Once they abscond, they will be wanted or even have their right to live in the city revoked. It's hard to understand. Wang Hao didn't expect that the Yu family would dare to take in these people. They were really brave. Chapter 206 Rumors. Others just let the Yu family do this? Wang Hao couldn't help but ask. You know, this kind of thing must not be tolerated by everyone. If order is not maintained, the city will be in chaos. There will be no need for mutant beasts and zombies to attack. The internal conflicts among the survivors alone will cause the city to collapse. Humanity is headed for destruction. Of course not, Zhuang Shuer said, but this matter has always been based on rumors, and there is no definite evidence. In addition, the Yu family's influence in the city is not weak. Therefore, the city lord has never taken action. However, I heard that my father he said that the city lord has suspected the Yu family for a long time. But it is difficult to take action, because there is no evidence. The people of the Yu family must also know that once this kind of thing is exposed, it will bring huge disaster. So they will definitely pay attention to hiding the traces. As long as there is no evidence, they will not be afraid no matter how many rumors there are. After all, the Yu family is also a big family in Silver Light City, with huge power and cannot be easily touched. Wang Hao was curious about the Yu family's purpose of doing this. It stands to reason that the Yu family is already a prominent family in Silver Light City. Not only does it have a deputy army commander, but it also has great influence in other aspects. There is absolutely no motive for taking the risk of taking in those shady people. The human heart is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant, Yu Qianing said with a smile. The desire for power compels the heart. Zhuang Shuer also said, my dad also said that Yu Guang is an ambitious person. And he is not satisfied with his deputy. The position of Legion Commander, or even the position of Legion Commander, may not satisfy him. If he is not satisfied with the position of Legion Commander, then he wants to. Wang Hao looked surprised. But he didn't expect to hear this. Secrets? This is my father's guess. Don't go out and talk nonsense, Zhuang Shuai reminded. After all, Yu Guang is the deputy commander of the 9th Army, a very powerful person, and a colleague of Zhuang Jian. If Zhuang Jian's words reach Yu Guang's ears, it will inevitably cause a rift between the two. Before evidence is found, Yu Guang is still the deputy commander after all. Wang Hao nodded. He was not a talkative person, so he would not talk nonsense. Yu Qianing smiled and said, how many people don't know about Yu Guang's thoughts? However, not all of us in the senior management of Silver Light City can take the overall situation into consideration, which is a bit worrying. Yu Qianing spoke more boldly than Zhuang Shuai, and judging from the meaning of his words, it seemed that Yu Guang was not the only one among the senior officials of Silver Light City who had other thoughts. Wang Hao picked up the teacup and took a sip without saying anything. Although Wang Hao had met with the city lord, the commanders of the major armies, and even some other powerful people in the city, it was only a face-to-face encounter. In the eyes of those people, he was just an insignificant figure, and he was not qualified at the moment. The fundamental thing is to get involved in those things, and work hard to improve yourself and your team's strength. Let's not talk about it anymore. Zhuang Shuai looked at Wang Hao and said, the team has been established for a while. Have you ever thought about expanding it? Wang Hao's team is only affiliated to the 4th Army. The expansion does not require Zhuang to expand. Jian agreed, and Wang Hao made up his own mind. I would like to expand, but there is no suitable candidate for the time being, Wang Hao said. Now the team only consists of him, Zhuang Shuai, and Su Guangyuan. The number of people is really too small, so it is necessary to recruit some new members. But Wang Hao currently does not have a suitable candidate. Naturally, not everyone can join the team he formed. It must be reviewed. The teams in the army are all elites. Naturally, Wang Hao's team cannot be a group of mediocrity people. However, Wang Hao didn't know too many people, and there was currently no suitable candidate. He was also a little troubled by this matter. A university is the best university in Silver City. Most of the students here are very talented and strong, Zhuang Shuai said. You can select some people from the school to join the team. Wang Hao's eyes lit up when he heard this. Zhuang Shuai said Air's words reminded him. After all, a university is not an ordinary university. Most of the students there are strong men of the same age and rank. Their strength is better than ordinary people, and they can be absorbed into the team. Wang Hao thought of his 3 roommates. Feng Gaoyuan and the others were both very capable. From Wang Hao's perspective, they all had high potential. In time, they could become masters on the virtual battlefield. However, the current plans of Feng Gaoyuan and the other 3 are to join the Legion directly and have no intention of joining the team. Naturally, Wang Hao is not able to speak. This matter can only wait and see. In addition to Feng Gaoyuan and the others, Wang Hao can of course also examine other people. But his team is a bit like being raised by a stepmother and may not be well received by college students. It's hard to say whether he can recruit people. What team do you mean? Yu Qianing next to her looked confused when she heard this. Wang Hao, have you formed a team? Yes. Wang Hao nodded and briefly explained the situation of forming a team. I'll join. As soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, Yu Qianing raised her hand and expressed her intention to join with great interest. You? Wang Hao looked at Yu Qianing in surprise. Obviously a little surprised by Yu Qianing's decision. Why? Are you looking down on others? Do you think I'm not qualified to join your team? Yu Qianing said. No. Although Wang Hao said no, that's what he meant on his face. Yu Qianing could naturally see it and said coquettishly, Wang Hao, don't look down on people. Asked Shuai. I am also a master, although I am not as good as you. The top scorer in the college entrance examination. I am not as good as others. Not bad. Yeah. Seeing Wang Hao's questioning look, Zhuang Shuai nodded. Xian Ning was admitted to a university last year and ranked 11th in the city. What's going on? I'm not lying. You? Yu Qianing said somewhat proudly. Wang Hao was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Yu Qianing was really powerful. Of course, the 11th place in the city cannot be compared with Wang Hao, the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination. But it is also the top group in the entire Yingguang city. There is no problem with such a result. Even in a university, also at the forefront. Your strength is not a problem, Wang Hao said. However, my team is only affiliated to the 4th Army. It is different from the regular team, and the treatment is definitely not as good as theirs. Do you really want to join? Although Zhuang Shuer Yu Qianning's identity and background were not introduced, but since he and Zhuang Shuer have been best friends for many years, Yu Qianning's identity and background are naturally good. It is not a problem to join the military team, even if identity and background are put aside. Yu Qianning's strength and potential are enough for her to join a regular Legion team in the future, but she doesn't have to join an affiliated team like hers. Chapter 207: The Strange Disappearance. Of course, Yu Qianning said without hesitation. Why? Wang Hao couldn't help but ask. Because Shuer is inside. Yu Qianning looked at Wang Hao, her smile getting brighter. It's also because you are the captain. I look after you. Whether joining the Legion or joining the team, the stronger the team leader's ability, the more likely the opponent will be. The greater the help of the soldiers or team members below, the higher the survival rate if they really go to the battlefield. This is what Yu Qianning means when he says that he is more optimistic about Wang Hao. Zhuang Shuer looked at Yu Qianning suspiciously, doubting what she said. Being in Wang Hao's team was indeed a reason for Yu Qianning to join Wang Hao's team, but Zhuang Shuer expressed doubts about the latter. Yu Qianning had no contact with Wang Hao before, and her understanding of Wang Hao was limited to hearsay. Even she did not tell her much about Wang Hao, based on the little information she heard from hearsay. Yu Qianning, so you are optimistic about Wang Hao? Zhuang Shuer expressed doubts. Secondly, Zhuang Shuer knows Yu Qianning's background. It can be said that with Yu Qianning's background, there is no problem which legion or team he wants to join. There are still many elite teams in the major legions. Those, no matter how you look at it, the team is more powerful and has more development prospects than Wang Hao's newly established team. However, Yu Qianning has never thought about joining those legions or teams before. But now she doesn't understand Wang Hao's team. Under such circumstances, Zhuang Shuer immediately expressed his intention to join, which was really hard for Zhuang Shuer to understand. Wang Hao didn't know much about Yu Qianning, so he didn't know whether the explanation given by Yu Qianning was sincere. However, if Yu Qianning's strength is what Zhuang Shuer said, then it would be no problem to recruit her into the team. Wang Hao originally planned to recruit a group of outstanding students from a university into the team, and Yu Qianning finally made a start. Let's do this. Let's play the 4th row together tomorrow, Wang Hao said. Test me? Yu Qianning smiled and said, no problem. Zhuang Shuer looked at Yu Qianning and did not object. Although she is not sure why Yu Qianning insists on joining Wang Hao's team, it is not a bad thing. She and Yu Qianning are best friends, so it is better to be in the same team. Secondly, Yu Qianning's strength is not weak. With her joining, the team's strength will also be improved. After the matter was settled, the three of them started chatting. By the way, I heard from my dad that the number of mutated beasts and zombies in the zombie city you explored before is constantly decreasing, Zhuang Shuer said. It's just that I don't know where they went, since Wang Hao brought them back after receiving the information about the zombie city. Although Wu Haomu could not send planes to bomb it, he still sent many people to monitor it. For this reason, he lost some people these days, but he also ensured that he could get accurate information there every day. Disappearing? Wang Hao was stunned, since it can be clearly seen that the number of mutated beasts and zombies is decreasing. Then, there should be a lot of mutated beasts and zombies that have disappeared. How come they are missing? Zhuang Shuer shook his head, expressing that he didn't know. Wang Hao frowned. The person who can be sent by Wu Haomu to perform surveillance tasks is not a mediocre person, let alone a fool. With so many mutant beasts and zombies disappearing, it stands to reason that they cannot not know their whereabouts. But what's going on now? Wang Hao couldn't figure it out either. The disappearance of mutant beasts and zombies is a good thing. Yu Qianning has obviously heard of this incident. With fewer mutant beasts and zombies gathering together, the threat to major cities will also be reduced. This is a good thing. Not necessarily. Wang Hao shook his head and said, if they disperse normally, it would be a good thing. But now they disappear inexplicably, which makes people worried. Even if they attack the city again, this time they will defend the city. I will also play better than last time, Yu Qianning said. Yu Qianning's words are not unfounded. The last city defense battle was a little hasty, and the city was poorly prepared. But it is different now. Since the end of the last city siege battle, major cities have strengthened their city defense construction. After Wang Hao brought back the news about the city of zombies, Silver Light, the city was under construction. Wu Haomu issued an order and mobilized a large number of survivors to build defense facilities. The people responsible for building the city defense facilities were basically from slums and civilian areas. Among them were some of Su Guangyuan's workers. If Wang Hao hadn't asked Su Guangyuan to supervise the team for the construction of air raid shelters below the station, I am afraid that Su Guangyuan will also be involved in building city defenses. After using a large amount of manpower and material resources, Silver Light City's defense capabilities have improved by more than one level compared to before. Because of this, Yu Qianing came to such a conclusion. Wang Hao originally thought so too. But now that he heard that the mutated beasts and zombies disappeared mysteriously, Wang Hao always had a bad feeling in his heart. As long as you know this, don't worry so much. Zhuang Shuer said to Wang Hao, Uncle Wu, and the people from all the major legions know about this. I think they will be on guard. Wang Hao nodded after hearing this. He was just here for the first time. But Wu Haomiao and the others had been guarding the city for decades, so their experience was naturally not comparable to that of Wang Hao. Next, the three of them stopped discussing mutant beasts and zombies, and found other topics to chat about. After eating, the three of them did not plan to return to school, although they all had a place to live in school. After all, their home was in the wealthy area of Yingguang City, not far from the school. There was no need to live on campus every day, and the school did not have this aspect. As a result, the three of them were preparing to go back to their residences to rest. How can a school dormitory be as comfortable as your own home? Wang Hao and the two of them did not live in the same place, so he soon separated from the two of them and returned to their residence alone. However, when he was halfway there, Wang Hao suddenly frowned. Someone is following. Wang Hao's see-through function is not only usable on the virtual battlefield, it is still effective in reality. Although the people following him were well concealed, they were still discovered by Wang Hao. The image of Yu Long appeared in Wang Hao's mind almost instantly. There should be no one else but him. Now that someone is being followed, it is natural to solve this problem. Wang Hao walked calmly towards a slightly remote alley. Why did he go there? Did he find us? I don't know. Let's catch up first. It's better if he goes there. No one passes by there, so it's easier to do something. Yes. Several people who had been secretly following Wang Hao saw Wang Hao walking towards the alley and followed him without hesitation. Soon, several people chased them to the alleyway, but found that Wang Hao was no longer in front. Chapter 208 Yu Long's People. Where is the person? Why is he missing? How did I know? He clearly entered here just now. How could he disappear? Damn. This guy is so cunning. He must have discovered us. Look again. When several people realized that they had lost track of Wang Hao, they became very angry. Are you looking for me? Wang Hao's voice suddenly sounded from behind. Several people were suddenly startled and turned around subconsciously to look behind them, only to see Wang Hao arriving behind them at some unknown moment. Several people looked surprised. It seems you're not looking for me. Wang Hao smiled. Then I'm leaving. After saying that, he really planned to turn around and leave. The few people looked at each other and rushed towards Wang Hao almost at the same time. However, Wang Hao was well prepared. When the first person rushed behind him, he suddenly turned around and kicked back, sending the person in front of him flying away. After that, Wang Hao did not retreat, but took the initiative to rush towards the crowd. His capture, although I have just learned the technique, I am quite skilled at it. The grappling technique itself is aimed at opposing joints, suffocating acupuncture points, and breaking muscles and bones. Therefore, when facing the enemy, one must be ruthless and vicious. The grappling technique Wang Hao learned was improved on the basis of the original grappling technique, and the moves are more advanced. It is fierce and vicious, and those who are hit by it will scream and wail. Wang Hao's expression remained as usual, unmoved. Not long after, everyone was knocked to the ground by Wang Hao, all in agony. Wang Hao came to one of them and knelt down and asked, "Who asked you to come?" "It's Long, young Master Long." Wang Hao thought that he would torture these people some more before they would reveal the person behind the scenes. I didn't expect them to answer so quickly. Wang Hao originally thought that it was because he had just taught them a lesson. But this was not the case. Or not entirely true. Wang Hao, you have offended Mr. Long. There is no place for you in this Silver Light City. Another young man next to him looked at Wang Hao bitterly and said. Wang Hao suddenly realized that the reason why these people confessed so happily was more because they were relying on human power, and felt that Wang Hao had offended Yu Long and was doomed. Even if Wang Hao knew that Yu Long had instigated all this, it didn't matter, because Wang Hao cannot defeat Yu Long. Sure enough, it's him, Wang Hao secretly thought. And sure enough, this result was not beyond his expectation. However, the fact that Yu Long was so narrow-minded and so cautious about spending money made Wang Hao wary. Just when Wang Hao was slightly distracted, a bright light suddenly flashed. Wang Hao subconsciously turned sideways, and then a dagger stabbed in front of him. Wang Hao's face turned cold, and he swung out his right hand, hitting the opponent's wrist hard. The man screamed and the dagger in his hand fell to the ground. Wang Hao stood up and kicked him on the chin. The kick was so powerful and heavy that he was knocked unconscious. Only then did Wang Hao notice that, apart from the expressions of pain, there was not much fear on the faces of the people around him. Instead, they were more fierce and violent. Wang Hao was startled for a moment. And then he understood, these people are not ordinary gangsters. They are probably the black households mentioned by Zhuang Shuer and others. Those who commit crimes are all those who commit crimes. Although some people commit crimes because they have no choice but to do so for their own reasons. Most of the people who commit crimes are not good people. And the criminals who can be cleared of their household registration and wanted have committed serious crimes. It is normal for these people to be cruel and violent. Yu Long is so courageous. He actually let these people do things for him. At the same time, Wang Hao also had a better understanding of Yu Long's cruelty and narrow-mindedness. What Wang Hao expected was true. Although he knocked these people to the ground, they had no intention of surrendering. The powerful ones were still looking for opportunities to fight back. What surprised Wang Hao was that in addition to daggers, someone also took out a dagger. Gun! Gun! Even in slums, use is restricted. Not to mention, this is a wealthy area. All I can say is that these people are really courageous, and they are really unscrupulous in what they do. Naturally, Wang Hao would not be polite to them, and struck again, beating him completely until he lost his ability to fight. Especially the man who took out the gun was focused on by Wang Hao, and was beaten until he was dying. Although these people are brutal and have weapons hidden on their bodies, they are not very skilled. This is also a common situation among most survivors. People pay more attention to improving the level of marksmanship, but not so much to fists and kicks. Therefore, in this small place in the alleyway, Wang Hao's grappling skills are simply invincible. However, how to deal with the aftermath is a problem. Wang Hao suddenly remembered that during the meal before, Zhuang Shuer had said that Wu Haomu and some army commanders were secretly investigating the Yu family's affairs. Perhaps sending these people there could help with this matter. Thinking of this, Wang Hao immediately called Zhuang Shuer and briefly explained what happened here. You watch them first, and I'll tell my dad immediately, Zhuang Shuer said. Okay. About 10 minutes later, a group of heavily armed soldiers appeared. To Wang Hao's surprise, the leader was Zhuang Shuer. Why are you here? Wang Hao asked. I'm not worried. Come and take a look, Zhuang Shuer said. Just now, Wang Hao spoke vaguely on the phone. Zhuang Shuer was worried about whether Wang Hao was injured, so she followed him over to take a look. The soldiers who came took away all the people on the ground. Perhaps because of Zhuang Jian's instructions, these people deliberately avoided the crowd and put hoods on the heads of the gangsters to avoid being recognized. With them, we can convict the Yu family of hiding illegal households, Zhuang Shuer said. I just didn't expect Yu Long to be so courageous that he dared to use these people to resolve personal grudges. Yu Long is indeed courageous. Maybe he never thought that these people would miss, so he dared to send them here. Wang Hao smiled and said, however, it may not be possible to use them to convict the Yu family. You don't mean that they admit that they are Yu? Is it sent by Long? Zhuang Shuer said. They did admit it, Wang Hao said, but they may not change their words. And even if they are identified, the Yu family may not admit it. The words of a group of gangsters may not be so credible. The Yu family can completely use their identities, making a fuss, and not acknowledging the relationship with them. So, there is still nothing we can do against the Yu family? Zhuang Shuer said unwillingly. Not necessarily, Wang Hao said. Didn't you also say that the city lord and the others have been investigating the Yu family? I think they have some information. If we get some clues from these people, maybe something will happen. Breakthrough. I hope so, Zhuang Shuer said. Although Zhuang Shuer knew that Wu Haomiao and others were investigating the Yu family, Zhuang Jian would definitely not tell her the specific situation. So she didn't know either. Chapter 209 Getting Angry. What happened to your hand? Did you get into a fight at school? At the Yu family? Yu Guang looked at his son's bandaged arm and asked with a frown. Yu Guang worried a lot about his son. From the time he entered junior high school, Yu Long often caused trouble in school. Until he went to college. The situation did not get better, but became more and more serious. Fortunately, he only bullied his classmates in school. But he didn't cause any big trouble. Yu Guang thought that nothing big happened. So he let him go. Who told him to just be such a son? It's that Wang Hao. Yu Long said bitterly. Which Wang Hao? He is the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. Yu Long said. Did you have a conflict with him? Yu Guang's frown deepened. Yu Guang met Wang Hao several times and admired Wang Hao quite a lot. He even took the initiative to win over Wang Hao. However, Wang Hao finally chose to form a team and affiliated with the 4th Army. This was a pity. Unexpectedly, his son actually had a conflict with him. That kid is too high profile. I asked him to keep a low profile for me. Yu Long said, who knew that kid could actually have 2 tricks and be ruthless. When will you stop causing trouble for me? Yu Guang frowned and said, does it bother you whether he is high profile or low key? I can't understand it. Yu Long said fiercely. I won't let this matter go. This is the first time I've done this. It's a big mistake. I sent someone to deal with him. Don't go too far. The city lord and many army commanders like him very much. Yu Guang said. Anyway, he doesn't know that I did it. Yu Long said. Wait a minute. Yu Guang seemed to have thought of something and said. Who did you ask to go? Friends from school? No. They are not Wang Hao's opponents. Yu Long said. They are raised by our family. Those people. What? After hearing this, Yu Guang stood up and looked at his son in shock and anger. You asked those people to deal with Wang Hao? Yes. Yu Long didn't seem to realize that his father was already angry. He said viciously, you asked those people to deal with Wang Hao. They did things viciously. It will definitely not make Wang Hao feel better. Bang! As soon as Yu Long finished speaking, Yu Guang slapped him angrily. You let them go? How many times have I told you? Have less contact with those people. You have turned a deaf ear to my words. Right? Yu Guang's eyes widened, and he was filled with anger. Dad? You hit me? Yu Long looked at his father in disbelief. This was the first time his father had hit him. Yu Long couldn't believe it was true. Starting from tomorrow, you stay at home and think about your mistakes. I will go to the school to say hello. But you don't want to go. Yu Guang said bitterly, you think about it at home. What should I reflect on? Long was obviously not convinced. What's wrong with raising them at home and letting them do things? You don't know their identities? Yu Guang said angrily. They can't be exposed easily. Don't you also let them do things for you? You do things? What happened to me asking them to do things for me? Besides, this is not the first time. Nothing happened before? Yu Long said. Isn't this the first time? Yu Guang became even more angry when he heard this. Yes. Yu Long admitted simply. It's just to deal with a few unruly people. What's the big deal? Nothing happened before? Yu. Seeing that his son was actually before admitting his mistake. Yu Guang was already so angry that he didn't know what to say. It took him a while to calm down and said, call them. If the matter is settled, tell them to hide immediately, and not show up for a short time. Dad, are you too cautious? Let me call you. Just fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Okay, I'll fight. Yu Long saw that his father was really angry and seemed to be about to beat him. So he quickly called. However, the phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. Strange. Why didn't you answer the phone? Yu Long didn't realize the seriousness of the matter, and still had a confused expression on his face. Yu Guang seemed to have thought of something, and his face became increasingly ugly. Keep calling. Yu Long then called other people. But no one answered them. Where have these guys gone? Why don't any of them answer the phone? Yu Long said to himself. You are hopeless. Yu Guang said bitterly. Stood up and walked out. Dad, where are you going? Yu Long asked. Go and clean up your mess. Just stay at home and don't go anywhere. Yu Guang left in a hurry. Yu Long curled his lips in the living room, still disapproving. However, thinking about what his father had just gotten angry about, he subconsciously shrank his neck and decided to be honest and obedient for a few days, waiting for his father to stop being angry before going out to have a good time. The next day, as soon as Wang Hao entered the classroom, Zhuang Shuer took the initiative to sit over. They were both in the same class and were classmates. Zhuang Shuer's behavior aroused everyone in the classroom to be surprised, and some even booed and whistled. Some good people have already rated Zhuang Shuer and Qi Charan as school beauties. They are also the only two school beauties among the freshmen. As a result, yesterday Chi Charan took the initiative to chat with Wang Hao and added him as a friend. Today, Zhuang Shuer even sat directly next to Wang Hao. This made while everyone envied Wang Hao. They inevitably also wanted to watch the excitement. Zhuang Shuer's face turned red, and she pretended not to hear the comments from the people around her. She whispered to Wang Hao, "You guessed it right. Those people changed their words and stopped mentioning their relationship with Yulong. Also, Yulong today, he didn't come to school. I heard he was sick and asked for sick leave. As for when he will return to school, he still doesn't know." Wang Hao was slightly startled and then said, "The Yu family is not slow in their actions. Obviously, those people changed their words. It must have been done by someone from the Yu family. The Yu family does have some skills. They were able to contact people who were taken away by members of the Fourth Army and make them change their stories. This is not something ordinary people can do. My dad got angry yesterday." Zhuang Shuer whispered, "There must be someone secretly helping the Yu family. He is investigating who this person is. In addition, those people are still interrogating, so they may not be allowed to tell the truth." Wang Hao nodded. Although this matter started because of him, it is not something he can intervene in now. It is up to the senior figures to handle it. Chi Charan is here. Just as Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer were talking quietly, someone shouted. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer subconsciously raised their heads and saw Chi Charan just coming in from the door. Chi Charan looked around and finally locked his eyes on Wang Hao. Then, he walked over with a smile and sat down on the other side of Wang Hao. Wow! Others in the classroom were in an uproar again. Chapter 210 Invitation. Chi Charan and Zhuang Shuer, the two most beautiful freshmen in a university, were actually sitting next to Wang Hao at this time. Such a blessing has already made other students in the classroom envious and crazy with jealousy. The person involved, Wang Hao, was sitting on pins and needles at this time. Zhuang Shuer took the initiative to sit over. But Wang Hao didn't feel anything. The two were good friends and teammates, and it was normal for them to have a close relationship. However, Chi Charan took the initiative to sit over, which made Wang Hao a little hard to understand. Classmate Wang Hao, "Can I sit here?" Chi Charan asked Wang Hao with a smile. "You've already sat down. Why are you still asking? Moreover, this seat does not belong to Wang Hao. He cannot determine who will sit and who will not." "Okay," Wang Hao said. Wang Hao had a headache at this time. Yesterday, Chi Charan just took the initiative to strike up a conversation and became a friend. And there were a lot of scandals and rumors. Today, he took the initiative to sit next to him, fearing that there would be more rumors after class. Wang Hao originally thought that he wouldn't have much interaction with Chi Charan in the future. Although the two were in the same school, University A was not a small school after all. If they didn't meet deliberately, they might not have met each other. However, he didn't expect that Chi Charan was actually in the same class. Wang Hao knew that the school divided everyone into classes based on their college entrance examination scores. The students in Class 1 were the group with the best college entrance examination scores. From this point of view, Chi Charan's college entrance examination scores should also be quite good. "We will be classmates from now on. Please take good care of Wang Hao," Chi Charan said to Wang Hao. What else can Wang Hao say? Can only nod. Soon, Feng Gaoyuan and 3 others also entered the classroom one after another. The 3 of them were also surprised when they saw the people sitting on Wang Hao's left and right. However, the 3 of them only looked at Wang Hao jokingly and had no intention of greeting Wang Hao. Instead, the 3 of them sat together. Wang Hao looked at them asking for help, but the 3 of them just pretended not to notice. Fortunately, class time arrived soon, which relieved Wang Hao's awkward feeling a lot. There are slightly more courses in college than in high school. Teaching and training in marksmanship, physical fitness, vehicle driving, etc. still take up most of the time, and the content of learning is also more profound than in high school. Secondly, during college, there are also it will cultivate students' team fighting ability, which is not taught in high schools. High schools can only have 4 platoons at most, but in universities, there are a lot of simulation trainings where dozens of people fight against dozens of people. This is actually normal. After all, high school study focuses on the college entrance examination, while university study focuses on better survival in the apocalyptic context. In the apocalyptic context, teamwork skills are very important, and working alone is not. It is very dangerous, and the number of people in a team can range from more than 10 people to dozens of people. and there are even more people in the Legion. Therefore, only training 4 rows can no longer meet the requirements. In addition, there are also some small projects, such as underwater combat, aerial shooting, bunker excavation, etc. In short, the course content of college will be richer than that of high school. After listening to the teacher's introduction, Wang Hao was looking forward to university life. Today is the first day of school. The content of the class is relatively simple. Apart from the self-introduction at the beginning, the rest is the teacher giving some common sense information on the virtual battlefield. Although the university courses focus on real-life survival, they still attach great importance to the virtual battlefield. After all, only from there can you obtain redemption points. With the redemption points, you can survive and better arm yourself. Let's have lunch together. After class, Zhuang Shuer extended an invitation to Wang Hao. While asking Wang Hao, Zhuang Shuer glanced at Qi Charan intentionally or unintentionally. Okay, let's all come together. Before Wang Hao spoke, Qi Charan agreed first. Zhuang Shuer's face froze, and she said unhappily, I didn't call you. Don't be so outspoken. Qi Charan was not angry at all, and still said with a smile, we are all classmates. At worst I will treat you. No. Needed, Zhuang Shuer said. Then you invite me. Qi Charan was very good at getting off the slope. I'll invite you next time. Zhuang Shuer was speechless by Qi Charan's shamelessness, and could only look at Wang Hao. It happened that Feng Gaoyuan and the others passed by at this time, and Wang Hao said quickly, I will eat with my roommate at noon. After saying that, Wang Hao chased Feng Gaoyuan and the others out, leaving Zhuang Shuer and Qi Charan alone. Zhuang Shuer glanced at Wang Hao's back, but did not leave in a hurry. Instead, she looked at Qi Charan and said, Miss Qi, what is your purpose in approaching Wang Hao so deliberately? Purpose? What purpose can there be? Qi Charan still had a smile on his face. Can't it be because you simply admire him? Or even admire him? There are college entrance examination champions every year, but there are not many college entrance examination champions like him. Zhuang Shuer frowned, intuitively telling him Qi Charan didn't tell the truth, but she couldn't guess why Qi Charan approached Wang Hao. Wang Hao has left. How about the two of us go out for dinner together? Qi Charan invited Zhuang Shuer. Zhuang Shuer wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, she nodded in agreement. So, Zhuang Shuer and Qi Charan left the classroom together under the attention of others. Wang Hao, you said you have 2 beauties accompanying you. Why are you eating with us 3 old men if you don't enjoy the blessings of being together? In the cafeteria, Wang Hao and the 4 of them occupied a table and just sat down. Luo Sun couldn't help but make fun of Wang Hao. That's right. If it were me, I would definitely eat with a beautiful woman. So I wouldn't accompany you 3 grown men. Feng Gaoyuan wailed, hey, why don't any beautiful women like me? I'm no worse than Wang Hao in appearance. Ah, I remember you brought a mirror when you came to report yesterday. Yu Jinzhong said seriously. Besides, are you as strong as Wang Hao? Sure enough, Mu Chong is a woman's nature. Gaoyuan Dao. The blessing of being together is not that easy to enjoy. Wang Hao smiled and said, eating with 2 women is better than eating with 2 beautiful women. If you can't deal with these 2 beautiful women, then eating is not an enjoyment. Wang Hao is not a narcissistic person. He does not think that he is so handsome that beautiful women would fall in love with him. Qi Charan's active and obvious approach to him must not be because he likes him. There must be something in this. For other reasons, Wang Hao thought it would be better to stay away from her before he could figure out the reason. Beauty is indeed delicious, but it may also hide dangers. I'm willing to suffer this for you. Feng Gaoyuan said enviously, but people look down on me. Wang Hao smiled and changed the subject. I'm afraid I won't be able to be with you in the 4th row today. What? You want to accompany the beauty? It's not a companionship. It's an assessment. Chapter 211 Assessment of Yu Qianing. Yu Qianing can definitely be regarded as a beauty. So Wang Hao only corrected the word accompany, but not the word beauty. After the meal, Wang Hao took his student card and went to the shooting gallery. It has its own shooting gallery, which contains all kinds of firearms. In addition to the extremely precious airdrop guns, there are all the other firearms on the virtual battlefield. Even explosive hunting bows. In the chicken game on Earth, there are also explosive hunting bows, and the probability of explosive hunting bows appearing is very high. However, in the virtual battlefield, although there are also explosive hunting bows appearing, the probability is very low. After one game, you may not be able to see one. The single shot of the explosive hunting bow is powerful, and after charging, it has a high hit rate at mid-range and short ranges. What's even more rare is that the explosive hunting bow does range damage. Moreover, even if the enemy is hiding in a building, the explosive hunting bow can cause damage to them, which is something other weapons do not have. In many cases, especially when surrounded by zombies and mutated beasts, the explosive hunting bow can work quite well. In University A, you can practice shooting for free with your student card. This is something that many colleges and universities cannot do. Naturally, Wang Hao doesn't use it in vain. It wasn't until around 3 o'clock in the afternoon when Zhuang Shuer called and asked where Wang Hao was, that Wang Hao stopped training. Qian Ning is out of class. Zhuang Shuer said, I'm at the shooting gallery. Wang Hao said, where are you? I'll find you. Let's go find you. We're near the shooting gallery. Zhuang Shuer said, okay. Not long after, Zhuang Shuer and Yu Qianing came over. Would you like to practice first and get a feel for it? Wang Hao asked Yu Qianing. No need. Yu Qianing shook his head and said, let's start now. I can't wait. I'm very confident. Wang Hao smiled and said, then let's start now. The three of them formed a team to enter the game. Because the purpose of this game was to test Yu Qianing, Wang Hao did not choose to randomize his teammates, and they participated in the 4-row game as a team of 3. 3 people in 4 rows naturally have a disadvantage in terms of numbers. However, Wang Hao and the 3 of them are not mediocre players, so the 3 of them don't take that disadvantage to heart. How many kills can pass? Yu Qianing asked Wang Hao in the island square. The minimum is 15 kills. Wang Hao said, of course. Whether you are qualified or not depends entirely on the number of eliminations. Your operation in the game is also a big factor. I will consider it comprehensively. Awareness, operation, and cooperation are all important factors, and it is equally important on the virtual battlefield. As for the number of eliminations, there is a certain degree of uncertainty, which is related to luck. It is possible to encounter a situation where there are many people, machines, and rookies. In this case, the number of eliminations will not be low. But it is also possible you will encounter full formations, old 6 players, etc. In this case, the number of eliminations will naturally be low. In both cases, neither situation can truly reflect the true level of a player. So Wang Hao decided to consider it comprehensively. Okay. Yu Qianing agreed readily. In fact, 15 kills is not a small number. And not everyone has auxiliary functions like Wang Hao. After a game, most people only kill in single digits. And only a few can reach double figures. Don't be nervous. You will be fine if you perform normally, Zhuang Shuer said to Yu Qianing. No matter why Yu Qianing wanted to join Wang Hao's team, it was not a bad thing for Zhuang Shuer. She naturally hoped that Yu Qianing could pass the assessment. I'm not nervous. Yu Qianing smiled. Okay. I'm overthinking it, Zhuang Shuer said with a smile. Before boarding the plane, there was an incident. Several players came over to chat with Zhuang Shuer and Yu Qianing, asking for their contact information. This is not the first time that Zhuang Shuer and Yu Qianing have encountered this situation. Even in this apocalyptic world, beauties are still popular, especially in recent years. Although humans have not been able to completely exterminate mutant beasts, and although she is a zombie, she lives a stable life in the city, without the threat to her survival. Her love for beauty naturally expands. Usually when Zhuang Shuer or Yu Qianing were playing alone, they would occasionally encounter people who struck up a conversation. Today, the two of them were in a team, and the two beauties standing together really attracted the attention of most people on the island. The person who struck up a conversation was naturally more. Zhuang Shuer and Yu Qianing are both experienced in how to deal with these people. Hey, Shuer was accosted. And you didn't express your feelings at all? Yu Qianing came to Wang Hao and asked in a low voice. Representation? What do I mean? Wang Hao asked. Declare sovereignty. Yu Qianing said, those who say Shuer is your girlfriend, tell those people to go away. Wang Hao couldn't laugh or cry when he heard this. She and I are just ordinary friends. Not boyfriend and girlfriend. Not now. Maybe in the future, Yu Qianing said with a smile. You are making fun of her behind her back. So you are not afraid that she will be angry if she finds out? Wang Hao said. Angry? Yu Qianing glanced at Zhuang Shuer, who was walking towards her, and said, she probably wants this to come true. What are you talking about? Zhuang Shuer came over and asked. I was asking Wang Hao what he likes. Yu Qianing said. He said he liked you just like this. Zhuang Shuer's originally calm face suddenly turned red. I didn't. Don't listen to her nonsense. Wang Hao explained quickly. You're going to die. Zhuang Shuer hit Yu Qianing. But the look on his face was a little disappointed. I'm not joking to liven up the atmosphere, Yu Qianing said. Soon, the three of them got on the plane and determined the landing point. This time Wang Hao did not jump to P City, but to the Research Institute. This jumping point was decided by Yu Qianing. This game was mainly to assess Yu Qianing, so her opinion was naturally based on her opinion. There is a team next to us, Zhuang Shuer reminded, looking at the direction of their flight. They should also be in the dormitory building. Should we change the landing point and go to the dormitory building? The institute has dormitory buildings and teaching buildings, and there is a stretch of land between the two areas. In the open space, when searching for supplies in the early stage, it can be said that there is basically no interference with each other. Yu Qianing's previous choice was the dormitory building. I won't change, Yu Qianing said. Fight with them on the ground. Since Yu Qianing said so, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer naturally had no objection. The players from the team next to them must have discovered Wang Hao's team, and they also did not change their placement. After all, in their opinion, they have 4 people, and Wang Hao and his team only have 3 people, without knowing the specific strength comparison between the two sides. In this case, numerical advantage becomes very important. Soon, the two teams landed one after another. Wang Hao occupied a tall building. Zhuang Shuer and Yu Qianing occupied the one next to them. As for the other team, they were divided into 2 groups and also occupied 2 dormitory buildings. Chapter 212 Not bad. I'll go first. After a brief search, Yu Qianing was ready to attack. I'll go with you, Zhuang Shuer said. No need. Yu Qianing refused. You can help me set up the gun and watch the 2 people in the other building. The 4 people opposite divided into 2 teams and jumped 2 buildings. This is normal. After all, 4 people are in the same building and resources are scarce. It is more efficient to divide them into 2 groups. After searching for supplies, they can attack together. Yu Qianing was preparing to launch an attack before they gathered. Can you do it alone? Zhuang Shuer was a little worried. It's just 2 people. No problem, Yu Qianing said confidently. Okay. Zhuang Shuer no longer insisted. Wang Hao did not say anything. He would not object whether Zhuang Shuer went or not. The assessment was not only based on personal performance, but also on cooperation with teammates. Whether it was on the virtual battlefield or in reality, the importance of cooperation is self-evident. Even if Zhuang Shuer and Yu Qianing act together, there will be no problem. While searching for supplies, Wang Hao observed Yu Qianing's situation. Although there was a wall blocking it, Wang Hao, who had the see-through auxiliary function, could not see anything. Although he could only see images, it was enough. I saw Yu Qianing climbing through the window and entering the building. The 2 players upstairs immediately noticed that the 2 players did not remain still, but were moving quickly. Apparently they only heard 1 footsteps. Prepared to join forces to destroy Yu Qianing. Yu Qianing knew their approximate location by listening to the sound. She did not stay on the first floor for a long time, but rushed straight to the second floor. At this time, Wang Hao clearly saw that the 2 players were guarding the second floor. On the stairs between the first and third floors, Wang Hao did not remind Yu Qianing. Otherwise there would be no point in the assessment. Yu Qianing was not stupid either. After hearing the footsteps, she immediately pulled out a thunder and moved slowly while holding the thunder. When the countdown was about to end, she went up a few steps, turned around, raised her hand, and threw the grenade. Boom! Your teammate Yu Qianing used a fragmentation grenade to knock down Lu Yang. Yu Qianing's grenade knocked down one and disabled another. Yu Qianing naturally did not have a perspective assist function. She relied on her own experience to guess the approximate positions of the 2 people. After blowing up one of them, Yu Qianing launched the attack without hesitation. The pre-aiming point of her gun was always above the steps. The player who was crippled by the explosion did not retreat, let alone save others. Instead, he stayed there and fired as soon as he saw Yu Qianing appear. Yu Qianing's movements were no slower than his, and her preview point immediately locked onto the opponent's head. Your teammate Yu Qianing hit the head with an assault rifle ACM and knocked down the player Du Qiao. Get it? Yu Qianing's voice came from the team channel. Wang Hao took a look at Yu Qianing's blood volume and saw that it was only a little less. This one-on-one wave could be said to be a complete victory. Wang Hao watched Yu Qianing's entire battle. It can be said that her strategy for attacking buildings is very common. But commonness does not necessarily mean it is ineffective. Whether it is effective or not depends on the strength comparison between the two parties. The two players in the building had a numerical advantage and a geographical advantage. But they underestimated Yu Qianning. When they heard Yu Qianning pull out the thunder, they now stood still and waited for Yu Qianning to attack. After giving Yu Qianning a chance, they thought they would not move. Yu Qianning did not know their specific location. But they did not know that when attacking the building, it was not difficult to guess the places where it was easy to defend the building and hide people. Experienced-rich people can roughly judge the location. Even if they guess wrong the first time, they can probably guess it right the second time. The two of them underestimated Yu Qianning, allowing Yu Qianning to take the lead, knocking down one person and crippling the other. The breakthrough was opened by Yu Qianning. There was almost no suspense in the subsequent battle. One was at full status, and the other was at residual health. Even with the geographical advantage, the players on the upper floor of this wave of battles could not gain the upper hand. Yu Qianning's precise marksmanship also cost her a lot. Small. In short, Yu Qianning's attack on the building seems simple, but there are actually operations involved. The other two are coming, Zhuang Shuer said. You came just in time, Yu Qianning said. Stop shooting. I'll deal with them. Okay. Then, Yu Qianning showed Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer her ability to defend the building. The two people seemed to want to imitate Yu Qianning and open a way with hand grenades, which was also the most commonly used method for attacking buildings. However, when they pulled out the thunder, Yu Qianning did not wait like the two people before. Instead, he took the initiative, went down a few steps, and quickly opened fire when he saw them downstairs. The two people obviously did not expect that Yu Qianning would take the initiative. After all, Yu Qianning was only one person and was at a numerical disadvantage. The more conservative way of playing was to guard the stairs and use the geographical advantage to make up for the numerical disadvantage. If he took the initiative, he would give up this geographical advantage. Most people don't do this, but Yu Qianning chose to do this. Among them, the one who pulled the thunder didn't even have time to switch back his gun, and was knocked to the ground by Yu Qianning. The other one attacked Yu Qianning crazily. Yu Qianning was not in a hurry to fight back, but retreated slightly, using the stairs to block the opponent's view, and then struck again unexpectedly. This time, Yu Qianning moved faster. Wang Hao saw her moving while shooting. Her movement was very simple, but also very effective. She kept squatting, standing up, half squatting, and standing up again. The operation avoids the opponent's headshot line. Of course, her feet never stopped moving. The result was that the last player only hit Yu Qianning twice, and was killed by Yu Qianning. At this point, Yu Qianning killed a full formation by herself. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer did not provide any help to Yu Qianning in this wave of battles. Yu Qianning was truly 1 for 4. How is it? Yu Qianning asked Wang Hao with a hint of pride. Not bad, Wang Hao praised. Yu Qianning does have the qualifications to be proud of. She has solid basic skills, rich experience, and good adaptability, even when facing enemies that are more numerous than herself. She is not afraid at all. She dares to fight, and is able to fight. No wonder she ranked 11th in the city in last year's college entrance examination. She really has some skills. After receiving Wang Hao's affirmation, Yu Qianning was even more proud. They are just a few rookies. Not worth mentioning. You are said to be fat, but you are still out of breath. Zhuang Shuer laughed and scolded. Search for something. This assessment, it's just begun. Yes, the assessment has just begun. But Wang Hao already knows in his heart that with Yu Qianning's strength, passing the assessment will not be a problem. And he will add new members to his team. Chapter 213 Auxiliary Function, Transportation. How's it going? Welcome to Join Chi Feng. The game is over, and the assessment results are in. Yu Qianning's final score was 21 eliminations and 6 assists. Based on performance alone, Yu Qianning is qualified to join the team. More importantly, Yu Qianning's experience, skills, marksmanship, body skills, etc. displayed during the game are all quite good. Zhuang Shuer had previously there is no exaggeration in her evaluation. Wang Hao would naturally be happy to include such a master in the team. Since then, Wang Hao's Chi Feng team has 4 members, including him. Among the 4 members, Wang Hao is the strongest, and Su Guangyuan is the weakest. Congratulations. Zhuang Shuer congratulated Yu Qianning. Hee. We will fight side by side in the future, Yu Qianning said with a smile. A team is not an ordinary organization. It basically has to perform tasks. Although Wang Hao's team is only affiliated, it can still perform tasks. It is not an exaggeration to say that they fight side by side. You guys are going to double queue next. Right? Yu Qianing said. Then I won't disturb you anymore. I'm going to leave first. Before Yu Qianing left, he winked at Zhuang Shuer, which made Luo Luanda generous. Zhuang Shuer suddenly felt embarrassed, as if playing a double row game with Wang Hao was something shameful. Get ready to enter the game. Wang Hao didn't notice Yu Qianing's little movements. Yeah. The two quickly entered the game again. No outsiders were present. Wang Hao asked about the mutant beasts and zombies outside the city. A large number of mutant beasts and zombies disappeared. Wang Hao always felt uneasy in his heart. The missing mutant beasts and zombies have not been found yet. Zhuang Shuer said, not only have the missing mutant beasts and zombies not been found, the mutant beasts and zombies in the zombie city are still decreasing. Still decreasing. Wang Hao frowned, and the uneasy feeling in his heart became stronger. Yes. Zhuang Shuer nodded. Not only our Silver Light City, but also people from other surrounding cities have sent people to investigate. But there is no clue. In addition, there are similar zombie cities around other cities. Those zombie cities, something similar is happening. Wang Hao was silent after hearing this. He concluded that the mutant beasts and zombies must be planning something, and he even wanted to lurk there again to take a look. However, Wang Hao quickly gave up this idea, since he was discovered in the zombie city. The zombies and mutant beasts in the zombie city have become obviously more vigilant. The people said by Wu Haomiao cannot even get too close. It may be observed from a distance. Although Wang Hao has the ability to become invisible, the duration is too short after all. There is no problem with sneaking in short distances. But there is nothing he can do if the distance is too far. Now, Wang Hao can only hope that the people sent from various cities will find something. With Zhuang Shuer's relationship, Wang Hao would definitely get more information than the average person. The game is about to start, and the auxiliary function is turned on. Please choose one of the following three options as an auxiliary for this game. The system prompt sounded, and Wang Hao gathered his mind and focused on the game. 1. Break through the air wall. Level 1, you can break through the limitations of the air wall and shoot from a longer distance, an additional 50 meters shooting distance. 2. Higher quality. Level 1, after winning the championship, you can get better rewards in the airdrop box. The performance is doubled. 3. Transport. Level 1 in the game. Every 5 minutes, you can select an object to move to the location you specify. Note, players can use redemption points to enhance auxiliary functions. Please select this field assist. The 3 random assist functions in this game have appeared, waiting for Wang Hao to make a choice. Wang Hao had encountered the first and second auxiliary functions more than once before, but this was the first time Wang Hao had seen the third auxiliary function. Transportation? New auxiliary function? Wang Hao said to himself, let's see what the specific effects are first. Wang Hao quickly made a choice. He chose the auxiliary function transportation that he encountered for the first time. The game officially started soon, and Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer got on the plane. The route of this game passes through Peace City, so Wang Hao naturally chooses to jump to Peace City. He is very familiar with Peace City. Zhuang Shuer naturally had no objections to Wang Hao's choice. There are 2 teams. Zhuang Shuer was still responsible for observing the surrounding situation. Only 2 teams appeared around them. City P was originally one of the holy places for steel guns, and this game was near the route. But only 6 people, including Wang Hao and the others, jumped here. This number was definitely not too many. Search for supplies first, Wang Hao said. Yeah. There were only 4 enemies, and neither Wang Hao nor Zhuang Shuer was too nervous. After landing, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer each chose a building and started searching for supplies. As for the other 4 players, they landed in other areas and could not see them yet. Wang Hao first looked towards Zhuang Shuer and saw that Zhuang Shuer was concentrating on searching for supplies. Then Wang Hao activated the carrying auxiliary function. The object Wang Hao selected was none other than the 2-story building next to him. Then, under Wang Hao's gaze, the 2-story building moved more than 10 meters to the left and settled at the position designated by Wang Hao. It's really possible. Wang Hao was surprised and delighted. Before the test, Wang Hao didn't know whether the objects mentioned in the auxiliary function of carrying included buildings and other buildings. But now after testing, he has determined that buildings and other buildings are also included in this auxiliary function, within the scope of influence. That is to say, Wang Hao can move any building to any place on the island map. Just imagine, the final round is in an unobstructed wilderness. At this time, Wang Hao appears there with a building, occupying the house. He can suppress everyone around him, and the probability of winning is greatly increased. Of course, this is still secondary. The most important role of this auxiliary function is actually reflected in reality. Although this auxiliary function has not been retained permanently, and its effect in reality has not been seen. Based on Wang Hao's experience, he can probably guess its effect in reality. It must also be for moving objects. The difference may only lie in the interval length. In this way, Wang Hao can also move buildings such as houses in reality. This is not a big deal in the city. If it is outside the city, this effect will be great. Wang Hao went out of the city twice and slept in a tree at night. It's not that he doesn't want to sleep peacefully on the ground, but it's too dangerous on the ground. Mutated beasts and zombies may appear at any time. It's not safe to sleep on the ground. But it's different with a house. He doesn't have to sleep anymore when he goes out of the city. Instead of sleeping in a tree, you can sleep in a bed. Chapter 214, the effect is good. This is definitely a good feature. Wang Hao is very satisfied with this auxiliary function. As long as he wins the game, he must retain this auxiliary function. This was not the first time that Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer had paired up. There was a tacit understanding between the two. After briefly searching for supplies, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer launched an attack on the other 4 people. There was nothing thrilling about the battle. Both Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer could be considered masters in the same rank. In addition, the two of them cooperated more and more tacitly. It can be said that the two of them could handle this kind of battle with a similar number of people without any pressure. Even if it was Wang Hao who did not use grenades to clear the way, but just fought head-on. And the two of them had the upper hand. After taking the P-City, Wang Hao and the two did not choose to defend, but took the initiative to attack. With their current strength, there was indeed no need to defend. Taking the initiative could get more kills. The two men once again transformed into male and female evil spirits, killing each other across the entire island. During the game, Wang Hao tried the moving auxiliary function many times while avoiding Zhuang Shuer. He also learned that in addition to moving houses, this auxiliary function can also move rocks, tanks, and airplanes, vehicles and more. As long as it is an object in the game, it can move it. This undoubtedly greatly increased his value. In the game finals, Wang Hao could greatly affect the situation even if he did not move a house but a tree. In short, Wang Hao is very satisfied with the effect of this auxiliary function. Why do I think you are so mysterious in this game? After killing the last enemy, Zhuang Shuer looked at Wang Hao with some confusion. Is there any? Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained calm. Although he had a good relationship with Zhuang Shuer, things like auxiliary functions were of great importance, and Wang Hao did not dare to let Zhuang Shuer know easily. Therefore, when testing new auxiliary functions, he deliberately avoided Zhuang Shuer. His actions naturally seemed quite mysterious in Zhuang Shuer's eyes. Yes, Zhuang Shuer said with certainty. Maybe you didn't get a good rest last night, and you were too sensitive. Wang Hao said. Really? Zhuang Shuer looked at Wang Hao suspiciously. Yes, Wang Hao said without changing his expression. Hurry up and open the airdrop box. Okay. Hearing Wang Hao mention the airdrop box, Zhuang Shuer's attention was indeed attracted to it. Even if he was not short of whatever it is, Zhuang Shuer still enjoys opening airdrop boxes. Seeing that Zhuang Shuer's attention was drawn away, Wang Hao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Zhuang Shuer is too smart, so I have to be more careful in the future. Soon, a disappointed sigh came from Zhuang Shuer's side. Wang Hao smiled softly, knowing that Zhuang Shuer didn't touch anything good again. Wang Hao is not surprised by this. There are good things in the airdrop box, but the probability of appearing is very low. The items with high probability of appearing are food, bullets, bandages and other less valuable items. Of course, saying that they are not very valuable is only a relative term. For humans in the context of the end of the world, any material is extremely precious. Wang Hao also stepped forward and touched the airdrop box, but only touched a few steamed buns. Wang Hao was not too disappointed. His biggest gain in this game was not touching the airdrop box, but the auxiliary function of carrying. After touching the airdrop box, the price of the auxiliary functions also came out. 800 redemption points. The auxiliary function of transportation is priced at 800 redemption points. The price is neither high nor low, and Wang Hao can accept it. Reserve. With almost no hesitation, Wang Hao made his choice. This was a decision he made at the beginning of the game. and he didn't need to spend any more time thinking about it at this time. Since then, Wang Hao has added one more permanent auxiliary function. After retaining it permanently, Wang Hao couldn't wait to check its functional effects, especially the realistic effects. Transport, Level 1. Upgrade requires 4,000 redemption points virtual battlefield effect. In the game, every 5 minutes, you can select an object to move to the location you specify. Realistic effect. In reality, you can select an object to move to a designated location every day, and the movement is not limited by time and space. Sure enough, the actual effect of this transportation auxiliary function was similar to what Wang Hao thought. The time interval changed from 5 minutes to 1 day. As for the transportation period, it is not restricted by time and space, which makes transportation more convenient. After selecting the auxiliary function, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shui returned to reality. The two of them did not rush to leave the shooting gallery, but entered the virtual battlefield again and beat today's single row. Without his teammates, Wang Hao naturally used the auxiliary function more unscrupulously. In this game, he tested the transport function many times. In the final round, he even transported a scrap tank. Place it next to you as a cover, and confuse other players. Almost everyone knows that there are scrap tanks on the virtual battlefield, and there are quite a lot of them. However, those scrap tanks are not found everywhere, but only in a few fixed places. Therefore, they appeared in the final round. Many people were puzzled because they thought they had a memory error. They would never have imagined that the tank had been moved here by humans. What they don't know is that Wang Hao is being conservative. If he is more unscrupulous and directly repairs the tank and then uses the tank to attack, the players in the finals will die faster, and they will not even be able to fight back. The guns in their hands are almost useless against tanks. Of course, Wang Hao is not that crazy. The sudden appearance of a scrap tank will not cause much trouble. But if a tank that can fire appears, I am afraid that after the game is over, there will be a lot of rumors. Although the game does not have a screen recording function. But Wang Hao didn't want to cause too much trouble. In fact, even if Wang Hao does not carry the tank, it is relatively easy for Wang Hao to fight chicken in a single row. After all, he now has many auxiliary functions. With the help of so many auxiliary functions, it is no longer possible for Wang Hao to fight chicken in a single row. Too difficult. Of course, this may also be related to the fact that his current rank is too low. When he reaches a higher rank and meets a real master, the results may be different. But that will happen in the future. No one can say for sure. After the single queue game ended, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shui practiced shooting in the shooting gallery together for a while before going out to eat. After eating, Wang Hao returned to the dormitory. In the next few days, Wang Hao's life was relatively ordinary. Apart from attending classes and playing games, practicing shooting or driving, his daily life was quite fulfilling. On this day, the underground air raid shelter of Wang Hao's Qingfeng team was finally completed. Chapter 215 Gathering Together for the First Time. Why did you build such a big air raid shelter? Yu Qianing looked at the empty air raid shelter and was quite puzzled. This is Yu Qianing's first time to come to the team's camp, and it is also his first time to see the air raid shelter under the camp. Naturally, this was not the first time Yu Qianing had seen an air raid shelter. She had even seen more than one that was larger than Wang Hao's station. What surprised her was that Wang Hao's team station only had more than 1,000 people. Square meters? The area of the air raid shelter is actually tens of thousands, which is more than 10 times the area of this station. Wang Hao built an air raid shelter. Yu Qianing could understand that under the current environment, it was necessary to build an air raid shelter. But she didn't quite understand how to build such a large area. Of course, apart from Yu Qianing, Su Guangyuan and Zhuang Shui didn't quite understand Wang Hao's real purpose of building such a large air raid shelter. Of course, it's for storing supplies, Wang Hao said. This will become our garage and warehouse in the future. Today, 4 members of the team gathered together, and Wang Hao just said what he was thinking. Garages and warehouses? Zhuang Shui said. It can't be that big, right? It's still too small for me. Wang Hao smiled and said, our team has just been established. In the future, with more members, supplies and cargo there will naturally be more vehicles. Although the vehicles can be parked outside, it is not as safe and convenient as parking here. Zhuang Shui and the other 3 nodded, quite agreeing with Wang Hao's words. The security in the wealthy areas is good, but this does not mean that there are no thieves in the wealthy areas. In today's social background, any vehicle is quite precious, and some are even harder to buy if you have money. parking in if it was stolen outside. It would be a huge loss to the individual and the team. Let's not talk about the air raid shelter topic for now. Wang Hao clapped his hands and said to several people, "Today is the first time that our team has gathered together. As the captain, I will give each of you an item first." "What is it?" Wang Hao took out 2 wormhole device makers and handed them to Su Guangyuan and Yu Qianing respectively, because Zhuang Shuer already had them. Wang Hao gave her a thumbs down this time. "Wormhole device maker? What is this?" Yu Qianing asked doubtfully. "Good stuff." Zhuang Shuer smiled. Later, Zhuang Shuer explained to Su Guangyuan and Yu Qianing how to use the wormhole device maker. Zhuang Shuer had played with this thing a lot during this time, so she knew the wormhole device maker very well. What a good thing! After listening to Zhuang Shuer's explanation, Yu Qianing was very excited. She tried it out personally and was full of praise for this wormhole device maker. Wang Hao smiled. During this period, he had used the copy function to the extreme. As soon as the cooling time was over, he would immediately copy. Therefore, he also accumulated some supplies during this period. This wormhole device maker and dog smash are both copies. As Zhuang Shuer, there is no problem if he wants to smash the dog, but that will take up the material resources of the 4th Army. Wang Hao has gone to the munitions warehouse of the 4th Army, and even there is no problem. There aren't many dogs smashed, so the value of this dog smashed is not low. "Wang Hao, where did you get so many good things?" Yu Qianing asked. "Whether it is a wormhole device maker or a dog smash, it is definitely a good thing. Putting it outside will definitely cause looting. But Wang Hao can take it out easily, which is simply incredible, because of Zhuang Shuer." Yu Qianing also knew that Wang Hao originally lived in a slum. It can be said that Wang Hao has no background. Everything he has now is achieved by his own efforts, which makes it even more obvious. "Incredible. Just take what I'm giving you. Why do you ask so many questions?" Wang Hao said with a smile. "If you don't ask, don't ask," Yu Qianing said. "It's mysterious." Yu Qianing could see that Wang Hao was unwilling to tell the source of these things. But Yu Qianing didn't pay too much attention. She just asked casually, without any intention of getting to the bottom of it. "As long as there are good things to use, it's fine. As for other things, there is no need to care about it." Wang Hao no longer paid attention to Yu Qianing, but looked at Zhuang Shuer and asked, "Have there been any changes in the Yu family recently? In the past few days, Yu Long has not come to school," which made Wang Hao feel quite unhappy. Guangdao, the other party, first took the initiative to provoke, and after suffering a loss, he found someone to retaliate that night. Wang Hao concluded that Yu Long was by no means a generous person. He suffered 2 losses in a row at his own hands, and there was absolutely no way he could just let it go. But Yu Long hasn't shown up recently, which makes Wang Hao a little puzzled. "Not sure." Zhuang Shuer shook his head and said, "There has always been surveillance on the Yu family, but only Uncle Wu and a few people know the specific situation." Wang Hao frowned slightly, but it was hard to say. What? After all, the Yu family is not an ordinary family. You must be careful when monitoring such a family. If the news leaks out, it may cause a lot of trouble. "Forget it. I don't want to think about it that much," Wang Hao said. "It's the first time for the 4 of our team to gather together. Let's play in the 4th row together today." "Okay." None of them had any objections. While the 4 of Wang Hao were standing in a row, Yu Guang, the head of the Yu family, was talking to a man in black in a courtyard. At this time, Yu Guang was obviously disguised. He was dressed simply, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, and even sunglasses on his face. Even an acquaintance might not be able to recognize him without looking carefully. "Mr. Yu is really cautious," the man in black sitting opposite Yu Guang said with a smile. "You can't be careful about this matter," Yu Guang said. "If the news is leaked, my Yu family will definitely be wiped out. It's not that serious." The man in black still looked relaxed. However, Yu Guang would not believe what he said. He knew the situation in Silver Light City better than the man in black, so naturally, he would not believe what he said. "You came to me today. Are the things we discussed before about to start?" Yu Guang asked. "Yes," the man in black said seriously. "The time is tonight." "Tonight?" Yu Guang was slightly startled. "What? You're not ready yet?" the man in black asked. "It's almost done," Yu Guang said. "I just didn't expect you to act so quickly. However, there are a few remaining things that I can handle." "That's the best," the man in black said. "This operation must not fail. Once we fail, We can still retreat, and your Yu family's foundation in Yinguang City will be destroyed. Yu Guang frowned slightly. Of course he knew the seriousness of the matter. But he had already reached this point. There is no turning back. Don't worry. I will definitely do what I promised. And I hope you will keep your promise when the time comes. That's inevitable. Chapter 216 Turmoil. The cooperation is a bit rusty. But it's pretty good. Inside the Qifeng team station, Wang Hao commented on the team members' first 4-platoon performance. This is the first time that the 4 of them have joined together in 4 rows. The coordination is relatively unfamiliar. After all, everyone is not very familiar with it. However, except for Su Guangyuan, Wang Hao, and the other 3 are relatively strong in personal strength. Therefore, even if the coordination is unfamiliar, Wang Hao and the others finally succeeded in eating chicken. The person who surprised Wang Hao in this game was none other than Su Guangyuan. During this period of time, Wang Hao has been playing in double row with Zhuang Shuer, and 4 rows with his roommate. Therefore, he and Su Guangyuan have less time to play games together. He is not sure about Su Guangyuan's strength level. However, he did not expect that Su Guangyuan will gave him a big surprise. Compared with the last time he played with Su Guangyuan, Su Guangyuan's marksmanship and movement skills have been greatly improved. What he lacks now is the awareness of combat and the grasp of timing. These can be improved through multiple games. And his marksmanship and status were significantly improved, which gave Wang Hao a big surprise. Brother Su, have you been practicing more recently? Wang Hao asked Su Guangyuan with a smile. Yes. Su Guangyuan nodded sheepishly and said, I haven't gone to work during this period. In addition to supervising the construction of air raid shelters, I am practicing gunnery. No wonder my marksmanship has improved so much. Wang Hao said. In the future, it's better not to work part-time. Having time to practice shooting is more important than working part-time. Wang Hao now has some money in his hand to support his and Su Guangyuan's life. Su Guangyuan understood the meaning of Wang Hao's words, but he looked at Zhuang Shuer, then at Yu Qianing, and said, It's okay. Even if I work part-time, I will find time to practice shooting. In other words, Su Guangyuan would not be polite to Wang Hao. But it was different now. He felt that Zhuang Shuer and Yu Qianing might have a close relationship with Wang Hao. If Wang Hao fell in love, he would definitely spend more money. And Wang Hao's girlfriend they would also mind Wang Hao's unlimited funding for him. So Su Guangyuan could no longer accept Wang Hao's funding. Wang Hao didn't know what Su Guangyuan was thinking, let alone that he had misunderstood his relationship with Zhuang Shuer and Yu Qianing. He just thought that Su Guangyuan was embarrassed in front of the 2 girls. Therefore, Wang Hao didn't say anything more, thinking about waiting until later. Advise him again. After playing 4 rows, the 4 of Wang Hao did not disperse, but formed a team to play 2 rows again. However, this time Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan teamed up, and Zhuang Shuer and Yu Qianing teamed up. After entering the game, Wang Hao continued to persuade Su Guangyuan, but Su Guangyuan refused again and expressed his concerns. Hearing this, Wang Hao couldn't laugh or cry. You got it wrong. They are just my classmates and teammates. Not what you think. It's better not to. Su Guangyuan still shook his head. I can find time to practice shooting. Su Guangyuan insisted again and again. Wang Hao couldn't say anything more. He just gave some guidance to Su Guangyuan in the game and tried his best to help him improve his strength. After the double queue ended, the 4 of them went into single queue again. By the time the single queue ended, it was already late. So Wang Hao simply did not go back to school and stayed at home tonight. As night fell, Wang Hao was walking on the street, surrounded by colorful lights, various pedestrians on the road, and busy storefronts on the street. This scene gave Wang Hao the illusion that he was not in the apocalyptic background world, but in the metropolis of modern society. Wang Hao naturally knew that this was all an illusion, not to mention the slums outside the city. Even the slums inside the city were a different scene compared to here. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was the difference between hell and heaven. After returning to his residence, Wang Hao simply washed himself and fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Wang Hao was suddenly heard by a shrill siren. Wang Hao suddenly sat up in shock. He came to the window and looked outside. At this time, the outside was no longer the prosperous scene he had seen before. The streets were in chaos at this time, with screaming and fleeing crowds everywhere, including many heavily armed soldiers. In addition to screaming, there were constant gunshots. Problem occurs. Wang Hao did not go out immediately, but immediately took out the dog in his backpack and looked out the window warily. Wang Hao's face was quite solemn. He knew that something big must have happened. You know, this was not in a slum, but in a rich area. There was such a big chaos in the wealthy area. So something big must have happened. And it is very likely that the whole city was in chaos. Ding ding ding. At this moment, Wang Hao's smart bracelet suddenly rang. It's Zhuang Shuer calling. Wang Hao quickly connected. But before he could ask, Zhuang Shuer's urgent voice came over. Wang Hao. Something happened. Mutated beasts and zombies are attacking the city. There is an army rebellion in the city. They are causing chaos everywhere. The west gate is blocked. It has been opened. In addition, mutant beasts and zombies have entered the city through the underground. The protective shield in the rich area has been opened. But there are still a large number of mutant beasts and zombies in the area, as well as the rebellious army. You have hidden it. At this time, thousands of don't go out. Don't let anyone enter your house. Don't believe anyone. Zhuang Shuer spoke urgently, with deep worry in his voice. I understand. Wang Hao said. Are you okay? I'm okay. Zhuang Shuer said. I want to contact Jianning. Hang up first. I'll let you know if there's any news. Okay. After Zhuang Shuer hung up the phone, Wang Hao immediately called Su Guangyuan. Knowing that Su Guangyuan was fine, Wang Hao was slightly relieved, and then reminded Su Guangyuan not to go out and hide himself. Boom, boom, boom. Just when Wang Hao had just hung up the phone on Su Guangyuan, there was a knock on the door of Wang Hao's house, and Wang Hao's nerves instantly became tense. Who? Open the door. We are soldiers. We just saw mutant beasts moving near your residence. We are here to protect you. Open the door quickly. I don't have mutant beasts here. I can protect myself. You guys go protect others. Wang Hao refused. Open the door when you are told. There is so much nonsense. Don't waste time. Open the door quickly. I said. I can protect myself and don't need your protection. Wang Hao refused again. Duh. As soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, gunfire suddenly rang out, and bullets shot through the door and flew into the house. Wang Hao was startled. Fortunately, he was prepared and was a little far away from the door. However, the bullets still left his house in a mess. Duh. Wang Hao was not polite to the people outside, and immediately fired back. Bullets were fired through the door, and screams suddenly sounded outside the house. Although there were screams, the people outside obviously did not give up and kept shooting. The door of Wang Hao's house was quickly broken, and then more than a dozen heavily armed soldiers rushed in. Chapter 217 Yulong's Revenge. Where is the person? Not found. Keep looking. He must be hiding somewhere. Master Yu said that he must be killed, and he must be seen alive or dead. Continue to search. The soldiers who broke in did not see Wang Hao, but they did not give up. Instead, they searched the house vigorously. Just now, Wang Hao continued to resist, which meant that Wang Hao was still in the house. It's impossible to disappear out of thin air. It's probably hidden somewhere. While these people were busy searching for Wang Hao, 3 people appeared at the gate. 3 identical people. Duh. Before the soldiers could react, these 3 identical men had fired at the same time. There was a loud sound of gunfire, bullets flying everywhere, and the soldiers in the room fell to the ground one after another. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of gunfire and the explosion of grenades. Wang Hao's house had been destroyed beyond recognition. Of course, what was worse than the house were the soldiers inside. They always thought that people were still in the house, and there was no one at all. They thought that people would appear behind them, and 3 identical people appeared. Unprepared, they suffered heavy losses and were killed and injured in an instant. These 3 identical people were naturally the clones summoned by Wang Hao. As for the one who threw the grenade, it was Wang Hao who was hiding outside the house. When these people rushed into the house, Wang Hao had already passed the insect thrown from the window. The whole device maker was teleported outside the house. Wang Hao did not choose to escape. Instead, he killed a carbine and used his clones to sneak attack the soldiers. These clones possess half of Wang Hao's strength, and more importantly, they can inherit Wang Hao's auxiliary functions. Therefore, the auxiliary function of self-aim is also effective for them. If self-aim is added unexpectedly, the results can be imagined. Soon, the gunfire stopped, and all the soldiers who broke into the house were knocked down, and only the wails continued. Wang Hao was not in a hurry to enter the house. He asked 3 clones to go in first and confiscated all the guns in the hands of the soldiers. And then he re-entered the house. seeing 4 identical Wang Haos standing in front of him. The soldiers who had not yet died began to wonder if they were hallucinating. "Who asked you to come?" Wang Hao squatted down next to one of the soldiers. The soldier just wailed and did not answer Wang Hao's question. Wang Hao did not continue to ask, but stood up and walked towards another soldier. Boom! When Wang Hao stood up, a clone behind him fired a shot at the soldier who had just been questioned by Wang Hao. After the gunshot, the soldier's wailing stopped, but his breathing also stopped at the same time. "Who asked you to come?" Wang Hao asked the second soldier. The second soldier didn't answer. He just looked at Wang Hao angrily. "Have some backbone," Wang Hao said, and then stood up. Boom! Gunfire rang out again, and the second soldier was killed. "Who asked you to come?" Wang Hao asked the third soldier the same question. The third soldier looked at the first 2 soldiers, then looked at Wang Hao in horror, and said tremblingly, "You are the devil. You are the devil. You broke into my house and wanted to shoot me, but instead call me a devil?" Wang Hao said with a sneer. After saying that, he ignored the soldier and stood up and walked towards the last surviving soldier. Boom! Unsurprisingly, gunfire rang out again. "Who asked you to come?" Wang Hao asked expressionlessly. "Yes, it's Master Yu," the last surviving soldier said in horror. "Please let me go. I was forced to. It was all what Master Yu asked us to do." What happened to the first 3 companions? The soldier saw this, and he knew that if he did not cooperate, Wang Hao would shoot him without hesitation. And he did not want to die. "Master Yu? Yu Long?" Wang Hao asked. "Yes, it's him," the soldier said. "We are all soldiers of the 9th Legion. He asked us to kill you." The man behind the scenes was Yu Long, which was not too unexpected by Wang Hao. After all, Yu Long had a grudge with him before, and suffered 2 losses at his own hands. With Yu Long's nature, it was impossible not to take revenge. But he didn't expect that he could endure it until now. However, Wang Hao was a little surprised about the identities of these people. He seemed to have made a guess when he listened to the gunshots outside. "Are the soldiers causing chaos outside from your 9th Legion?" Wang Hao asked. I don't know if other legions participated. The implication is that people from their 9th Legion participated in this riot. As for whether people from other legions participated, he, an ordinary soldier, had no way of knowing. "No. Please let me go. I've told you everything I know. Please don't kill me," the soldier begged Wang Hao. However, Wang Hao didn't have any mercy in his heart. Boom! Gunfire rang out, and the last surviving soldier was killed by Wang Hao's clone. At this point, all the soldiers sent by Yu Long to kill Wang Hao died here. From the beginning to the end, Wang Hao never thought about letting them go. From the moment they fired into his house, Wang Hao had already had murderous intentions. What's more, Wang Hao didn't want the secret that he could summon a clone to spread. Wang Hao came to the window again. The chaos outside continued, and it was even more chaotic than before. Many mutant beasts and zombies were chasing survivors on the street, and flying mutant beasts flew by in the air from time to time. The entry of mutated beasts and zombies into the city was already a huge threat. Now that the army is involved, the chaos of the situation can be imagined. "I hope the city lord's palace and the major legions can resolve this crisis," Wang Hao said to himself. Now, although he has many auxiliary functions, he can protect himself enough, and it is difficult to do anything else. Wang Hao once again felt how small an individual's role is in this end of the world. Even if he has other people, the auxiliary functions that it has never had are also of little use. Wang Hao did not stay in his residence for long. The residence had been destroyed by the group of soldiers just now. The door was broken, and the house was in a mess. If mutant beasts and zombies came over, he would not be able to stop it. Therefore, Wang Hao simply packed up and went out, then headed towards Su Guangyuan's residence. Along the way, Wang Hao saw many survivors dying at the claws of mutated beasts and zombies. Wang Hao tried his best to save those who could be saved, but he had no choice but to save those who could not. At this time, saving his own life was the most important thing. They arrived at Su Guangyuan's residence without any danger. Su Guangyuan, who knew the news in advance, had already packed up. As soon as Wang Hao arrived, he also left the residence, and the two of them headed towards the team station together. The team is stationed underground, but there is a bomb shelter. Chapter 218 Mutated Beasts and Zombies Enter the City. When Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan entered the air raid shelter, the whole world fell silent. The air raid shelter has enough light and smooth air, and there is no feeling of depression at all. In order to build this air raid shelter, Wang Hao invested a lot of money. Not only is the overall structure strong, the air is circulated, but there is ample water. The door at the entrance of the air raid shelter is also made of alloy. It is formed and is difficult to be destroyed by external force. In short, the safety factor here is very high. Although he was in the air raid shelter, Wang Hao did not lose contact with the outside world. Zhuang Shuer, Yu Qianing, and even Feng Gaoyuan and others called. Through them, Wang Hao was also able to know the situation in the outside world. Now the outside world is in chaos, with mutant beasts and zombies everywhere. As Wang Hao guessed, not only the rich areas have been invaded by mutant beasts and zombies, but the slums and civilian areas are also full of mutant beasts and zombies. Even those two, there are more mutant beasts and zombies in each area. After all, those two areas are not protected by protective shields. After the city gate is opened, mutant beasts and zombies outside the city continue to enter the city. The reason why the mutant beasts and zombies were able to enter the city so quickly this time was that firstly, there was the cooperation of the army, and secondly, the mutant beasts infiltrated through the underground and the air, especially underground. The mutant rats among the mutant beasts have good burrowing abilities. However, these mutant rats were not under unified command before. Therefore, they dug holes east and west. It was impossible to dig a tunnel from outside the city into the city. But now the situation is different. Intelligent creatures have appeared among the mutant beasts and zombies, and even humans have colluded with them. This has resulted in the burrowing ability of mutant mice being greatly developed among many mutants. With the joint efforts of the rats, they dug some tunnels into the city. The mutated beasts and zombies in the zombie city that Wang Hao discovered before disappeared mysteriously, so that the survivors who monitored them did not notice any movement. It's because they entered the underground passage. This time, a large number of zombies and mutant beasts entered the city through underground passages. There are also flying mutant beasts, which also made great contributions in this siege. The last siege was probably just a drill for them. They destroyed the city defenses by throwing boulders and dead trees. But this time, what they threw down was no longer boulders and dead trees, but mutant beasts and zombies. They directly airdropped mutant beasts and zombies into the city. This change was unexpected by humans. But these flying mutant beasts are getting smarter and smarter. Of course, behind their smart behavior, there are the shadows of intelligent creatures and the contributions of human traders. In short, the diversified methods of mutant beasts and zombies attacking the city caught the soldiers defending the city by surprise. Traditional defense methods could not defend them at all. Countless mutant beasts and zombies broke into the city, causing wanton destruction and killing. With the help of human troops, this attack of mutant beasts and zombies is quite fierce. What's even more worrying is that this happened not only in Silver Light City, but also in several other big cities in China. In other words, on this night, 9 large cities in China were attacked by mutant beasts and zombies almost simultaneously. And most of the cities, like Silver Light City, had traitors among the human survivors. In addition, mutants with the diversified ways of siege by beasts and zombies. You can imagine how bad the situation of the human survivors in China is. Wang Hao learned about the outside world through other people. As he learned more and more information, his face became more and more ugly. This is really a disaster for mankind. I don't know if the survivors in China can hold on this time. Wang Hao was slightly relieved that Zhuang Shuer and others were safe for the time being. Feng Gaoyuan and others had withdrawn into the school's air raid shelter. As for Zhuang Shuer and Yu Qianing, they themselves had good backgrounds, and there was no lack of protection around them. People are also not in danger. The chaos in the outside world continued. Wang Hao decided to hide in the air raid shelter for the time being and wait until dawn tomorrow morning before going out. It was too chaotic outside. When he entered the air raid shelter, Wang Hao saw that many street lights had been damaged. In the darkness, the sight of human survivors is greatly affected, while mutant beasts and zombies are hardly affected at all. Their sense of smell and hearing are extremely developed. Therefore, in the dark, the combat effectiveness of mutant beasts and zombies is hardly affected at all. And human survivors, but the person is extremely uncomfortable. Going out at this time is extremely dangerous even if Wang Hao has the clairvoyance function. Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan sat in the air raid shelter all night. During this period, mutant beasts and zombies also came to harass them. However, the door of the air raid shelter was made of alloy and was extremely strong. Those mutant beasts and zombies could not destroy it. And naturally they could not hurt Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan inside. It's almost time. Wang Hao looked at the time. It was already 8 o'clock in the morning. He said to Su Guangyuan, I'll go out to check the situation first. You can go out later. I'll go out with you. I'll have someone to take care of you. Su Guangyuan said. No need. Wang Hao said. It's easier for me to move alone. Okay. Then be careful. Seeing Wang Hao's persistence and thinking of Wang Hao's skills, Su Guangyuan stopped insisting. Wang Hao nodded. He opened the air raid shelter door and made sure there were no mutant beasts or zombies outside. Then he walked out of the air raid shelter and closed the door behind him again. When they left the air raid shelter, what they saw was a mess. Mutated beasts and zombies also visited their camp last night. Although they were not able to knock on the door of the air raid shelter, they were not willing to leave. They went wild in the team camp, and the house was damaged. Destroy? Fortunately, the targets of these mutated beasts and zombies are not these dead objects, but human survivors. Therefore, although the ground is in a mess, the damage to the resident houses is not too serious. After a little rest in the later period, people can still live there. After leaving the station, Wang Hao came to the street. The noise and bustle of the past were gone. What he saw was simply hell on earth. There were corpses everywhere, including human survivors, mutant beasts and zombies. Occasionally there are zombies and mutant beasts running around, but soon a heavily armed army will come to clear them out. Except for mutant beasts, zombies and soldiers, there were few ordinary survivors on the streets. Wang Hao saw that the protective shield in the wealthy area had been opened. Once the protective shield was opened, it was disconnected from the other two areas, blocking the entry of mutated beasts and zombies, but also blocking the entry of human survivors. Chapter 219 6 cities were destroyed. After confirming that there was not much danger on the street, Wang Hao asked Su Guangyuan to come out. Not long after, Zhuang Shuer and Yu Qianing also came to join Wang Hao and the others. This is the first gathering of the Qifeng team after the turmoil. No one thought that so many things would happen in the city after they separated yesterday. Some news. Zhuang Shuer said to Wang Hao and others, last night, all major cities in Huaxia district were attacked by mutant beasts and zombies. In many cities, survivors rebelled. In addition, mutant beasts and zombies becoming smarter and smarter. 6 cities, including Rongguang City and Mingguang City, were attacked by mutant beasts and zombies. Some exchange malls were destroyed, and some were occupied by rebels. Now, there are only 3 big cities survived, namely our Silver Light City, Golden Light City, and Starlight City. Is it so serious? Wang Hao and the others were extremely shocked when they heard this. There are 9 big cities in China, and each city has hundreds of thousands of troops. The survivors can also fight. No matter how you look at it, the defensive capabilities are not weak. In Wang Hao's view, even if there are internal agents, even if there are internal forces, although the methods of siege by mutant beasts and zombies have been improved, the situation is not so bad that the city will be breached. However, I did not expect that the matter is much more serious than I expected. Not only did the city be breached, but also the city was breached. There are actually as many as 6 cities in the city. 2/3 of the city was occupied by mutant beasts, zombies, and rebels overnight. The most important thing is that without the exchange mall, the survivor supplies have become a big problem. Whether it is food or firearms, the biggest source is the exchange mall. For the vast majority of survivors, eating chicken is a distant dream. Things that are out of reach. Many people who have been on the virtual battlefield for several years, or even decades, may not be able to eat chicken. For most survivors, their goal in entering the virtual battlefield is not to eat chicken, but to earn more exchange points, and then exchange them for the materials you need from the exchange mall. But now, the exchange malls in those 6 cities have either been destroyed or occupied by rebels. Where do they go to exchange? The total number of survivors in these 6 cities should be more than 100 million. It is impossible for so many people to be killed by mutant beasts and zombies overnight. Most of the survivors should be fine. But without the exchange mall, their supplies and materials will be problematic. Under such circumstances, it will undoubtedly be quite difficult for them to launch a counterattack against mutant beasts and zombies. The situation will only be more serious than what I said. Zhuang Shuer's face was also ugly. The reason why 6 cities were attacked overnight this time was mainly because of internal factors. All survivors know the importance of the exchange mall. As long as the exchange mall is still there, you can continuously obtain material supplies and fight against mutant beasts and zombies. Therefore, those traders among the survivors will destroy or occupy the exchange mall as soon as possible. The mall has cut off the supplies of other survivors. Even if ordinary survivors join the battle, Their ability to continue fighting is greatly reduced. Wang Hao nodded. It is true that there are a large number of survivors in each city. But if they do not have enough supplies, the role they can play is very limited. The traders know this very well. So their first goal is to exchange for the mall. What happened in Glory City last time obviously did not alarm the leaders of other cities, which gave the traders the opportunity to destroy the exchange mall. Now, the survivors in those 6 cities are scattered in the wild. Zhuang Shuer said, it is estimated that before long, the 3 cities including our Silver Light City will welcome a large number of survivors. This is inevitable. The wilderness is undoubtedly very dangerous. Being stranded in the wilderness, without replenishing supplies, is a very dangerous thing for the survivors. Currently, only 3 cities have exchange malls. The others, the survivors of the city, will inevitably flow in this direction. Actually, the situation in our Yingguang city is not very good either, Zhuang Shuer said. There are also traders in our Yingguang city. The 9th Legion? Wang Hao said. Zhuang Shuer nodded and said, to be precise, it's the Yu family. The Yu family rebelled with some members of the 9th Legion. They were also preparing to attack the exchange mall when the turmoil first started. Fortunately, Uncle Wu and a few of the Legion commander has been monitoring the Yu family. After the gangsters were arrested last time, Uncle Wu and the others increased their surveillance of the Yu family. Only then did they discover the situation and stop them just when they were about to take action. Fortunately, we were discovered in time. Otherwise, we would have been living in the wild now, Yu Qianing said with a scared look on his face. Without the exchange mall, they would not be able to stay here for long. Even if Wang Hao and the others had some bullets, grenades, and other materials in their backpacks, they wouldn't have too many. And they were surrounded by dense mutant beasts and zombies. At that time, escaping for their lives was a must. Certain. Although they destroyed the Yu family's actions, Zhuang Shuer continued, but the power they control is not weak. Not only are some soldiers of the 9th Legion, but also a large number of black households, mutant beasts and zombies attacking the city. They destruction everywhere. Secret arson and sneak attacks caused chaos in the entire city's defense system. Although other armies in the city came forward to suppress it in time, their actions still caused great damage to the city. The current situation is that the control of the wealthy areas it has been recaptured, and only sporadic mutant beasts and zombies have not been completely eliminated. However, the civilian areas and slums are now under the control of the rebels. Mutant beasts and zombies. Many ordinary survivors have been forced to join the rebels, or after escaping from the city. Uncle Wu and my father are planning to regain control of the civilian areas and slums. Wang Hao and the other 3 look solemn. Because of the Yu family's interference, a large number of mutant beasts and zombies entered the city. It would be better if the rich area had a protective shield. As long as the exchange mall was not destroyed, control of the entire rich area could still be in the hands of the survivors. But the situation is not good in civilian areas and slums. There are not many troops stationed there, and there is no protective shield. It is not surprising that they are occupied by the rebels, who have withdrawn, and the mutated beasts and zombies that have poured into the city. Of course, it will take time for the rebels, mutant beasts, and zombies to completely occupy it. After all, there are a large number of survivors living there. Only a small number of these survivors escaped from the city. A small number surrendered to the rebels, and most of them are still resisting. It will not be completely eliminated for a while. However, it is okay for a short time, but it will definitely not work for a long time. After all, the exchange mall is in a wealthy area. The supplies stored in the backpacks of survivors in civilian areas and slums are limited. If they are not replenished, it will be difficult to exchange them. As the battle continued, Wu Haomiu and the others obviously understood this, so they did not dare to delay and had to send troops to rescue as quickly as possible. Chapter 220 The Bulletin Board of the Exchange Mall. There's something new in the exchange mall. While Wang Hao and others were chatting about the latest situation, Zhuang Shuer and Yu Qianing got the latest news about the exchange mall. Is there something new? What is it? Wang Hao asked immediately. There is an additional bulletin board. Zhuang Shuer said, it said that the types of redemption items in the exchange mall have increased, and some items that were not available before have been added. Also, Yu Qianing continued, the bulletin board it is also said that every time you kill a level 1 zombie or mutant beast, you can get a reward of 1 redemption point. Every time you kill a level 2 mutant beast or zombie, you can get a reward of 3 redemption points. The level 3 mutant beast and zombies are worth 8 redemption points. And level 4 is worth 20 redemption points. The more mutant beasts and zombies you kill, the more redemption points you get. You don't need to go to the redemption mall to receive these redemption point rewards. It will be displayed directly on the smart bracelet. Zhuang Shuer said. This is the exchange mall encouraging survivors to kill more mutant beasts and zombies. Wang Hao said in surprise. Zhuang Shuer and Yu Qianing both nodded in agreement. In the past, ordinary survivors basically stayed in the city and would not venture out of the city to kill mutant beasts and zombies. Except for those who liked adventure, or were forced by life. They had to go out of the city to hunt mutant beasts to obtain materials for sale. Most of the other survivors rarely leave the city, and some people have never even left the city in their lives. For the survivors, the city is safe, but outside the city is dangerous. As long as they can survive, there is no need to worry about it. Need to leave the city. But things are different now. Now the exchange mall directly provides kill rewards. This is to encourage survivors to take the initiative to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. You must know that the value of exchange points is much higher than ordinary money. With exchange points can be exchanged for any materials. Especially now that the exchange mall has added redemption types for materials. It can be said that as long as you have enough exchange points, even airplanes, cannons, and spaceships can be exchanged. The exchange mall is helping human survivors improve their combat effectiveness. Although no one knows where these sudden exchange malls come from, it is obvious that they are on the side of mankind. In this moment of crisis, such an announcement is very important for human survivors. There is other information on the bulletin board. Let's go and take a look, Zhuang Shuer said. Okay. A few people quickly arrived in front of the exchange mall building. There were many survivors here as always. What was different from the past was that in addition to ordinary survivors, there were many more heavily armed soldiers. In addition, in the exchange mall outside the mall building, there is a virtual warehouse. Uncle Wu spent a lot of money to redeem this virtual warehouse from the exchange mall. Zhuang Shuer introduced, in order to avoid the tragedy of the exchange malls and other cities being destroyed and occupied from happening in our Silver City. Uncle Wu exchanged with this virtual warehouse. All survivors who enter the exchange mall building must store dangerous items such as firearms, grenades, and Molotov cocktails in their backpacks in the virtual warehouse before entering. The virtual warehouse will bind everyone's personal information. There is an independent space, and there is no charge for taking out items within 1 day. If the item is stored for more than 1 day, 1 exchange point will be charged per day. Zhuang Shuer's explanation was very detailed. Obviously, Wu Haomiao was also afraid that the exchange mall in Silver Light City would be destroyed or occupied. So he built such a warehouse. It can be imagined that this warehouse will definitely not be cheap. But for the sake of the overall situation for this reason, Wu Haomiao must get something like this. This virtual warehouse is a good thing for the survivors. In the future, their supplies can be temporarily stored in it. Not just the firearms. The virtual warehouse will not be damaged. Therefore, the things stored inside are absolutely safe. Unlike if they are stored in your own home, there is the risk of being robbed. Of course, because this virtual warehouse mainly serves the exchange mall. This warehouse can only be located outside the exchange mall. When picking up items, you have to go to the site, which is not very convenient. Wang Hao has his own residence and a station, which is completely there is no need to store everything in this warehouse. Before a few people entered the building, the items in their backpacks were temporarily stored in the virtual warehouse. There was a security check at the entrance. Even if they stored firearms in their backpacks, they could still be checked when they went through the security check. In this way, it can ensure the safety of the exchange mall building. After entering the building, the eyes were full of survivors, and a large number of survivors kept coming. Apparently, they had also heard about the bulletin board. There are many bulletin boards in the lobby on the first floor, and there are virtual bulletin boards even in midair. Therefore, it is guaranteed that every survivor who enters the building can see the contents on the bulletin board. Wang Hao and others also looked at the bulletin board. There is a lot of information on the bulletin board, and there are also reminders on it. In the future, the bulletin board will update some contents from time to time. Survivors can check more to learn the latest information. This is actually the Redemption Mall update. Moreover, this update is not a one-time event, and will be updated from time to time in the future. In this update, in addition to adding some previously unavailable items and redeeming point rewards for killing mutant beasts and zombies, there are several other pieces of information, the most important of which is to encourage survivors to form a team. By hunting mutant beasts and zombies as a team, you can get corresponding team points. Team points can be used to upgrade the team. When the team level is improved, you can get a variety of benefits. For example, after the 5th team level, each team member will have a smart bracelet. You can connect to the exchange mall, and you don't need to go to the exchange mall to redeem materials at any time and anywhere. Of course, there are still rank restrictions on redeeming materials. This is one of the benefits of improving the team level. There are other benefits, such as opening the team warehouse. In short, the higher the level, the better benefits you get. In addition, there are strict limits on the number of people in each team on the bulletin board. A first-level team can accommodate up to 5 people. A second-level team can accommodate up to 10 people. And a third-level team can have 20 teammates. The higher it is, the more teammates it can recruit. Obviously, the exchange mall encourages everyone to form a team to hunt mutant beasts and zombies, rather than fighting alone. Fighting alone is very dangerous. Of course, in addition to teams, there are also legions. A legion can accommodate a large number of teams, and can coordinate and command all its teams. Chapter 221 The virtual battlefield is also updated. In addition to encouraging the formation of teams, the announcement also released several scattered pieces of information. All the survivors were talking about the contents of the announcement. Many people at the scene had already begun to look for teammates to form a team, because the number of people in a team is limited by the team level. The members recruited in the early stage of the team are extremely important. For the development of the team, the recruits must be strong players. Because of this content in the announcement, teams will no longer be a new term in the future. The City Lord's Palace and the Army will also relax restrictions on the formation of teams. From now on, there will be countless teams. But in this apocalyptic world, it is possible to, after all, there will only be a few teams that stand out. For Wang Hao, the most important thing about this update is that he can get redemption points by killing mutant beasts and zombies. Wang Hao has always felt that the speed at which he earns redemption points is too slow. Although compared to other survivors, the speed at which he earns redemption points every day is quite fast, even quite terrifying. But for Wang Hao himself, generally speaking, the speed of earning redemption points is far from enough, because each permanent skill is expensive, and more redemption points are needed to upgrade. It is precisely because of the lack of redemption points that all of Wang Hao's current auxiliary functions, they are all still at level 1. It's not that he doesn't want to upgrade these auxiliary functions, but that he doesn't have enough redemption points. Well now, with this update, he has another way to earn redemption points. Although this method is a bit dangerous, Wang Hao doesn't mind it very much. Mutated beasts and zombies are everywhere. As long as he doesn't go too deep, there won't be much danger. When will we go out to hunt mutant beasts and zombies? After reading the update announcement, Yu Qianing was a little ready to make a move. There is no need to leave the city. Now there are rich areas, and there are more civilian areas and slums. The village next to it, Shu'er, was also quite moved. Yu Qianing and Zhuang Shu'er had very different identities and backgrounds, and they were usually well protected. So much so that they had never left the city, and the number of times they had directly fought against mutated beasts and zombies was 0. Now that such an announcement has come out, both Yu Qianing and Zhuang Shu'er are very excited. Brother Su and I should go. Wang Hao thought for a while and said, "You guys stay here and continue to find out the news." Since the exchange mall strongly recommends teams, and has determined that the higher the level of the team, the better the benefits, then Wang Hao must we need to find a way to improve the team level. And there is only one way to improve the team level, and that is to kill more mutant beasts and zombies. The more mutant beasts and zombies you kill, the more points you get, and the team level is the higher. Therefore, Wang Hao must go to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. Even if Yu Qianing and the others don't mention it, Wang Hao will go. But Wang Hao won't take Zhuang Shu'er and Yu Qianing with him. Not because he doesn't look down on their strength, but because of their special status. If something unexpected happens, someone will definitely make trouble for him. However, Wang Hao's decision aroused dissatisfaction between Zhuang Shu'er and Yu Qianing. "Why don't you take us?" Zhuang Shu'er protested. "We can also kill those mutant beasts and zombies. And we are also members of the team." "Yes. If you don't take us, the two of us will form our own team. Let's go." Yu Qianing also said, "It's also important for you to stay in the city to find out the news." Wang Hao said, "Even if I'm not in the city, it's not difficult for me to know what news I want." Zhuang Shu'er said, "Indeed, with her dad here, she is very well informed. But she doesn't necessarily need to go and inquire in person. Just call her dad and that's it. The persistence of Zhuang Shuer and Yu Qianing gave Wang Hao a headache. He was really afraid that these two would form a team to hunt mutant beasts and zombies privately. That would be more dangerous. So he might as well keep them with him. Okay. Let's go together, Wang Hao said. Only then were Zhuang Shuer and Yu Qianing satisfied. However, you will listen to my command when the time comes and don't act privately. Do you understand? Wang Hao reminded, otherwise, I will expel you from the team. Understood. We will listen to you in everything. Zhuang Shuer and Yu Qianing and the other two promised that as long as Wang Hao took them with him, they would be satisfied. As for other things, they naturally had to follow Wang Hao's command. Just as a few people packed their things and prepared to hunt mutant beasts and zombies in civilian areas, they learned a new piece of news from other survivors around them. The virtual battlefield has also been updated. Several people looked at each other and formed a team to enter the virtual battlefield. Sure enough, after entering the team lobby of the virtual battlefield, they saw a bulletin board similar to the one in the Exchange Mall building. There were also several contents on the bulletin board. 1. Added new mode. 50 versus 50, each available on Sundays of the week. No registration fee required. 2. Added new mode, team competition. Players from the same team form a team to participate. There are 25 teams, belonging to 25 teams. In the team mode, the supplies are doubled and the circle speed is doubled. The winning team can obtain team points and other rewards. One team match will be open once a month. Specific details will be announced when the team competition starts. 3. Change the matching mechanism. From the date of the update, there is no longer an unspoken rule of similar ranks give priority to grouping. Bronze players may be matched with ace players. In the same game, players' ranks are very likely to have huge differences. Gap. 4. Cancel the registration fees for double rows and 4 rows. 5. Choose random mode instead of team mode for double rows and 4 rows. And you can get extra points in the end. 6. Increase the proportion of rescues, assists, etc. in the final score. 7. What surprised Wang Hao and others was that the virtual battlefield had a lot of updated content. And a lot of new things were added. Wang Hao looked down one by one. The first and second items each add a new mode. Although Wang Hao has not experienced these two modes on the virtual battlefield yet, he is not unfamiliar with them. Because in the chicken game on Earth, there are 2 modes. In this update, Virtual Battlefield has added these 2 modes, which actually enriches the game content. 50 versus 50 is actually a camp match. Team competition is actually the team competition in chicken and chicken games, such as Qiuming Shan, Masters Competition, Pell, etc. Wang Hao had never played these 2 modes when he was on Earth, but he had seen game anchors play them. Therefore, Wang Hao was no stranger to them. Among them, the team competition also echoes the update of the Redemption Mall that strongly recommends survivors to form a team. If you do not join a team, you cannot participate in this mode. After participating in this mode and winning, one of the rewards you will get is team points. This is obviously and it is once again recommended that survivors form a team. In the context of the apocalypse, it is absolutely impossible to fight alone. Chapter 222, just a normal game update. The third update, Wang Hao thinks, is that the virtual battlefield reminds survivors that in reality, you can't always face opponents who are equal to you. And you may encounter opponents who are stronger than you at any time. Many enemies, those who are much stronger than you, will not let you go just because you are much weaker than them. Therefore, to adapt to this kind of battle with unequal strength, you must first adapt in the virtual battlefield in advance. Article 4 is good news for players with average strength. In the past, limited by the registration fee of 10 redemption points, players with weaker strength were afraid to sign up for double row and 4 row games, which also caused them to lose 2 opportunities to train themselves every day. Now, with the registration fee cancelled, they can participate and have 2 more training sessions. The 5th update content surprised Wang Hao. From the content, the virtual battlefield obviously encourages random matching, in order to encourage everyone to match randomly. It also gives extra points as rewards. This is for players who have difficulty improving their rank points. Is undoubtedly good news. Perhaps, the virtual battlefield believes that it is more likely to encounter other survivors in the wild in the future. Most of the survivors encountered in this situation are strangers. Only by cooperating with each other can we get out of difficult or even desperate situations. Wang Hao thought in his heart. As for the 6th update, it is undoubtedly a reminder of the importance of teamwork. In a team, It is not necessarily the person who has been eliminated the most who contributes. Others also contribute, such as timely rescue, pulling gun lines, and acting as assaulters to attract firepower, etc. All contribute to the team and will be recognized by the virtual battlefield. This recognition cannot be shown in terms of redemption points, but can only be shown in terms of rank points. Article 7. Wang Hao read it one by one and analyzed it one by one. Every updated content is very important to the survivors, and many of the updated content echoes the information on the bulletin board in the Redemption Mall. I really didn't expect that the virtual battlefield would have so many changes. Zhuang Shuer sighed after reading the updated content. Yes. Yu Qianing nodded and said, "This is the first time I have heard of such a thing. In the past more than 100 years, this virtual battlefield has not changed. Today, there are suddenly so many changes." Zhuang Shuer and the other three were filled with emotion and even shocked. Wang Hao, on the other hand, was very calm about the changes in the virtual battlefield. Isn't this a normal game update? Although the virtual battlefield is infinitely close to reality, its essence is still a game. But this game is a bit special. It is a game, and it is normal to have updates. When he was on Earth, Wang Hao had never heard of it. Most games are not updated, and some games are even updated once every 1 or 2 weeks. Each update will add some new content, while at the same time, remove some outdated content and even fix bugs. Virtual Battlefield has no bug fixes, but it does add some new content, which is nothing surprising. In Wang Hao's opinion, the reason why the virtual battlefield has not been updated in the past 100 years or so is simply because there is no update mechanism to trigger it. But this time, mutant beasts and zombies joined forces with the rebels to attack the city, and even destroyed and occupied it overnight. 6 cities in China triggered updates to the virtual battlefield and exchange malls, and each gained a lot of new content. Perhaps, there will be other special events in the future that will trigger their updates. Now that you've come in, let's play a round of 4 rows first, Wang Hao said. I'm just trying to get a feel for the virtual battlefield. After this round, let's go hunting mutant beasts and zombies. Okay. Zhuang Shuer and the other 2 nodded. Although the virtual battlefield has added camp battles and team competitions, these 2 competitions cannot be participated in every day, especially the team competition, which only starts once a month. Therefore, for survivors, daily single queue competition, double row and 4 row modes are still the main theme. After a run-in, this time, the cooperation between Wang Hao and the 4 of them was obviously much better. The 4 of them were not weak in strength. After the cooperation became more tacit, their team's combat effectiveness became stronger. However, in this game, Wang Hao and the other 4 were not focused on the game itself, but on learning about the outside world through the mouths of other players. The virtual battlefield is a good information exchange platform. Although it can only match survivors in the Huaxia district at present, it is enough for everyone to communicate with each other and learn more about other cities. It's so tragic. I saw one of my friends being swallowed by a snake more than 10 meters long. Damn. Those rebels should be damned. If they weren't traitors, how could the mutated beasts and zombies be so fast? Attack the city? They are the sinners of all mankind. I beg you, an 18-year-old girl, to take me in. Are there people from Silver Light City, Golden Light City, or Starlight City here? What's going on? I want to go there, but I don't know if it's safe there. The island square was filled with curses, calls for help, and team formation. Except for the survivors of Silver Light City, Golden Light City, and Starlight City. Survivors in other cities, except those who defected to the rebels, were all looking for a way out. It was definitely not possible to stay in the wild all the time. Without supplies, they would not be able to survive at all. In this way, the 3 cities of Silver Light City, Golden Light City, and Starlight City have become their targets. However, Wang Hao and others also learned a piece of bad news from the mouths of these survivors. Many survivors from other cities joined the rebels after the city was captured. The strength has been strengthened. Some of the survivors who joined the rebels were forced, but there were also many who joined the rebels on their own initiative. Most of the survivors who took the initiative to join the rebels were those who previously lived in civilian areas or even slums. People, their original living conditions were not good, and they were even oppressed. Therefore, they had no sense of belonging to the previous city and its leaders. Now that the city is forced, what they think about is not how to drive away these mutations, beasts, zombies and rebels, but took the initiative to join in, and together with them, took action against other survivors. Hearing this news, Wang Hao and others were a little sad. There is a huge gap between the rich and the poor in various cities. Wang Hao and the others are aware of this situation. Even Silver City has this situation. Wang Hao has lived in slums and has a deeper understanding of this. Therefore, some survivors, especially those living in it, is normal for the survivors of the slums not to have much sense of belonging to the city. It is understandable for them to defect to the rebels at this time. Chapter 223: The First Battle with Zombies. In this game, Wang Hao and 4 others successfully won the chicken. This is the first game after the virtual battlefield update. Wang Hao and the others are very lucky. They have not been matched with players of too high a level, but they have been matched with a lot of bronze players. Their performance in the game is comparable to that of humans and machines. There is not much difference. The only difference may be that the damage they inflict is slightly higher, but their marksmanship, awareness, coordination, etc., are all quite poor. Wang Hao even feels that he can win the chicken smoothly even without using the auxiliary function. I don't know if it will still be so smooth after matching with a master in the future. After the 4th row ended, Wang Hao and the other 4 did not continue playing the game, but left the virtual battlefield. Are you sure you want to go too? Wang Hao asked Zhuang Shuer and Yu Qianing for the last time. Yeah. They both nodded at the same time. Okay. Let's go. Wang Hao stopped persuading, since they had no intention of leaving the city. Their targets were only mutant beasts and zombies in civilian areas and slums. Therefore, the 4 of them did not need to replenish supplies. The firearms and ammunition in their backpacks were enough. Wang Hao and his party of 4 came to the boundary between the rich area and the civilian area. There was a light protective shield here. This protective shield could effectively resist attacks from the outside world. At the same time, after this protective shield was opened, only the wealthy area can go out but can't go in. At the border, Wang Hao and others saw troops passing by and heading towards the civilian areas. Obviously, Wu Haomu had made the decision to regain the civilian areas. To regain the civilian areas, they had to be fast, and the faster they were, the faster the better. The longer it takes, the more mutant beasts and zombies will be in number, and the more damage they will do to the city. In addition to the army, Wang Hao and the others also saw groups of ordinary survivors heading to civilian areas together. Not surprisingly, like Wang Hao and the others, they also went to civilian areas in the form of a team to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. There are so many people going, Su Guanyuan said. He originally thought that there would not be too many ordinary survivors going to the civilian areas at this time. At most, the troops would go to fight. After all, no one knew what was going on in the civilian areas now. It was likely to be filled with a large number of mutant beasts, and it is undoubtedly quite dangerous for zombies and even rebels to go to civilian areas at this time. But they did not expect that so many ordinary survivors would go to civilian areas, because the unrest occurred so suddenly. When the unrest occurred, many residents in civilian areas and slums were still staying in the rich area, which was the most prosperous place in the city. Usually, residents in the other 2 areas were most of the bustling crowds in the wealthy areas, who often go there during non-war times come from civilian areas and slums. However, this time the protective shield was opened in a hurry, so a large number of residents in civilian areas and slums were left behind. In the wealthy areas, most of the survivors who left the wealthy areas for the civilian areas were residents from the civilian areas and slums. Don't underestimate the appeal of exchange points to people, Wang Hao said. Wang Hao was not very surprised by the situation in front of him. Exchange points are so important in this world. It can be said that with exchange points, you can have everything. Without exchange points, it will be difficult to move forward or even survive. Therefore, the bulletin board in the exchange mall reminds you that killing mutant beasts and zombies can after receiving the redemption point reward. It is not surprising that this situation occurs. Don't trust anyone after leaving the rich area. Wang Hao reminded the 3 of them. Among the 4, only Wang Hao has been out of the city. He knows how ugly human nature can be in places without legal restrictions. Although the civilian area is not outside the city, it is now occupied by mutant beasts and zombies, and outside the city there is no difference. So there are also other survivors to watch out for there. Zhuang Shuer and the other 3 nodded. Not only because Wang Hao was the only one who had been out of the city, but also because Wang Hao was their captain. So they would naturally not disobey Wang Hao's words. After everything was prepared, the 4 people officially left the wealthy area and entered the civilian area. After crossing the border, the gunfire became more and more intense. Wang Hao and the other four did not act together with the others, but avoided the crowd. After walking for about 5 minutes, Wang Hao's perspective assist function allowed him to advance danger discovered. There is danger ahead. Wang Hao said to the other 3 people, "Be careful." Zhuang Shuer nodded. Wang Hao led the crowd and walked at the front. After turning a corner, he saw several zombies wandering at the entrance of a supermarket in front of him. There are 4 at the door. Wang Hao said to several people, "There are 3 more in the supermarket. Each of us chooses one to deal with the 4 zombies outside first." Okay. Wang Hao assigned a target to each person. After each locked their targets, Wang Hao then ordered, "Hit!" Almost as soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, 4 gunshots rang out at almost the same time. The sharp gunshots immediately attracted the 4 zombies. Attention! They staggered towards Wang Hao and the others. Bang bang bang. Gunshots continued to sound, and the 4 zombies were beaten up and down. Wang Hao was the first to achieve victory. Although many bullets hit the zombie's body, many of them hit the zombie's head. The zombie he was targeting. The head exploded after being shot several times, and the smelly brain matter collapsed everywhere. After the zombie's body shook a few times, it collapsed and became motionless. The 3 of them, Zhuang Shuer, also killed their targets one after another. They had taken the lead and prepared their shooting postures in advance. Without interference, they maximized their strength. "Yeah, I killed a zombie." Yu Qianing was very excited when she saw her target was killed. It's just a first-level zombie. In contrast, Zhuang Shuer was much calmer. From the fact that each of them only received 1 redemption point as a reward, it can be known that these zombies are the lowest level zombies. Level 1 zombies are also zombies. Yu Qianing said, "This is the first time I have killed a zombie. It turns out that zombies are not that scary. I hope you can say the same thing when you see high-level zombies in the future." Wang Hao laughed. Wang Hao thought about the zombie he saw in the zombie city again. He didn't know what level the zombie was, but the zombie's strength was quite terrifying. Whether it was strength, agility, or the perception of danger, the abilities are quite strong. Wang Hao was knocked away by the opponent before he even made any reaction. If he hadn't had a backup plan, he might have died in the city of zombies. Chapter 224 Retreat. Wang Hao and others did not relax for long. The gunfire just now not only attracted 3 other zombies in the supermarket, but also a group of zombies rushed out of the building next to them. Judging from the number, there must be at least 7 or 8. Get rid of these 3 in the supermarket first. Wang Hao made an immediate decision. Under the 4 people's concentrated fire, the 3 zombies were killed on the ground not long after they came out of the supermarket. They were all only first-level zombies, with limited attack and defense. After taking care of these 3 zombies, the 4 people immediately turned their guns and attacked the zombies that were charging from a distance. Duh. Since the sound of gunfire, there has been almost no sound. The guns in the hands of the 4 Wang Hao are all good. In terms of marksmanship, Su Guangyuan is slightly weaker, but the 3 Wang Hao are not weak at all, especially Wang Hao and the self-aiming auxiliary functions. Therefore, although the 4 of them are small in number, they are very lethal to zombies. These 7 or 8 zombies were all killed before they even came within 50 meters of Wang Hao and the others. However, the battle is not over yet. The gunfire here attracted the attention of zombies further away. With the help of the perspective auxiliary function, Wang Hao could clearly see that large numbers of zombies were coming from all directions. Can't stay here forever. There are no bunkers here. Once surrounded by zombies, it will be very dangerous. What's more, mutant beasts may also appear. Ordinary mutant beasts are fine, but if they are flying mutant beasts, it will be even more dangerous. Let's go there. Wang Hao pointed to a 2-story building not far away. Okay. Zhuang Shuer and the other 2 had no objection and followed Wang Hao towards the building. Brother Su, you and I will guard the stairs. Zhuang Shuer and Yu Qianing, you go to the 2nd floor to find a seat. Wang Hao immediately ordered. Zhuang Shuer and Yu Qianing rushed up to the 2nd floor without stopping. Each stood at a window with their guns extended outside. Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan stood on the stairs between the 1st and 2nd floors. On the platform, the muzzle of the gun is pointed toward the stairs below. Ho ho ho! Just as Wang Hao and the others were getting ready, they heard the roar of zombies. The sound was dry and terrifying, and it sounded quite breathtaking. Soon, gunfire rang out, and it was Yu Qianing and Zhuang Shuer who shot upstairs. They had a better perspective and took the lead. The sound of gunfire also made the zombies become more violent, and they rushed over one after another. The first zombie appeared in front of Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan shot almost at the same time. The zombie just appeared and was killed by Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan together. However, this is just the beginning. More and more zombies appeared at the door and headed towards the stairs. The guns in Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan's hands almost never stopped, and zombies were killed one after another by their guns. However, there were too many at that time. After killing one, two came, as if they would never be finished. It was impossible for Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan to keep firing. After all, they also had to change ammunition. You reload first, Wang Hao said to Su Guangyuan. While Su Guangyuan was reloading, Wang Hao took out the grenade and threw it towards the zombies without hesitation. Boom! There was an explosion, and the bustling zombies were blown down in an instant. After Su Guangyuan changed the magazine, Wang Hao began to change the ammunition. The two of them changed ammunition alternately. During this period, they used grenades to kill the zombies so that they could not get close. As more and more zombies were killed, the dead zombies completely blocked the door. The zombies outside could only worry, but had no way to get in. Let's go upstairs too, Wang Hao said to Su Guangyuan. Okay. The two came to the second floor and smashed the window directly. The four people were scattered at the two windows and shot wildly downstairs. Although the zombies outside knew that Wang Hao and the others were upstairs, they were trying to kill Wang Hao. They had no choice at all. There was only one door to enter, and it was completely blocked by the corpses of zombies. There were no high-level zombies among them, so they couldn't get up even to the second floor. The zombies that couldn't get in could only stand outside, looking up at Wang Hao and the others and roaring. But they were unable to cause any harm to Wang Hao and the others. Instead, they became a living target for Wang Hao and the others. Da-da-da. Gunshots kept ringing out, and zombies were still coming in a steady stream from a distance. Unfortunately, there was still nothing they could do against Wang Hao and the others. In this way, Wang Hao and the others fought for about half an hour and then prepared to retreat. It's not that the zombies are attacking. It's that the bullets in their backpacks are gone. In half an hour, all their bullets were used up, and even the grenades were used up. There was no need to stay any longer. Let's go! Wang Hao took out a wormhole device maker from his backpack, placed it behind a few people, and then stepped in first. Zhuang Xuer and three others entered one after another. In the blink of an eye, Wang Hao and the four of them had appeared in the wealthy area, which was less than 1 kilometer away from where they had just fought. Of course, even if it is more than 1 kilometer, it will be okay, because all four of Wang Hao's team have wormhole device makers. As long as the four makers are used one after another, they can return in a very short time to a place 4 kilometers away. If the distance is further, it will only increase the number of wormhole device manufacturers. Zombies are not that scary. After returning to the rich area, several people relaxed, and Yu Qianing commented on the group of zombies with a smile. That's because the zombies we just encountered are all first-level zombies. Zhuang Xuer said, high-level zombies have enhanced abilities in all aspects, including strength, agility, jumping ability, etc. And knows there are no intelligent creatures among the zombies, and there are no flying mutants. Otherwise, we would not be so relaxed. Zhuang Xuer is right, Wang Hao continued. Don't underestimate those just because of the battle. Zombies. High-level zombies are very dangerous. I once encountered one and almost lost my life. You must not be careless when encountering zombies. I'm just saying, Yu Qianing said. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhuang Xuer slapped Yu Qianing embarrassedly. We are worried about you, because we are afraid that you will be in danger in the future. I know. Yu Qianing hugged her. Zhuang Xuer said, I know you are the best to me. In other words, I don't dare to be careless when facing zombies. Zhuang Xuer nodded. Although it was her first time to fight zombies at close range, she had heard a lot about zombies from her father before. She was really afraid that Yu Qianing would be confused by the battle just now. In that case, Yu Qianing might underestimate the enemy when she encounters zombies in the future. That way not only would it harm herself, but it would also harm the entire team. Chapter 225 Bullet Shortage. The four of them walked and chatted, heading towards the exchange mall. They were not going to exchange supplies in the exchange mall, but were going to the street market near the exchange mall to buy supplies. Although they earned some exchange points this time, the exchange points were of high value after all. Save if you can. And try to use Huaxia coins when you can. Compared with exchange points, Huaxia coins are easier to earn. Wang Hao and the others went hunting mutant beasts and zombies this time. The materials they consumed were mainly ammunition and grenades. There was basically no loss of other materials. Although the firearms needed maintenance, they were not disposable items after all, and could not be damaged in one battle. Therefore, Wang Hao and the others went to the market this time mainly to replenish ammunition and grenades. And the quantity was even larger than before. This time, the 4 people used up all the ammunition and grenades in their backpacks. But compared with the harvest, these bullets and grenades were nothing. 65. Wang Hao alone earned 65 exchange points. This is more redemption points than Wang Hao usually earns in a game. The key is that this is only the result of his battle for about half an hour. If the supplies are sufficient, he will earn more redemption points. Compared with the game, this has no limit on the number of times. You can only enter the virtual battlefield 3 times a day. But there is no limit on the number of times you can hunt mutant beasts and zombies. In addition, the ones Wang Hao killed this time were basically first-level zombies. If they were higher-level zombies, he would earn more redemption points. More importantly, apart from Wang Hao, Su Guangyuan and the other 3 have gained a lot. The happiest and most satisfied one among them is probably Su Guangyuan. Although Su Guangyuan's marksmanship has improved a lot now, his consciousness cannot be improved in a short time. Therefore, without Wang Hao's guidance, Su Guangyuan can earn at most more than 10 redemption points in one game. But now, he went out to hunt mutant beasts and zombies, and earned 39 redemption points in half an hour. This is more than the redemption points he earns from playing games in a day. Of course, Zhuang Shuer and Yu Qianing are also very satisfied with this harvest. After all, Wang Hao has a team now. He is also the captain of the team. Naturally, he cannot only consider himself when considering problems. When entering the virtual battlefield, he often gains the most. Although others also gain, they are relatively small. But Hunter by killing mutant beasts and zombies, everyone else's gains have increased a lot, which is naturally a good thing for the entire team. Therefore, the hunt for mutant beasts and zombies cannot stop. In addition, after half an hour of fighting, Wang Hao and the others gained a total of 191 points. And the team level was upgraded from level 1 to level 2. To upgrade the team level from level 1 to level 2, you only need 100 points and kill 100 mutant beasts or zombies. But to upgrade a team from level 2 to level 3, it requires 1,000 points. And the difficulty suddenly increases a lot. It can be seen that the higher the team level, the more difficult it is to improve. Brother Wang? Just as Wang Hao and others were buying supplies, a voice filled with surprise came. Wang Hao turned around and saw that it was Sun Yanfeng whom he had not seen for a long time. Are you selling goods here again? Wang Hao said with a smile. Hey, I can't play games. I don't have the ability to fight mutant beasts and zombies. I can only resell some things to earn some living expenses to support my life and prevent myself from starving to death. Sun Yanfeng said with a smile. Looking at your outfit, you must have been doing well recently. How can you make yourself look so pitiful? Wang Hao said. Compared with last time, Sun Yanfeng's outfit has changed a lot. Although Wang Hao can't tell the price of Sun Yanfeng's identity clothes, just looking at their texture, they are much better than last time's clothes. You fool. I can't compare with you, Sun Yanfeng said as he looked around Zhuang Shuer and the others. Although there was a hint of surprise in his eyes when he saw Zhuang Shuer and Yu Qianing, but his eyes did not linger on either of them for long. What are you doing? Buy some ammunition and grenades, Wang Hao said. That's a coincidence. I happen to have quite a few here, Sun Yanfeng said with a smile. Did you also read the bulletin board in the exchange mall? Now many people have formed teams to hunt mutant beasts and zombies, which has led to chaos in the city. Supplies such as bullets, grenades, and smoke bombs suddenly became in short supply. Especially bullets. Not everyone's shooting skills are as accurate as Wang Hao's. So every time they kill a mutant beast or zombie, even the lowest level one requires a lot of bullets. Originally, bullets were overflowing in major cities. After all, at that time, only a few people went out of the city to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. And except for the army, other survivors in the city were not allowed to use guns. Therefore, the bullets have no use, except for some purchased by the military. Other people's bullets are basically left to gather dust at home or sold at low prices. But things are different now. Because of the emergence of the exchange mall bulletin board, and because their living environment suddenly became harsh, Ordinary survivors began to try to fight mutant beasts and zombies. Fighting zombies and mutant beasts without bullets is absolutely impossible. Yes. As a result, the consumption of bullets suddenly increased sharply. In the past, few survivors would hoard a large number of bullets. But now they have become stretched. Some people have even begun to use exchange points to purchase bullets. You know, before, no one would spend exchange points to buy non-necessities like bullets. This shows how in short supply bullets are now. No wonder we just walked around for a long time and didn't see many bullet sellers. Yu Qianing said. Some were bought by people who wanted to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. And some were bought and hoarded by people like me who resold supplies. In front of Wang Hao, Sun Yanfeng did not hide it. Say whatever you have to say. So, you have a lot in your hands? Wang Hao asked. It's a little bit. Sun Yanfeng didn't hide it, however. I am just a small businessman. And the bullets I hoard are not too many. Some big merchants hoard more. Some people from big families even came out to fight with us. It's business. Isn't this a war profit? Zhuang Shuer said with a frown. Now is the time when the survivors need bullets to fight against mutant beasts and zombies. But some people are hoarding bullets. This is deliberately holding them back. Sun Yanfeng shrugged and said nothing. Speaking of which, he was also one of the people who made a fortune from war. But his strength was relatively weak and could not be compared with some other people. Sell us some bullets. Wang Hao was straightforward. We can only buy them with Huaxia coins. Is that okay? Others may not be able to. Sun Yanfeng smiled and said, but if you buy it, Brother Wang, then of course there is no problem. Chapter 226 Disappointed Yu Guang. Sun Yanfeng had a very vicious eye. Although Wang Hao did not introduce him, he had already seen that Wang Hao had already formed a team. And Zhuang Shuer and others next to Wang Hao were members of his team. Plus Wang Hao and the others at this time they were replenishing ammunition and supplies. Which showed that Wang Hao and the others were the first ones to form a team. And they had already gone out to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. In addition, this was not the first time that Sun Yanfeng and Wang Hao had come into contact. Wang Hao had left a deep impression on him several times before. Especially the bounty task in the city lord's mansion. No one else could complete it. Only Wang Hao completed it, and it was still intact. Sun Yanfeng would never believe that he came back because of luck. Therefore, Sun Yanfeng is quite optimistic about Wang Hao. Now that Wang Hao is in need, he naturally doesn't mind helping out to increase the relationship between the two parties. When Wang Hao becomes prosperous in the future, he will be able to take more care of him. Sun Yanfeng's answer made Wang Hao very satisfied. He also knew that there was absolutely no need to sell bullets at the moment. The survivors who could not buy them on the market could only spend exchange points to buy them in the exchange mall. In this case, Sun Yanfeng he didn't hesitate to sell his bullets for Chinese coins, which was quite a face-saving gift. Wang Hao also remembered this favor. After replenishing supplies and seeing that there was still time, Wang Hao and the other four went to the civilian area again. This time, they were very well prepared. They took out all the food, water and other things from their backpacks, and only placed ammunition, grenades, and smoke bombs. Supplies like that. It wasn't until dark that the four of them returned to the wealthy area. By this time, Wang Hao had already earned 346 redemption points. Zhuang Shuer and others also gained a lot, and the four of them were very satisfied with today's harvest. When he returned to his residence and looked at the mess all over the floor, Wang Hao was quite speechless. Let's find someone to take care of it tomorrow, Wang Hao said, looking at the mess on the ground. Wang Hao thought of Yu Long. He heard Zhuang Shuer say that the entire Yu family had left. Fortunately, Wu Haomu and others had stepped up their monitoring of the Yu family this time. Otherwise, this silver light with the city may already be in charge of the Yu family. However, even so, Yu Guang also pulled a group of people from the 9th Legion to leave. I heard that these people are still in the civilian area. Obviously, Yu Guang has not given up the idea of Silver Light City. No one could live in the house. So Wang Hao decided to sleep in the school dormitory tonight, which happened to be because he had not been back to school since the turmoil. So he didn't know what the situation was like at school. When Wang Hao went to University A, Yu Guang, who was in a high-rise building in a civilian area, was looking at the map on the table with red eyes. Next to him, his assistant was reporting the latest battle situation to him. At present, except for the 1st and 3rd Legions, all the legions in Silver Light City have left the garrison area and arrived in the civilian areas. They are encircling us from different directions. However, there are many mutant beasts and zombies around us. The existence of the enemy has blocked their progress. But the legions are fully prepared this time, and have full firepower. It is expected that they will be able to break through the blockade of mutant beasts and zombies at noon tomorrow, and engage in a firefight with our frontline troops. Yu Guang's face became even more ugly. He had been planning this plan for a long time. But he didn't expect that it would fail at the last moment. Yu Guang's ambitions have always been great. He has secretly taken in undercover people from a long time ago, and asked them to do some shady things for him. This is also an important reason why he can quickly improve his position in the military. Many competitors have died under his conspiracy. But if you often walk by the river, how can you not get your shoes wet? The senior officials in Yingguang City are not fools. Similar things have happened a lot. Many of them began to doubt Yu Guang. Therefore, in the past 2 years, Yu Guang has kept a low profile. He only supports those gangsters, and they were not asked to do anything else. As for this operation, someone took the initiative to contact him. It happened about half a year ago. The other party claimed to be able to get in touch with mutated beasts and zombies, and asked those dead creatures to cooperate with their actions. They contacted Yu Guang in the hope that Yu Guang he can also cooperate with them to gain control of Silver Light City. After that is accomplished, Yu Guang will take the position of Lord of Silver Light City. Yu Guang, who had always been ambitious, was moved. But he did not agree immediately. Instead, he and the other party met a creature that played the role of a commander in the zombies. And he finally made up his mind. In the past 6 months, he has been carefully planning to win over soldiers in the army secretly for this final blow tonight. Tonight, Yu Guang's mission is to open the West City Gate. And at the same time, occupy the Exchange Mall building to prevent Wu Haomiu from opening the protective shield. As for the Exchange Mall building, the person who contacted Yu Guang once said that if it cannot be occupied, it will be destroyed directly. But Yu Guang obviously won't do that. His goal is to be the city lord of Silver Light City, rather than simply destroying Silver Light City. If the Exchange Mall building in Silver Light City is destroyed, he will definitely not be the city lord for long. As the deputy commander of the 9th Legion, he knows the importance of the Exchange Mall. As a result, he only completed 1/3 of his plan tonight. He only successfully opened the West City Gate and let the mutant beasts and zombies outside the city enter. As for occupying the Exchange Mall building and preventing Wu Haomiu from opening the protective shield, none of them were able to do it. Because someone is watching him. Someone was watching him. Yu Guang had known for a long time. It was because of this that he had become more and more low-key recently. However, he did not expect that there were more people watching him, and they were more hidden. Therefore, his plan was not fully implemented. He sent the people who went to occupy the Exchange Mall building were sniped on the way, and were unable to approach the Exchange Mall building. As for preventing Wu Haomiu from opening the protective shield, he also failed. The people he sent could not even approach Wu Haomiu. It is precisely because his plan was not fully realized that the current situation is very unfavorable to him. Only a small number of mutant beasts and zombies have entered the rich area. After opening the protective shield, they cannot enter at all, and cannot occupy it. Yu Guang, who was in the wealthy area, had no choice but to escape with his people and arrived in the civilian area, where he stationed himself and waited for an opportunity to launch a counterattack. However, before he could launch a counterattack, the troops from the wealthy area had already rushed into the civilian area and tried to surround him. Now, his situation was very bad. Legion Commander, if we don't evacuate, we may be surrounded by other legions at noon tomorrow. By then, it will be very difficult for us to break out. Seeing Yu Guang not speaking for a long time, his assistant couldn't help but remind him. I know. Yu Guang said in a deep voice, it's easy to evacuate now. But it will be difficult to fight back later. We don't have to worry about having no firewood to keep the Green Hills. As long as the brothers are still there, we will still have opportunity. Let me think about it again. Chapter 227 Roommate applies to join the team. After thinking for a long time, Yu Guang finally decided to withdraw his troops. His assistant was right. He would have no worries about having no firewood to burn the Green Hills. As long as he still had people under his command, he would be able to make a comeback. However, when he looked at the towering Exchange Mall building in the middle of the wealthy district, there was something in his eyes. There is still a deep sense of unwillingness. Dad? What happened? Why are they packing their things? Yu Long rushed in and looked at his father in confusion. We are leaving, Yu Guang said lightly. Let's go. Where to go? Yu Long was even more confused. We won't fight in the rich area. We won't occupy the city lord's mansion? How to fight? Come and tell me. Yu Guang was already in a bad mood. Hearing that when the son asked this question, he felt even more aggrieved and annoyed. Of course, I will rush in with people. Yu Long said matter-of-factly, we have so many people. And mutant beasts and zombies assisting us. There is absolutely no problem in attacking the rich area. We have occupied the rich area and the city lord's palace. Of course, it's no big deal. You said it very lightly. Yu Guang said with a cold face. It's good if you can control the mutant beasts and zombies if they don't come to attack us. Are the other legions just for nothing? Is the rich area so easy to occupy? As the deputy commander of the 9th Legion, Yu Guang is very aware of the strength of the legions in Silver Light City. Not to mention his command. If you can't move those mutated beasts and zombies, even if you can command them, you may not be able to defeat other legions in a frontal attack. Then let's just leave like this. Yu Long heard this and was quite unwilling. If you retreat now, it will be difficult to come back. You think I don't know? His son's words made Yu Guang even more irritated. Silver Light City is his foundation. Once he evacuates Silver Light City, those who worked with him before may not think highly of him anymore, and may even find ways to annex him. Without Silver Light City, the supply of his army would be a problem. From now on, he would have to rely on others to survive. That's definitely not what he wants. Yu Guang was irritable, and Yu Long was even more upset. He was used to being domineering in Silver Light City. He thought that after this incident, his father could take one step further, or even a few steps. By then, he would be the leader of the entire Silver City. Guangqing is truly the crown prince. But who would have thought that things would turn out like this? Not only would he not be able to become the crown prince of Yingguang City, he would also have to flee Yingguang City like a bereaved dog. This is definitely not what he wants. Thinking of this, Yu Long thought of Wang Hao again. Yu Long was a man who was determined to retaliate, and he had never forgotten the grudge he had with Wang Hao. When the turmoil broke out, he immediately used his connections to send people to assassinate Wang Hao. He waited for a moment. No. But until he and his father evacuated the wealthy area, none of the people who had been sent to assassinate Wang Hao came back to report, which made Yu Long feel uneasy. He suspected that something had happened to those people. But when he thought about it, he thought it was impossible. Wang Hao only had one person, and the people he sent were all elites in the army. They were completely different from the previous black households. Under a sudden attack, Wang Hao had no chance of surviving. But what happened if those people never came back to reply? After thinking for a long time, Yu Long thought of a possibility. After those people assassinated Wang Hao, on their way back, they encountered people from other legions or encountered mutant beasts and zombies, and then encountered unexpected events. So they were unable to come back. Yu Long felt that this should be the most likely situation. What are you thinking about? Pack your things quickly and prepare to evacuate. Yu Guang's voice interrupted Yu Long's random thoughts. Oh, okay. Although he was reluctant, at this time, he could only choose to evacuate and find a way to counterattack later. As for Wang Hao, he must be dead. Wang Hao, are you okay? In the A dormitory, Wang Hao met his 3 roommates again. It's okay. Wang Hao shook his head. How are you? Everyone is okay, Feng Gaoyuan said. After the turmoil broke out, the school organized students to hide in air raid shelters, and we didn't even encounter mutant beasts or zombies. A university also has air raid shelters underground. For several universities in Silver Light City, air raid shelters are standard equipment. There are also air raid shelters in nature, and they are quite large. It's good that everyone is fine, Wang Hao said. Although people are fine, several teaching buildings in the school have been damaged, Yu Jianzhong said. In addition, there are scattered mutant beasts and zombies in the rich area, so the school will be suspended for a week. Wang Hao also said about this matter I heard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have time to hunt mutant beasts and zombies in civilian areas today. Wang Hao, have you read the announcement in the Exchange Mall building? Rosen asked. See. Wang Hao nodded. So, you also know about the team? Rosen asked. Wang Hao nodded again. Luo Sun and others looked at each other and said, that's it. The 3 of us have changed our minds. We don't plan to join the Legion. We are going to join the team. I don't know if your team will accept it. If you accept it, we will join your team. No. If you accept, we will prepare to join other teams. Wang Hao looked at Feng Gaoyuan and Yu Jianzhong, who were also looking at him. Obviously, Feng Gaoyuan and the others had already discussed this matter before Wang Hao came. A consensus has been reached. And now the three of them are waiting to make their own decisions. Do you really believe in my team? Wang Hao said with a smile. There are many outside teams now. And the official welcomes ordinary survivors to form teams affiliated with the Legion. After the bulletin board came out in the Exchange Mall building, the team was like they have sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. Today alone, more than 5,000 teams have registered, which was absolutely unimaginable before. Feng Gaoyuan and the others gave priority to joining their own team. Only after they refused did they consider joining other teams. This was obviously their optimism and recognition of their own team. Of course, Yu Jianzhong said, the three of us all think that you are a master. Stronger than the three of us. The team you formed is definitely not weak. Instead of joining other strange teams, it is better to join your team. The four of us let's continue fighting together. Actually, we have also thought about forming our own team, Feng Gaoyuan said. But it's too troublesome to think about. There are too many things to worry about. So we might as well join your team. If they have self-awareness, it's okay to let them go to the battlefield to fight. But let them make overall plans and consider all aspects of the team. But they are not good at it. The team is not just responsible for fighting. There are many things to consider. Chapter 228 Changes in Personal Information. How about the three of us? Rosen asked. Yes. Of course. Wang Hao said with a smile and answered simply. Wang Hao originally planned to recruit players from University A. Feng Gaoyuan and the other three were his roommates. He also recognized the strength of these three people. Wang Hao naturally wanted them to join his team. So how could he refuse? Look, I'm just saying that Wang Hao will definitely not refuse. Right? Feng Gaoyuan proudly said to Yu Jianzhong and Luo Sun. Why? Are you still afraid of my rejection? Wang Hao said with a smile. They are afraid. But I am not afraid. Feng Gaoyuan hugged Wang Hao and said. I have always believed that you will not reject us. Wang Hao smiled. And Feng Gaoyuan and the other three were worried that they would not accept it. This also shows that they are very optimistic about their team. Otherwise, they would not care so much about their decisions. Wang Hao didn't know that Feng Gaoyuan and the others were so optimistic about his team. Wang Hao, do you still have a spot in your team? Yu Jianzhong said. Look at the announcement. The first level team can only accommodate 5 people. Yes. Wang Hao said, my team currently includes me. There are a total of 4 members. And there are still 6 places. It's okay for the 3 of you to join. Is your team already at the second level? Luo Sun asked in surprise. Yeah. Wang Hao nodded. That's awesome. How long has it been since the announcement was made? Is your team already at level 2? Yu Jianzhong said in surprise. We really saw the right person. Less than a day has passed since the announcement was made. Time! Although a large number of teams have emerged in Silver Light City, these teams are basically first level and second level teams. They have not heard of them. After all, a first level team can only have 5 people, and a first level team wants to upgrading to the second level requires 100 points. It is definitely not an easy task for 5 people to kill 100 mutant beasts and zombies in one day. Wang Hao's team only has 4 people, but it has already upgraded the team level to level 2. How can this not surprise Feng Gaoyuan and others? Just so. Hee. Wang Hao said with a smile. Wang Hao is also very satisfied with the speed of his team's upgrade. No. We will go through the procedures to join the team tomorrow. Feng Gaoyuan said, this matter should be done sooner rather than later. Nowadays, there is a place in Yingguang City that specifically handles the procedures for registering a team. And members also need to join or withdraw. Go through the formalities there. Feng Gaoyuan and the others couldn't wait when they heard that Wang Hao's team had reached the second level. By the way, I heard that high-level teams have benefits. If your team is promoted to level 2, are there any benefits? Rosen asked. No. Wang Hao shook his head and said, it should be that the level is not high enough. Feng Gaoyuan and the other 3 nodded. Although the upgrade speed of Wang Hao's team is indeed not slow, the level 2 is indeed not too high. It was getting late, and Wang Hao and the others didn't chat for too long. However, Wang Hao, who was lying on the bed, couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Obviously, the turmoil last night changed the structure of the world. Many things and even many people's lives changed overnight. The living environment of human survivors became worse, and the dangers intensified. However, along with dangers come various opportunities. For Wang Hao, perhaps from this moment on, he can truly start his life in this world. It is foreseeable that he will form a team to hunt mutant beasts. zombies, and even rebels. Military will become the main theme of Wang Hao's real life for a long time. Of course, he will not despise the virtual battlefield. It is about whether he can obtain more and more powerful auxiliary functions, and whether he can obtain more and more powerful auxiliary functions. Whether he has more and more powerful auxiliary functions will determine Wang Hao's development in reality. After thinking for a long time, Wang Hao's mind was a little confused. He opened his character attributes page. Name, Wang Hao. Age, 18 years old. Address, District 1. Huaxiao, Yinguang City. Rank, single row, unyielding silver 1, 2192, double row, unyielding silver 2, 2078, fourth row, unyielding silver 3, 1989, redemption points, 10069 team, Qi Feng. Position, Captain, Affiliated Legion, 4th Legion of Silver Light City. Auxiliary functions, invisibility, level 1. Perspective, level 1. Eagle Eye, level 1. Clone, level 1. Self-aim, level 1. Extraordinary standard rewards, level 1. Designated tracking, level 1. Copying, repairing, and transporting. Compared with before, Wang Hao's personal information has changed a lot. In terms of rank, his single rank is the highest, having reached silver 1, and is very close to golden 5. The rank points of duo and quad are slightly lower, but their growth rate is much faster than others. I heard that promotion from silver to gold 5 requires a promotion match. But I don't know what the content of the promotion match is. Wang Hao thought to himself. Once you reach the gold rank, you are eligible to join the regular army. Once you join the regular army, various benefits are quite good. As for why you are qualified for the gold rank card, it is because once you upgrade from silver to gold 5, you need to compete in the promotion competition. This is a virtual battlefield for the first time. There was a promotion competition. From now on, every major promotion of rank will require a promotion competition. Wang Hao also has some understanding of the promotion competition. It is more difficult than ordinary competitions, and many people will get stuck. In the promotion competition, there is no way to achieve a breakthrough in rank. Wang Hao is quite interested in the promotion match, and he will soon play his first promotion match. During this period, in addition to Wang Hao's rapid increase in rank points, his redemption points were also growing at a fast pace. He became the top scorer in the country in the college entrance examination, and completed Wu Haomiao's mission, which brought him a large number of redemption point rewards. Plus playing 3 games a day, Wang Hao accumulated a lot of redemption points during this period, and the total exceeded 10,000. Although the number of redemption points has declined due to the continued retention of auxiliary functions, the total number is already over 10,000. The exchange points are relatively abundant. It's time to consider upgrading the auxiliary functions. Wang Hao muttered. The value of exchange points can only be reflected when they're used. Otherwise, they are just a bunch of numbers. Others will use the exchange points to buy food, firearms, ammunition, etc. Wang Hao basically does not spend exchange points on those things. The main reason for his exchange points is the purpose is to retain auxiliary functions. Now, he retains a lot of auxiliary functions and has a balance of redemption points. It is time to consider upgrading the level of auxiliary functions. Just which auxiliary function should be upgraded? More than 10,000 redemption points seem to be a lot. But each auxiliary function upgrade requires a lot of redemption points. Therefore, Wang Hao currently only plans to upgrade one of the auxiliary functions. What? Wang Hao needs to think carefully about the choice. Chapter 229 Copy Function Upgrade. After some consideration, Wang Hao finally made a choice. Copy. Wang Hao finally chose to upgrade the copy auxiliary function. As he made his choice, the redemption points dropped sharply from 10,069 to 69. Copy, level 2. Upgrade requires 50,000 redemption points. Virtual battlefield effect. Every 3 minutes, you can copy an item on your body or in your backpack. Realistic effect. You can copy a designated item every day. After the upgrade, Wang Hao immediately checked the latest effect of the copy auxiliary function. The effect of the copy auxiliary function has not changed. Only the cooling time has changed. On the virtual battlefield, this function is replicated, and the cooldown time is changed from 5 minutes to 3 minutes. In reality, the cooldown time is shortened from 3 days to 1 day. Wang Hao doesn't pay too much attention to its effectiveness on the virtual battlefield. On the virtual battlefield, there are many auxiliary functions that are more useful than it, and its improvement in combat effectiveness is not very obvious. What Wang Hao cares about is the effect of this auxiliary function in reality. Only 1 day of cooling time? Not bad. Wang Hao looked at the function introduction and was quite satisfied. He spent 10,000 redemption points in vain. The main reason why Wang Hao chose to upgrade the copy auxiliary function is because the number of people in his team is increasing. As the captain of the team, he has to be responsible for the team members. By improving the strength of all team members, the overall strength of the team will also be improved. Wang Hao can't provide much help in terms of marksmanship, consciousness, etc. This requires the team members to work hard on their own. But Wang Hao can support the team members in terms of hardware and equipment. Whether it is a wormhole device maker, a ghillie suit, or an airdrop gun. The difference between having and not having these equipment is huge. Excellent equipment can enhance the overall strength of the team. On the Earth before the time travel, whether it is China or the United States, invests a lot of money in equipment research every year. This is the reason. If you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools. Equipment is very important to the entire team. As the number of team members increases, the first level copying function can no longer meet Wang Hao's needs. It takes 3 days to copy an equipment. Wang Hao is not satisfied with this speed. Therefore, when there are enough redemption points, Wang Hao prioritized upgrading this auxiliary function. The upgraded functional effects did not disappoint Wang Hao. After that, he can copy it every day, and all members of the entire team will become well equipped before long. By that time, the combat effectiveness of their team will be greatly improved. But, looking at his exchange points, which were only a pitiful 69 points, Wang Hao showed a wry smile. It's hard to earn these exchange points, but it's really fast to spend them. It's just an auxiliary function upgrade, and it empties your own wealth. Fortunately, you can now earn exchange points by hunting mutant beasts and zombies. Wang Hao can earn exchange points much faster than before, and the exchange points he spends can be earned back quickly. Early the next morning, when Feng Guangyuan and others went to go through the formalities for joining the team, Wang Hao returned to his residence. When he checked his personal information last night, he saw the repair auxiliary function. He had neglected it before. This auxiliary function can repair damaged items in reality. And isn't Wang Hao's residence full of damaged items? Therefore, Wang Hao decided to try to repair it himself. Wang Hao first came to the table. The table had been smashed by a gun. It was full of bullet holes, and even had a long crack. It was obvious that it could no longer be used. When Wang Hao came to the table, a prompt whether to repair or not appeared. Repair. With Wang Hao's confirmation, the progress bar began to advance continuously. When the progress bar came to the end, the smashed table was intact as before. There was not even a single bullet hole on it, and the cracks completely disappeared. Sure enough, Wang Hao looked happy. Then, Wang Hao tried to repair windows, doors, cabinets, etc., all of which were successful. Not long after, the dilapidated house had been restored to its original state. Only the garbage and debris on the ground reminded Wang Hao of what had happened here before. After that, things are simple. Clean up the garbage, bullets, debris, etc., on the ground, and there will be no trace of damage to the entire house. When Wang Hao's cleaning was completed, Feng Gaoyuan and the other 3 had also completed registration on Wang Hao's smart bracelet. The team information had also been updated in real time, with 3 more team members added. At this point, the total number of Wang Hao's Qingfeng team has reached 7. Go to the station and let's meet each other, Wang Hao said to Feng Gaoyuan and the others. Since we are already members of the same team, we always have to meet each other. When Wang Hao arrived at the station, not only Feng Gaoyuan and 3 others arrived, but Zhuang Xuer and 3 others also arrived, and everyone in the team gathered together. Feng Gaoyuan and the other 3 were quite surprised that Zhuang Xuer was also a member of the team. They winked at Wang Hao, and Wang Hao coughed twice and pretended not to see it. Let me introduce to you, Wang Hao said. These are my 3 roommates, Feng Gaoyuan, Yu Jianzhong and Luo Sun. This is Su Guangyuan, a friend I grew up with. And this is Zhuang Xuer. You 3 should know each other, right? This is Yu Qianing, our senior from University A. She is Zhuang Xuer's best friend. After Wang Hao's introduction, they got to know each other for the first time. Before coming here, I had contact with Sun Yinfeng, Wang Hao said to several people. In the future, he will be responsible for the material supply of our team. Correspondingly, the trophies obtained by our team will also be handed over to him for sale. Wang Hao Sun Yinfeng has cooperated with Sun Yinfeng several times, and is very satisfied with Sun Yinfeng's ability and character. Therefore, he also plans to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with Sun Yinfeng. In the future, he will fight mutant beasts and zombies more and more times. If necessary, a stable supply of materials is a must. With Sun Yinfeng, Wang Hao and the others can save a lot of time and energy. Of course, they can actually replenish supplies through the 4th Army. After all, their team belongs to the 4th Army, and Zhuang Xuer is Zhuang Jian's daughter, so replenishing supplies from the 4th Army is not a big problem. However, it is now a period of chaos, and the material supply of the 4th Army must be relatively tight. Therefore, Wang Hao feels that it is better not to trouble the 4th Army with such trivial matters, and to find a stable and long-term partner for the team. It is also beneficial. There is no need to rely too much on the army, and the team's autonomy is naturally stronger. Chapter 230 Arrangement. Is that Sun Yinfeng trustworthy? Rosen asked. Although the team suppliers do not directly participate in the battle, they are still very important to the team. If the logistics cannot keep up, their performance on the battlefield will be limited. So far, he is still trustworthy. Wang Hao understood Luo Sun's concerns. I have cooperated with him several times, and he is not a bad person. That's okay. Luo Sun nodded. He will send ammunition later, Wang Hao said, after lunch. We will replenish supplies and go to the civilian area. We will come back in the evening. When the sky gets dark, the risk factor will be much higher when fighting mutant beasts and zombies. In addition, there will be the first camp battle tonight, and I think everyone will not want to miss it. Everyone nodded. Mutated beasts and zombies have much stronger senses of smell, vision, and hearing than humans. There is enough light and good vision during the day. The disadvantages of human survivors in these aspects will not be too obvious. But after dark, the disadvantages in these aspects will be the dim light will have a very small impact on mutant beasts and zombies, but it will have a great impact on human survivors. Therefore, human survivors will not engage in night battles with mutant beasts and zombies unless necessary. As for Camp War, today happens to be Sunday. According to the information on the Exchange Mall bulletin board, there is a camp battle every week, and the time is at 8 o'clock on Sunday night. Today is the time for the first Camp War. Everyone is very curious about the Camp War, and naturally they want to go in and have a look. Regarding the Camp War, there is not much information announced on the bulletin board. Only the start time and the specific content. You won't know until you enter the game. I got news that some of the soldiers of the former 9th Legion, who had previously retreated to the civilian area, had evacuated on their own initiative yesterday. Zhuang Xuer said to everyone, now, only mutated beasts and zombies are left in the civilian area. And the Silver Light, the major legions in the city have intensified their efforts to suppress mutant beasts and zombies. And a large number of survivors have formed teams to try to fight against mutant beasts and zombies. Now, many areas in the civilian area have been recovered. We will think about it later. If you want to find mutant beasts and zombies to fight, I'm afraid you need to spend more time looking for them. Since yesterday, the major legions in Silver Light City have been in a state of combat. The 1st and 3rd legions are responsible for sweeping away the scattered mutations in the rich area, beasts and zombies, and is also responsible for the security management of the wealthy areas. The other legions take the initiative and go to the civilian areas. Their targets are not only the mutated beasts and zombies there, but also the part of the 9th Legion that previously retreated from the wealthy areas. Soldiers, their threat is no less than those mutant beasts and zombies. After a day of fighting, the mutant beasts and zombies in the wealthy areas have been cleared away, and the major legions heading to the civilian areas have also achieved considerable results. They not only forced away some of the soldiers of the 9th Legion, who had rebelled before, but also killed many mutant beasts and zombies entrenched in civilian areas. Of course, a lot of this is due to small teams like Wang Hao and the others. Since the City Lord's Palace and major legions opened up, and even supported ordinary survivors to form teams, various teams have sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. After the team was formed, after a short period of time, they went to civilian areas to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. They all dare to act alone like Wang Hao and others. But it is still no problem to cooperate with the actions of the major legions in Silver Light City, or to jointly act with several teams. They have also made their own contributions on the battlefield. Is the news reliable? Feng Gaoyuan said. Feng Gaoyuan and others do not know Zhuang Xuer's true identity. Therefore, they do not know the source of Zhuang Xuer's information. And naturally they do not know whether the information is true. Absolutely reliable, Zhuang Shuer said. Zhuang Shuer spoke so firmly that Feng Gaoyuan and others were quite surprised. She said it is reliable. Then this information is absolutely reliable. Wang Hao said, this is a good thing for us. Compared to mutant beasts and zombies, those rebels are the real danger. They cooperate with each other tacitly. And after a long period of training, their combat effectiveness is much higher than that of mutant beasts and zombies. Moreover, killing those rebels does not give you redemption points. Therefore, fighting them is totally worth the loss. Feng Gaoyuan and others nodded. This is indeed the case. Fighting with those rebels is definitely a headache and dangerous. Now that they have taken the initiative to retreat, it is good news. However, they only retreated rather than being eliminated. The threat still exists, but they don't know when it will come again. You may not know. Yu Qianing smiled and said to Feng Gaoyuan and the others, the rebel commander of the 9th Legion this time is their deputy commander Yu Guang. And this Yu Guang is Yu Long's father. Yu Long's father? Feng Gaoyuan and the others were really surprised. No wonder Yu Long was so arrogant in university before. He had such a deep background. Rumor. But not many people know what it is specifically. Everyone only knows that he has a profound background, is not afraid of offending people, and always behaves in a high-profile manner on campus. Feng Gaoyuan and the other two are freshmen, so they naturally have no idea about Yu Long's background. No wonder Yu Long disappeared recently. Feng Gaoyuan said, I thought he was frightened by Wang Hao. Many people in University A knew about the conflict between Wang Hao and Yu Long. And naturally Feng Gaoyuan and the other three also knew about it. No. I really want to see him again and settle accounts with him, Wang Hao said lightly. Wang Hao has not forgotten that when the turmoil occurred, Yu Long actually sent people to assassinate him, although he was not harmed. This does not mean that Wang Hao will pretend that this incident never happened. Feng Gaoyuan and others did not know what happened that night, and they only thought that Wang Hao was talking about the conflict between him and Yu Long in the school that day. The few people simply ate something, and Sun Yanfeng drove over in a car to deliver supplies and ammunition, because Wang Hao needs a large amount of ammunition to meet the needs of the entire team. Sun Yanfeng's backpack obviously cannot hold that much. This guy is quite capable, so he brought a pickup truck to hold the ammunition. Very convenient. The team has expanded? Sun Yanfeng couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw that there were a few more people around Wang Hao than yesterday. Wang Hao nodded. Sun Yanfeng was even more surprised. Because he was reselling supplies, he was relatively well informed. He had been in contact with many teams in the past 2 days, but he had never heard of any team whose level had been improved. Currently, the levels of the teams he had contacted were all still level 1. Wang Hao's team has obviously upgraded. This speed is really fast. Chapter 231 Materials and Equipment. Sun Yanfeng was very optimistic about Wang Hao. Otherwise, he would not cooperate deeply with Wang Hao to be the material supplier of the Qingfeng team. But even though he was optimistic about Wang Hao, he did not expect that Wang Hao would become a material supplier in a day or so. The team was upgraded, and the speed of the upgrade really scared him. Of course, there are more surprises. After all, he and Wang Hao are now partners. The stronger Wang Hao's team is, the more he will benefit. The 7 Wang Hao people put the supplies sent by Sun Yanfeng into their backpacks. These supplies were still mainly bullets, with a small amount of grenades, smoke bombs, and painkillers. Bullets on the market are becoming more and more scarce now. Sun Yanfeng said to Wang Hao, more and more people are actively hunting mutant beasts and zombies, which has led to an increasing demand for bullets. In addition to bullets, various high in the price of guns has also skyrocketed. As for airdrop guns, each one can be sold for a sky-high price. Sun Yanfeng spoke with emotion on his face. In just 2 days, he personally experienced the skyrocketing prices of goods. Of course, not everything was rising in price. Only firearms and bullets were rising rapidly, even to the point of 1 price per minute. Now the virtual battlefield and the exchange mall are encouraging the formation of teams and the hunting of mutant beasts and zombies. I guess that the probability of bullets appearing in the airdrop boxes of the virtual battlefield will become greater and greater in the future. The bullets and firearms in the exchange mall the price will also decrease. Wang Hao analyzed. This possibility is indeed possible. Sun Yanfeng said, however, after all, only a very small number of people are qualified to touch the airdrop boxes of the virtual battlefield. For most survivors, the exchange mall is the main channel for obtaining supplies. There the price should change. Otherwise, it will be difficult for ordinary survivors to maintain the team. However, even if the price is reduced, it is impossible to reduce the price of everything. Airdrop guns are not cheap no matter what. Wang Hao Dian. Head. I agree with Sun Yanfeng's statement. He has been to the 4th Army's material warehouse. Even for the 4th Army, there are not many airdrop guns in the warehouse. This shows how difficult it is to obtain airdrop guns. Such guns rarely appear in the ordinary market. Generally can only be redeemed through the airdrop box of the virtual battlefield and the redemption mall. The airdrop boxes in the virtual battlefield can only be opened by playing chicken. And only a very few people have such an opportunity. As for the exchange mall, you can't just buy whatever you want there. Good things are not only expensive, but also have rank restrictions. It is said that only those who have reached the ace level are eligible to buy airdrop guns. Moreover, the number of purchases per week is still limited. There are restrictions, which shows how precious it is. Since you also think that the price of bullets will drop, you should get rid of the extra bullets as soon as possible. Wang Hao said to Sun Yanfeng. That's for sure. Sun Yanfeng smiled and said, after I deliver the goods to you, I'm going to sell out the bullets. I've already contacted a few sellers. How about I leave you with another day's supply? Is it enough? Almost, Wang Hao said. If the price of bullets has not dropped after one day, the worst case scenario is for Sun Yanfeng to buy them again. If the price of bullets drops, then buying bullets will no longer be a problem for Wang Hao and others. Soon, Wang Hao and the other 7 loaded up their supplies and headed towards the civilian area together. Because the copy auxiliary function has not been upgraded before, Wang Hao can only copy things. He, Zhuang Shuer, Yu Qianing, and Su Guangyuan all have good equipment. In comparison, Feng Gaoyuan's equipment, the equipment is a bit inferior. Wang Hao also promised to equip them with equipment soon. Of course, including Su Guangyuan and the other 3. Their equipment has not yet reached the top level. Now, Wang Hao and his team's high-end equipment has 4 wormhole device makers. For dog smashers, 3 level 3 packs, and only 3 sets of level 3 helmets and level 3 armors. They are in Wang Hao, Zhuang Shuer and Yu. The 3rd level head, 3rd level armor and 3rd level bag on Qianning and Wang Hao were all provided by Zhuang Shuer. In addition, there were 2 sets of auspicious suits, 1 each for Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer. There are 3 pairs of power boots on the feet of Wang Hao, Yu Qianing and Zhuang Shuer. The pair on Yu Qianing's feet was bought by herself. After taking a look at everyone's equipment, Wang Hao felt that it was indeed necessary to upgrade the copy auxiliary function. Their equipment was still far from perfect. Of course, compared to other teams, Wang Hao's team's current equipment configuration is definitely top-notch. Even compared with the teams in the army, their equipment is not inferior at all. The team seems to be missing a car. When heading to the civilian area, Wang Hao discovered another shortcoming of the team. Nowadays, the number of mutant beasts and zombies in civilian areas has decreased a lot. It is no longer like yesterday where you can encounter mutant beasts and zombies as long as you cross the dividing line between the 2 areas. As time goes by, zombies and the mutant beasts will be farther and farther away from their team station, and the road they need to travel will naturally become longer and longer. It is obviously far from enough to rely on just 2 legs. However, the price of any car is not low, and even if you have money, it is difficult to buy it. Things like bungalows, 3-wheelers, and motorcycles are relatively easy to buy, but in many cases they are not practical. It would be better if there was a plane, Wang Hao thought to himself. However, this can only be thought of. There are only a few airplanes in the entire Silver Light City. It is undoubtedly very difficult for Wang Hao to get airplanes at the moment. After passing the rich area, the number of survivors in the field of vision is not decreasing at all. As Sun Yanfeng said, more and more people are taking the initiative to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. The concepts of survivors have changed in a short period of time. Huge transformation. And all because of redemption points. Wang Hao and others chose a direction to move forward, and Wang Hao was still at the front. Although the see-through auxiliary function had not been upgraded, the distance of 200 meters was enough for Wang Hao to detect danger in advance. Stop it first, Wang Hao suddenly said to everyone with a serious face. Get ready to fight. At 3 o'clock, a mutant beast will appear soon. After hearing this, everyone pointed their guns at the 3 men without even having time to question them. At o'clock, they squatted slightly and looked serious. Everyone was already in a state of facing the enemy. Ho ho ho! Soon, the roar of the mutated beast came. But the first ones to enter everyone's field of vision were not the mutated beasts, but a few survivors who were in a terrible state. Help! Help me! There are mutated beasts behind me! Help me! Several people ran and shouted for help. Wang Hao had a serious face. He did not let anyone come forward to rescue him, but was still in a state of war. The muzzle of the gun was pointed at the rear of these survivors. Chapter 232 Level 3 Ape. Roar! Suddenly, a long figure rushed from behind and threw the last of the escaping survivors to the ground. Before the man could call for help, his throat was scratched by the figure, and scarlet blood spurted out. At this time, Wang Hao and others also saw clearly what was chasing these survivors. It was an ape that looked like a human, with black hair all over its body and a large area of the body. Festering, peeling skin reveals muscles flowing with black blood. This ape feels scary and disgusting. At this time, one of its sharp claws easily tore the survivor's throat, and the other sharp claw stabbed at the survivor's heart. Ho ho ho! At the same time, 3 more similar apes rushed out from behind, still targeting the escaping survivors. Of course, there are also Wang Hao and others who come into their sight. Shoot! Looking at one of the apes, Wang Hao's eyebrows jumped wildly, and he gave the order to shoot without hesitation. Duh. Zhuang Shuer and others were also frightened by these apes. The moment they heard Wang Hao's order, they, who had been on the verge of fighting, subconsciously pulled the trigger, and bullets poured out, shooting at the 4 animals crazily. An ape. Ho ho ho! The apes that were hit roared, their voices full of pain and anger. 2 of them were still chasing the previous survivors, and the remaining 2 turned around and rushed towards Wang Hao. People, Su Guanyuan, Yu Jianzhong, Luo Sun, pull out the thunder. Wang Hao calmly gave the order while firing. Su Guanyuan and the others gave up shooting and pulled out the thunder almost at the same time, while the remaining 4 continued to shoot. The already tattered ape was even worse beaten by Wang Hao and the others. Roar! One of the apes was not able to get close to Wang Hao and the others. On the way, it was shot dead by Wang Hao and the others. Its long and narrow head exploded like a watermelon falling to the ground, and colorful liquid sprayed all over the ground. All vomit! Seeing this scene, Zhuang Shuer and Yu Qianing turned pale and retched. However, they were very skilled in fighting, even if they felt uncomfortable in their stomachs. Their firing movements did not stop at all. Throw! Seeing that the remaining ape was about to rush forward, 3 grenades were thrown out at the same time. Boom boom boom! 3 explosions were heard in a row, and the ape was blown to pieces, and half of its body was blown away. However, even so, it still had no intention of retreating, and actually struggled and wanted to rush towards Wang Hao and the others. Holy crap! This beast's vitality is so tenacious. Feng Gaoyuan couldn't help but curse. Everyone else also looked shocked, except for Wang Hao. It was the first time for the other 6 people to fight against mutant beasts. They had only heard that mutant beasts were terrifying and difficult to kill completely, but today they saw them for the first time with their own eyes, and they were naturally horrified. Inexplicable. This is definitely not a first-level mutant beast, Wang Hao said while firing. Wang Hao has fought against mutant beasts, and he probably knows the strength of mutant beasts. The mutant beast in front of him is definitely more than 1 level. Otherwise, its speed, strength and even vitality would not be so strong. After half of its body was blown away, the ape's mobility was greatly slowed down. Wang Hao and others were also good at shooting. In this case, headshots were relatively easy. Boom! Another watermelon burst on the spot. However, Wang Hao and the others were not able to get any rest. The other 2 apes had already killed all the previous survivors. After witnessing the death of their companions, not only were they not scared away, but their expressions became more and more ferocious. Hesitantly rushed towards Wang Hao and the others. You 3 continued to pull out the thunder, Wang Hao ordered. On Wang Hao's side, there were still 4 people shooting and 3 people pulling out grenades. When the 2 apes rushed forward, 3 grenades flew out at the same time, blowing the 2 apes away. One of them was directly hit in the head. The other one was also seriously injured. 7 people set fire to it at the same time, and the last ape soon died from the guns of several people. Several people did not relax immediately, but all looked at Wang Hao. It's safe for now. After hearing Wang Hao's words, several people relaxed and their tight muscles gradually relaxed. Several people at the scene were already convinced by Wang Hao's ability to judge danger. Since Wang Hao said there was no danger for the time being, they were absolutely safe now. Sure enough, it's not a first-level mutant beast. I killed an ape and gained 8 redemption points. Yu Jianzhong said. 8 exchange points? So, these 8 should all be level 3 mutant beasts. Wang Hao said. Of the 4 mutant beasts, Yu Jianzhong killed 1. Yu Qianing killed 1. Zhuang Shuer killed 1. And 1 died under Feng Gaoyuan's gun. On the contrary, it was Wang Hao. In this wave of battle, there was no one. Reward. However, Wang Hao didn't care. There were many mutant beasts and zombies in the Silver Light City. There were plenty of opportunities to earn exchange points. What's more, those who killed the apes were also members of his team. As the strength of the team members increased, the entire team's strength will also increase accordingly. Although the number of mutant beasts and zombies in this civilian area is decreasing, the danger has not decreased much. Zhuang Shuer said, low-level mutant beasts and zombies have low strength and low danger, and are the favorite targets of ordinary survivors. Ordinary survivors can still hunt down first-level mutant beasts and zombies as long as many people work together. But these high-level mutant beasts and zombies are not something that ordinary people can deal with. Wang Hao nodded. The number of high-level mutant beasts and zombies has not decreased much. Now, a large number of low-level mutant beasts and zombies have been killed. The density of these high-level mutant beasts and zombies has become even greater. They can be found in this civilian area at any time. May encounter. Several people looked at the group of survivors. At this time, there was no one left alive, and they were all dead in miserable condition. Obviously, like themselves and others, they came to hunt mutant beasts and zombies to earn exchange points. Unfortunately, they were not strong enough, so they encountered several third-level mutant beasts, and they were also apes known for their speed. The fate of these survivors can be imagined. While the others were resting, Wang Hao took out his dagger, squatted down next to the apes, and cut off their claws and teeth. After all, this ape is a third-level mutant beast, and the materials on it are still worth some money. Unfortunately, their bodies have rotted, and their meat is inedible. Otherwise, their meat can be sold for a lot of money. I'm here to help you. Su Guangyuan came over to help. He is used to living in poverty, and his sense of frugality is unparalleled by others. Chapter 233 A Great Harvest. After Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan dealt with the mutated beasts, they prepared to leave. However, Feng Gaoyuan ran to the dead survivors and took out the firearms, ammunition and other supplies from their backpacks. When Wang Hao saw this scene, he just shook his head and said nothing. Several people set out on the road again. This time, they were undoubtedly more cautious than before. After walking for about 5 minutes, Wang Hao warned again. This time, they encountered a group of zombies. Compared with yesterday, the zombies Wang Hao and others encountered now were stronger in speed and strength. It was obvious that these zombies were not first-level zombies. What shocked Wang Hao and others was that one of the zombies actually had a gun. Holy crap! Can zombies use weapons? Feng Gaoyuan was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. Wang Hao and others also looked shocked. Even Wang Hao, who had dealt with zombies more than once before, was so surprised that he was speechless after witnessing the scene. Zombies are already difficult to kill. As a result, these zombies can actually use weapons now. Even if their marksmanship is not trained and should not be very accurate, it is still quite dangerous. Zombies pose a great threat to survivors once again. Focus on the gun-wielding zombie first. Wang Hao ordered without hesitation. Compared with other zombies, this zombie is undoubtedly more dangerous. Everyone must focus their fire on it first to ensure their own safety. Naturally, everyone had no objections to this. Fortunately, Wang Hao has the ability to see through, discovered these zombies in advance, and made preparations for the battle in advance. Before the zombies discovered them, they had enough time to arrange tactics and find suitable shooting points. Seeing everyone's guns pointed at the gun-wielding zombie, Wang Hao gave the order to attack. Duh. There was a loud sound of gunfire in an instant, and the gun-wielding zombie was instantly killed by Wang Hao and the others with a concentrated fire before he could even react. His head, which was originally in a state of disrepair, was directly blown open. As the gunfire rang out, Wang Hao and others were exposed. However, because they had sufficient preparation time, Wang Hao and others took advantage of their position, formed crossfire between each other, and also occupied the high point. Wang Hao and others fought calmly against the zombies rushing towards them. What made Wang Hao and others feel a little relieved was that the other zombies did not pick up the gun in the hands of the previous zombie. but rushed towards them in a confused swarm. "This fits my stereotype of zombies," Rosen said with a smile. Everyone felt a lot more relaxed. Although there were a lot of zombies, they occupied a favorable position. And these zombies had no weapons. For Wang Hao and the others, the danger was naturally much less. It can also be seen from here that there are only a few zombies who know how to use firearms. Most zombies still have no intelligence and only rely on instinct to attack human survivors. The sound of gunshots, grenade explosions, and the roars of zombies intertwined. Wang Hao and others, who occupied a favorable position, easily eliminated the group of zombies in front of them. They watched the number of zombies continue to decrease. After about 5 minutes, all of this group of zombies were died by Wang Hao and others' guns. "It's great!" After the battle, Feng Gaoyuan couldn't help shouting. Everyone else also looked excited. With Wang Hao's early warning, their safety has been greatly improved. If they occupy a favorable position in advance, there is almost no danger in killing zombies. These zombies are basically first and second level. For Wang Hao, who is superb in marksmanship. For Hao and others, it is not much different from a living target. The speed of earning redemption points is much faster than playing games, Rosen said. "I'm so glad we joined the team. Otherwise this good thing would have been our turn?" Yu Jianzhong also said. The three of them originally aimed to join the Legion. But after the bulletin board appeared in the exchange mall, they all changed their minds and decided to join Wang Hao's team. Now facts have proved that their choice was obviously correct. If you join another team, can you have such powerful teammates? Joining other teams, can anyone give advance warning like Wang Hao? Obviously impossible. These benefits are only available in the Qi Feng team. Stop gossiping. Pack up and get ready to continue fighting, Wang Hao said with a smile. Another group of zombies are coming. They must have been attracted by the sound of gunfire. Just in time. This information did not scare him. Seeing everyone, it made everyone eager to try. They have now gained confidence. Before the official battle with mutant beasts and zombies, everyone was a little nervous. They usually hang out in the virtual battlefield. Although it is infinitely close to reality, it is not reality after all. They have no experience fighting mutant beasts and zombies. But now, after this battle, they have gradually adapted to fighting mutant beasts and zombies. And most of the tension and fear in their hearts have disappeared. Soon after everyone was ready, another group of zombies appeared in everyone's sight. And the battle started again. It wasn't until late afternoon that Wang Hao and others returned to the rich area. This trip made everyone gain a lot. Su Guangyuan also completely gave up the idea of going to work. The exchange points earned from killing mutant beasts and zombies, if it is used to exchange for Chinese currency, it will definitely be much more than what you could earn from working part-time. The wormhole device maker used by Wang Hao and others back to the rich area also opened the eyes of Feng Gaoyuan and the others. After knowing that Wang Hao and others had one, they also hoped to have one themselves. Wang Hao naturally would not refuse. This was originally within his plan. Now that the auxiliary function of copy has been upgraded, the speed of copying items will be much faster in the future. Let's have something to eat and get ready for the 50 versus 50 game in the evening. Everyone didn't disperse at all. They set up a hot pot in the team station and chatted while eating. Everyone is still looking forward to and curious about the 50 versus 50 game. Many people also have their own guesses about this game. Judging from the name, it should be divided into 2 camps. But how to enter? No one knows what criteria are used to allocate camps. So there will naturally be no shortage of speculations about these. Fighting is physical work. The afternoon battle went smoothly for Wang Hao and the others, without any surprises. But it also consumed a lot of physical strength. Everyone also took advantage of this time to have a good rest. After all, they were on virtual battlefield. Also requires physical strength to participate in the competition. Chapter 230 for the first camp match. Do you choose to participate in the 50 versus 50 mode? Yes. Select OK. According to your actual identity, you are classified into the Chinese District Survivor Camp. During the competition, all participants will not display their real names. Does not show the true appearance. Countdown to enter the game 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Enter the game. A burst of light flashed, and Wang Hao left his team station and appeared on the familiar island map. At this time, Wang Hao still had a bit of surprise on his face. What does this game prompt mean? The Chinese Region Survivor Camp? What are the attributes of the other camp? Wang Hao whispered. This is not the first time he has entered the virtual battlefield, and such prompts have never appeared before. In addition, Wang Hao is also quite curious about the distribution rules of the camps. Looking up, many players have appeared in the island square one after another. These players are not wearing their own clothes as usual, but are wearing the standard clothes assigned by the game. The clothes are the same style, but the colors are different. One is red, the other is white, and there are numbers on the back of the clothes. Wang Hao looked down at his clothes, which were red. Obviously, players with the same color clothes as him belong to the same camp as him and belong to the Chinese region survivor camp. Except, Wang Hao discovered that everyone in the island square looked the same, and even had the same height. It's impossible to tell who is who from their appearance. This camp match is really interesting, Wang Hao muttered. To be honest, so far, Wang Hao's guess about the 50 versus 50 is only correct in the camp match. He has not thought of other aspects. However, I believe that others did not think of it before the game. Damn it. How did I become like this? I am from the survivor camp of the Huaxia district. Is there anyone in the same camp as me? I'm afraid. SB. Don't you know just by looking at your clothes? You still have to ask? Who are you calling SB? Call whoever admits it. Can you try to curse again? I am from the Huaxia rebel camp. How could this happen? I am in the same camp as you. It should be us. Maybe it's because we surrendered to the rebels in reality. Holy shit. You two human traitors have the nerve to admit it? Why can't you admit it? The previous rulers treated us as human beings, and now they are driven away. We are not allowed to join the new rulers? That's right. I could only fight the mutant beasts and zombies in the slums before, and the senior leaders just abandoned us. Why should I sacrifice my life for them? There was a lot of commotion and various voices in the island square. Everyone was also curious about this new mode. From these people's words, Wang Hao also got some useful information. In this mode, there is indeed a confrontation between two camps. I am in the Huaxia district survivor camp, and the other camp is the Huaxia district rebel camp. These two camps now exist in reality and are in opposing positions. Now on this virtual battlefield, the same is true. A confrontation emerged between these two camps. Wang Hao's feelings for the rebel camp are relatively average. He could understand the rebellion of some rebels. These people are obviously dissatisfied with the previous rulers, and do not have much sense of belonging to the original city. For them, which one to join? It doesn't matter what camp they are in, as long as they can survive and live a better life. They don't mind joining the rebel camp. Of course, understanding is understanding. If they meet in reality, Wang Hao will never show mercy, since both parties now belong to different camps. It is a hostile relationship. Wang Hao believes that those people will not show mercy when they meet him. In addition, from the names of the camps, Wang Hao guessed that there should be other camps. After all, in this game, the prefixes of the two camps are Chinese district. Since there is this prefix, it means that in addition to the Chinese district there are other regional camps. But Wang Hao has not yet come into contact with them. Attention players in the survivor camp. Turn on camp communication mode. While Wang Hao was analyzing this camp match, someone in their camp was already trying to become the leader of their camp. This is actually normal. People who often enter the virtual battlefield should know the importance of roles, such as leaders and commanders. Without unified command, a 4-person team cannot exert its due strength. Let alone let's talk about the current 50 versus 50 game mode. 50 players with unified command and 50 players without unified command are two completely different situations. Wang Hao doesn't mind being led and commanded. In such a camp match, the role that one person can play is really limited. It would be okay if the opponent does not have unified command. If there is unified command, Wang Hao has a supporting function. One person facing 50 teams with unified command. He was powerless. However, who are you? Why should I listen to you? That's right. I'm the second golden rank. Who are you? Attention everyone in the survivor camp. Everyone listens to my command. I'm here in reality. There is a team of 5. And I am the team leader. It sounds like you have a team? I am also the team leader. And you follow my command? Wang Hao did not expect that a very ordinary, even a very kind reminder may be resisted by such a person. Of course, Wang Hao also knows that these conflicts are not necessarily directed at the reminder itself. Everyone knows that there is nothing wrong with the reminder itself. The game is about to begin. It is necessary to turn on the camp communication mode. Otherwise, all their conversations will not be possible. Don't you want to be heard by people from the other camp? However, even if everyone understands that this reminder is correct and well-intentioned, many people still express resistance. What they object to is not the reminder itself, but the speaker and the meaning contained in it. Someone else is vying for the commander role. The virtual battlefield itself does not say what additional benefits there are to being a commander. But there are still many people who want to compete for this role. Not because of anything else, but because they feel that their commanding abilities are better, and they feel that others' people are mediocre, even useless. Following other people's orders will only harm yourself. Only your own orders are the most correct. Only under your own orders can you win this camp competition. Faced with this situation, Wang Hao could only smile bitterly. This scene is not unfamiliar to Wang Hao. In a 4-row match, as long as a random team enters the game, this situation may happen. Wang Hao has even been tricked by others. He also knows that the importance of command. If he could, he would also like to be a conductor. However, looking at the chaotic scene, Wang Hao was very wise and did not speak. In this situation, even if he spoke, he would not be able to decide anything. I can only hope that the opposing camp is also in such chaos. Chapter 235 Still P City. The quarrel continued until everyone got on the plane. But no result came out. The only thing that has changed may be that everyone has switched to the camp channel. However, Wang Hao wanted to block the camp channel at this time, because it was too noisy. 50 people were all in the same channel, and they were all teammates. If you say one thing, he would say two, and the entire camp channel would be blocked. There was a lot of chaos and not much useful information. But it was so noisy that Wang Hao's head was about to explode, because there was no unified commander selected. Players from the same camp continued to jump from the moment they were able to parachute. Obviously, everyone did not choose to develop in the same place, and the opposite camp was in a similar situation. This arrangement has its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that everyone can quickly collect supplies after being dispersed. The disadvantage is that everyone is too dispersed. Once the opposing camp gathers to capture them, there is a high possibility that they will be defeated individually. Since everyone was dispersed, Wang Hao didn't care too much about the placement of other people in the same camp. He chose the placement based on his own situation, and his destination is still the city he chose. When Wang Hao jumped off the plane and flew to P City, 7 or 8 people jumped off the plane at the same time. Wang Hao dragged his field of view to observe the situation around him. 2 people from the same camp and 5 from the enemy camp are at a numerical disadvantage. But the disadvantage is not huge, Wang Hao said to himself, including him. A total of 8 people jumped to P City. The number of people was 3 to 5. Wang Hao had auxiliary functions to help. He didn't take this numerical disadvantage too seriously. However, what surprised Wang Hao was that he was not afraid. There were others. During the flight, another player from their camp who jumped to P City saw that there were too many people from the hostile camp jumping to P City. Out of distrust for himself and his teammates, he changed his flight direction in the air and headed towards the wild area flew over. And while flying, he did not forget to communicate with Wang Hao and another person. There are too many enemies in P City. We can't go there. Let's go to the wild area to develop. Another red side player flying not far from Wang Hao seemed to be a little hesitant. However, he did not immediately change his flight route. He asked Wang Hao, "No. 9. Where are you flying?" "No." 9 is the number behind Wang Hao. In the camp competition, neither the real appearance nor the real name is displayed. All appearances are the same, and all names are replaced by numbers. "I'm flying to P City," Wang Hao replied. "What a fool. They went to P City for 5 of them. Are you going to die?" "No." 33. The red side who flew to the wild area said, "No." 21. Don't be confused. "No." 21. It was the person who just asked Wang Hao. That player from the same camp. "We can fight." Wang Hao spoke first, on the 21st. "As long as you follow me and listen to my command, City P can definitely be taken. Believe me." Originally, the 21st was already preparing to fly to the wild area. But after hearing Wang Hao's words, he became hesitant again. After thinking about it for a while, he made a decision. "I will also go to P City." "Okay. You two go and die. I don't care about you." 33 No. Said, "No." 9. "I will follow you later and listen to your orders." "No." 21 said to Wang Hao. Now that he has made a decision, he will no longer hesitate or make blind decisions. The reason why No. 21 chose to jump to P City instead of changing the flight route is mainly because he jumps to P City the most times during normal games and is most familiar with P City. Even if he is surrounded, he can use his familiarity with the surrounding environment. come and escape. Secondly, he is also a player who likes hard guns. Otherwise, he would not often jump to P City. Although there are 5 people on the opposite side, and there are only 2 of them. As long as they cooperate well, they may not be unable to win. Finally, Wang Hao firmly chose City P from the beginning, and did not change his position when he saw that the opponent had the numerical advantage. I guess Wang Hao also had some strength. You can give it a try. Under the influence of many factors. Red Fong No. 21 felt that he could give it a try. Of course, at this time, the 2 people must not fight independently. If it were in peacetime, No. 21 would definitely fight for the command. He would not hand over the command to someone he did not know. But now, with the overall situation in mind, he took the initiative to make a decision. Give in and follow Wang Hao's command. If there is another civil strife at this time, he and Wang Hao will only be defeated one by one. Okay. Wang Hao didn't hesitate. Soon, the 2 of them landed in P City. They were not too far apart, searching for supplies in 2 adjacent buildings. White's 5 people also fell down almost at the same time. They were not too separated from each other, but they were at a certain distance from Wang Hao and Wang Hao. Pick up more grenades, Wang Hao said to No. 21. Okay. Save me. Holy shit. There are a lot of people from the white camp here. I have them here too. Ha ha ha. We have 2 lone players from the enemy camp here. Go over and eat them right away. While Wang Hao and player No. 21 were searching for supplies, players from other places had already started fighting. Both sides were reducing their numbers. However, the speed of the reduction was not very fast. Both sides were participating in the camp for the first time. More conservative. Wang Hao and No. 21 were not disturbed by the outside world. They collected materials in an orderly manner. While collecting, they moved towards the 5 white people. There is one in the building I marked on the left front. Let's touch it first and eat him first, Wang Hao said to No. 21. As he spoke, Wang Hao marked the building for No. 21 without stopping. Okay. Although the supplies have not been collected yet, they are almost there. No. 21 also knows that if he waits until all the equipment is collected before going to fight, the 5 people on the opposite side will probably have collected all the equipment. If the 5 people get together, it will be more difficult for them to fight. Therefore, hitting 1 or 2 in the early stage is the best option. However, he didn't know how Wang Hao determined that there were players from the enemy camp in that building. Perhaps his observation skills are much better than mine. This is the only explanation. Of course, now is not the time to dwell on it. The battle is about to begin, so we can't be distracted at this time. Wang Hao and No. 21 moved toward the target building. Unexpectedly, the players in that building were quite alert and discovered the whereabouts of Wang Hao and No. 21 in advance. Those 2 players from the red side are coming towards me. Upon discovering Wang Hao and the player from the white side on the 21st, they immediately asked for help on the channel. How courageous are you? We haven't even gone to find them yet. But they actually dare to attack? Don't panic. We're here to support you. There are only 2 of them. Don't be afraid. The other 4 people gave their advice one after another. Respond. I'm not afraid. The person before said, I may not lose 1 against 2, but I have a geographical advantage. In this way, I drag them, and you steal them from the side. Let's try to take down both of them in one wave. Don't let anyone go. Okay. Chapter 236 Capture. Want to outflank us? The actions on the opposite side did not escape Wang Hao's eyes. He saw that the other 4 people from the white camp had come out of their respective buildings and were approaching them to outflank them. Wang Hao didn't expect that their actions were very fast and decisive. However, their whereabouts were all under Wang Hao's watchful eye. Wang Hao's plan remained unchanged. He was still to take down the player in the building in front of him first, and then deal with the 4 people who came to support him. I'll throw the grenade. You stay at the top of the stairs. When my grenade explodes, you rush forward, Wang Hao said to No. 21. No. 21 hesitated, but finally nodded. Wang Hao's arrangement is a bit dangerous for No. 21. If Wang Hao cannot blow down or injure the players upstairs, No. 21 will most likely be knocked down by the opponent if he rushes up alone. If Wang Hao fails to rescue him in time, the possibility of being replaced is very high. However, at this time, it is obvious that there cannot be any delay. Although No. 21 has no perspective, he also knows that players from the other 4 rebel camps may come to support at any time. By that time, he and Wang Hao will be very passive. Even if his grenade didn't explode, I might not lose one-on-one. No, 21 thought to himself. With this idea in mind, 21 didn't waste any more time and stood guard at the stairs. When Wang Hao's grenade exploded on the second floor, he rushed up. However, when he rushed to the second floor, what he saw was a white player kneeling on the ground, holding his stomach. Only then did he notice the system prompt on the left. Survivor 9 used a frag grenade to knock down Rebel 18. What a thunder! Red Team no. 21 subconsciously praised, and at the same time pulled the trigger to kill the down Rebel no. 18. At this time, no. 21 heard the sound of thunder being pulled out, and at the same time, Wang Hao's slightly deeper voice also came over. They're coming! Indeed, they are coming! No! 21 passed through the second floor window and saw a white figure approaching outside. He subconsciously raised his gun, aimed, and fired. All at once. Duh. Survivor no. 21 used a submachine gun on 45 to knock down Rebel no. 37. Good marksmanship. Wang Hao's praise appeared almost at the same time as the system prompt. The corners of Red Party no. 21's mouth turned up slightly. Your grenades are very strong, and my marksmanship is not bad either. At this time, the 5 players who jumped into Peace City within the rebel army were beaten to death by Wang Hao and no. 21 without even firing a shot. There were still 3 people who were still fighting. Both of them are in the building. Be careful. They are very powerful. Rescue me first. Don't rush to attack. The 3 of us can go. As long as we stay close to each other. 3 against 2. We will win for sure. There were small differences among the remaining 4 players on White's side. The player who was knocked down hoped that the other 3 would come to save him first, and then the 4 of them would come together. But 2 of the other 3 felt that although their side one person died and another fell, but they still had the numerical advantage. There was no need to delay the attack. As long as they rushed into the building, they would still win. In the end, the 3 people who were still capable of fighting did not choose to save the knockdown no. 37. But chose to continue the attack. Boom! There was another grenade explosion, and one of the 3 people was knocked down. At this point, only 2 of White's remaining combatants were left, and there are also 2 people on Wang Hao's side. Bai Feng's 2 people had already rushed into the building, but at this time, they no longer had the numerical advantage. In addition, Wang Hao and the others had the head start, which caused the 3 of them to lose their combat effectiveness before they even met. The remaining 2 people felt that frightened, no longer as confident as before. Go, or continue the attack? The remaining 2 were undecided. They have no numerical advantage in attacking the building and are not very sure. Wang Hao and no. 21 have proven with their strength that they are not mediocre players. In a 2-on-2 situation, they are still at a disadvantage in position. White thinks that they have not won. Hope. The 2 looked at each other and made a decision almost simultaneously. Withdraw? This fight cannot be fought. As for the 2 teammates who fell to the ground, they couldn't care less. At this moment, saving their own lives was the most important thing. They just belonged to the same camp, not the same team. They were not regular teammates who usually played together. It didn't matter if they didn't save them. If it's not appropriate, just sell it. However, just when the 2 were about to leave on time, Wang Hao and no. 21 actually rushed out from the second floor. They have no intention of letting go of the last 2 people on White's side. The last 2 people on White obviously did not expect that Wang Hao and the others would give up their advantage of guarding the building so decisively and rush down. The 2 people who were not well prepared were knocked down by Wang Hao and no. 21 together before they could even turn around, and were then replaced. After killing these 2 people, Wang Hao and no. 21 took out the 2 white players who fell to the ground outside. At this point, the 5 people from the rebel camp who jumped into Peace City were all eliminated by Wang Hao and no. 21. Peace City was captured by Wang Hao and no. 21. Wang Hao and no. 21 looked at each other and smiled, and then began to collect supplies in a leisurely manner. You guys won? Just as Wang Hao and no. 21 were licking their bags and searching for supplies. No. 33's voice suddenly sounded. Who's winning? Who was talking just now? We did capture 2 rebels here, and now this wilderness area belongs to us. As soon as no. 33 finished speaking, many people answered. You can't blame others. After all, There is only one camp channel now. All the surviving players of the same camp are in the same channel. No one knows. No one knows who the other person is talking to unless they are face to face. However, Wang Hao and No. 21 knew clearly that No. 33 was talking to them. Yes. No. 21 said P-City has been captured by us. Having said this, No. 21 looked at Wang Hao. Wang Hao nodded. And then he continued, you can come here to search for supplies. It is very safe here now. The jungle area where No. 33 jumped is not far from City P. So it is not troublesome to rush here to search for supplies. Although his previous behavior was similar to running away from the battlefield. Everyone is in the same camp after all. There is no need to start internal strife at this time. Everyone in the entire camp, as their strength increases, their hope of winning will be greater. Really? I'll be right over. No. 33 was happy, but also felt a little embarrassed. What? Someone took P-City? There seemed to be gunshots just now in the direction of City P. I was not far away. I didn't expect a brother to take City P quietly. I'll go there too. I searched the wild area for a long time. It's so poor here. I drove to P-City. If a brother is passing by, please pick me up. I'll go too. Chapter 237 Gathering. What Wang Hao and No. 21 didn't expect was that they just called No. 33 on the camp channel. And as a result, a group came. About 3 minutes later, as many as 13 players from the survivor camp had gathered in P-City. Although there are many houses in P-City, there are so many people at once, and resources are relatively tight. Fortunately, these people have basically searched in other places before coming to P-City, and they more or less brought some supplies. There were not a lot of missing supplies, but they were quickly replenished in P-City. Now, on the entire island, the place with the most survivors camp players is P-City. The remaining people are scattered in various places, and there are not many in each place. It's almost time to gather. Wang Hao couldn't help but remind in the channel, it's time for people from the rebel camp to arrest people. At this time, the first circle had begun to shrink, and everyone had almost collected their supplies. It's time to fight. I'm safe here. I won't consider joining you for the time being. You all come to my place. I have 4 people here. It's better if the rebels come. I'm waiting for them here. In the camp channel, many people replied to Wang Hao, but few wanted to join together. They basically had their own ideas. Wang Hao was helpless about this situation. We don't know each other in real life. Nor are we on the same team. The teammates in this camp are all improvised. Naturally, they don't agree with each other. And it's normal to have their own opinions. Thinking about it this way, Wang Hao was very lucky that his teammate No. 21 had listened to his command before. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to win P-City so smoothly. Since others were unwilling to come to join, Wang Hao did not force it. He tried to arrange for the team members in P-City to occupy points. No. 21 and No. 33 were the first to respond. 5 of the remaining 10 people hesitated. After that, they also followed Wang Hao's command and occupied the positions marked by Wang Hao. However, the remaining 5 people had their own ideas. Some occupied the positions of their own choice, and some were still searching for supplies. Even though he had already, there is no shortage of supplies. And some want to compete for command. Even if it's just these players in P-City, Wang Hao can't command them all. However, Wang Hao was already satisfied with having 7 people obey his command. Holy crap! I've got someone here. They're from the rebels. Save me! I've got someone here too. Gunshots, screams and calls for help rang out constantly in the camp channel. Not to mention them. It is relatively far from P-City. And even if it is not far away, Wang Hao will not go to the rescue. Leaving P-City rashly at this time is not a wise decision. The number of people online on both sides is decreasing. But the number of people in the survivor camp is decreasing faster. When the second circle starts, there are still 23 people in the survivor camp and 35 people in the rebel camp. In terms of numbers, the rebel camp had a great advantage. As the number of survivors decreased, the camp channel became quieter and quieter. Those who were eliminated could no longer make any sound. They could not even see the virtual battlefield screen. There's someone in the direction of 175. A warning sound suddenly came from the camp channel. Wang Hao didn't know who the speaker was. He subconsciously looked in the direction of 175. Sure enough, he saw a bungee truck appearing in the field of vision. This bungee truck appeared in the field of vision. The distance between the car and P-City should be more than 200 meters. So Wang Hao didn't know how many people were on it. This car should be here to explore. Someone in the camp channel replied, how about it? Do you want to fight? It's too far. We can't fight. Wang Hao said. The opponent is more than 200 meters away from P City. It is difficult to hit at this distance. And Wang Hao's self-aiming cannot take effect. However, not everyone in P City listened to Wang Hao's opinion. As soon as he finished speaking, gunfire rang out. Wang Hao was slightly startled and said nothing more. Sure enough, the bullets fired from P City were not able to hit the bouncer. The other party was still driving unhurriedly without being affected at all. The sound of gunfire exposed the positions of some players in P City. But the bouncing car did not rush over recklessly, and was still watching from a distance. At the same time, the fighting in other parts of the island continued. But it was much weaker than before. Fortunately, the P City where Wang Hao and the others were located was still in a safe zone. So there was no need to rush to move. Soon, a car appeared in the field of vision of Wang Hao and others. And at the same time, there was a cry for help on the camp channel. Brothers from P City, please respond. Someone is chasing us. Obviously, the person who spoke should be someone in this car. Sure enough, the next second, enemy vehicles appeared in the field of vision of Wang Hao and others. And there was not just one, but 4 or 5. Holy shit. Buddy, have you just stung a hornet's nest? Someone in the channel exclaimed. Damn. We were so unlucky. During the transfer process, we encountered the opponent's assembled team. At least 10,000 people were beating us. The person who just spoke complained. Brother, we probably won't be able to save you. Just ask for your blessings. Sure enough, the next second, the car was blown up by the players from the rebel camp. He couldn't even reach P City. Inside, 4 players from the survivor camp were killed at the same time. Obviously, the car just now was full. However, now is not the time to feel sorry for them. After blowing up the car, the vehicles from the rebel camp that were chasing them did not leave, but came towards P City. The players in P City instantly became nervous. However, these players in the rebel camp were extremely cautious. Even though they had gathered several vehicles, they did not rush into P City, but surrounded P City. They are waiting for someone, Wang Hao said in a deep voice. They are preparing to gather more people and then surround us. Everyone felt a little heavy when they heard this. This is obviously not good news. The more people the other party gathers, the stronger their strength will be. They only have a dozen people here. The number of people may no longer be dominant now. When the other party gathers more people, it will be more difficult for them. Beat. Let's go out and fight them. Yes. We can't let them gather more people. Fight? How to fight? They are so far away from us. If we rush over now, they are living targets. There are not enough cars in P City. Let's continue to defend City P. At least there are more rooms here. And there is still an advantage in defending the building. There are different opinions within the survivor player camp in City P. Some want to take the initiative to attack, and some want to take the initiative. He insisted on continuing to defend the city. This time, Wang Hao did not say anything. He did not make a decision. And the 7 people who followed his command did not speak. Chapter 238 Distribution. The opinions were not unified. And in the end, no one in P City rushed out to attack. Even those who wanted to take the initiative finally gave up the idea. Because if they went out alone, they would definitely die without a whole body. Time passed slowly. And when the 4 circle was refreshed, there were only 15 survivors in the entire island camp, 13 of whom were in P City, and the other 2 were in the school's teaching building. Looking at the rebel camp, there are still 31 people. The specific distribution is unclear, but most of them must be gathered near P City. When the 4 circle was refreshed, the rebel camp players, who had gathered outside P City, finally couldn't hold back and launched an attack. Everyone drove towards P City in vehicles. They didn't launch an attack before. First, they were waiting for someone. And second, they were waiting for the circle to refresh. Now, the 4 circle appeared, and P City was still in the safe zone. On the other hand, they were kicked out of the safe zone. In addition, they had assembled 2 more vehicles during this period, and it was time to launch an attack, because someone had fired a gun in City P before, and the sound of gunfire revealed his location. Although the people in the rebel camp didn't know whether he had moved, the direction they were driving was exactly where the gunshots were heard. And this gave Wang Hao a chance. The person who fired the gun before was not among the 7 people he commanded, and the location where the person was hiding was not around Wang Hao and the others. Instead, He was a player from the rebel camp. If you want to go to that player, you have to pass by Wang Hao and the others. Of the periphery. No. 17. No. 21. No. 38. No. 44. After I shoot, you shoot immediately. Try to concentrate on one car in 1 second. For the remaining 3, you don't need to rush to shoot. Wait for my order. Wang Hao is making arrangements in the camp channel. Okay. Replies came from the channel one after another. Wang Hao, on the other hand, kept a close eye on the vehicles of the rebel camp players. After they entered within 100 meters, Wang Hao immediately gave the order to shoot. Shoot! Ta-ta-ta! 5 players, including Wang Hao, fired almost simultaneously, and the gunfire exploded, catching the rebel camp players off guard. The first car first. That jeep, Wang Hao said in a deep voice. After this period of training, Wang Hao's marksmanship has improved a lot. Coupled with the self-aiming auxiliary function, almost every shot he fired hit the player in the jeep. After getting within a range of 200 meters, Wang Hao's see-through auxiliary function also took effect. At this time, he could clearly see that there were 3 people sitting in the jeep. Duh. With the help of self-aiming, almost all of the bullets fired by Wang Hao hit the 3 players in the car. The driver was very unlucky to be shot several times, and was actually swept out of the car by Wang Hao. This is not a mobile game. This is a virtual battlefield. If you want to switch seats, you can't just click your fingers. You must either park the car or climb from the car to the driver's seat. No matter which one is done, it cannot be completed in a short time. Therefore, the jeep that lost its driver quickly stopped. After mowing down the driver, Wang Hao ignored the jeep and immediately turned his gun and started shooting at the second car. The bullets were still the same as before, almost all hitting the players in the car. Holy crap! There are people on the other side. Their firepower is so fierce. Their marksmanship is so accurate. No. 18 and no. 49 have been swept down. What should we do? Keep walking or change direction? Keep walking until we reach the designated location. I don't know how much is hidden in this place where the gunshots were just exposed. Their firepower is too fierce. I suggest attacking this firepower point first. The rebel camp, which was originally acting in unison. There was also a hint of chaos inside. The main reason is that they did not expect that there were so many people hiding in this location. They had someone come to explore the spot just now, and they also knew that there were people in Peace City. Although the specific number of people was unclear, it should be more than the 1 or 2 who missed the gunshots. However, they thought that there was so much hidden here, and it was in a location they didn't expect. Go ahead and eat the players in the building you marked before. There shouldn't be many people there. Take that place, and then slowly surround them. Rebel player no. 11 said. He is currently the commander of the remaining players in the rebel camp. And it is only because of his unified dispatch that the rebel camp has always had a numerical advantage, and was able to gather so many people outside Peace City. With no. 11's words, everyone did not dare to move forward and continued to move forward. When they arrived at the target building, 3 players had already been knocked to the ground. However, they have an advantage in numbers after all. Although there are 3 fewer players, their strength is still dominant. Help me. They are downstairs. Urgent and frightened calls for help came from the Survivor Camp channel. However, not to mention Wang Hao, even other Survivor Camp players could not be here. It was time to save him. But he was too far away from everyone. And there were too many people from the rebel camp. If 2 or 3 of them went here, it would be no different than dying. No. 17. You go to the building in front. No. 21. You go to the blue house on the left. No. 44. Wang Hao did not go to save the player, but took advantage of this opportunity to immediately adjust his deployment. They had just fired, and their position had been exposed. At this time, they still needed to readjust. What about me? Where should I go? Several people who didn't want to obey Wang Hao's command before were also panicked at this time. There were too many people coming from the rebel camp. If they continued to fight on their own, they would be dead ends. At this time, only by repaying Wang Hao's favor and gathering as many people as possible can there be hope. On the 24th, you go to the house on the 17th. The 2 of you will stay together. On the 8th, you go. Wang Hao didn't care about their previous behavior. At this time, he also hoped to gather as many people as possible. The better the person is. Except for the player who was fooled and the person in the building next to him. Everyone else is now under Wang Hao's command. 11 people. The rebels quickly cleared away the 2 lone survivor camp players. In P City, there were 11 survivor camp players left, all under the command of Wang Hao. Although they are still at a disadvantage in numbers, Wang Hao is now more confident. As long as they cooperate properly, they may not lose this battle. Let's go eat those people from before. No. 2. No. 7. No. 16. You go from the left, and the rest go from the right. Be careful. Arrange them one by one. Don't be in a hurry. Rebel player no. 11 commanded calmly. Chapter 239 Total Destruction. Taking advantage of the large number of people, the rebel camp chose to divide its troops into 2 groups, not giving Wang Hao and others a chance to escape from P City. At this time, Wang Hao had the same idea as the rebel camp: prevent players from the rebel camp from leaving P City. After arranging the positions of others, Wang Hao stayed alone in a house. He also saw players from the rebel camp exploring points one by one. However, Wang Hao did not panic and was not in a hurry to shoot. Instead, he activated invisibility after waiting for players from the rebel camp to approach. Several players from the rebel camp passed by Wang Hao, but no one noticed his presence. Even in the invisible state, Wang Hao was still observing the movements of everyone in the rebel camp. No. 17. No. 24. They have arrived near you. Wang Hao reminded the 2 of them, and at the same time gave them punctuation. Pinch the thunder. No. 17 and no. 24 pinched the thunder almost at the same time, and pulled out the thunder at the same time. And Wang Hao himself. They are here. Throw it, Wang Hao said, and at the same time, he threw the grenade in his hand. Wang Hao could clearly see the positions of those people. Although no. 17 and no. 24 had his guidance. The rebel players were moving after all. Therefore, their grenades were slightly off. The result was 3 grenades were thrown out, but only 2 were knocked down. One was blown down by Wang Hao, and the other was blown down by no. 17. Wang Hao was not very satisfied with the result, but the players in the survivor camp except him didn't think so. They were the first to blow up 2 of them as soon as they took action. The situation was instantly in their favor. On the other hand, the rebel camp was obviously panicked. They did not expect that 2 people were suddenly knocked down. Don't panic. There is someone in the house to your left, and a grenade just flew out from there. Rebel no. 11 said immediately. What he was talking about was no. 17 and no. 24 of the survivor camp. As for Wang Hao's location, he did not discover it because now he and other rebel players had passed Wang Hao's point. Because the places they passed by were all they had already passed the queue. So they didn't expect there was someone behind them. The rebel players immediately separated into several people and headed towards no. 17 and no. 24. At this time, without Wang Hao's reminder, no. 17 and no. 24 also saw the rebel players approaching. They no longer hid, and fought through the window with the rebel players outside the house. Suddenly there was gunfire again in P City. No. 17 and no. 24 took advantage of the geographical location, and it was obviously much easier to be condescending. Although the rebel players outside the house had the advantage in numbers, they were unable to open a breakthrough. They could only hide in the building next to it and prepare to pass through it and bypass it. Go to the other side where no. 17 and no. 24 are. On the 21st and 33rd, they are going to your place. Prepare. Wang Hao reminded again. Understood. Not long after, 3 more grenades exploded. Wang Hao continued to fish in troubled waters, hiding behind and throwing grenades. As long as he didn't shoot, his position would not be exposed. 3 more rebel players were blown down. This time, Wang Hao immediately asked nearby players of the same camp to take the initiative. The 2 people who were blown down before were not known to be rescued. Even if they were rescued, they must be in poor condition at this time. This is definitely a killing good opportunity for hostile players. The wait is now. Wang Hao had just asked people to take the initiative to attack, and rebel army no. 11 also immediately brought another group of people to support him. In his opinion, the players in the survivor camp took the initiative to give up the location of the building. It's a good thing for the rebel camp. It's better to fight outside than to attack the building. Seeing that other rebel players were preparing to help, Wang Hao smiled on his face. Now is the time. Wang Hao then asked other players lying in ambush to attack almost at the same time. Their target was the rebel 11, some players led by no. 1. At the same time, Wang Hao stood up after throwing a grenade again, took out a gun from his backpack, and started shooting wildly from behind. With the help of the auxiliary function self-aiming, Wang Hao almost shot the gun hit, causing the rebel players to panic instantly. How so? At this moment, Rebel No. 11's expression changed drastically. This was completely different from what he expected. They seemed to be under siege, with players from the survivor camp almost everywhere. Front, back, left and right. He could barely accept that there were people in front and on the left and right. But there were also people behind him. What the hell? Obviously they have all lined up just now. And there should be no players from the survivor camp behind them. Why are there people showing up now? The players in the rebel camp were caught off guard. They didn't know how to fight or which side to fight for a while. When they were fighting on their own, the firepower was scattered. As a result, no player in the survivor camp was knocked down. Go into the house first. Rebel No. 11, who was a little calmer, immediately let people into the house and prepared to use the stairs for defense. Just when the rebels entered the house, Wang Hao had already pulled out the grenades again. At the same time, he asked the remaining people to pull out the grenades individually. After that, several grenades were thrown upstairs. This time, Wang Hao didn't even need to specify the location. Anyway, most of the opponent's people are on the second floor. The players in the survivor camp just need to throw the grenades to the second floor. Their idea cannot be said to be wrong. But after all, they do not know the specific location of the opponent. Therefore, their grenades only injure people. But it is difficult to blow them down. However, Wang Hao is still here. Wang Hao could accurately know their location, and his instant blast thunder could be accurately thrown to the place with the most people. With a bang, 2 people were knocked down, and the remaining people were also in a dissatisfied state. Wang Hao did not rush to attack the building, but pulled out the thunder again. The players in the rebel camp upstairs also heard the sound of thunder being pulled out. They knew that if they continued to hide here, they would only be caught in a trap. So, under the leadership of No. 11, they jumped downstairs and took the initiative to attack. The players in the survivor camp were waiting for them. When they jumped down, many guns were already aimed at them, including Wang Hao's gun. Players in the rebel camp were beaten into boxes in the air. Even if the others were not killed in the air, they were in a disabled state after landing and were easily knocked down by Wang Hao and others. The battle ended quickly. Of the last 11 people on Wang Hao's side, only 3 were knocked down in this battle. As for the eliminated players, none. This is a brilliant achievement. This is a complete victory. After the battle, the players in the survivor camp even cheered subconsciously. Chapter 240 Random Item Rewards. Winning the city means that this game is basically won. Whether it is the survivor camp or the rebel camp, most people are concentrated in P City, which means that whichever side takes P City and eats the other side will be the final winner. This is indeed the case. After Wang Hao and others captured P City, there were only 4 survivors in the rebel camp, facing more than a dozen players from the survivor camp. These 4 people obviously failed to make any waves. The survivor camp won the final victory. Good luck. After killing the last rebel player, 4 familiar big words floated in the sky. Chicken. Then, an airdrop box that was several times larger than previous airdrop boxes slowly fell from the sky. At the same time, players from the survivor camp who had been eliminated before fell. These players looked confused at first, and then beamed with joy. After being eliminated, they could not see the real scene of the virtual battlefield. Therefore, they did not know the direction of this game. Now that they were put back into the virtual battlefield, they even felt dazed for a moment. But looking at the familiar airdrop box, everyone quickly understood what was going on. Lie down and win. You can also win camp battles. This made the players in the survivor camp, who were eliminated in the early stage, quite excited. Everyone came to the airdrop box and couldn't wait to touch things. They couldn't hide the excitement on their faces. Many of them even touched the airdrop box for the first time. This 50 versus 50 mode means that one of the players participating in the game among 100 people, half of the people can touch the airdrop box. This greatly increases the probability of everyone touching the airdrop box. This is undoubtedly good news for those who are relatively weak and do not have strong teammates. Of course, for Wang Hao and others, the impact is not very big. Looking at the airdrop box surrounded by survivors, Wang Hao also understood why the airdrop box was so big. After all, if 50 people want to touch the airdrop box at the same time, The airdrop box cannot be too small. Just as Wang Hao was about to touch the airdrop box, the system prompt sounded, combat evaluation in progress. Evaluation over. Based on your performance in command, cooperation, kills, rescue, supplies and equipment, etc. In this game, you received a total of 256 redemption points, 200 rounds of 5.56 bullets, 200 rounds of 7.62 bullets, and a random item. Congratulations! You got an electronic map of China. The sudden appearance of the system prompts made Wang Hao. The movement of his hand was a pause. This prompt sound is different from before. Everyone should be able to hear this prompt. Even the rebel camp. Maybe the rewards for the winning survivor camp are better. But the rebel camp should also have a combat evaluation. If you perform well during the battle, you can also get good rewards. Of course, it is relatively difficult to appear on the losing side. It is not difficult to see from the prompt that the combat evaluation is a comprehensive analysis of a player's performance in all aspects of the 50 vs. 50 game, including command, cooperation, kill, rescue, and materials and equipment are only part of the assessment factors. Because there are many factors that are taken into consideration. Each player can have his or her own outstanding performance, and thus can receive higher evaluations and better rewards. For example, someone is not good at marksmanship, but he supports quickly and his teammates fall to the ground. Being able to rush to the rescue as soon as possible is also a bonus. For example, someone has loaded a lot of ammunition, replenishing ammunition for teammates at critical moments, etc. Wang Hao recalled his game in this game. The bonus points should be in the two aspects of command and killing. As for cooperation, rescue, etc., his performance can only be said to be average. Even worse. But the command aspect should give him a lot of extra points. After all, if their side can win, his commanding contribution is not small. Analyzing the combat evaluation report, Wang Hao has a better understanding of this mode of the game. The next time he participates, he will know where to improve. Obviously, the higher the combat evaluation, the final reward will be better. An electronic map of Huaxia district? What a good thing, Wang Hao said to himself. The redemption point rewards are regular rewards, and there are no surprises. The bullet reward surprised Wang Hao a little. However, considering their previous analysis, this reward is not so strange. Obviously, the virtual battlefield is increasing the number of bullets. As a reward, the price of bullets in the exchange mall should also be greatly reduced. But I don't know if the bullets Sun Yanfeng hoarded have been sold. The last random reward can be said to be Wang Hao's biggest gain from this game. Since it is random, it is full of uncertainty. The rewarded items may be good, or they may be rubbish. Wang Hao's luck is obviously good today. This electronic map with random rewards is a very good thing. Especially now that everyone is leaning towards it. When actively looking for mutant beasts and fighting zombies, the role of this map is even more important. I got a reward of 32 redemption points. Why did I only get a reward of 100 bullets? Haha. I got a Uzi. The surrounding players in the same camp obviously also received the battle evaluation. However, it is obvious that some people are satisfied with this evaluation and some are not satisfied. However, the virtual battlefield doesn't care whether you are satisfied or not. Once you send it, you cannot withdraw it. Wang Hao ignored the players around him and touched the airdrop box. As a result, what I touched was actually a bullet. 1,000 rounds of 5.56 bullets. Looking at the rewards, Wang Hao couldn't laugh or cry. Although he had guessed that getting bullets would be much easier than before, he didn't expect that he could get so many easily in one go. Hello. My name is Yuan Guang. While Wang Hao was sighing secretly, Player No. 21 took the initiative to come to him and introduce himself. Yuan Guang is obviously his real-world name. In a faction match, unless the player declares his/her family name, it is impossible for others to know your real name, or even your true appearance. No. 21 took the initiative to introduce himself, obviously intending to make friends. Wang Hao. Wang Hao stretched out his hand to shake his hand, and said with a smile. Wang Hao still quite recognized No. 21. In fact, if No. 21 had not trusted him at the beginning, he might not have been able to win P City, nor might he have been able to command other players. Let's add a friend and have the opportunity to play games together in the future, Yuan Guang said. Okay. Naturally, Wang Hao would not refuse this friend application.